Chapter 1. Am I Shalu? Doctor, may I request a full anesthesia package, please? Full anesthesia? Sir, you do realize this is merely a minor procedure for the removal of excess skin tissue. Is that so? Is it not possible? It is, but it will incur an additional charge. After settling the payment, the doctor extracted a slender syringe and injected it into Moyuan's gluteal muscle. Subsequently, Moyuan peacefully closed his eyes. In the realm of Dragon Ball, within the mountainous forests near North City on Earth, a secret laboratory lay concealed within the hollowed depths of a mountain and deeper. Still, in a more secluded chamber, computers were whirring with activity in a vessel filled with nutrient solution. Cells from Earth's martial arts masters, Scions, and Namekians had amalgamated, transforming into an embryo resembling a worm. An elderly man in a brown jacket, with white hair receding to the back of his head, gazed at the embryo in the vessel, his expression one of profound discontent. At this time, Dr. Jero had yet to transform himself into an android. It's taking too long, I cannot afford to wait any longer. According to the computer's calculations, the complete integration of these cellular genes would require at least 2 to 3 decades to mature. It is important to note that these cells belong to the strongest beings of various races across the universe. No matter how brilliant Dr. Jero was, he could not accelerate the fusion process. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of his own physical state, although still relatively healthy. He certainly would not survive that long. Unless, Dr. Jero shook his head, even if he were to pursue such a course. He was unwilling to wait that long. He had grown weary of Goku's continued existence, but he could scarcely bear to witness Goku and his companions frolicking upon the earth. Goku, the one who had destroyed his lifelong ambitions, deserved to descend into hell post-haste. Dr. Jero cast a lingering glance at the embryo, extinguished the lights, and prepared to depart. He resolved to abandon this endeavor, yet not entirely, for he left the computer running, continuing its research. However, he would no longer invest his thoughts in this matter. Moreover, the modification of the pair of twin siblings from several years prior was nearing completion. This was the closest he had ever come to success in his human experimentation over the years. Furthermore, in this endeavor, Dr. Jero concentrated all functionalities on a permanent energy core and enhanced strength capabilities. The outcome promised to be far more formidable than any of his previous androids. If successful, even in the absence of this ultimate android, Dr. Jero was confident in his ability to annihilate Goku once and for all. With this thought, a more favorable expression graced Dr. Jero's face as he closed the door and strolled away leisurely. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he shut the door, a flicker of faint light shimmered within the vessel, then merged into the embryo. Upon the infusion of this light, the various cellular species within the embryo suddenly seemed to lose all barriers, merging seamlessly into one another. Moreover, the embryo has entered a phase of rapid growth. Its initially worm-like form has gradually transformed with its development. Yet, all of this remains shrouded in secrecy. Even Dr. Jero has never set foot in this place since. As time swiftly passes, 5 years slip by almost unnoticed. The clandestine laboratory beneath the earth has not changed significantly compared to 5 years ago. The computer continues its operation, and most things remain unaltered. The only difference lies in the embryos within the culture dishes in the span of 5 years. The worm-shaped embryo has vanished, replaced by an adorable little boy who appears to be around 4 or 5 years old. He possesses soft, light purple hair and has smallish-shaped horns growing on either side of his head, but a robust tail, adorned with scales matching his hair and hue, extends from his coccyx, ending in a flame-shaped fin. Aside from these peculiar features, he resembles an ordinary human child. Curled up in the culture dish, the boy is completely bare. Why am I in water? He wonders. Wasn't I undergoing surgery in a hospital? They even put me under general anesthesia. Yuan finds himself unable to control his body. His eyelids feel as though they are welded shut. No matter how hard he tries, they remain closed. It is akin to the sensation of sleep paralysis. His consciousness is strikingly clear, yet his body is entirely unresponsive. Although he cannot open his eyes, he perceives that he is enveloped in water. Strangely, he is not drowning despite the absence of an oxygen mask. Has the hospital become this advanced? He muses. But surely, such a high-tech procedure isn't necessary for the surgery I underwent. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a torrent of memories floods into his consciousness, akin to an unexpected visit from a long-lost relative, sudden and without any preparatory warning. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien. During these 5 years, the computer also collected the cells of Frieza and his father, King Cold. The memories encompass not only the profiles of these individuals, but also various martial arts techniques and methods of evolution, culminating in a directive to eliminate Sunday. Ryukong, have I traversed in the world of Dragon Ball and transformed into that monstrous being, Cell? As Mo Yuan pieces together the memories that have inexplicably manifested in his mind, the only character that corresponds is Cell from Dragon Ball. Although he has cherished the anime since childhood, often mimicking the Kamehameha in the air or gathering energy for a spirit bomb, he never anticipated being thrust into the scene as an onlooker. I have 100 acres of land and 20 houses waiting for me to collect rent. Most importantly, my browsing history on my computer and phone remains untouched. Therefore, I implore you to relinquish this precious opportunity to others. Moreover, those who traverse dimensions typically do so to rescue others from peril or to escape a terminal illness. Yet here I am, having merely undergone a minor surgical procedure to remove excess skin tissue, and I find myself in such a predicament. How the criteria for dimensional travel become so absurd in these times. Mo Yuan ground his teeth in frustration. It is important to recognize that this is the world of Dragon Ball, a realm fraught with peril. In comparison to Dragon Ball, even the neighboring universes such as the realms of I Legend and the antics of the Beachy seem trivial that add insult to injury. I have been transformed into a villainous creature? Is this not a certain path to an untimely demise? Oh wait, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Mo Yuan. He had encountered many narratives involving dimensional travel within the pages of novels. Most of these travelers were invariably accompanied by their golden partner, a system. And those who possessed such a system invariably found themselves in positions of power, marrying affluent beauties, and ascending to the pinnacle of existence. His demands were modest. All he sought was a tenfold summoning at the outset, yielding an SSR and granting him god-level combat prowess. Such aspirations are hardly excessive, are they? Unable to articulate his thoughts aloud, Mo Yuan began fervently beseeching in his mind. System, how can I possibly survive without you, dear system? Chapter 2, Vitality. Mo Yuan felt that his existence, perhaps akin to that of a mere insect, was enveloped in darkness. Lacking a system was one thing, but now he could not even exert control over his own body. He yearned to escape this realm of chaos, to retreat to a desolate wilderness where he could conceal his identity and exist in obscurity. Remaining in the laboratory presented two possibilities. Mo Yuan was still uncertain as to which timeline he currently inhabited. If it were a future timeline, he could potentially endure until he regained control over his body before making his exit. However, if he were in the primary timeline, it would not be long before he was discovered and eliminated by Krillin and Dindy. Mo Yuan had no intention of entrusting his fate to the whims of destiny. Thus, he resolved to swiftly regain mastery over his body and vacate this tumultuous place. As for the directives implanted in his mind by Dr. Gero, he had no desire to heed them. Would he be foolish enough to challenge a being of such power? Did he wish for his existence to be cut short? Even if he possessed some form of system, he would not entertain the thought of eliminating Son Goku. After all, if he wished to survive, he would need Son Goku to address the impending threats to their future. It would be far better to have Goku standing guard than to face the calamity alone. He could scarcely guarantee survival through the Buu saga on his own. Moreover, he had no inclination to absorb the life energies of others to facilitate his own evolution. Although he may not appear entirely human at present, he fundamentally remained a being of humanity. Having grown up in an era of peace, the thought of consuming another's life was abhorrent to him. He was equally repulsed by the act of taking a life. Mo Yuan desperately attempted to open his eyes, yet his eyelids remained stubbornly shut. He felt as if he were a paralyzed individual, trapped beneath his own skin, with only his consciousness remaining alert. Open for me. With the fervent roar echoing within his mind, his eyes ultimately remained shut. Yet, he found himself able to perceive. Mo Yuan had entered a peculiar state, one that was enigmatic and profound. He beheld everything from a divine perspective, observing the entirety of the laboratory with crystal clarity. He noticed a small boy in the culture dish, displaying a hint of confusion, yet predominantly radiating joy. Despite the horn atop his head and the tail trailing behind, he still bore a remarkable resemblance to a human being. In the original narrative, Cell was depicted as a bug, evolving into a somewhat handsome humanoid insect upon reaching his perfect form. However, his appearance had never aligned with Mo Yuan's aesthetic preferences. As for the cause of such a drastic transformation, Mo Yuan speculated it might be a consequence of his transmigration. In the original tale, Cell's form was primarily dictated by the genetics of Frieza and Piccolo. Now, it seemed that his arrival had shifted the genetic foundation to that of Earthlings and Scions. Moreover, a crucial distinction arose. Frisia and Piccolo's races were characterized by their asexuality. But now, Mo Yuan gazed at the nascent appendage on his body, a smile of contentment gracing his features. A man is born with two heads. The larger head is for intellect, while the smaller head is for primal instinct. Both courage and cunning are requisite for a true man. The absence of either would yield dire consequences. Without the larger head, one perishes. Without the smaller head, one falters in society. Thus, both are indispensable. In addition, Mo Yuan observed the energy particles suspended in the air. The majority were white, with a smaller portion exhibiting a bluish-white hue. Recalling from memory, he recognized the white particles as the so-called qi. Qi enters the body of a practitioner during cultivation, allowing them to harness its power. The bluish-white particles represented vital energy. Speaking of vital energy, inevitably conjured thoughts of the spirit bomb. The spirit bomb is a technique that amalgamates energy from plants, humans, animals, and even atmospheric matter. However, only those with benevolent hearts can wield it, and it inflicts tremendous harm on malevolent beings. The more wicked the individual, the greater the damage incurred. Conversely, it causes minimal harm to the righteous. This explains why, in the original narrative, Cell and Black Goku never employed the spirit bomb. Primarily, they might not have succeeded in casting it. Even if they did manage to conjure it, the damage inflicted would likely pale in comparison to a casual energy blast. This technique, created by the North Kai, though seldom utilized, consistently demonstrated immense efficacy. It even served as the key for Son Goku to unleash the Ultra Instinct during the Tournament of Power. Mo Yuan was astonished to discover that his body was instinctively absorbing qi, albeit at an exceedingly slow rate. Is it possible to accelerate the absorption of energy? As this thought crossed Mo Yuan's mind, the energy particles in the air began to swirl and converge around his body. What astonished Mo Yuan the most was that the gathering energy particles encompassed not only the ambient energy, but also the primordial energy, both of which were absorbed by his. Being that as he gradually assimilated the primordial energy, Mo Yuan sensed an ephemeral connection forming with his body. Though it was merely a faint link, one so delicate that even the slightest movement of the finger seemed unattainable, this tenuous bond ignited within him a glimmer of boundless hope. Previously, he felt as though he were ensnared by countless shackles, imprisoned within this corporeal form. Yet, the emergence of this slight connection was akin to a key that unlocked one of those shackles. With hope illuminating his path, Mo Yuan wasted no time. He devoted himself to absorbing the primordial energy in the air, striving for an early liberation from his confinement. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and within the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In the cultivation vessel, Mo Yuan appeared to have matured slightly compared to a year prior. Throughout this time, he had unceasingly absorbed primordial energy. However, the energy in any given location was finite, requiring a period of regeneration once depleted. Thus, it took him an entire year to absorb sufficient primordial energy to fully regain control over his body. Crack! As Mo Yuan absorbed the last of the primordial energy in the air, the final shackle within him shattered. Taking a moment to assess his body, Mo Yuan opened his eyes, his amethyst-like irises shimmering with elation. A charming smile graced his cherubic face, accentuated by a hint of baby F and T. T has been a year. Do you know how I have spent this time? In this realm devoid of day and night, the solitary and monotonous cultivation had nearly driven Mo Yuan to madness. He vowed that once he escaped, he would indulge in culinary delights and revelry to compensate for the year lost. Although the nutrient solution provided for his bodily needs meant he did not feel hunger, as a true Epicurean, Mo Yuan asserted that the desire to eat is not solely born of hunger. After a year in this place, his palate had nearly withered away. It is time to leave this place. Mo Yuan clenched his right fist and exerted a slight force. Boom! A surge of purple energy erupted from his fist, shattering the cultivation vessel before crashing against the laboratory wall, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom boom! The fierce detonation triggered a chain reaction, igniting the machinery within the laboratory. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of relentless explosions, and smoke billowed forth. Mo Yuan stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. Come on, I just wanted to leave here discreetly. It could be said that Mo Yuan had underestimated the power within his own body, for in this world, a mere 10,000 fighting power was sufficient to obliterate the earth. Chapter 3. Awakening of Subjects 17 and 18. Above the underground laboratory, a frail old man with a severed wrist awkwardly entered the laboratory. This man was none other than Dr. Jero. Having transformed himself into a cyborg, Dr. Gero now possessed eternal life and formidable power. Initially, he believed that with his own abilities and the strength of Android 19, he could vanquish Sun Wukong and his companions. To his utter astonishment, the prowess of Sun Wukong and his allies proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Now, with the laboratory's secrets laid bare, he found himself at a dead end. It had come to a point where he was compelled to exhaust all his resources to utterly eliminate Sun Wukong and his cohort. Otherwise, he would be met with nothing but failure and death. If it were possible, I would truly prefer not to awaken these beings, but circumstances have left me with no choice, Dr. Gero thought, gripping the controller tightly as he stood before the two recovery pods labeled 17 and 18. Hoping they had been repaired, Dr. Gero gazed through the glass at the inhabitant of Capsule 17, murmuring to himself. He pressed the button beside him, and with a soft hiss, the capsule slowly opened. Dr. Gero cautiously scrutinized the figure within, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A strikingly handsome young man emerged. Clad in a black t-shirt and an orange scarf, his straight black hair cascading down. Dr. Gero feigned composure, inquiring, "Have you awakened, number 17? The young man, identified as number 17, turned slowly, catching sight of the controller in Dr. Gero's hand. With an obedient demeanor, he greeted, "Good morning, Dr. Gero," surprised by number 17's greeting. Dr. Gero felt a surge of delight. "Are you addressing me?" With an unwavering expression, number 17 replied, "Of course, you are my creator." Dr. Gero's heart soared at the realization that the repairs had been successful. "Now let us awaken number 18. Without hesitation, he opened Capsule 18. His grip on the controller relaxed slightly as he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As the capsule opened, number 18's blue eyes fluttered open, her strikingly beautiful face devoid of any extraneous emotion. Noticing her twin brother standing rigidly beside her like a sentinel, she exchanged a glance with him, their telepathic bond allowing her to grasp the situation instantly. Turning to face Dr. Gero, she spotted the controller in his hand. "Good morning, Dr. Gero." Number 18 greeted in a tone as calm as a pre-programmed automaton. This was precisely the response Dr. Gero had desired. "Even you are greeting me," he exclaimed, his joy palpable. Number 18 responded with serene composure. "That is quite normal." It appeared both of them had autonomously resumed their functions. Observing number 18's demeanor, Dr. Gero felt the tension in his body dissipate entirely. 6 years prior, when he had first awakened the duo, they had nearly killed him. Had it not been for the controller, he would not have survived to this day. He realized his impatience had led him astray, focusing excessively on enhancing the android's powers, which inadvertently compromised their control functionalities. Witnessing the obedient posture of both number 17 and number 18, Dr. Gero assumed a commanding presence. "This time, you must follow my orders diligently. Goku's companions will be arriving shortly. You are to eliminate them immediately. Understood?" he commanded, hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, understood," they replied in unison. Number 17 and number 18 nodded obediently. Just moments after Dr. Gero's words fell, a series of loud thuds echoed from outside the laboratory as Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, having learned of Dr. Gero's return, forcefully battered against the laboratory door. I was utterly bewildered by the scene. They seemed anxious, yet their urgency was not overt. "They have arrived. Those foolish beings, oblivious to their impending fate, stand at the threshold. It is your moment to take the stage. Go forth and leave them searching for their teeth." Dr. Gero let out a triumphant cackle. At that moment, number 17 suddenly appeared behind Dr. Gero and seized the controller from his hands. "What are you doing, number 17? Dr. Gero exclaimed, astonished. He had never anticipated that the seemingly compliant demeanor of 17 and 18 was merely an act. Alas, it was too late for words. Without the controller, Dr. Gero had lost his leverage over them. Unless he could construct another controller, but 17 and 18 would surely not grant him that opportunity. With the controller now in their possession, 17 and 18 no longer needed to maintain their charade. Isn't this the device that can abruptly cut off our energy supply? It must be a precautionary measure. I must destroy this thing. With that, 17 gently crushed the device in his grasp, rendering it useless. What do you intend to do? 17. This isn't a jest, is it? I have no desire to remain in eternal slumber, you old fool, 17 retorted, casting a scornful glance at Dr. Gero. Meanwhile, at the laboratory entrance, Vegeta, eavesdropping on the conversation within, smirked with an air of superiority. Just mere androids, utterly insignificant before my proud stature as Prince Vegeta. The Super Saiyan, If you dare to consider destroying these androids, I implore you to abandon such thoughts. Vegeta admonished Piccolo, who was preparing to obliterate the laboratory along with its contents. Do not be foolish. You have no comprehension of the true power of the androids, pleaded Trunks, the warrior from a future timeline, acutely aware of their might. The memories of lost friends and the devastation of his world flooded his mind. Trunks was determined to prevent this timeline from mirroring the grim reality of his own future. Silence. Vegeta barked, turning sharply toward Trunks. Get out of the way, you imbecile. Vegeta raised his hand toward the laboratory door. Beside him, Trunks beseeched, I beg you, let us temporarily retreat together. Once Mr. Goku has recovered, we can devise a strategy that ensures our success. Regrettably, Trunks remains unaware that the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, harbors an intense disdain for anyone who dares to suggest that he is inferior to Goku. He does not even need to make an appearance. Whatever Kakarot can achieve, I, Vegeta, can accomplish as well, and I shall surpass him in every regard. Ignoring Trunks' admonitions, Vegeta directed his palm towards the laboratory door, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The once impenetrable door, which Piccolo and his companions had failed to breach, crumpled and collapsed under the onslaught of the energy wave. As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged from the laboratory, a striking blonde girl, a handsome dark-haired boy, and a frail, panicked old man. Unlike the old man, the expressions of the boy and girl were laced with a subtle smile. Chapter 4. The Death of Dr. Gero. Trunks, these individuals are indeed the ones you described. Are they not? Vegeta inquired. Why yes, Trunks replied, his muscles tensing at the sight of the familiar faces of androids 17 and 18, ready to strike at any moment. Are those truly androids 17 and 18? Krillin pondered, struggling to reconcile their appearances with Trunks' account of the nearly apocalyptic beings. Do not be deceived by their looks. They are ruthless and merciless, Trunks warned, his gaze fixed intently on 17 and 18, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. They are the remnants of Goku's allies. Do not underestimate them. They not only vanquished Android 19 but also nearly claimed my life, he continued. Despite his confidence in the androids he had created, Dr. Gero remained cautious, treating the situation as a grave threat. Android 19? You manufactured another android? 17 inquired. Indeed. Trunks confirmed, realizing that the doctor had used 19 as a means to enhance himself into an android. Is Android 19 designed for energy absorption? Precisely. Why then, has the new model reverted to the old energy absorption design? The previously silent 18, now intrigued, posed the question. Before Dr. Gero could respond, 18 tilted her head, teasingly suggesting, is it because the energy unlimited androids are simply too powerful for you to control? Yes, Dr. Gero replied curtly. Of course, if you could control them, I would have obliterated you both by now. That is precisely why you were defeated. The mischievous voice of number 18 echoed once more in Dr. Gero's ears, causing his countenance to darken instantaneously. Despite this, he had his pride to uphold. Could they not wait until they were alone to engage in such discussions? Dr. Gero seethed internally, unable to maintain control. The exchange between number 18 and Dr. Gero astonished Piccolo and the others. Trunks, too, finally comprehended why the androids from the future took pleasure in murder. It was due to their lack of control. Dr. Gero's intent in creating these androids was solely to eradicate Goku and his companions, without any desire to bring about the world's destruction. With this revelation, everything became coherent. There was no point in prolonging the discussion. Should you not hasten to eliminate those miscreants? Struck at his vulnerable spot, Dr. Gero, in a fit of rage, momentarily forgot his own predicament and barked orders at numbers 17 and 18. Old man, have you rambled enough? We only kill when we feel like it. What? What did you say? Observing number 17's nonchalant demeanor, Dr. Gero felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, prompting his immediate composure. Without a controller, he was now akin to a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Dr. Gero was consumed with fury, yet he found himself unable to voice his indignation, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Damn it! He cast a glance at the damaged controller on the ground. If only the controller had not been broken. Number 18, arms crossed, ambled forward a few steps and inadvertently stepped on the remote control lying on the ground. With a crack, the remote disintegrated into a heap of fragments. Number 16? Number 18 approached a recovery pod labeled with the number 16. She turned to Dr. Gero and inquired, is this one also of the infinite energy type? However, it appears to differ from ours. It seems rather large. I wonder what sets it apart. Number 18 scrutinized the figure within the recovery pod. Noticing her interest in number 16, Dr. Gero urgently shouted, "Do not touch him, number 18. Absolutely do not touch him." Number 17 remarked, "It looks quite intriguing, number 18. Why not let number 16 out?" Initially disinterested, number 17's curiosity was piqued by Dr. Gero's alarm. "Stop. No, doctor," Gero exclaimed as he saw number 18 prepare to release number 16, hastily intervening. "Do you wish to bring about the destruction of the entire world?" "Doctor." Gero is acutely aware that the bomb within number 16 possesses the capacity to obliterate the entire planet into cosmic dust. Moreover, given that number 16 is a failed experiment with an unstable temperament, one cannot predict whether he might whimsically decide to detonate the bomb within him. At that point, any words would be futile, the Earth would be annihilated. Therefore, Dr. Gero is resolutely determined to prevent them from releasing number 16. With a grave expression, he warns number 17, number 16 is a failed experiment. He must not be activated. However, number 17 and number 18 dismiss Dr. Gero's admonitions entirely, and his interference only fuels their desire to unleash number 16. "Stop. Do not touch him." As number 18 prepares to act, Dr. Gero hastens to seize her arm in an attempt to thwart her actions. Do not take advantage of a lady, the frail and elderly doctor. Gero is no match for number 18, who easily shakes him off, sending him sprawling to the ground. Since he is a failed specimen, why is he preserved so well? "I heard you even disposed of number 15, number 18 taunts." "I plan to recreate him in the future," Dr. Gero replies. "In any case, you must not proceed. If he activates, he could kill both me and you." Dr. Gero's anxiety is palpable, bordering on fear. "Are you suggesting he might kill us?" Number 17 activates his internal scanning device to assess number 16. "According to the data, our capabilities are superior. Forget him. Activate him." 18. Number 17 declares, feeling there is no time left to waste on Dr. Gero. "You dare to defy my orders repeatedly? You are all failed experiments like number 16. Do as you wish. And I will ensure you are deprived of energy," Dr. Gero exclaims in a fit of rage. Number 17 remains unfazed. "But the controller is gone. We can simply create another one." Upon hearing the sound of the recovery pod being opened behind him, Dr. Gero grows frantic. He turns to number 18 and shouts, "After all I've said, do you still not understand? Number 16 must not be activated." However, he fails to notice that when he mentions recreating a controller, number 17's expression shifts. No one wishes to be controlled by another. Thus, while Dr. Gero speaks to number 18, number 17 moves swiftly, darting behind Dr. Gero with claws poised to strike. In disbelief, Dr. Gero watches as a hand emerges from his chest. 17, why are you doing this? I created you. How could you treat me this way? However, the only response to him was a powerful kick from number 17. The kick landed heavily on Dr. Gero's neck, severing it entirely, and his head flew off, landing in front of Krillin. You ungrateful wretches. The transformed Dr. Gero, now an android, could continue to live as long as his head remained intact. Ungrateful? Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, number 17's anger was ignited. He leaped into the air, aiming his foot at Dr. Gero's head. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from beneath the ground, accompanied by a faint yet palpable aura emanating from the depths below. Ha ha. It's him. He has succeeded, and he will surely avenge me. Ha ha. As the sounds from underground reached his ears, Dr. Gero burst into laughter. However, his mirth was short-lived as number 17 crushed his head underfoot. Chapter 5, Danger. Number 17 gazed at the pile of shattered fragments mixed with brain matter beneath his feet and scoffed. TCH, I was going to ask a question, but it seems I missed my chance. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. The aura remained underground, and as long as he could locate an entrance, he would proceed. Should there be no entrance, he would simply blast one open. After all, a great man once said, in this world, there are no roads. Where there are many who blast, a road will be forged. Lu Sun, I will not allow you to succeed. I cannot let the number of androids increase. Trunks trembled all over, unable to contain himself any longer. First, there was the emergence of Android 16, and now the aura from below, though not particularly strong, could be deemed weak even by his current standards. Yet, the image of Dr. Gero's final moments sounded alarm bells in Trunks' mind. After all, an aura can be deceptive, thus. While the presence from below appeared feeble, it might not be genuinely weak. Trunks was acutely aware of the might of number 17 and number 18. According to Dr. Jero, Android 16 had the capability to eliminate both 17 and 18, even to bring about the world's destruction. The presence from below could very well surpass 16 in strength. With such an immense variable at play, Trunks felt overwhelmed. A golden aura enveloped him, and his formerly purple hair stood tall and radiant in gold. His emerald eyes glinted with murderous intent. Trunks now harbored a singular thought: to annihilate the yet unawakened Android 16. As for number 17 and number 18, he understood all too well that even if he gave his all, he could not defeat them. A massive amount of energy coalesced in Trunks' hands, exuding a terrifying presence. Before anyone could react, the energy wave surged towards Android 16's recovery chamber. Boom. Under the onslaught of the Qigong wave, the entire laboratory, along with the mountain itself, was instantaneously reduced to rubble. If you're going to take action, at the very least, you should inform everyone, Krillin lamented. Although they had managed to escape in time, everyone except Vegeta suffered some repercussions. While they were unharmed, they appeared quite disheveled. Foolish creature, engaging in such a senseless act. Vegeta scolded. What do you mean by senseless? Just take a look over there, Trunks retorted, directing his gaze toward the area Vegeta indicated. As the thick smoke dissipated, they beheld androids 17 and 18 standing and scathed atop the flattened peak. Even the recovery pod housing Android 16 remained intact under 18's protection. That level of attack was merely a futile expenditure of energy, Vegeta scoffed. Trunks remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. The earlier assault had failed to eliminate Android 16, and now it seemed even less feasible. Unless Vegeta was willing to engage both androids, allowing Krillin and the others to destroy 16, the situation appeared dire. However, such an outcome was implausible, as Vegeta would not take such action. He would merely watch as 17 and 18 release 16. Even if he attempted to intervene, Vegeta would obstruct him. Thus, Trunks could only watch helplessly as 16 was liberated. Before long, 18 opened the recovery pod, and a man with an orange mohawk, clad in a green combat suit, slowly rose. Towering over 2 meters, Android 16 remained silent, yet exuded an immense sense of intimidation towards Krillin and the others. Hey, 16. This is the first time I've seen you move. You haven't been outside in years, have you? 17 inquired, but 16 offered no reply, standing in silence. Unfazed, 17 continued. Dr. Jero never wanted you to act, you know? He said you might kill me, and 18 added, that's why we're curious about what is going on. Still, 16 remained silent, merely casting a glance in their direction. Do you have any objections? Or do you simply choose not to speak? 18 probed. In my view, he is merely naturally taciturn, 17 remarked, crossing his arms without concern. Forget it. Let's move on and see that individual underground who can help avenge Dr. Jero. Pausing for a moment, 17 then asked 16, is there another laboratory underground? Do you know where the entrance is? Upon hearing 17's question, 16's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure and shook his head, responding, unclear. How remarkable. You finally spoke, 17 exclaimed. Your reaction is identical to the directives programmed by Dr. Jero. On the 18th, an unexpected revelation emerged. The remarkably perfect android had been confined by Dr. Jero all along. After an extensive search in the vicinity, the trio finally discovered a profound underground passage. Without much hesitation, they soared into its depths. Should we not descend together to investigate that fellow? Krillin expressed his trepidation upon witnessing the ominous entrance. Vegeta, observing Krillin's trembling demeanor, scoffed disdainfully. If you are afraid, then remain here. After all, your ineptitude would serve no purpose down there. With that, Vegeta leaped directly into the abyss. Trunks, his mouth agape and poised to protest, could only close it as he saw Vegeta already descending, and thus followed suit. The remaining companions exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to join them in the descent. Felt a surge of anxiety. Moments ago, he had heard a tremendous explosion from above, accompanied by 2 terrifying auras, each at least 100 times stronger than his own. The commotion suggested that the time for the awakening of subjects 17 and 18 had arrived. The noise he had just created, combined with the unmistakable presence of his own energy, had likely drawn attention. Despite his efforts to suppress his aura, it was evident that those above had already sensed him. If he were to venture outside now, he risked being intercepted. Conversely, remaining hidden meant that the individuals above might descend at any moment. Suddenly, the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed from the entrance. Subjects 16, 17, and 18 were approaching. Through his mind's eye, a power that had awakened before he could fully control his body, perceived the three figures at the door. This extraordinary ability allowed him to see everything within a kilometer's radius, and as his strength grew, so too did the extent of this vision. Initially confined to the laboratory, his perception now spanned a kilometer. However, being underground, the land surrounding the laboratory offered little more than soil, limiting his ability to harness the ambient energy. As for the other potential functions of his mind's eye, he was still in the process of discovering them. He watched as the three figures drew ever closer. Mo Yuan swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for a place to conceal himself. However, the entire laboratory, which had been devastated by his own explosion, now lay barren, devoid of any hiding spots. Moreover, he was not the original cell and lacked the ability to burrow. Indeed, it was rather too late for such endeavors. What to do? Was he truly destined to meet his demise so soon? Chapter 6. Clinging to the thigh of number 18 to his astonishment, a laboratory existed deep beneath the ground. Number 18 gazed at the iron door before her with a hint of surprise. This was the proud creation of Dr. Jarrow, who still harbored hopes of revenge through it. Despite this, number 17's tone remained nonchalant, showing little concern. With a resounding crash, both number 17 and number 18 kicked the door open. The laboratory, ravaged by the explosion, bore no resemblance to its former self, and the power system had been rendered inoperative. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet, this was merely a triviality for beings like 16, 17, and 18, who were artificial humans. The absence of light did not impede their sight in the slightest. Such darkness? Not a single light. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks, having followed closely behind, arrived at the scene. Observing the pitch-black interior, Vegeta concentrated his energy, forming a brilliant sphere of light that he hurled towards the ceiling of the laboratory. Under the radiant glow of this energy sphere, akin to a miniature sun, the entire laboratory was instantaneously illuminated. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the small figure huddled in the corner of the laboratory. As the surroundings illuminated, realized that his fate was sealed. The tail behind him, trembling with fear, began to sway restlessly. With a soft chuckle, number 18 found's cowering figure in the corner endearingly amusing, unable to suppress her laughter. Ah, so he is merely a little imp, she mused. Prince Vegeta, observing huddled in the corner, expressed his disdain, declaring, I could easily vanquish 56 such weaklings in a single breath. The sight of his frail demeanor instantly extinguished Vegeta's interest. As a proud Super Saiyan, he deemed it beneath him to engage with someone so feeble. Numbers 17 and 16 were equally astonished. They would have found it entirely normal to encounter a burly man over 2 meters tall. Meanwhile, they were curious whether this diminutive figure could indeed fulfill the vengeance that Dr. Jarrow had foretold. However, this little imp was distinct from them. Number 16 was entirely mechanical, while 17 and 18 were enhancements of human bodies. Despite their differences, they shared a significant commonality. They possessed no life force. In stark contrast, was alive, marking the most profound distinction between them. The frailty of Mo Yuan brought a sense of relief to Klin and the others. Had another formidable adversary emerged, they would have been pushed to the brink of despair. Trunks gazed at Mo Yuan, and after releasing a breath of relief, his eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Unlike the others, he could not afford to lose. He had no stakes left to wager. Thus, he sought an opportunity to eliminate Mo Yuan before he grew stronger. Although Mo Yuan appeared weak at present, the reaction of Dr. Jarrow before his demise made it impossible for Trunks to underestimate him. Simultaneously, a sense of worry gnawed at him. The future timeline had elapsed for many years. What if Mo Yuan in that timeline awakened at this very moment? What could be the reason for his absence during all these years? Had he perished, or was he lurking in the shadows? If he were indeed concealed, to what extent had his power developed? A myriad of questions swirled in Trunks' mind, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging above him. He could scarcely fathom returning to the future timeline after his arduous journey, only to face an insurmountable Mo Yuan emerging from some unknown corner, having grown beyond his capacity to resist. Trunks, what is the matter with you? Klin inquired, shaking Trunks with concern. Trunks, his gaze fixated on Mo Yuan, emanated a chaotic and violent aura, resembling a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. This transformation did not go unnoticed by number 17 and the others. In an instant, they vanished from their position, appearing beside Mo Yuan to shield him. Although Dr. Jarrow had warned that Mo Yuan would seek vengeance, number 17 remained unconcerned. Just as they had released number 16 despite Jero's warnings of imminent peril, their reasoning was simple. They were of the same kind. Though number 17 had once been human, the distinction now was palpable. Hence, their decision to protect Mo Yuan paralleled their earlier choice to liberate number 16. Damn it, do you wish to slaughter us all? Vegeta exclaimed, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Trunks' abdomen in anger. It was crucial to recognize that they were underground in a confined space. Should Trunks unleash an attack, none would escape unscathed. Vegeta could perish, but he would not accept such a cowardly demise. Trunks doubled over, gasping, nearly expelling his bile from the impact. After being struck, he finally regained his composure. He had indeed lost control for a moment. I'm sorry, he murmured in apology. Tien Han placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, choosing not to speak. Trunks, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Once Goku recovers, everything will improve. Krillin consoled. Indeed, Mr. Goku is still alive. There remains a glimmer of hope. The mere thought of Son Wukong brightened Trunks' countenance considerably. Humph. Upon hearing Krillin mention Goku, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, expressing his discontent. If Son Wukong is dead, so be it. Regardless, today I shall annihilate all these puppet dolls. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan. With the immediate crisis averted, Mo Yuan exhaled in relief. Though he had concealed himself in a corner, he had perceived every detail of the earlier events with acute clarity. When androids 16, 17, and 18 stood resolutely in front of him, Mo Yuan felt a profound sense of gratitude. Hey, little brat, are you also a human-made android? You certainly seem different from us, inquired android 17, crossing his arms. First of all, I do not go by he. Memories of the deceased suddenly began to assail Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan shook his head, casting aside the peculiar thoughts that plagued him. He then turned around, gazing at No. 17 with his large, expressive eyes, and gently shook his head, saying, No. Oh, then you must be a robot? Number 17 paused for a moment, shook his head once more, and murmured to himself, No, that cannot be right. A robot could not possibly possess a breath of life. Mo Yuan nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Indeed, I am not a robot. Cast a fleeting glance at the individuals across from him, refraining from revealing the truth of his origins. He was certain that if he divulged his background, apart from Vegeta, the others would stop at nothing to eradicate him, even at the cost of their own lives. Recognizing his apprehension, number 17 chose not to press further, suggesting that they could discuss it when they were alone. Have you all said enough? Vegeta interjected, his impatience evident. Ever since he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, the overwhelming power coursing through him had inflated his ego to the point where he felt invincible. His gaze was fixed intently on numbers 16, 17, and 18, while he regarded with disdain. However, Trunks' attention was solely focused on. Aware of the formidable strength of numbers 17 and 18, he realized that eliminating them today was an impossible feat, so he aimed to dispose of instead. Feeling the weight of Trunks' scrutiny, shivered, realizing he had become a target. In a desperate bid for survival, he resolved to seek refuge with a stronger ally. Scanning his surroundings, he set his sights on a striking blonde lady. He hurried over and clung to her leg, pleading in a childlike voice, Sister, please hold me. Chapter 7. A Spicy McChicken Please. Children are such a nuisance, number 18 remarked, her expression tinged with disdain. Oh no, what if she kicks me away? The tone of number 18 sent a jolt of anxiety through. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. To his astonishment, number 18 bent down and lifted him into her embrace, cradling him warmly. Before could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped his vision, and a soft sensation graced his face as he was unwittingly subjected to the cleansing lotion from number 18. Number 18, maintaining an impassive demeanor as she embraced, could not conceal the blush that had crept across her ears, hidden beneath her golden locks. Oh my goodness, so soft, so tender. I longed to nibble on his cheek, she thought, though she quickly dismissed the notion, fearing it might lead her to be perceived as a predator rather than an admirer. Yet, the desire lingered. Much to her dismay, had been privy to number 18's musings, he would have implored her to indulge her whims. After wrestling with her conflicting emotions for some time, no. 18 ultimately chose to refrain from acting on her desires, though her grip around tightened slightly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Despite being an artificial being, number 18 possessed the heart of a girl, inherently susceptible to the allure of all things adorable. Earlier, she had found a little bald head charming, but in comparison to the radiant gem that little head was hardly worth mentioning. From the moment she laid eyes on, her longing to cradle this exquisite darling in her arms had ignited, yet she hesitated, fearful of startling him. To her surprise, fate had taken a turn, as the precious one seemed to have willingly stepped into her embrace. Determined not to frighten, number 18 resolved to exercise restraint for a time. Once the moment was ripe, she envisioned delightful possibilities. As she held close, her mind wandered, her fingers playfully caressing the tail that trailed behind him, and an involuntary, enchanting smile graced her face. Mo Yuan found it quite perplexing. Although number 18 appeared to disdain him, they held him so tightly and incessantly played with his tail. It was somewhat ticklish. Struggled for quite some time before finally extricating himself from the fragrant steamed bun. Fortunately, his Frisia lineage granted him the ability to go without breathing. Otherwise, he would have suffocated. Upon freeing himself, he immediately glanced up, only to be met with the peculiar smile adorning the face of Android 18. For reasons unknown, he sensed something amiss about this woman. As soon as she detected his gaze, the smile on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness, as if the previous grin had never existed. Let us proceed, Android 17 stated dismissively, disregarding Vegeta. Their objective for being here had been accomplished, and now it was time to eliminate Goku. The group completely ignored Vegeta and the others blocking the laboratory entrance, brushing past them without a second glance. Apart from Vegeta, the others watched them approach with tensed muscles, bracing for a sudden attack. However, nothing transpired. It was as if 17 and his companions were mere passers-by. Damn it! How dare they ignore me, Prince Vegeta? Vegeta seethed, almost grinding his back teeth to dust as he watched 17 and the others walk past him without so much as a glance. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on their retreating figures. He swore he would annihilate these puppet-like beings today. The more he pondered, the more he struggled to contain his rage. Trunks, I have a feeling that child isn't a bad person. Krillin whispered to Trunks. Indeed. Tien and Piccolo concurred. They all sensed that the aura surrounding was not malevolent. Rather, it radiated a profound tranquility, even evoking an instinctive desire to draw near him. An individual's aura often reveals their inner essence, like Frisia, Vegeta, and even Piccolo, whose auras carry a hint of malevolence. However, androids 16, 17, and 18 possessed no discernible aura, making it impossible to gauge their morality through this means. They could only judge their nature based on future timelines, which deemed them as evil. In stark contrast, S aura could be described as purer than even Goku's. Compared to him, Vegeta seemed almost villainous. If Goku were present, he would undoubtedly affirm that was a good person, as Goku could clearly sense the rich life force emanating from him. No one understood life force better than Goku. Not even the Kai who created the spirit bomb. An inherently evil person could never harness life force. Even Goku could only borrow it, unable to absorb it for training. The Kai, the creator of the spirit bomb, found it exceedingly challenging to utilize such a potent technique. While he could manage it, the success rate was far from guaranteed. It was worth noting that Trunks, too, could perceive what Krillin and the others sensed, yet he was fearful and unwilling to take the risk. What if it were merely a fade? After all, Dr. Gero was capable of creating androids even more powerful than Super Saiyans. Thus, it is not inconceivable that he could also disguise one's energy signature. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Vegeta, consumed by rage, had already set off in pursuit of Android 17 and his companions. Trunks and the others, fearing that Vegeta's impulsiveness might lead to recklessness, promptly ceased their discussion and followed closely behind. As for Mu and the others, upon exiting the underground laboratory, they took flight immediately, heading towards Goku. Although Mo Yuan's combat prowess is not particularly formidable, he is still capable of flight. However, once he emerged, number 18 continued to hold him closely in her embrace. Took great pleasure in being embraced by the 18th. One was eager to embrace, while the other delighted in being embraced. Though the two remained silent throughout their journey, an atmosphere of subtlety and unexpected harmony enveloped them. The 17th, soaring at the forefront, suddenly descended. The 18th and the 16th followed suit, and moments later, the trio alighted upon the road below. Surrounded by verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters, the refreshing air and melodious chirping of birds instilled a sense of tranquility. The 16th, gazing at the enchanting surroundings, could not help but break into a warm and amiable smile. 17th, why the sudden descent? Inquired the 18th. The 17th replied leisurely. What joy is there in merely traveling? Let us indulge in merriment as we make our way. His languid demeanor suggested a carefree spirit, as if he were embarking on a spring outing. Are you suggesting we walk? We could drive. Soon enough, vehicles will traverse this road, and we could hitch a ride. Remarked the 18th. Men often engage in trivial pursuits. It is surprising that you still possess a shred of humanity. Despite her words, the 18th did not dismiss the 17th's proposal, for such trivial matters were of little concern to her. The group stood in the middle of the road, awaiting a passing vehicle. Suddenly, a formidable presence approached them at an alarming speed, unabashed and overwhelming. Before long, a figure, radiant in golden light, descended near them, raised his head in the embrace of the 18th, gazing upon the newcomer and sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. A feeling of admiration welled up within him. It is their loss that the Golden Arches did not choose you as their spokesperson. Observing Vegeta's hairstyle, particularly when he transformed into a super scion, with its resplendent golden glow, left him in awe. Contemplated addressing him. Might I have a spicy McChicken burger, please? Chapter 8. Vegeta vs. Android 17. I never anticipated you would still be lingering here. Quite unexpected, Vegeta remarked, having emerged from the depths only to find their presence elusive. The artificial beings emitted no energy, and with Android 18 cradling, his own energy was effectively concealed, leaving Vegeta floundering like a headless fly in search of them. To his surprise, he ultimately discovered them near the laboratory. You seem to exude a different aura than before, he noted. It was not merely the aura. His tone was nonchalant. Yet his countenance bore an unmistakable declaration. I am about to display my prowess. Cradled securely in the embrace of Android 18, felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Turning back to observe Vegeta's impending display of bravado with keen interest. I ask you, what are your plans now? Vegeta inquired, his voice commanding. We intend to confront Goku. Our sole objective is to eliminate him, Android 18 stated unabashedly, indifferent to the revelation of their intentions. As I suspected, yet you shall not meet him, for you will perish at my hands first. Thus began the spectacle. Vegeta was poised to showcase his might. Could hardly bear to witness the unfolding scene. The audacious Vegeta, in a moment, would experience a devastating defeat. Android 17 and 18 exchanged knowing smiles. Is it amusing? The only time for laughter is now. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the immense power coursing within Vegeta swelled his pride to an extreme, leading him to believe himself invincible. He regarded the androids with utter disdain, convinced he alone could annihilate them all. It seems that excessive arrogance is a trait of the Saiyans. Goku is similarly afflicted, often playing the hero despite his shortcomings, which seldom ends well. Arrogance, lack of ability, and false bravado rarely lead to longevity. The words of 17 struck like daggers at Vegeta's pride. Each utterance ignited his fury. Vegeta's golden aura surged, exuding an increasingly terrifying presence. Enraged, he clenched his jaw, the tension visibly causing veins to bulge on his forehead. My goodness, two individuals have entered the Golden Arches. The phrase Golden Arches lodged firmly in his mind. Silence, Vegeta bellowed. How dare you, a mere puppet, spout such nonsense? I shall ensure you all meet a gruesome end. Who shall be the first to perish? Vegeta's fury erupted as he raged at them. A wretched brat? That woman with the child? Or perhaps the towering figure? Should I send you all to the afterlife in one breath? Yet, the only response to Vegeta's wrath was the light laughter of 17 and 18. How amusing, 18 remarked casually. What did you say? The calmness in 18's voice made Vegeta feel like a capering clown. However, she ignored him and turned to 16, saying, 16. I wish to see your strength. Handle him. 16's face revealed no emotion. I refuse. Both 17 and 18 were taken aback by 16's unexpected rejection, momentarily stunned. This fellow is quite astute. He has been intimidated by my power. The naive Vegeta felt a sense of misplaced pride. Little did he know, should the battle commence in earnest, he would likely last no more than 2 minutes. According to the original narrative, it would not be long before 18 personally engaged and unleashed a brutal assault on Vegeta. Mo Yuan was prepared to depart from this gentle sanctuary. However, the 18th figure cast a glance towards the 17th. The 17th returned the gaze, first at the 18th and then at Mo Yuan cradled in her arms. Ah, understood. My twin sister has always had an affinity for adorable things, a passion that has remained even after her transformation into an artificial being. At this moment, it was clear she wished to remain undisturbed. Thus, it fell upon me, her younger brother, to address this minor inconvenience. The 17th stepped outside. In the face of the formidable Vegeta, The 17th remained as tranquil as a still pond, exuding not a hint of presence. If Vegeta were to close his eyes, he would scarcely perceive the individual before him. The 17th beckoned Vegeta with a casual motion of her finger. Witnessing this dismissive demeanor, Vegeta's fury ignited, his eyes shimmering with a green glow. Throughout the day, he had either been overlooked or was on the verge of being disregarded. The pent-up anger within him had long surpassed its limit. The gesture from the 17th acted as a fuse, igniting Vegeta's inner bomb. Die. Enraged, Vegeta could no longer endure such humiliation. His golden aura blazed fiercely as he transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards the 17th. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared beside her, launching a powerful kick aimed at her head. Thud! The 17th effortlessly raised her right arm, nonchalantly blocking Vegeta's strike. The collision resonating with a dull thud. Vegeta's pupils constricted. Although he had not unleashed his full strength, perhaps only 70%, it had been so easily thwarted. Yet, rather than panic, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. If his opponent were too weak, a victory would hold little satisfaction. The Saiyan's martial spirit was vividly embodied in Vegeta. With a swift turn in midair, Vegeta planted his hands on the ground and propelled himself towards the 17th's abdomen with a powerful kick. The 17th reacted promptly, intercepting his foot and using the force to soar into the air. Vegeta quickly pushed off the ground, rapidly closing the distance to the 17th. His speed was such that his figure was nearly imperceptible, leaving only a golden trail streaking towards the heavens. Sensing the formidable strength radiating from Vegeta, the 17th's lips curled into a slight smile. Vegeta's prowess far exceeded the data provided by Dr. Gero. How intriguing! The figure of Android 17 swiftly vanished into the air, engaging in a fierce struggle with Vegeta. In an instant, the sky and the earth transformed into their battlefield. A golden beam of light intertwined with a dark silhouette, ceaselessly darting across the heavens and the ground, colliding with relentless ferocity. Each collision resonated with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air, causing invisible ripples to cascade outward. The clouds above were torn to shreds, trees on the ground snapped in half, and even the sturdy, cemented earth was marred by a spiderweb of cracks. Concerned for the safety of Mo Yuan, Android 18 conjured a protective green shield around them. Although Vegeta's strength exceeded the data provided by Dr. Gero, even rivaling that of Android 18, she remained unfazed. After all, they were androids endowed with limitless energy and stamina. No matter how powerful Vegeta might be, he would eventually tire, whereas they could maintain their peak condition indefinitely. Moreover, her brother, Android 17, was significantly stronger than she. Meanwhile, cradled in Android 18's embrace, Mo Yuan was astonished to discover that the rapid movements of Vegeta and Android 17, which were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, were laid bare before his inner vision, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. He observed their every maneuver with crystal clarity, and most importantly, he committed their techniques to memory, assimilating them into his own combat experience. Closed his eyes, absorbing the invaluable combat experience like a sponge. Chapter 9. Allow me to demonstrate a rapid performance. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed. Although he initially did not exert his full strength, only utilizing half of his power. With time passing, he now found himself using 80% of his strength. Yet, number 17 remained as composed as he had been at the outset, effortlessly countering his assaults. Is he truly stronger than I? Impossible. I am the universe's mightiest Super Saiyan. I cannot be bested by this mere puppet. Ah, with a furious roar, Vegeta's muscles tightened, and his aura surged to its maximum. Grasping one of 17's hands, he yanked forcefully, then formed his hands into a hammer shape and struck down vehemently onto 17's back. Boom! Number 17 plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact. Vegeta concentrated his energy into two spheres and unleashed a complete royal combat technique in the direction of 17's descent. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted, deafening the surroundings. The trees around 17 were obliterated, while those farther away were snapped in half by the shockwaves. In the midst of a once lush forest, a barren wasteland emerged. Forest, thanks to Tony Vegeta for trimming the Mediterranean hairstyle. My gratitude extends to your entire family. Unbeknownst to them, Trunks and the others had arrived, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Is it resolved? Trunks, feeling Vegeta's formidable energy, was utterly shocked. If he possessed strength akin to Vegeta's, he could certainly confront the androids, number 17 and 18, from the future. However, unable to sense the android's energy, he could not ascertain whether 17 had been defeated. Nevertheless, Trunks noticed 18's expression. Instead of fear, a smirk adorned her lips. A sudden chill ran through him as he shouted to Vegeta, "Father, be careful." No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta saw a shadow flickering through the smoke. Huh. Cough, cough. Number 17 emerged unscathed from the haze, using high-speed movement to appear before Vegeta, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. The impact left Vegeta feeling as though his insides had been turned to mush, and he involuntarily spat blood. Clutching his abdomen, he bent over like a shrimp, his golden aura flickering precariously, almost unable to maintain the levitation technique. He teetered precariously in midair, seeing Vegeta on the verge of falling. Number 17 seized his hair with a swift motion. Huh. Number 17 remained silent, merely exhaling softly. Yet, to Vegeta's ears, that single sound was more grating than any insult. It utterly trampled upon his pride and self-esteem, grinding them into the dust. Unforgivable. The humiliation within him morphed into a tempest of rage, and Vegeta felt a certain restraint within him begin to loosen. A surge of warmth coursed through his back, igniting the once dwindling golden aura around him with renewed vigor, now even more potent than before. The explosive energy instantaneously propelled number 17 away, and Vegeta, having broken free, charged towards him with relentless determination. He had forgotten his wounds. Disregarding the excruciating pain, his sole objective now was to annihilate number 17. His fists, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into lethal weapons, striking at number 17 like a tempest. Vegeta's base combat power stood at 10 million, but upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he enjoyed a 50-fold increase, elevating his power to 500 million. Now, although his base power had not changed, his Super Saiyan transformation had ascended from 50 times to 55 times, resulting in a combat strength of 550 million. Oh, it seems I have grown somewhat stronger. Number 17, sensing the force behind Vegeta's strikes, felt a hint of surprise. However, he did not regard it with much concern, for this degree of strength was insufficient to harm him. If translated into combat power, number 17's strength soared to a staggering 700 million. Vegeta and number 17 clashed head-on. Despite Vegeta's slight increase in power, he remained far inferior to 17, with each of his attacks deftly parried. How infuriating! To be so overwhelmingly strong. Vegeta exerted all his might, yet each strike yielded no results. He was acutely aware that he was still outmatched by number 17. However, the pride of a Saiyan would not permit him to concede, even unto death. Number 17, growing weary of the skirmish, unleashed his full potential. With boundless stamina and energy, he continued to operate at peak performance. Under the relentless assault of number 17's full power, Vegeta found himself steadily retreating. In a short time, he was left battered and bruised, his battle attire in tatters, though his trousers remained intact. Trunks watched in stunned disbelief. He had never anticipated the sheer terror of the android's strength. With the power Vegeta had displayed later, he could have easily vanquished the androids from his future timeline. Yet, in this reality, he was utterly overpowered by these creations. Could such formidable androids truly be resisted? Trunks murmured to himself, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as doubt crept in regarding his own abilities. The battlefield was a tempest of chaos, and Krillin and the others could hardly fathom that the once formidable Vegeta was now being beaten like a lifeless dog. Despite his trepidation, witnessing Vegeta's dire straits compelled Trunks to take action. He unsheathed the long sword from his back, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. With sword in hand, he charged toward Android 17, determined to rescue Vegeta. Are you not going to assist? Android 18 pondered for a moment, glancing at Android 16. However, Android 16 remained utterly indifferent. Aware that persuading him to intervene was futile, Android 18 let out a quiet sigh, reluctantly entrusting Moya to Android 16. Take good care of him. Mo Yuan found himself somewhat perplexed. Previously, he sensed that number 18 held a certain disdain for him. Now, however, it seemed as if she was reluctant to part from him. Sister, please take care of yourself, he called out to her retreating figure. Upon hearing his words, number 18 paused, and a radiant smile broke through her previously cold demeanor, akin to a flower blooming in the snow, captivating and impossible to divert one's gaze from. Meanwhile, Krillin, who had been quietly observing her, felt his own head heat up, his heart racing uncontrollably. With a singular thought occupying his mind, how could such a lovely girl possibly be malevolent? Surely Trunks must have been mistaken. After number 18 departed, Mo Yuan alighted upon number 16's shoulder. It was peculiar, despite being a pure robot. Number 16's exterior was not frigid, but rather possessed a warmth akin to that of a human. Mo Yuan was quite familiar with number 16. This seemingly formidable giant was, in truth, a gentle soul. Had it not been for Dr. Gero's programming compelling him to eliminate Son Goku, he might never have entertained thoughts of violence throughout his existence. Number 16 regarded Mo Yuan's presence with indifference, his gentle gaze fixed on the distant birds, a benevolent smile gracing his rugged visage. Thus, one observed the distant avians while the other watched the aerial battle, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Due to the considerable distance, which exceeded Mo Yuan's perceptive range, he could only rely on his instincts and sight to sense the ongoing conflict. The skirmish did not last long. Vegeta had already sustained numerous injuries at the hands of number 17, barely managing to exhibit half of his strength. As for Trunks, his power level was a mere 400 million, utterly outmatched by number 18, who possessed 500 million in combat prowess, coupled with boundless stamina and energy, rendering him virtually powerless. Within a span of fewer than 5 minutes, Vegeta and Trunks performed a rapid demonstration of defeat. On the ground, Piccolo's face turned pale with fear. Yet despite his trepidation, he and Tien rushed to assist as soon as they witnessed Vegeta and Trunks being vanquished, leaving Krillin paralyzed with fright, lacking the courage even to intervene. Chapter 10. The proud number 18. How could they be defeated so swiftly? Just moments ago, Piccolo and Tien had charged in to help, only to be felled within a minute by the combined might of number 17 and number 18. The battlefield was left with only the two of them standing, while all others lay defeated on the ground. Krillin gazed at the incapacitated individuals, filled with a mix of astonishment and dread. These were nearly the strongest beings on Earth. Was there truly no hope left for the planet? The emotion of fear lingered in Krillin's heart, causing an overwhelming chill to envelop his body, which involuntarily trembled as cold sweat drenched his garments. Suddenly, Android 17 and Android 18 turned their gazes towards him. In that moment, Krillin felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast from the wild, a bone-chilling dread coursing down his spine. He stumbled back a couple of steps, attempting to evade their penetrating stares. Android 17 shot towards Krillin, while Android 18 merely cast a casual glance in his direction before veering off in another direction. As he noticed Android 17 approaching, Krillin was gripped by the fear of impending doom. Even a Super Saiyan could barely withstand a few exchanges, and he, a mere Earthling, was utterly at a loss. Observing Krillin's demeanor, Android 17 found no interest in engaging him in battle. Do not worry, they are all still alive. Hurry and give them some sins of beans. That way, they can recover swiftly, Android 17 remarked. Krillin was taken aback by this revelation. Everyone was indeed alive. He suddenly perceived that these androids might not be as malevolent as he had previously thought. Once you improve your skills a bit, you are always welcome to challenge us again. With that, Android 17 departed, leaving Krillin in a state of bewilderment. After Android 18 returned, she stood beside Android 16, her gaze fixed intently on the dark abyss. Mo Yuan felt a chill run down his spine under the piercing gaze of number 18. He couldn't shake the sensation that there was a hint of resentment in those eyes. Mo Yuan felt compelled to express his sentiments towards his thigh. Thus he beamed a sweet smile at number 18. Sister, you have returned. Were you hurt? No. They are not capable of injuring me, she replied confidently. Number 18's gaze remained fixed on Mo Yuan, her expression suggesting a hint of suspicion. Could it be? A whimsical thought suddenly emerged in Mo Yuan's mind. Never mind, let us give it a try. Under such a scrutinizing gaze, one might feel utterly foolish. Thus, Mo Yuan opened his arms and, in a childlike voice, implored number 18, Sister, I wish to be embraced. At his words, number 18 immediately took flight, as number 16 was quite tall, and Mo Yuan was perched upon no. 16's shoulder, lifting Mo Yuan off the shoulder with ease. While cradling him, she pouted slightly, expressing her disdain. Humph, little ones are such a bother. Ma Yuan, woman. You cannot hide from my discerning gaze. Thus, is this what they called Sundara? Under the watchful eye of Mo Yuan, the demeanor of number 18 is laid bare. Though her lips utter complaints, her eyes betray a glimmer of joy and contentment. Woman has thoroughly seen through number 18, recognizing her as a mere little Sundara. Under the impression that, being cradled in someone's arms, could not see her expressions, number 18 revealed a smug smile. Number 16, bewildered, observed number 18, finding her peculiar. Alternating between disdain and delight. Noticing number 16's gaze, number 18 shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, this woman is troubled. Number 16 silently diverted his attention, gazing at the distant birds, his expression softening. Ah, how delightful are the little creatures. Before long, number 17 approached. It seemed that few vehicles passed through this area. Let us venture to a more lively place. The group unanimously agreed with number 17's suggestion. They swiftly took to the skies, leaving Krillin standing dumbfounded, watching their receding figures. It was only after they vanished into the horizon that Krillin snapped back to reality. Right. I must go save everyone. Finally recalling those who had been knocked unconscious, Krillin hastily leaped into the deep valley created by the aftermath of the battle. He took out the Senzu beans, administering them one by one. Krillin hesitated briefly about whether to give a Senzu bean to Vegeta, but ultimately decided to do so. Although Vegeta was exceedingly arrogant and somewhat of a loner, he remained one of the strongest fighters on Earth. His survival would be of significant aid against the androids. As the others consumed the Senzu beans, their injuries miraculously healed, as if the wounds had merely been an illusion. Trunks, looking at the broken sword beside him, wore a grave expression. This sword had accompanied him through countless battles, having even cleaved Frieza in two. Despite enduring many years of conflict against the androids in the future timeline, the sword had remained intact. Yet today, after merely one swing, it had shattered. The androids of this timeline were overwhelmingly powerful, weighing heavily on Trunks' chest like a colossal stone, making it hard for him to breathe. Once everyone had recovered, Krillin recounted the events that transpired while they were unconscious. What? They were aware of our possession of Senzu beans? Upon hearing that the androids knew about the beans, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green from fear. Knowing the efficacy of the Senzu beans and yet refraining from killing them, were the androids fearless or simply overconfident? If it were merely their arrogance, it would be tolerable. What truly unnerves Piccolo is the possibility that they possess hidden trump cards. The thought that such formidable androids might conceal additional powers sends a chill down his spine. In that moment, he silently resolves to take action. As Vegeta listens to their discussion about the android's overwhelming strength, his irritation grows with each word. The echoes of his past declarations resound in his mind, each one striking him like a stinging slap to the face. At this instant, Vegeta's pride and self-esteem appear to be nothing more than a farce. In a fit of rage, he unleashes a powerful aura that sweeps up countless grains of sand. With a swift motion, he transforms into a beam of light, vanishing into the horizon. He is determined to grow stronger, to the point where he can eradicate these androids and reclaim his dignity and pride. Moreover, during this battle, he has glimpsed the hope of surpassing even the Super Saiyan level. He is confident that it will not be long before he reaches a strength that renders him untouchable. Observing Vegeta's departure, Trunks feels an urge to follow, but Piccolo restrains him. Trunks, do not pursue him. Allow him some solitude. Trunks turns to Piccolo, who calmly explains. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan, reclaiming his former absolute pride and dignity. Yet today he was easily defeated by the androids. This must have dealt him a significant blow. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Trunks finds himself calming down. Indeed, as his mother said, his father, a man of such pride, would undoubtedly be deeply affected by this crushing defeat. It is best to let him gather his thoughts alone. Chapter 11. A name. After leisurely soaring through the skies for over 10 minutes, the group finally spots a vehicle in the desolate wilderness. It is a small truck, perfectly suited to accommodate number 16. A standard sedan would be inadequate for his size. The vehicle's owner is inside a nearby convenience store, purchasing supplies. Following a friendly exchange, the owner graciously agrees to lend them the truck, without demanding its return. In gratitude, number 16 kindly assists in unloading the cargo from the vehicle, moving the owner to tears. After their departure, concerned for their safety in the remote area, the owner even calls the authorities to ensure they do not lose their way. Such kindness is truly heartwarming. After bidding farewell to their benevolent benefactor, they embark on their quest to locate Goku. Inside the vehicle, number 17 takes the wheel while number 18 cradles Meiyuan in the passenger seat. Due to his considerable size, number 16 must remain in the truck's rear compartment. With no distractions, number 17 finally begins to inquire about Meiyuan's origins. Hey, kid, tell us about your background. First and foremost, I am not addressed as hey. I am called. As soon as the words left my lips, notice that everyone around him was gazing at him in astonishment. Even the driver, number 17, had diverted his attention from the road. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Mo Yuan found himself somewhat perplexed. After all, it was merely a name. Was it not? What was all the fuss about? Yet, it was indeed a matter of concern. Consequently, artificial beings are devoid of names, bearing only numerical designations. Even Dr. Gero, once transformed into an artificial being, assigned himself the designation of android number 20. 18 gazed curiously at Mo Yuan. Yet you, on the other hand, possess a legitimate name. Mo Yuan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. In fact, I chose my name myself. Perhaps Dr. Gero deemed the success rate of my creation to be too low, which is why I have yet to be assigned a number. A low success rate? I recall you mentioning that you are neither a robot nor a cyborg modified by humans. So how exactly did you come into existence? I was conceived through the fusion of the cells of martial arts masters from Earth and the cells of cosmic beings. Hence I am neither a robot nor an artificial being altered from an ordinary human, divulged his origins to the three of them, albeit without revealing every detail. He refrained from disclosing matters such as the assimilation of entities 17 and 18 to achieve his complete form, or the enhancement of his own power through the absorption of humans. Such revelations were unnecessary burdens, for he had never contemplated absorbing humans, let alone them. Thus, was your creation solely for the purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong? Mo Yuan nodded, affirming his thoughts. However, deep within, he was far from prepared to confront Sun Wukong. Beyond his reluctance, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and strength. He was uncertain about the calculation of combat power. Yet he could distinctly sense that his own energy was merely a fraction, approximately 1/10, of Vegeta's normal state. Such meager power would be insufficient to contend even with Piccolo, let alone attempt to vanquish Sun Wukong. It was akin to searching for filth with a lantern in a privy. Furthermore, an ominous threat loomed large, Cell. At present, Cell's whereabouts were shrouded in mystery. According to the original narrative, he would soon emerge to wreak havoc, consuming lives indiscriminately. His ultimate objective was the absorption of androids 17 and 18. Without assimilating them, Cell's evolution into his perfect form would surely prove to be a formidable challenge. An unevolved Cell posed little threat. In line with the original storyline, not only did he need to guard against Cell, but also against Vegeta. After all, it was Vegeta's actions that led to Android 18's absorption by Cell, resulting in a poignant display of paternal affection between Trunks and his father. Ultimately, the outcome was quite favorable, as Vegeta ascended once more to the status of Super Saiyan. Mo Yuan found himself perplexed. How was it that Vegeta, every time he grew stronger, ended up with a slap in the face? It could be said that Vegeta's entire existence was characterized by his reckless pursuits. His audacity led him to strength, yet with every increase in power, he remained unscathed by the inevitable consequences of his hubris. In the realm of being humbled by the sun, Mo Yuan would dare to declare Vegeta as the strongest. Nevertheless, despite being consistently thwarted, Mo Yuan was acutely aware that it would not be long before Vegeta would once again ascend to new heights. At that juncture, even androids 17 and 18 would be no match for him, let alone the matured Cell. Thus, Mo Yuan resolved to cultivate his own strength. As long as Cell existed, there would be no escaping confrontation. Cell would undoubtedly pursue androids 17 and 18 relentlessly. Even if Cell were to be vanquished now, Vegeta would seek to settle the score. Having lost face in front of them, time was of the essence, for within a few days, Vegeta would return. Contemplating this, Mo Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The only place that could facilitate his rapid enhancement of strength was now clear. Lost in thought, he was suddenly met with a gentle hand that smoothed the furrow of his brow, the calm tone imbued with a hint of concern. Mo Yuan shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." It was not that he was unwilling to converse with them. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly disclose, "The future version of myself will come to absorb you." Could he? By the way, dear sister, I recall you mentioning that you were transformed from humans into androids by Dr. Gero, correct? Hastily shifted the topic. Do you still remember your former names? Upon hearing's inquiry, a flicker of hatred flashed in the eyes of number 18, quickly transforming into profound sorrow. She reminisced about the years gone by. Once, she and number 17 were mere inhabitants of a village on the outskirts of North City. However, everything changed from that fateful day. On that day, Dr. Gero, accompanied by several artificial beings, invaded their tranquil village. In the face of the formidable androids, their firearms proved utterly ineffective. With no means to resist, they could only succumb to their fate. Within a mere half hour, they were all captured by Dr. Gero, with not a single soul managing to escape. What followed was a descent into a hellish existence. Dr. Jarrow commenced his inhumane experiments on human subjects. Number 17 and number 18 bore witness as their beloved friends and family fell victim to his cruel machinations. They watched helplessly as their parents knelt before Dr. Jarrow, pleading for cooperation in the experiments, desperate to ensure the safety of their children. Yet, Dr. Jarrow had no need for their compliance. The androids swiftly rendered their parents unconscious before dragging them away. From that moment onward, they never laid eyes on their parents again. They understood all too well that failed test subjects would be disposed of by Dr. Jarrow, leaving no trace behind. Hatred, when harbored for too long, does not fade but rather intensifies. The gravest error Dr. Jarrow committed was to focus their enhancements solely on augmenting strength, resulting in a deficiency in control. Retaining their past memories, once transformed into powerful artificial beings, what number 17 and number 18 yearned for most was not to fulfill Dr. Jarrow's bidding to eliminate Sun Wukong, but rather to exact vengeance upon the man who had wrought such suffering upon their family. Mo Yuan suddenly sensed a palpable heaviness enveloping the atmosphere within the vehicle, regretting his inquiry. Clearly, his question had evoked some unpleasant memories for both individuals, number 17 and number 18. A profound silence descended upon the car. After a while, number 18 let out a sigh, her expression gradually softening as if she had relinquished a burden. "I am Lazuli," she declared. Upon hearing her words, number 17 relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. Letting go, perhaps it was indeed time to move on. "I am Lapis," he introduced himself. Seated in the back, number 16 wore a benevolent smile. Chapter 12, The Time Machine and the Eggshell. Uttering their names signified that number 17 and number 18 had irrevocably laid the past to rest. Henceforth, there would no longer be artificial humans 17 and 18, but rather merely the twin siblings, Sister Lazari and Brother Lapis. Although they had moved on, it did not imply that they had abandoned their quest to find Sun Wukong. Dr. Jarrow had transformed them into artificial beings with the intention of eliminating Sun Wukong, thus they harbored a lingering resentment towards him. Even if they did not intend to slay Sun Wukong, they felt compelled to deliver a sound thrashing. Such were the thoughts of Lazari and Lapis as they leisurely drove towards Sun Wukong's abode. Meanwhile, Krillin and Trunks arrived by airplane at Sun Wukong's residence, ready to escort the ailing Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi to Master Roshi's, to safeguard Sun Wukong from the threat posed by the artificial beings. Sun Wukong served as a beacon of hope for them all. As long as he remained alive, they felt a sense of optimism. Even Bulma from the future shared this sentiment, for in comparison to Vegeta, Sun Wukong was infinitely more dependable. On the airplane, Krillin contacted Bulma to relay the events of the day, only to learn from her that an abandoned time machine had been discovered in the western suburbs. Upon viewing the photographs sent by Bulma, Trunks was taken aback. The machine, overgrown with weeds, was none other than the very time machine he had once piloted. Yet, his own time machine was securely miniaturized within a capsule on his person. Moreover, it was inconceivable that the future timeline could yield two time machines amidst the rampant destruction wrought by the artificial beings. The creation of a single time machine had already exhausted all resources. The time machine depicted in the photograph was unmistakably his, a fact he could not misidentify. At that moment, Trunks felt a profound realization that this timeline might diverge entirely from the history he knew. From the strength of the artificial beings to the emergence of number 16 and the subterranean laboratories creations, this timeline harbored far too many unknowns. These uncertainties weighed heavily upon his chest, nearly suffocating him. He resolved to investigate the machine personally. After inquiring about its precise location, Trunks, Gohan, and Bulma arranged to meet there. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, they reconvened in the western suburbs. Gazing upon the time machine before him, Trunks was nearly certain that it was indeed the one he had piloted, for inscribed upon it were the letters Hope, penned by his own hand. Regardless of its location or the handwriting, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the time machine he possessed. However, the condition of this machine suggested it had been abandoned for a considerable duration. If Trunks' future timeline contained but a single time machine, then this one could only belong to an alternate reality. What of the alternate versions of himself? A sudden chill coursed down Trunks' spine. Moreover, the gaping hole at the top of the machine was certainly not a result of his own doing. This machine represented the hope of their timeline. He would agonize for ages over even the slightest scratch, and there was no way he would ever deface it. Who, then, had traversed to this timeline using this machine? An android? Or perhaps someone else? The more he pondered, the more his body trembled with trepidation. To validate his suspicions, Trunks activated the machine. Inside, he discovered two purple, hemispherical objects, the nature of which eluded him. What could these be? They certainly did not resemble coconut shells. Gohan regarded the objects with curiosity. What are these? Show me. Bulma's intrigue was equally piqued. Gohan handed the objects to Bulma, saying, "Take a look." Bulma examined the items closely, turning them over in her hands. "I see. These must be the shells of some kind of creature's egg." Egg shells? Yet, I have never encountered such a shell before. Growing up on the Capsule Corporation mountain, Gohan had seen a plethora of bizarre animal eggs, but this particular type was entirely unfamiliar to him. Suddenly, a thought seemed to dawn upon them. They simultaneously gazed at the damaged opening of the time machine. The edges of the hole bore remnants of a purple substance, identical in hue to that of the egg shells. Gohan's expression grew grave. Indeed, it's possible that the entity responsible for creating that hole emerged from one of these eggs. Trunks hastily inspected the machine, searching for any useful information. The residual energy was nearly non-existent. The time machine was almost entirely depleted of power, barely able to display the time. After a moment's wait, the machine finally revealed the time. The year was 788, 3 years slower than my future. How could this be? Trunks gazed incredulously at the time displayed on the machine. This was the future, 3 years after his departure. If this were indeed the case, then his previous conjectures had been validated. A third timeline had indeed intruded. Trunks checked the machine once more to confirm the time in this particular timeline. As he scrutinized the time machine's readings, a sense of trepidation began to envelop him. Approximately 4 years prior, this individual had arrived a year earlier than Trunks had during his last visit. Who is this person? Why have they come here? Could it be that the myriad alterations in history are all orchestrated by them? Moreover, after such an extended period, why had they not shown themselves? What transpired in this third timeline? What had become of his counterpart in that reality? Would he encounter similar circumstances 3 years hence in his own timeline? Fear stemmed from the unknown, like darkness enveloping Trunks. Suddenly, Gohan noticed something peculiar behind a nearby rock. "What's wrong?" Bulma inquired. "It's nothing. I'm just pondering what that object could be." Gohan walked towards the strange item. "What is it? Where?" Upon seeing the object, Gohan was taken aback. Shouting to Trunks and Bulma, "Come quickly and take a look." "What have you found, Gohan?" "Look at that thing." Gohan pointed at the peculiar object. Trunks and Bulma followed his gaze and were equally startled, unable to suppress their exclamations. It was an object measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, resembling the shape of some sort of insect. Initially, they assumed it was the carcass of a creature. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was not a corpse, but rather a shell that some creature had shed. "A shell? Are there cicadas of this size around here?" Bulma remarked, astonished. "Not just around here. The entire Earth may not yield such a large cicada. There can't be cicadas of that size." Trunks interjected, nodding in agreement. "It's likely the shell of a creature that emerged from the egg of the time machine." Gohan added, "Yes, that creature must have shed this shell after growing." "What does this mean? What creature could have shed this shell?" Bulma queried. Gohan replied, "No one knows, as no one has ever seen it." "How did this come to be? Is it possible that someone in the future placed the egg in the time machine to arrive here? Or did someone accompany the egg to this place? I truly cannot comprehend which scenario it could be." Trunks gazed at the shell with profound perplexity. He extended his hand into its depths, only to be met with a viscous sensation that compelled him to withdraw swiftly. To his dismay, his hand was now coated in a purplish slime. This empty shell had only recently been shed. The Supreme Being observed the unfolding scene and finally comprehended the source of his unease over the past 4 years. He resolved to merge with Piccolo. Chapter 13. The Division of Forces. Apologies, esteemed listeners. We interrupt our broadcast for an urgent announcement. We return to the previously reported news. An hour ago, the city of Jianga, located in the western outskirts, which had been devoid of any communication, has now yielded a report following an investigative team's arrival. It is said that the local inhabitants vanished in an instant, leaving the city resembling a ghost town, devoid of life. In the vehicle, Ma Yuan listened intently to the news report, understanding that time was of the essence. Cell had made his appearance, and there was little time left. If they did not grow stronger, they would only face being absorbed by Cell, serving as nourishment for his evolution into a perfect form. "Sister, would you accompany me in my training? I yearn to grow stronger." "Training? Why do you harbor such thoughts? No one in this world stands a chance against us," replied Lapus dismissively before Lazuli could speak. In Lapus's mind, they were invincible. Neither Son Goku nor Vegeta could rival his prowess. With such formidable strength within him, why would he need to train? It sufficed to follow him in his exploits. Xiaoku, cough. Ma Yuan, why the sudden desire for strength? Lazuli inquired softly. As you are aware, I possess the cells of Son Goku and Vegeta, both of whom are scions. Vegeta's transformation into a golden state today is a manifestation of their race's metamorphic ability, known as Super Saiyan, Mo Yuan stated earnestly. Oh, that sounds rather extravagant, Lappa scoffed. So what if one can transform? After the transformation, are they not still left battered and bruised by me? Do not underestimate the Saiyan transformation. Upon becoming a Super Saiyan, one's combat power can increase 50-fold. 50-fold? Lazuli and Lapus expressed mild astonishment, nodded and said, indeed, 50 times. Therefore, if they can slightly enhance their base combat power, they could defeat you by transforming into Super Saiyans. The most crucial aspect is that Saiyans possess a unique trait. Every time they recover from the brink of death, their combat power significantly increases. Although Vegeta was not brought to the edge of death this time, he sustained considerable injuries from your battle. Once he recuperates and trains for a while, his combat power will undoubtedly improve, making the outcome of your next encounter uncertain. Rappies, observing the grave expression on his face, suddenly recalled the earlier battle with Vegeta, during which Vegeta's combat power had noticeably surged, although he still couldn't surpass Rappies. If he were to experience a few more such enhancements, Rappies might find himself outmatched. Is what you say truly accurate? Rappies inquired earnestly. He had already begun to believe it, as had no reason to deceive him. Seeing that his words had resonated with Rappies, decided to intensify his assertions. Indeed, moreover, I can sense that within the Saiyan cells lies an even more terrifying power waiting to be unleashed. Super Saiyan is far from the pinnacle of their potential. They possess deeper transformations yet to be discovered. At that point, it may not merely be a 50-fold increase in base combat power. It could soar to 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Imagine, with just a single point of combat power enhancement, a transformation could yield an increase of 50 points. This equates to a training speed 50 times that of others. If deeper transformations are realized, their training speed could escalate to hundreds or even thousands of times that of their peers. Many believe that Goku and the other Saiyans rely too heavily on transformations, as these forms are not sustainable and their bodies cannot endure prolonged battles. Yet, they fail to consider that the adversaries they face are overwhelmingly powerful. Without relying on transformations, they would stand no chance of survival. In such dire circumstances, endurance becomes irrelevant. The formidable transformations grant them the means to confront and even surpass their formidable foes, ultimately defeating them. Thus, it is not a matter of excessive reliance. Rather, it is a necessity. Given ample time to train, they would not excessively pursue transformations. And what about you? Rappies asked, gazing at. You also possess Saiyan cells. Can you not transform into the Super Saiyan you speak of? Indeed, paused before continuing. But my strength is still far too weak, falling short of the minimum threshold required for transformation. It is essential to understand that the minimum threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan is a battle power of 3 million, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fury. To achieve this transformation seamlessly, without relying on anger, one must possess a baseline battle power significantly exceeding this figure. Therefore, Mo Yuan currently remains rather feeble. Although he is unaware of his precise battle power, he can roughly gauge it to be around 1 million based on the energy emanating from others. A battle power of 1 million, if considered a decade ago, would have been quite commonplace on Earth. However, in the present day, it merely qualifies him as a slightly larger pawn. Lazuli, do you think it is too late for you to cultivate now? Mo Yuan shook his head and remarked, under normal circumstances, it would indeed be too late. However, I am aware of a place where a year of cultivation within its confines equates to merely a day in the outside world. Oh, exclaimed Lazuli, Lapus, and even the ever-composed number 6, all taken aback by the revelation. Is there truly such a wondrous place in existence? Lapus fixed his gaze upon Mo Yuan and inquired, but how do you know this? As artificial beings, none of us are privy to this information, not even that cantankerous old man, Dr. Jero. S eyes flickered with a hint of alarm, yet he quickly found an excuse. I have merged with the cells of Sun Wukong. This I learned from his cellular memory. He once trained here for a month during his youth. Oh, is that so? Lapis regarded with a contemplative gaze. To be candid, he harbored doubts regarding his explanation. However, it mattered little. for he sensed no malevolence emanating from him. Everyone possesses their own secrets, and he had no desire to pry. It sufficed for him to know that meant them no harm. Sister, what do you think? Shall we go together? Mo Yuan gazed at Lazili with hopeful anticipation. Lazili, of course, yearned to spend a year in exclusive company with the adorable one. Yet, she cast a somewhat shy glance at her younger brother. Lapis sighed. You should go with him. He is still too weak. Venturing alone might lead to unforeseen mishaps. As for Sun Wukong, both 16 and I are more than capable. Lapis, well aware of his twin sister's sentiments, relented. All right. I find myself utterly helpless against you. Lazili shrugged her shoulders in exasperation, yet inside. She was already igniting fireworks of excitement, just a note away from singing a jubilant tune of good fortune. Chapter 14. Borrowing. Sister, I can fly on my own. At that moment, Mo Yuan and Lazili had already separated from Lapis and 16, and journeyed to the temple to cultivate within the Spirit Time House. Meanwhile, and continued their advance towards the residence of. Once they had dealt with, they would reconvene at the temple with the others. Upon emerging from the vehicle, found himself once again embraced by, prompting him to offer a modest suggestion. With an expressionless face and a hint of disdain in her tone, remarked, You fly too slowly. Oh, very well. Mo Yuan felt a tinge of melancholy as he buried his head amidst the snowy peaks, seeking solace with a touch of facial cleanser. Lazili playfully toyed with Mo Yuan's tail, a triumphant smile gracing her face. You little rascal, do you still wish to challenge me? Mo Yuan grasped tightly. Lazili offered a reminder, channeling the energy within, and commenced to accelerate. Reluctantly, Mo Yuan lifted his head from the realm of tenderness and spoke to Rajali, Sister, let us first make our way to West City to retrieve something. Without further inquiry, Rajali simply altered their course. A few minutes later, they arrived at Bulma's residence in West City. Their purpose for visiting Bulma was, of course, to acquire the training gravity chamber. After all, Mo Yuan's combat prowess remained insufficiently low to significantly enhance his strength. Relying solely on the tenfold gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber was inadequate. It is worth noting that Sun Wukong could withstand 100-fold gravity with a battle power of 90,000. The hyperbolic time chamber already possessed gravity exceeding 10 times that of Earth, thus utilizing the gravity chamber within would yield effects surpassing that threshold. Mrs. Brief, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of two unfamiliar figures, unusually opened her eyes wide and inquired, Whom do you seek? As beheld the striking blonde beauty before him, he immediately recognized her as Mrs. Brief, the mother of Bulma. Good day, Mrs. Brief. We are here to seek Miss Bulma. Bulma has stepped out for a moment. Is there something you wish to discuss with her? She inquired, her tone warm and inviting. The charming young lad, despite his horns and tail, exuded an undeniable cuteness that instantly captured Mrs. Brief's heart. Observing the affectionate demeanor of Mrs. Brief, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, causing a shiver to traverse Mrs. Brief's spine. How peculiar. It feels a bit chilly, she remarked, rubbing her arms to dispel the goosebumps, her gaze drifting to standing beside. We seek to borrow the gravity chamber from Miss Bulma, stated. The gravity chamber, you say? Mrs. Brief pondered for a moment. I know where it is. I shall have someone fetch it for you. Bulma seems to be preoccupied with something of great importance, and I am uncertain when she shall return. Without delay, Mrs. Brief placed a call. Shortly thereafter, a robot arrived, presenting a small box, the gravity chamber, now reduced to a compact capsule. Mo Yuan never imagined that he would acquire it so effortlessly. He had anticipated a series of coercive negotiations. Are the characters in Dragon Ball truly so naive? Do they believe mere words so readily? Puzzled, Mo Yuan expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Brief before departing with the universal capsule and lazuli. Although he found it perplexing, securing the items was undoubtedly a fortunate outcome. Until absolutely necessary, Mo Yuan had no desire to resort to force against them. Not long after, and departed. Returned piloting an aircraft. Upon entering her home, she was greeted by her mother's visibly shaken demeanor. Mother, what is the matter? What has occurred? Two individuals came looking for you. They sought to borrow the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber? Who were those two? Did you give it to them? I am unaware of their identities, but the girl's attire bore the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. So I handed over the gravity chamber that Vegeta frequently utilizes. What? The Red Ribbon Army? Could they be androids? They did not cause any trouble, did they? Were you harmed? Upon hearing the mention of the Red Ribbon Army, a wave of unease washed over her. She had received alarming news from Vegeta, along with the future Trunks and others like End, were unable to contend with the androids. If those individuals were indeed troublesome, the security robots at her home would stand no chance against the androids. They would likely be reduced to mere scrap metal in an instant. Everything is fine. They took the gravity chamber and left, reassured. In her concern for safety, had hastily surrendered the gravity chamber to prevent any encounter between and the visitors. Otherwise, given charming appearance, might have felt compelled to invite them for a meal. That is a relief. Hearing that all was well at home, felt a sense of relief wash over her. I must quickly inform and the others. The gravity chamber served primarily for training, and the androids possessed such terrifying strength. Their relentless pursuit of improvement was alarming. As reached out to contact, the situation unfolded. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li have arrived near Kalinta. At this moment, within the temple, only Bobo, as dark as a lump of coal, remains. As for Bick, after merging with the deity, he departed the temple in search of the monstrous being that devours humans indiscriminately. Bobo, still mourning the departure of the deity, was taken aback and thrown into a state of panic upon seeing Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li. Many in the past speculated that Bobo might be a concealed, formidable boss. Mo Yuan had once entertained a similar notion. However, upon gazing at the coal-like figure before him, pale with fright, he completely dispelled his former fantasies. Nevertheless, as a model youth of society, he courteously greeted Bobo. "Good day, Mr. Bobo. We would like to request the use of the Spirit Time House." Having been in close proximity to the deity, Bobo was well aware of who Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li were. After all, he and the deity had been covertly observing events within the divine hall. They had witnessed the unfolding events with great clarity. However, their combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Even if they wished to assist, they were powerless to do so. Naturally, Bobo firmly declined Mo Yuan's request. Following this rejection, Lotzi Li silently rolled up her sleeves. After a round of amicable discourse, Bobo was ultimately persuaded, graciously granting them access to the Spirit Time House. Of course, Lotzi Li refrained from using excessive force, though it seemed Bobo might be rendered unconscious for a considerable period. Chapter 15. The Spirit Time House. As the door to the Spirit Time House swung open, Mo Yuan was immediately enveloped by a wave of scorching air. Upon entering, he and Lotzi Li felt their bodies grow heavy. The sensation of tenfold gravity was not merely akin to bearing 10 times 1's weight. The influence of gravity was all-encompassing, affecting not just the surface of their bodies but also their internal organs, penetrating every single cell. This meant that gravity could condition each cell within the body, thereby explaining why cultivation under such conditions yielded remarkable results. This experience was far beyond what mere weight could achieve, as conventional weight training primarily targets superficial muscles and neglects the internal organs, let alone every cell. The environment bore a striking resemblance to Mo Yuan's recollections of the Spirit Time House. 10 times the gravitational pull, temperatures ranging from 50 degrees to negative 40 degrees, and an atmosphere that was but a quarter as dense as that of the surface. The expanse was a blinding white, a tranquil void devoid of day and night. This was not merely a test of physical endurance, but also a trial of mental fortitude. Those with weak wills might find their spirits fracturing, even if their bodies could withstand the strain. Nonetheless, these challenges posed little concern for Mo Yuan. He had no need to worry about the air, for he possessed freesia cells, enabling him to survive in the vacuum of space. The absence of air was inconsequential. The high temperature of 50 degrees posed no immediate threat to him either. As for his mental state, there was even less cause for concern, as he had endured an entire year in an underground laboratory, motionless. Now, at the very least, he was able to move, and moreover, Mo Yuan noticed the storeroom beside him, filled to the brim with provisions. It is worth noting that he had not eaten for an entire year, having previously contemplated indulging in a grand feast upon his release. Yet, opportunities had eluded him until now. At last, he found himself with the time to savor a meal. However, a lack of pressure is not necessarily advantageous. In the realm of cultivation, it proves to be detrimental. True cultivation thrives on the courage to forge ahead against the current. Only under great pressure can one unleash a more formidable strength. Mo Yuan could not help but feel a sense of relief for having ventured to West City to acquire the gravity chamber. Otherwise, relying solely on the environment within this room of spirit and time would hardly present him with any significant challenge. Given the insufficiency of difficulties, he resolved to create obstacles for himself. After a brief acclimatization to tenfold gravity, he found it to be a mere trifle. However, what about 100 times? or even 1,000 times. It is worth noting that the gravity chamber designed by Bulma is capable of generating up to 500 times Earth's gravity. Within the confines of this room of spirit and time, its effects are magnified tenfold, reaching an astounding 5,000 times the gravitational pull of Earth. Could not guarantee that within a year in this temporal training chamber, he could truly cultivate to withstand the gravity of 5,000 times. Beyond this, what delighted him most was the exceedingly high concentration of vital energy within the chamber, surpassing even that of the outside world. It could be said that in this place brimming with vital energy, even if one did not consciously absorb it, the energy would subtly enhance one's physique through the natural rhythms of inhalation and exhalation. If this was indeed the case, it would explain why training under merely 10 times the gravity yielded results unmatched by 500 times in the outside realm, as depicted in the original narrative. Before Gohan entered the training chamber, his combat power was insufficient to transform into a Super Saiyan, having yet to reach the minimal threshold of 3 million. However, after a year of training within the chamber, his combat power surged dramatically, not only achieving the full power state of a Super Saiyan, but even surpassing Goku. Besides his immense potential, the vital energy within the chamber likely played a significant role as well. For the impact was even more profound. Being naturally adept at absorbing vital energy, it was as if he had returned to the ocean, thriving in an environment suited to him. With this abundance of energy, he felt increasingly confident in facing off against Cell and Vegeta. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile of excitement illuminated his face. "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Lotzi asked, puzzled by his exuberance. This peculiar place, with its thin air, tenfold gravity, and oppressive heat, only served to irritate her. Mo Yuan nodded with delight and said, "Indeed, this place is extraordinary. A year from now, I shall undoubtedly become immensely powerful. By the way, sister, you should be able to cultivate as well, shouldn't you?" Mo Yuan suddenly realized that the power of the androids was acquired through modification rather than through personal cultivation. Although the old bird had mentioned that androids could indeed cultivate, he was merely a comic artist with little comprehension of the intricacies of Dragon Ball. Lazily tilting her head in contemplation, Lazili remarked, "I do not know, as I have never engaged in cultivation myself. Being an ordinary human girl, she had no prior exposure to martial arts. The strength she possessed was a result of Dr. Glow's enhancements, although Dr. Glow had implanted some combat-related memories within them. Lazili remained only partially informed about the nuances of cultivation. Let us wait until we finish our meal before we attempt it." Mo Yuan gazed at the storage room beside him, reminiscing about the delectable dishes of his past life. He could hardly suppress the drool threatening to escape his lips. As for eating, Lazili had not tasted a morsel since Dr. Glow transformed her into an artificial being. Her sustenance had been limited to mere sips of water. They no longer required food to sustain their bodily functions. After years of abstaining from meals, she had nearly forgotten the essence of flavor. It was indeed peculiar that Mo Yuan, also an artificial being, harbored such desires for food. However, at that moment, he could no longer contain himself. With his short legs in motion, he dashed toward the storage room. Before long, he emerged, cradling an amount of food larger than his own frame. In his previous life, Mo Yuan, though a landlord with no worries about food or finances, found himself alone after the untimely demise of his parents. Thus, he embarked on a self-taught culinary journey, honing his skills to a remarkable degree. While he may not have reached the heights of master chefs, his abilities far surpassed those of the average person. The energy from Dragon Ball was truly omnipotent. With a mere thought, Mo Yuan conjured a knife from the energy in one hand, while the other transformed energy into flames, skillfully roasting a leg of lamb nearly the same size as himself. The knife in Mo Yuan's hand continued its relentless dance, gliding over the lamb leg, parting the skin and flesh with precision before slathering it with the sauce he had just concocted. As the flames licked the meat, the lamb leg sizzled, releasing tantalizing juices, while the spices he had applied mingled with the aroma of the roasting meat, creating a profound and rich fragrance. This delightful scent gradually permeated the confines of the spirit time house. Although Lazili found it curious that Mo Yuan was engaged in cooking, the moment the sumptuous aroma wafted towards her, her stomach, which had not felt hunger in years, suddenly stirred with an unexpected emptiness. This change brought her immense joy, as she realized that she seemed to have transformed back into a normal human being, capable of feeling hunger and fatigue once more. Skillfully detached the roasted lamb leg from the bone, breaking it down into smaller pieces and placing them in a large basin. He then prepared a selection of vegetables as accompaniments. Once he had finished, he noticed that Lazuli was intently gazing at the food on the table, her eyes betraying a single word: craving. How endearing. Sister, it's time for dinner. Upon hearing's call, Lazuli snapped back to reality, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 16. The Escape of Cell Watt. After merging with the god, Piccolo's combat prowess surged dramatically. Without hesitation, he departed from the temple and ventured to the location within the god's memory where Cell resided. After a masterful performance, Piccolo successfully extracted Cell's origins from him. However, what he learned was profoundly unsettling, even terrifying. Piccolo's face turned pale with fear. For it was not Cell that emerged from the underground laboratory, and according to Cell, he would not emerge for another 24 years. There were only two possibilities. Either Cell had mutated in this timeline, or there existed another underground laboratory. The known laboratory was essentially in ruins, harboring no life aside from that little creature. That creature was unlikely to be Cell, as Cell's aura was a fusion of countless others. In contrast, the little creature's aura was distinct and unfamiliar. Moreover, its tail differed from Cell's, which resembled a syringe. The little creature's tail resembled that of a fish. Cell absorbed humans using his syringe-like tail, drawing them in slowly like sipping water. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the little creature possessed a similar ability, albeit through a different method. Piccolo resolved that once he eliminated Cell, he would also eradicate that little creature along with several other artificial beings. Having extracted the information, Piccolo no longer intended to play along. It was time to deal with this monster. With a fierce shout, Piccolo yanked out the withered arm that Cell had drained. With Piccolo's roar, a brand new arm sprouted from the severed stump. Thank you for providing me with this insight. You were fishing for information? Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. Piccolo's gaze, laced with menace, conveyed, how could I allow you to achieve your complete form? How foolish of you to possess my cells and yet remain ignorant of my ability to regenerate my arm. As Bick and Cell were on the verge of engaging in battle once more, Trunks and Krillin, sensing Cell's peculiar energy, arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Cell's monstrous form, both Krillin and Trunks were taken aback. Faced with three adversaries, Cell was already contemplating retreat, especially since he could not even best Bick. Although Krillin's combat prowess was negligible, Trunks still posed a potential challenge for him. In a sudden leap, Cell ascended into the air, his silhouette merging with the sun as he spread his arms wide beside his eyes. Solar flare. In an instant, blinding radiance erupted from Cell, enveloping the world in a dazzling white haze. Bick and the others found themselves unable to open their eyes against the searing light. In that fleeting moment, Cell concealed his energy entirely and swiftly darted into the forest, using the trees as cover to escape. Frustrated and blinded, Bick and his companions were left helpless as Cell eluded them, unsure of which direction to pursue. By the time they regained their sight, Cell was nowhere to be found. The trio took to the skies, scanning their surroundings, only to be met with a verdant expanse devoid of Cell's presence. With no clear path to follow, they reluctantly abandoned the chase. Bick felt a pang of regret for having engaged Cell in lengthy conversation. He should have eradicated him decisively in one fell swoop. Now, with Cell having escaped, tracking him down would prove to be a formidable challenge. Following today's events, Cell would undoubtedly proceed with far greater caution until he felt assured of overcoming them all. After a while, Vegeta and Tien Shinhan arrived. Having sensed the energies of Bick and Cell, once everyone had gathered, Bick recounted Cell's origins to the group. What? That underground laboratory was merely a child's plaything? How did it transform into a monster? Everyone present had visited the underground lab and was taken aback by the revelation. By the way, I just received a call from Bulma. She mentioned that the androids have taken the gravity chamber used by Vegeta for his training. Vegeta exclaimed, What? What is happening? I step out for a moment, and my home gets robbed? Infuriated, he seethed. If it weren't for my current limitations, I would relish the opportunity to annihilate those thieving scoundrels. Yet, the androids possess such formidable strength, and they still resort to stealing a gravity chamber for training? Is this the extent of the competition now? This news brought mixed feelings to Bick. Should the androids grow stronger, it would become increasingly difficult for Cell to absorb them. However, if the androids became excessively powerful, they would then face the dual threat of both the androids and Cell. Fortunately, the androids were elusive, and it would likely require considerable effort for Cell to locate them. Ultimately, Trunks and Krillin decided to revisit the underground laboratory to search for any overlooked areas. Unfortunately, the underground lab had long since turned into ruins, yielding nothing of value to Trunks and Krillin. In the original narrative, They had discovered the design blueprints for Android 17 here, which Bulma successfully used to create a controller. Alas, those blueprints had turned to ash in the explosion. After spending the better part of a day searching in vain, Trunks and Krillin could only depart in disappointment. On the way back, Trunks recalled Vegeta's words, to surpass the Super Saiyan. He resolved to train alongside Vegeta. Thus, he parted ways with Krillin, who returned to Master Roshi's house to monitor the news, ready to spring into action at the first sign of Cell. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, comfortably leaning against the back of his chair, Moyun patted his distended belly with satisfaction after a hearty meal. Possessing Scion cells, a mere leg of lamb was hardly sufficient for him. He roasted and consumed 10 legs before feeling satiated. Meanwhile, Lazili, already stuffed, could only watch in envy as Moyun savored his feast. This was understandable, though she was an android. She was fundamentally still human and did not possess the insatiable appetite characteristic of Scions. Tears of frustration welled at the corners of her mouth as she rubbed her slightly swollen stomach, which could no longer accommodate any more food. One could not deny Moyun's culinary prowess. Had she not reached her limit, Lazili would have wished to indulge in more. She felt an undeniable sense of incompleteness. Lazili remained astounded by Moyun's cooking skills, considering he was an android born from nothing, not a product of human modification. Surely, Dr. Gero had not implanted culinary memories in him. After all, Dr. Gero was not in the business of creating a caretaker android, and such an endeavor would be rather trivial. Although the origin of his culinary prowess remains a mystery, had no intention of probing further. She shared sentiments. Everyone harbors their own secrets, which do not necessitate excessive scrutiny. It suffices to know that a person poses no threat to oneself. Chapter 17. Cultivation. The cultivation method of the Dragon Balls is indeed peculiar. Unlike the arcane practices depicted in fantastical literature, it does not require esoteric techniques. Rather, it is refreshingly straightforward exercise. What kind of exercise, you may ask? It is akin to the fitness routines of ordinary individuals, comprising push-ups, sit-ups, and the like, in comparison to the legendary prowess of certain individuals. The cultivation method of the Dragon Balls appears almost child's play. Yet, despite its simplicity, the results are formidable, enabling one to unleash stellar power with ease. Even finds herself envious, contemplating the worth of her own Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. However, it must be noted that while the Dragon Ball's cultivation approach is uncomplicated, the addition of gravitational forces transforms the experience entirely. Retrieved a small treasure from his pocket, pressed it, and then cast it aside. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a 200-square-meter house materialized out of thin air. This was none other than the gravity chamber, compacted within a universal capsule. The tenfold gravity inside the spirit-time house posed no challenge for. Thus, he was compelled to rely on external assistance. Did not immediately set an excessively high gravity. He first adjusted it to 10 times the normal level, which, when multiplied by the gravity within the mental time room, culminated in a staggering 100-fold gravity that instantaneously bore down upon. In that instant, felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down on his very being. Even though he had prepared himself for such an eventuality, he staggered momentarily under the immense pressure. Beside him, merely swayed slightly under the force of 100-fold gravity, quickly acclimating to the intensity, which attests to her formidable strength. However, for the 100-fold gravity remained somewhat insufficient. It exerted a mild influence, though not significantly debilitating. Thus, he proceeded to augment the gravitational setting further. When the gravity was adjusted to 20-fold, equating to 200 times the gravity of Earth, Mo Yuan finally began to feel the weight of pressure. A tremendous burden that made him feel as though he could scarcely stand upright. Beside him, Lotzi Li remained largely unaffected, although she was also engaged in cultivation. Her initial focus was not on training under the influence of gravity, like Mo Yuan. Instead, she aimed to sense the vital energy, known as qi. Qi is omnipresent. It resides within the human body, differing only in quantity. The first step in cultivation is to perceive this energy. Only by sensing qi can one make meaningful progress. Otherwise, no matter how much one practices, the result would merely be physical fitness. Having had no prior exposure to martial arts, Lotzi Li quickly learned to sense the qi within her body under Mo Yuan's guidance. She gathered this energy in her hands. And though it was minuscule compared to the reservoir of energy within her, it was nonetheless a product of her own cultivation, filling her with a sense of exhilaration. The qi she accumulated emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of the delicate light of fireflies. This small amount of energy, when released, would likely only create a minor indent in the ground. Yet, it represented the ticket to the realm of martial arts, a privilege that some pursue their entire lives without ever attaining. What set Lotsie Lee apart from the average individual was her enhanced physique. After undergoing transformation, she possessed strength that surpassed even that of a hybrid being. One could say she was impervious to blades and fire. Thus, as she commenced her training, it would not be long before her sheer chi would grant her formidable combat prowess. At that point, combined with the inherent energy within her, she would likely surpass even a version of Vegeta who had trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. And so, her journey began. Mo Yuan and Lotsie Lee were perspiring profusely in the gravity chamber. Although they were merely performing basic exercises such as push-ups, the challenge was significantly heightened under the immense pressure of 200 times Earth's gravity. Lotsie Lee, however, fared relatively well, for such gravity was not particularly daunting for her. Mo Yuan found himself in a predicament. Each push-up felt akin to lifting a colossal mountain. Every movement demanded nearly all the strength he could muster. Gleaming beads of sweat trickled down his face, gathering at the tip of his nose before cascading onto the ground. Mo Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the ache in his arms as he labored to catch his breath. He could not comprehend the reason behind his relentless pursuit of strength. Was it merely to survive? Or was it for some other purpose? The answers eluded him. Yet, deep within, he sensed an ominous premonition. If he did not strive fervently to grow stronger now, he would regret it for the rest of his days. Though the path of cultivation was arduous, the results were undeniably profound. Mo Yuan perceived with his inner vision that the surrounding air and vital energy coalesced, encircling him like loyal guardians devotedly protecting their sovereign. Subsequently, they entered his being in an orderly manner, assimilated by his body. As the ethereal essence and vital energy flowed into him, Mo Yuan felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, and the aches that had plagued him gradually began to subside. Discovered that practicing while absorbing energy was significantly more efficient than merely absorbing energy alone. Moreover, his body, through the repetitive refinement of wear and repair, became increasingly resilient. In comparison, found the process considerably easier. With her strength, training under 200 times the gravitational pull was as effortless as sipping water. Furthermore, she possessed boundless stamina. However, the sweltering air within the rendered her glistening with sweat, thoroughly soaking her garments. The damp fabric clung to her lithe form, revealing her exquisite silhouette in all its perfection. Alas, although she lay within the range of his, was too engrossed in his training to consider anything else. His sole focus was on cultivating his strength, leaving no room for the observation of. Otherwise, he might have been too distracted to continue his practice. Time during training always seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, several hours had already elapsed for the two of them. The resounding protest of Mo Yuan's stomach echoed distinctly within the stillness of the space. After several hours of cultivation under gravity, the depletion of his bodily energy was substantial. The meager sustenance he had consumed earlier had been entirely exhausted. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Mo Yuan sensed a growing fatigue enveloping his body. Consequently, he chose to relent, recognizing that nourishment was essential for optimal cultivation. The path of cultivation emphasizes a gradual progression. It is not something that can be accomplished in a single leap. As deactivated the gravity, he immediately felt a sense of lightness enveloping him. Walking felt akin to gliding, his entire being buoyant and ethereal. After several hours of cultivation, discerned a significant augmentation in the energy within him, nearly doubling in potency, while his body grew increasingly resilient under the purifying flow of qi. Furthermore, he found himself nearly acclimated to the 200-fold gravity, indicating that a slight increase could be attempted in his next training session. Upon concluding his practice, encountered a rather pressing dilemma. There are no garments available for a change. After hours of cultivation, her attire was completely soaked, rendering her discomfort palpable. Longed to indulge in a soothing bath, yet she possessed only a single set of clothing. It was hardly practical to don the same outfit again after bathing. However, this predicament posed little concern for her. Glanced at Lotsie Lee, poised to speak, when he was captivated by the allure of her drenched attire. Is this truly available for free viewing? The wet fabric clung closely to Lotsie Lee's skin, accentuating her graceful figure. Although the scenery ahead was not grandiose, it was perfectly complemented by her slender waist. Her slightly flushed face, warmed by the heat, resembled a rosebud on the brink of blooming, exuding a captivating beauty. Found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 18. Revealing one's true nature. Oh ho! A most astonishing discovery has been made. A glint of mischief danced in Lazili's eyes. She began to sway her hips, stepping gracefully like a feline, gradually approaching. Her figure moved with an enchanting rhythm, and a captivating smile adorned her exquisite, cold beauty, reminiscent of a playful little wildcat. A delicate, slender finger gently lifted its chin, her alluring voice lingering in his ears. "Dear one, do you find your sister to be beautiful? The veil has been lifted. I, Lazili, shall no longer feign modesty. After all, we are destined to share a year in this realm of mental time. Where could you possibly escape to, dear one? Surrender to me willingly. Why yes, you are beautiful." Mo Yuan spoke in a stammering manner, seemingly lost in thought. How endearing. I wish, gazed as Lazili's face drew ever closer, his eyes widening in astonishment. What could she possibly intend? A soft kiss. Mo Yuan felt a soft and damp sensation against his cheek, followed by a gentle pull. Originally intending to bestow a light kiss, Lazili, upon encountering Mo Yuan's delicate visage, could not resist the temptation and took a hearty sip. How delightful. She even licked her lips, as if savoring something exquisite, displaying an expression of lingering desire, reminiscent of a rogue. On the delicate visage of a small strawberry soon manifested. Touching his own face in disbelief, gazed at. With a finger pointed at her, he exclaimed, "You lack chivalry," ambushing a mere child of 5 or 6 enraged, turned his back, unwilling to cast another glance at. How infuriating. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time a girl had kissed him. Was my precious first experience lost just like that? How could she do this? Why not bestow a few more kisses? Anger? That was out of the question. Mo Yuan merely felt a tinge of shyness. In his previous life, despite his wealth, he had never indulged in frivolous pursuits outside. He preferred the comfort of his home, venturing out only to collect rent. However, with the advent of online payment systems, even that necessity diminished, as groceries were delivered right to his door. Spending day after day in solitude, he had encountered not a single female, not even the gentlest of creatures. As he touched the spot on his face that had been kissed, Mo Yuan found himself lost in reverie. Suddenly, he felt a lightness envelop him, as his body was embraced by a fervent warmth. After all, the sweltering temperature of 50 degrees here was indeed stifling. "Little darling, are you upset?" "Humph. Shall I kiss it better for you? Your abacus beads have bounced off my face." Upon seeing the face of Lazili stretched before him, was rendered speechless. Lazili waited for quite some time, but received no response. Has my little darling grown to despise her sister? Oh, how my heart aches. Observed the feigned sorrow of Razali, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Huh. Is this a game for children? Such clumsy acting. Nevertheless, since it is the case, feigned panic, playing along with the situation. No. I adore my sister the most. Lazili embraced with one arm, while the other pretended to wipe away tears. Is that true? Mo Yuan quickly nodded. Indeed. I won't believe it unless you kiss me. Mo Yuan was taken aback. The map of Yin Kingdom was unexpectedly concise. As he gazed at the charming face of Lazili, delicate and translucent with skin so flawless it seemed as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. He suddenly felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, unable to suppress the urge to swallow. In the stillness of the space, the sound was particularly pronounced. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lazili's eyes. Mo Yuan gradually leaned closer to Lazili's face, his nostrils filled with the delicate fragrance that emanated from her. In his previous life, he had come across a saying. In biology, if one can still perceive the scent of another without the application of perfume, it signifies a genetic attraction. The veracity of this statement remains uncertain. As for Lazili, Mo Yuan found himself enveloped in a conundrum of emotions. Undoubtedly, he felt affection. After all, who among the fans of Dragon Ball could resist a fondness for Lazili? Yet, to speak of love at this juncture would be somewhat premature. The fragrance that wafted from Lazili was unlike anything Mo Yuan had encountered in his long existence. It bore hints of milkiness, yet was devoid of cloying sweetness. It possessed floral notes, yet was not overpowering, reminiscent of winter's plum blossoms and lotus flowers after the rain, soothing to the soul. Mo Yuan's lips gently brushed against Lazili's cheek. Soft, springy, and slightly sweet. The moment was fleeting, as if marked by a sense of guilty secrecy. Exemplifies the archetype of possessing a thieving heart yet lacking the requisite courage. His theoretical knowledge is at its zenith, while his practical experience is virtually non-existent. In a past life, he may have encountered countless scenarios and postures. However, the moment it comes to practical application, he becomes utterly tongue-tied. Nevertheless, his bashful demeanor only endears him further to It is important to clarify that her affection is not that of a romantic nature, but rather a fondness akin to that directed towards a child. After all, simply adores all things adorable and harbors no perverse attraction to youth. Observing shyness, she refrains from teasing him further. However, she does not set him down, continuing to carry him as they exit the gravity chamber. Suddenly is struck by a pressing concern. Having been preoccupied with playfulness, she has neglected a crucial matter. Should we not venture outside to procure some clothing? Mo Yuan shook his head and replied, no need. I can resolve the issue with the clothing. Within Mo Yuan's being resides the cells of Bic. He possesses all of Bic's techniques, including his extraordinary abilities. Creating a few garments is merely a trifling matter for Mo Yuan. It is akin to the attire he currently wears, which he conjured forth himself. Otherwise, he would likely face social humiliation, running bare before such a multitude. Oh, La Zili gazed at Mo Yuan, her expression tinged with curiosity. A peculiar energy manifested in Mo Yuan's hands, and immediately, a set of garments materialized before him. Wow. Oh, La Zili gazed at the suddenly appeared attire, her eyes widening in astonishment, and the expression of surprise adorning her face rendered her exceptionally charming. Such a remarkable ability is truly enviable. Mo Yuan leapt down from La Zili's embrace, proudly patting his chest. Sister, I can conjure any attire you desire. La Zili pondered for a moment before responding. It should be suitable for exercise, and perhaps a touch more aesthetically pleasing. Mo Yuan's mind began to race, yet his knowledge regarding women's clothing was woefully inadequate. In the end, he could only piece together a set of black athletic wear. It was not unattractive, merely unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features. La Zili held the outfit up for comparison and found it to fit perfectly. However, she soon identified another issue. With a teasing glint in her eye, La Zili gazed at Mo Yuan. Sweetheart, you seem to have forgotten something. What is it? For some reason, the expression on La Zili's face filled Mo Yuan with trepidation. For instance, a bra. And Mo Yuan's face flushed instantly. He hastily conjured two mysterious items and then dashed off to the storeroom. I went to prepare the meal. La Zili watched as Mo Yuan fled in haste, covering her mouth with a laugh. She then called out to his retreating figure. Would you like to join your sister for a bath? It would save some water. Mo Yuan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but after steadying himself, he quickened his pace and vanished from La Zili's sight. After entertaining the little ones, La Zili picked up the items transformed by Mo Yuan and held them against her body for comparison. To her surprise, they fit rather well. A thought seemed to cross her mind, causing her cheeks to take on a rosy hue. Chapter 19. So it is indeed the 19th chapter. One must acknowledge that the appeal of clothing largely depends on the wearer. What was merely a set of ordinary sportswear appeared remarkably special when donned by La Zili. Strikingly beautiful. After finishing her bath, La Zili emerged to find that Mo Yuan had prepared several delectable dishes. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, awakening her appetite. Mo Yuan floated before the stove, wielding a spatula longer than his own arm as he swiftly stir-fried the contents of the pan. In no time, yet another dish was prepared. After serving the food, Mo Yuan lifted the lid of a nearby pot. With a bubbling sound, a plume of white steam wafted upwards, and an enticing aroma swiftly permeated the entire space. How delightful! La Zili hurried her steps towards him. Inside the pot, a rich broth simmered, featuring cubed pork belly and eggs fried to a tiger skin texture, all tinged with a mouth-watering crimson hue. Gazing at the visually and olfactorily captivating meat, La Zili could not help but swallow hard, eager to savor its flavor. Darling, what delectable dish is this? La Zili inquired, maintaining a calm exterior, though her eyes discreetly darted towards the pot. Sister, this is braised pork and tiger skin eggs. Replied in a gentle voice. What is the method of preparing braised dishes? What flavor does it possess? Is it sweet or savory? There seemed to be an underlying meaning in La Zili's words. What about me? Mo Yuan was undoubtedly aware of La Zili's intentions. She simply wished to indulge her curiosity, yet felt too shy to voice her desires. Moreover, the sound of her swallowing was notably pronounced. However, Mo Yuan would not allow her to achieve her goal so easily. After she had teased him for such an extended period, it was only fair that he return the favor. With a playful twinkle in his eye, feigned an innocent demeanor. The dish known as red braised pork is characterized by its vibrant hue, achieved through the caramelization of rock sugar, complemented by both light and dark soy sauce for color enhancement. resulting in a savory and subtly sweet flavor profile. He then picked up a piece of pork belly, roughly the size of half a palm, glistening with rich, thick gravy that was undeniably appetizing. Sister, behold, I have selected the finest cut of pork belly, with a perfect ratio of 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean, ensuring an exquisite taste that is neither greasy nor tough. Furthermore, after simmering it gently for an hour, the excess fat had rendered away, leaving the lean meat tender and melt in your mouth delightful. And observe the pig skin, which, after prolonged cooking, has transformed into a wonderfully elastic and soft texture. With each bite, the succulent pig skin, the rich yet not overwhelming fat, and the tender, flavorful lean meat burst forth in a delightful explosion of taste. As he spoke, stuffed the pork belly into his mouth, closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment, letting out a satisfied hum. However, could only react with a clenched fist, her once adorable face now appearing rather grotesque. Although Mo Yuan's eyes were closed, his inner perception remained attuned. He noticed Lotzi Li clenching her delicate fists and promptly opened his eyes. In a soft, childlike voice, he said, "Sister, why not take a taste and see if it suits your palate?" Mo Yuan swiftly retrieved a small dish, placing a piece of braised pork and a tiger skin egg upon it, before drizzling a spoonful of sauce over the top. He then presented it to Lotzi Li. Lotzi Li stared blankly at the plate in her hands. For reasons unknown, she felt a weight lodged in her heart, suspended in an uncomfortable limbo. With no alternative, she could only transform her anger into appetite. She lifted the braised pork and, parting her lips, took a bite. The texture was delightfully springy and tender. The long-simmered pork melted in her mouth, requiring no effort to chew, as it disintegrated at the touch of her tongue. The harmonious blend of spices and the rich flavor of the pork enveloped her senses, igniting every taste bud with a burst of sensation. Such exquisite delicacy compelled Lotzi Li to close her eyes in sheer enjoyment. As observed's reaction, he internally celebrated his success in nipping the crisis in the bud. The thrill of the moment was exhilarating. With the danger averted, intensified the heat, allowing the sauce of the braised pork to reduce further. Having prepared a substantial pot of this delectable dish, he acknowledged that given his own hearty appetite, it was impractical to cook in modest portions. Otherwise, he would squander excessive time merely on meal preparation. His purpose for entering this spiritual time chamber was to cultivate his abilities, not to hone his culinary skills. After swiftly stir-frying a couple of simple side dishes, he was ready to serve. Meanwhile, could hardly contain herself. She had devoured that piece of braised pork and a tiger skin egg in mere bites. The tantalizing craving stirred within her remained unquenchable. Determined, she resolved to indulge in an extra bowl of rice for this meal. Had steamed an ample quantity of rice, for braised pork without rice lacked soul. The rice, imbued with the rich, crimson sauce, appeared even more enticing. Mo Yuan lifted a rice bowl larger than his own head and entered a state of indulgence. In that moment, the sounds of clinking chopsticks and the continuous rhythms of chewing and swallowing filled the air. Determined to honor her promise of consuming an additional bowl of rice, Lotzi Li fulfilled her commitment, devouring 2 full bowls. Naturally, she utilized a standard-sized bowl for her meal. Initially, she felt no discomfort, but upon finishing, Lotzi Li sensed her stomach becoming increasingly distended. She gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, a look of concern etched upon her face. If she continued to eat in such a manner, it seemed likely she would gain weight. If Mo Yuan were to fathom the source of Lotzi Li's woes, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Given their daily exertion, it is inconceivable that they would gain weight. Merely maintaining their current physique would be an achievement. After their meal, Mo Yuan sensed a notable drop in temperature. If it had initially been 50 degrees, it now hovered around 30. Moreover, the temperature continued to plummet at an alarming rate. In less than 10 minutes, it descended to a chilling -50 degrees. The remnants of their meal on the table had already frozen solid within that brief span. Fortunately, they had had their fill. Otherwise, they would be left to partake in a feast of ice. Lotzi Li appeared to be somewhat sensitive to the cold, her delicate form trembling slightly. Observing this, Mo Yuan felt compelled to conjure 2 sturdy garments with his supernatural abilities. "Sister, don this," he urged. Mo Yuan extended his garments to Lotzi Li, yet she shook her head in refusal. Indeed, 50 degrees below zero is exceedingly frigid, but for a cultivator, such temperatures do not pose a threat to one's physical integrity. It may, however, induce considerable discomfort and serve as a formidable test of one's willpower. Since she had come to cultivate, Lotzi Li was resolute in her decision to forego external aids, for this, after all, is an integral aspect of the cultivation process. Mo Yuan understood Lotzi Li's intention and put away his clothing. Sister, shall we engage in combat? After having satisfied his hunger, Mo Yuan felt a surge of energy that yearned for expression. The temperature had dropped, and a bit of movement could help warm Lotzi Li's body. Moreover, cultivation is not solely about rigorous training. Combat is an integral aspect of it. It allows one to master their own strength. If training serves to enhance one's power, then combat is about wielding that power effectively. After a day of cultivation, Mo Yuan sensed a significant increase in his abilities and was now prepared to solidify his strength through battle. Only power that can be fully controlled is truly one's own. Chapter 20. Combat. In the pristine white space, two figures, one large and one small, floated in midair. The expression on Mo Yuan's face was one of utmost seriousness. This marked his inaugural battle. Despite possessing countless memories of combat, those that he had not personally experienced could only serve as references. Observing Mo Yuan assume his fighting stance, Lotzi Li's lips curled into a subtle smile. She stood in the air, arms crossed, in a relaxed manner. The disparity between them was vast, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, rendering it impossible for her to take the situation seriously. Sister, be careful, she warned. No sooner had the words left her lips than Mo Yuan instantaneously summoned the entirety of his energy. Is not like Sun Wukong and the others, who all enjoy testing their limits and indulging in reckless behavior. They are fortunate to possess the Dragon Balls, which grant them resurrection. Otherwise, this animated series would conclude in fewer than 12 episodes. When battling against lazily, cannot afford the slightest negligence. With a swift motion, vanished from his original position, appearing behind like a phantom. His small fist, imbued with an overwhelming force, swung toward the back of her head. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of this punch could transform a towering mountain into a profound valley. In response, Tu's assault remained remarkably composed, turning her head slightly to the side without even shifting her feet, effortlessly evading the blow. The force of Mo Yuan's punch stirred the golden strands of Zili's hair. A misstrike left Mo Yuan's heart unfazed. It would truly be a stroke of misfortune if that blow had landed. Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Yuan launched a punch with one hand towards Lotzi Li, while swiftly delivering a kick with the other. Despite being besieged by Mo Yuan's fists and feet, Lotzi Li remained unfazed, crossing her arms and gently swaying her body a couple of times before evading the attacks once more. In a flurry of swift motions, S hands and feet became mere shadows, akin to a torrential downpour, striking towards. Each punch and kick was imbued with immense power, as if they were capable of rending the very fabric of space, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. The surrounding air was stirred into a colossal whirlwind. Yet, at the heart of this tempest, moved with an air of leisurely grace, as though she were strolling through a park. 5 minutes elapsed, and finally ceased his assault. After 5 relentless minutes, he had not even grazed the hem of his garment. Such a battle was devoid of purpose, yielding no lessons learned. Thus, he earnestly addressed, Sister, please strike me. Attack me. The notion of enduring blows as a precursor to mastering martial arts was no jest. It is only through experiencing repeated hits that one can comprehend various techniques and amass invaluable experience. Oh, SK sharpened. Are you serious? It will hurt, and you mustn't cry. Mo Yuan nodded firmly, declaring, bring it on. I am unafraid. His gaze brimmed with determination. La Zili, initially reluctant to engage, felt a pang of sympathy at the thought of making the adorable one cry. However, witnessing Mo Yuan's resolute demeanor, she understood that she must now take this seriously. You must be cautious then. La Zili swept her left hair behind her ear, her eyes fixed intently upon Mo Yuan. A white aura surged forth, enveloping her in a translucent shroud of ethereal light. The formidable presence she exuded instantaneously lowered the atmospheric pressure within the space, rendering the air seemingly solidified. This energy was the manifestation of La Zili's cultivation from that day, her powerful physique enabling her to harness strength 20-fold that of Mo Yuan in just a few hours. Yet, this power required her gradual mastery. Unlike the boundless energy of artificial beings, which could be squandered at will, this energy was cultivated through her own efforts and would deplete during combat. Thus, she needed to rely on battle to gain control over this newfound strength. Endeavoring to amend her inclination to recklessly expend energy and to utilize every ounce of power judiciously. Under the weight of this oppressive aura, Mo Yuan found his breaths becoming labored. Utilizing energy, perhaps? Mo Yuan began to comprehend Lotzi Li's intentions. The aura surrounding her was approximately 20 times his own. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy. Despite having cultivated for the same duration, Lotzi Li's power far surpassed his by several magnitudes. Yet, this was to be expected, for Lotzi Li's physique resembled a parched lake, where even 20 times his strength would scarcely fill its depths. In contrast, he was akin to a small puddle brimming with water, needing to expand in order to contain more. If his power were merely 20 times greater, then perhaps he could attempt that technique, the 20-fold King's Fist. Mo Yuan silently proclaimed within his heart. An immense, ferocious energy surged forth from the depths of his being, enveloping his form in a crimson blaze. This red aura flickered as if ablaze, distorting the air around it. In an instant, this newfound energy pushed back against Lotzi Li's presence, creating a powerful standoff between the two auras. Such formidable strength. Mo Yuan stretched his limbs, and indeed, the extraordinary strength of 20-fold was unparalleled. Mo Yuan felt that he could effortlessly strike down his former self with a single punch, an inescapable blow. However, in addition to the surge in his strength, he was acutely aware of his rapidly depleting stamina and the toll it was taking on his body. Indeed, the power borrowed came with a considerable price. Open the third eye, discovered that upon activating the 20-fold Kaioken, the range of his sixth sense also expanded 20-fold. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? It appears somewhat distinct from Vegeta's form. Lazili observed the crimson flames enveloping. Her curiosity piqued. Not quite, replied, shaking his head. This is the Kaioken, a formidable martial art learned by Son Goku from the North Kao. Kaioken? How intriguing. A smile graced Lazili's lips. Her interest ignited. Let us begin. In perfect synchrony, the two vanished from their positions. With equal strength at play, Lazili could no longer toy with as she had previously. Under the scrutiny of sixth sense, Lazili's every movement became transparent. Earlier, had possessed a sixth sense as well. However, the disparity in power was too vast. Even though he could perceive Lazili's actions clearly, his slower speed rendered him incapable of landing a hit. Now, the scenario had shifted. With their powers and speeds aligned, effortlessly countered Lazili's attacks, while simultaneously striking her with ease. Lazili found herself retreating under the onslaught of relentless strikes. Materialized behind Lazili with an eerie presence. Forcefully unleashing a kick, Lazili hastily raised her arms to block, but in her haste, she was sent hurtling through the air. Observing Lazili's flight, did not pursue her. Instead, he positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist. Kamehameha. Mo Yuan did not hold back. The energy within his entire being coalesced, manifesting as a violet orb between his palms. The pristine white space was instantaneously transformed into a vibrant shade of purple. With a forceful push from both hands, Mo Yuan unleashed a colossal beam of light that swiftly pursued the flung Lazili. Her pupils constricted in alarm as she sensed the imminent shadow of death. With her current strength, to confront it head-on would spell her doom. No longer holding back, Lazili summoned the energy of the androids. Halting mid-air to face the Kamehameha wave directly. She then raised her arm, and with a powerful sweep directed towards the Kamehameha, witnessed the violet beam bend in the air, veering off in another direction. After a considerable pause, a deafening explosion erupted from the trajectory of the Kamehameha, resonating throughout the entire expanse. Mo Yuan released the King's Fist and gazed towards the direction of the explosion. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Cautiously, he turned his head and found Lotzi Li glaring at him with a menacing look. You little rascal, do you intend to kill me? Sister, I assure you, it was not intentional. Do you believe me? Mo Yuan's voice grew increasingly timid, his confidence dwindling with each word. Of course, I believe everything my little darling says. Mo Yuan, if you weren't gritting your teeth, I might actually believe you. Stop. No, please. Sister, I was wrong. Sweetheart, it wasn't my intention. You must believe me, right? Lotzi tightly clenched her fists against both sides of Mo Yuan's temples and twisted forcefully. Pain mask equipped. Chapter 21. Stay away from the bald. The next day, Mo Yuan awakened from the soft embrace of jade-like warmth. Acutely aware of the delicate arms entwined around him and the rich scent of milk that filled the air with each breath, he dared not stir, fearing to rouse Lazili. It was certainly not because of Yukiko. Absolutely not. Closing his eyes felt akin to strolling upon clouds. Each fleeting moment of this exquisite indulgence was a treasure. However, fate had other plans. The temperature within the spirit time room began to shift dramatically. Within a mere 10 minutes, the heat surged by 100 degrees. Lazuli, too, was stirred from her slumber by the oppressive warmth. As she opened her eyes, the sweltering 50-degree heat prompted beads of sweat to form, her skin glistening with a slight sheen. Is he still asleep? Lazuli mused, gazing enviously at Mo Yuan, who lay soundly in her arms. His remarkable ability to withstand both cold and heat was truly admirable. Just yesterday, at a frigid -50 degrees, he had been like a little furnace, allowing her, who was so sensitive to the cold, to sleep peacefully. Now, as the temperature soared to 50 degrees, Mo Yuan's body had grown cool, akin to ice. Exuding a gentle chill, Lazuli chose not to awaken him and quietly rose to freshen up. Once she departed, Mo Yuan exhaled with relief. He had feigned sleep not for any particular reason, but rather due to a sense of awkwardness. Though his exterior bore the visage of a child, his soul was that of an adult, and sharing a bed with a girl for the first time was undeniably a source of embarrassment. Began to examine his own body. After a period of rest, the exhaustion caused by the Kaioken technique had been completely restored with the assistance of his vital energy, and his fighting power had doubled. Although both the Kaioken and Super Saiyan forms enhance combat abilities, their underlying principles are entirely different. The Super Saiyan transformation draws upon innate bloodline power, akin to an external memory card for a mobile device. Regardless of the extent of enhancement, it does not inflict any damage upon the body, merely depleting stamina significantly and lacking permanence. In contrast, the Kaioken forcibly expands one's inherent capacity. The greater the enhancement, the more substantial the toll on the body. It resembles a balloon. The more air you blow into it, the thinner its material becomes, and when the internal pressure exceeds its limits, the balloon bursts. Without the restorative properties of vital energy to mend bodily wear and tear, repeated use of the Kaioken would lead to physical ruin. Moreover, mastering the Kaioken necessitates a foundation in vital energy. Otherwise, would have been inclined to teach Lazuli the technique. Imagine if Cell, after absorbing countless individuals, believed victory was assured and attempted to absorb Lazuli and Pibra. Suddenly, Lazuli unleashed a Kaioken, instantly vanquishing Cell. However, if Lazuli could wield the Kaioken, it is certain that Cell could as well. In the original work, Cell's physique is undoubtedly more formidable than that of Goku. Yet he never utilized the Kaioken before his demise, suggesting not a lack of desire, but rather an inability to access it. Otherwise, a mere doubling of the Kaioken would render him invincible on Earth. This is why, in the original narrative, apart from Goku, no one else has employed the Kaioken technique. Were it not for this limitation, Goku's character would undoubtedly lead him to teach his close friends the technique. The potential for strength aside, at the very least, they would not feel so powerless in the face of adversaries. Time to rise and dine. Lazuli's gentle voice resonated in his ears. All right, responded loudly. Mo Yuan ceased to feign slumber and rose to wash up. The dining table was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Gazing upon this sumptuous spread, Mo Yuan's stomach could not help but protest. He was eager to sample the fare, while Lazuli's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with anticipation as she watched him. This marked her inaugural attempt at cooking since her transformation into an artificial being. The last occasion being 7 or 8 years prior, when she would prepare meals during her parents' busy schedules. It had been far too long since she last cooked, and she felt somewhat out of practice. However, having tasted her creations herself, she found them quite satisfactory. Yet, she wondered if her beloved would appreciate her culinary efforts. Under Lazuli's expectant gaze, Mo Yuan took action. As a devoted carnivore, he eagerly seized a particularly enticing piece of meat. This dish, known for its popularity in anime, was a favored delicacy among countless protagonists. Lazuli's rendition of the meat featured a crispy exterior encasing tender, succulent meat that required no effort to chew. With each bite, juices flowed forth, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Truly, the contrast between the crisp exterior and the tender interior was exquisite. Delicious. Mo Yuan gave Lazuli a thumbs up in approval. Receiving such praise clearly brought her joy, her face radiating with a smile, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes. Aware of Mo Yuan's appetite, Lazuli had prepared an abundant feast. As he savored the delightful dishes, Mo Yuan's thoughts drifted to the original story. Recalling how Lazuli ended up with the bald man, Klin, which stirred a hint of discontent within him. Klin was generally a decent individual. Yet one particular matter revolted Mo Yuan. The fact that he had named his daughter after his former girlfriend was particularly off-putting. Every time this crossed his mind, he felt an urge to confront Klin. Such a detail drastically tarnished Mo Yuan's perception of him. After marrying a woman as wonderful as Lotzi Lee, how could he still linger on thoughts of his ex? Disgraceful. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Lotzi Lee, noticing Mo Yuan's sudden pause and slight frown, grew anxious. Did he find the food unappetizing? No. Everything is delightful. I truly enjoy it. This was not merely an attempt to placate Lotzi Lee. Her cooking was indeed remarkable, rivaling his own culinary skills. Continued to eat, his mind wandering. After absent-mindedly taking a couple of bites of meat, he could no longer contain himself. He suddenly gazed earnestly at and said, "Sister, you must stay far away from that bald man. They are not to be trusted." Here, he specifically referred to Master Rashi and Krillin, one an old fool and the other a scoundrel. Rested her chin on her hand, looking at with confusion. Although she did not understand why he said such a thing, seeing his serious expression made her nod in agreement. It's simply about avoiding the bald man. Easy enough. As long as the little darling is happy, that suffices. After all, none of the people she cared about were bald. In the underground laboratory, Krillin, having achieved nothing, flew in the air, preparing to return to the turtle hermit's place. Suddenly, he halted mid-air, clutching his chest. For some inexplicable reason, Krillin felt an emptiness in his heart, as if he had lost something. Just as he pondered this strange sensation, he noticed that on the ground, Cell was pursuing two individuals. In this urgent situation, he had no time to think further. In an instant, he activated his high-speed movement, rescuing the two individuals from Cell's impending attack. Gently lowering them to the ground, Krillin's gaze remained fixed on Cell, his nerves taut, unwilling to relax for even a moment. "Sir," a gentle voice chimed in his ear. "Thank you for saving our lives." It was then that Krillin realized the person he had rescued was a stunningly beautiful girl. Gazing upon her lovely visage, he felt as though his heart had ignited, filling the previously empty void within him. However, thoughts of Marin back at the Turtle Hermit's place quickly brought him back to reality, prompting him to release the two individuals and urge them, quickly, "You must escape." The girl understood that this was not a moment for idle chatter. After expressing her gratitude alongside the young boy, they hurried away. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Krillin couldn't help but blush. Chapter 22. Cell escapes again. Confronted by Cell, Krillin found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. He could only barely evade Cell's attacks, watching with frustration as Cell toyed with him. Yet, he was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to Cell's, making victory impossible. With a mocking gaze, Cell observed Krillin. "This charade has gone on long enough. Absorbing this little bald man's life energy should significantly enhance my power." With a twisted smile, Cell charged towards Krillin at breakneck speed. However, what awaited him was not Krillin's life energy, but rather another bald man, a blindingly shiny bald head. Solar flare. As Krillin chose to employ the solar flare, akin to Cell's escape, an intense radiance illuminated the entire realm in an instant. Facing the brilliance, Cell felt as if his very vision would be obliterated. When he finally reopened his eyes, Krillin's figure had already vanished from sight. However, glancing skyward, Cell spotted an aircraft departing the vicinity. Regrettably, its velocity was rather sluggish. Beneath the aircraft, Krillin subdued his energy, gripping the steel beam beneath him, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just as he believed he had successfully evaded capture, he suddenly noticed that Cell was nowhere to be seen. Instantly on high alert, Krillin pondered, where could he have gone? Anxiously, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed overhead, followed by two frantic screams. Krillin hastily unleashed his energy and ascended to the top of the aircraft. Indeed, it was Cell, prodding the aircraft with his tail. In a moment of desperation, Krillin disregarded all else and swiftly charged forward, forcefully pushing Cell aside. The two found themselves facing each other atop the aircraft's wing. The frigid wind stung Krillin's face as an air of lethal intent enveloped them. Krillin steeled himself with utmost vigilance, while Cell regarded him with a scornful smirk, his needle-like tail glinting ominously. Whoosh! Sharu's tail resembled a venomous serpent poised to strike, darting swiftly towards Klin. The velocity of the attack was astonishing. Despite Klin's prior caution, he barely managed to evade the assault. However, Sharu afforded him no respite. As soon as Klin dodged, Sharu flickered into existence before him. Subsequently, a colossal fist, reminiscent of a cooking pot, descended upon Klin's head with tremendous force. This time, Klin could not escape. Sharu's fist loomed larger in Klin's vision, and moments later, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the sides of the aircraft. His head broke through the cabin, leaving his body ensnared within. Immobilized, Clin felt as though his skull had been struck by a heavy hammer, his mind swirling in confusion. Before he could regain his senses, an inverted Shara materialized before him, advancing slowly with each step pressing painfully upon Clin's heart, nearly suffocating him. Shara's needle-like tail was aimed directly at Clin. Just as Sharu prepared to unleash his attack, a formidable aura, accompanied by a significantly weaker one, approached. The newcomers were Piccolo and Tien, who had been searching for Sharu's whereabouts nearby. Upon sensing the clash between Sharu and Clin, they hastened to intervene. Recognizing Piccolo, Sharu understood that he could not engage the small bald warrior today. After all, he was not yet a match for Piccolo. Regrettably, Sharu lamented as he ruffled Clin's shining bald head. He then suppressed his energy and leapt from the aircraft to escape. With Piccolo and Tien's arrival, Clin finally exhaled in relief, having been on the brink of terror, fearing for his life once more. Wait, why did he think once more? Extracting his head forcefully, Clin reassured the girl, "You need not fear, that monster has fled." "Thank you, big brother." The admiration in their eyes made Clin feel somewhat bashful. Rubbing his bald head, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, I really didn't do much." If it weren't for... Clin felt a pang of anxiety. Had it not been for Piccolo and Tien's timely arrival, they all might have perished here. No more time for chatter, we must pursue that monster. Clin and Chong waved their hands before turning to leave. "Wait, sir." The girl wished to say something further, but Clin had already vanished from her sight. After staring blankly at the spot where he had disappeared for quite some time, a sudden flush of crimson adorned her delicate cheeks, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden who had finally encountered her destined prince. Gradually, a resolute gleam emerged in her eyes. The passage of time during cultivation is imperceptible. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li had been diligently practicing in the Spirit Time House for half a year. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of vital energy. In just a brief span of 6 months, Mo Yuan has matured into the appearance of a 10-year-old. Even Lazili has grown taller by 5 centimeters. If King Frisia were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be envious. However, Mo Yuan has noticed that Lazili often gazes at him with a look of melancholy, followed by a shake of her head and a sigh. This behavior perplexes Mo Yuan greatly, until one day he inadvertently overhears Lazili speaking to herself. "Ah, my little darling has grown a bit more, though still so adorable. I wonder, should I seize the opportunity before my little darling fully matures?" And Mo Yuan felt a profound trepidation whenever he encountered Lazili, the fear lingering for quite some time. Fortunately, Lazili displayed a modicum of compassion, refraining from inflicting harm upon him. Through relentless training day after day, Mo Yuan's combat prowess underwent a remarkable transformation, now exponentially surpassing what it was prior to his immersion in the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon activating the Kaioken technique, even Lazili could no longer pose a challenge to him. At present, Mo Yuan stood within an expanse of pure white, surrounded by swirling purple flames. A terrifying aura emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire space of the hyperbolic time chamber. Waves of energy radiated from him in concentric circles, rushing outward in all directions. In an instant, the wind surged, transforming into razor-like gusts that howled as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space apart. Yet, Mo Yuan furrowed his brow in frustration. Despite his current combat strength being tenfold that of a typical Vegeta, he remained unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, not even brushing against the threshold of that transformation. In terms of base power, his strength was formidable. Should he attain the Super Saiyan form, it would significantly amplify his capabilities, potentially making him 10 times stronger than Vegeta. At that point, provided that Cell had not absorbed both Lapis and Lazili, he would possess the confidence to vanquish Cell. However, the transformation eluded him. If the minimum requirement for the transformation was 3 million in combat power, his current strength clearly exceeded that figure by a considerable margin. Comparing himself to Vegeta and others, Mo Yuan estimated his combat power to be at least in the tens of millions, perhaps even reaching into the hundreds of millions. With such extraordinary strength, it seemed almost inevitable that he should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that anger was the key? Mo Yuan retracted the aura surrounding him and fell into deep contemplation. The emotion of anger seems to arise frequently. However, the intensity of extreme rage is indeed challenging to evoke. Sun Wukong's fury stemmed from the tragic demise of his friend Krillin at the hands of Frisia. The overwhelming wrath resulting from the murder of a cherished companion during one's formative years is undeniably immense. In contrast, Vegeta's anger was ignited by the humiliation of being overshadowed by Sun Wukong, a mere lowly warrior, despite his royal scion lineage. During this period, his pride and self-esteem were of paramount importance, and when both were trampled upon, the resulting fury could rival that of Sun Wukong. While they both had justifiable reasons for their rage, Mo Yuan found himself lacking any such impetus for anger. Although his parents had passed away prematurely, their demise was due to a terminal illness. In response, he felt sorrow and melancholy, but the spark of extreme anger eluded him. Moreover, his parents left behind a substantial inheritance, ensuring his comfort for the remainder of his life, even in the absence of employment. Therefore, regarding his past life, Mo Yuan harbored only regrets, devoid of any anger. As for this life, it was even less contentious. He had scarcely escaped the confines of the laboratory before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Over the past 6 months, he had been diligently training alongside Lazuli, leaving no room for anger to flourish. Surely, he could not conjure feelings of rage merely by imagining Cell absorbing Lazuli, for some experiences require personal involvement to truly resonate. Chapter 23. The Power of Bloodline. What is the status? Is it still not working? Lazuli had been observing from a distance until the commotion subsided, prompting her to approach. Mo Yuan lay on his back upon the ground, staring blankly at the pale sky, his expression tinged with despondency. He cast a glance at Lazuli, pondering the source of the issue. This predicament had persisted for 5 long months. Mo Yuan cultivated here for a month, elevating his combat prowess to match that of Vegeta's normal state. Since then, he has persistently endeavored to transform into a super scion, yet, without exception, he has met with failure. Lazuli gazed at Mo Yuan, who lay on the ground, instinctively reaching to lift him up. As her hand extended halfway, she abruptly realized that Mo Yuan was no longer the small child she could cradle in her arms. He had grown to a height of 1.40 meters, rendering it impossible to hold him as she once did. Lazuli sighed, so much joy, and in a snap, it vanished. She crouched down, gently stroking Mo Yuan's soft hair, offering words of comfort. Do not fret. There are still 6 months left. You will surely succeed. With that, she playfully tousled his hair a couple of times before rising to head back. Never mind. Mo Yuan decided to temporarily set this matter aside. He would address it after dinner, as it was not something to be resolved in a day or two. During the meal, Mo Yuan found himself somewhat distracted. Although he attempted to set it aside, he could not help but ponder where the issue lay. Could it be that I have yet to achieve my complete form? Or perhaps my very presence has caused a shift in the essence of my being. After all, I have traversed dimensions. The likelihood of such occurrences is far rarer than the chance of a dog well. Let us say a certain creature drawing an epic. Why not call it a dog card? I too would prefer that. Yet, he bestowed upon me a Pizza Hut card yesterday. After all, what else could possibly be deemed impossible? He hastily filled his stomach. Mo Yuan once again found himself in the pristine expanse of the white space. He seated himself cross-legged upon the ground. This time, unlike his usual practice of attempting to transform into a super scion, he chose to delve into a state of introspection, preparing to thoroughly examine his own body. Mo Yuan controlled the energy flowing within his body, meticulously sensing every corner of his being. After a considerable time had passed, Mo Yuan opened his eyes, his amethyst-like gaze filled with disappointment. He found no abnormalities within his body. If only his inner sight could perceive. Mo Yuan murmured. Wait. Yes. Mo Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with light. Although he had never delved into inner vision with his mind's eye, it did not imply that such capability was absent. Perhaps it was merely that he had never contemplated employing it in such a manner. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Once again closed his eyes, harnessing the power of his inner vision. This time, unlike his usual practice of dispersing this energy outward, he chose to retract it, concentrating it within his own being. In that fleeting moment, beheld the intricate workings of every organ within him, each meridian, every acupoint, and each drop of blood, even down to the minutest cell. After a thorough examination, everything, organs, meridians, acupoints, and blood, proved to be in perfect order. Thus, he directed the power of his inner vision towards the cells. Like a microscope, this concentrated energy magnified the cells before him, expanding their form, and soon, every detail within them lay bare to his gaze, revealing more than just the ordinary cellular structure. Mo Yuan discovered that within his cells resided 4 orbs of distinct hues: gold, purple, green, and white. Each color held dominion over its respective territory within the cell. Among them, the gold, purple, and green orbs were considerably larger, standing in a formidable triangular alliance, while the white orb appeared feeble, retreating to a shadowy corner. The golden orb radiated a fierce aura, imbued with boundless martial spirit. The purple orb exuded a sinister presence, laced with a merciless intent to kill. The green orb emanated a benevolent essence, brimming with inexhaustible vitality. In contrast, the white orb lacked any extraordinary aura, appearing rather mundane. Yet, it bestowed upon Mo Yuan a profound sense of being able to harmonize with all things, a sentiment derived from the diverse energies of these orbs. Mo Yuan was able to ascertain that these must be the bloodline powers of the several races he had fused with. The golden hue represented the Scion's lineage. The purple denoted the Frisia clan, and the green symbolized the Namekians. As for the white, it could only signify the bloodline of Earthlings. In comparison to the other three races, the power of the Earthling bloodline was undeniably feeble, akin to a flickering flame that could extinguish at any moment. Yet, the Earthling bloodline possessed a peculiar quality, as if it harbored boundless possibilities. Mo Yuan gazed upon the four types of bloodline powers and began to formulate a conjecture regarding the reason he could not transform into a Super Scion. Mo Yuan opened his eyes and rose from the ground. He concentrated the energy within his body upon his back, accompanied by Mo Yuan's roar. His muscles tensed, with veins standing out prominently upon his skin. The energy within him surged forth unreservedly, quickly reaching its zenith. Influenced by this power, a tempest began to rage around him, accompanied by the distant sounds of thunder and lightning. Despite the chaotic transformations surrounding him, his mind remained unperturbed, fixated intently on the power of the bloodline within his cells. As his energy escalated, the golden orbs within his cells radiated brilliantly, nearly suffusing the entire cell with a golden hue. However, at that moment, the purple and green orbs seemed displeased with the encroachment of the golden light and commenced to emit their own luminescence. Instantly, Mo Yuan's cells were illuminated by this triad of colors. Meanwhile, the white orb remained huddled in the corner, seemingly unaffected. Under the combined pressure of the purple and green orbs, the golden orb began to falter, quickly retreating to its former state. Observing the resurgence of the tripartite balance of bloodline power within his cells, he reflected on the ongoing struggle. Mo Yuan was acutely aware that his transformation had once again been unsuccessful. He withdrew his energy back into his body. However, this time, he did not feel disheartened. At the very least, he recognized where the issue lay, did he not? With the source of the problem identified, the next step was to devise a solution. Currently, Mo Yuan could conceive of only two methods to address this dilemma. The first was to eliminate the other bloodlines and transform himself into a pure-blooded scion. The second was to amalgamate all the bloodlines into a singular, new lineage. Of these two approaches, Mo Yuan favored the latter. After all, the abilities of the Namekians and the Frisia clan were formidable. The regenerative powers of the Namekians and the physical prowess of the Frisia clan, coupled with their ability to survive in the cosmos, were indeed rare and invaluable. As for the bloodline of Earthlings, from the original narrative, Earthlings did not possess any notable warriors and nearly faded from prominence after the Z Saga. Nonetheless, the Earthling bloodline could complement the Scion lineage, as hybrid Scions with Earthling heritage found it easier to ascend to Super Scion forms. Thus, regardless of the eventual choice Mo Yuan made, the Earthling bloodline could remain intact. Resolute in his decision, Mo Yuan approached Lazili to share his thoughts before retreating into seclusion once more. This time, he was determined to succeed. Chapter 24. Incompatible Elements in a Pure White Expanse. A boy possessing an appearance that rivaled that of a distinguished reader sat cross-legged on the ground, his brow furrowed, and beads of perspiration formed on his youthful, handsome face. At this moment, Mo Yuan was exerting every effort to control the power of his bloodlines. The Golden Scion lineage and the Green Namekian bloodline were gradually drawing closer under his command. Among the three bloodlines, Mo Yuan chose to merge the benevolent essence of the Namekian bloodline with the ferocity of the Scion bloodline. After all, the aura of the Frisia clan's bloodline was malevolent and rife with murderous intent, making it an unlikely candidate for fusion. However, Mo Yuan was utterly unprepared for the vehement rejection that the seemingly benevolent Namekian bloodline exhibited upon contact with the Scion lineage. It was a clash akin to fire and water, utterly irreconcilable. Forcibly compelled the convergence of two bloodline powers. In an instant, it was akin to igniting a powder keg, spiraling out of control. The two bloodline forces surged within like untamed stallions, wreaking havoc. What was even more terrifying was that had initially attempted to merge the bloodline power within a single cell. However, propelled by the rampaging forces, the bloodline power within all of cells erupted into chaos. The bloodline of the Namekian and the Scion within each cell intertwined, forging two extraordinarily potent bloodlines. Mo Yuan felt a surge of panic. With unwavering focus, he endeavored to rein in the rampaging power of his bloodline. However, under such circumstances, the bloodline's strength resolutely resisted his commands. Moreover, it was compounded by the presence of two even more formidable bloodlines. The power within Mo Yuan's body ran amok, heedless of his attempts to control it. At that moment, an even more terrifying occurrence unfolded, influenced by the other two bloodlines. The bloodline of the Frisia clan refused to be outdone. In an instant, it merged as well. The three terrifying bloodlines transformed Mo Yuan's body into a battleground, engaging in a fierce struggle within him. Mo Yuan's body swelled grotesquely, resembling an inflated balloon. The excruciating pain compelled him to cry out. His form was marred by a network of dense cracks, from which crimson blood seeped, instantly staining him in a vivid red hue. From a distance, he appeared as a great red balloon. Little darling, Lazili, who had been practicing not far from Mo Yuan, immediately ceased her efforts upon hearing his anguished scream. She hastened towards him with remarkable speed, only to be confronted by the sight of Mo Yuan, grotesquely ballooned and drenched in blood. A wave of confusion washed over her. Fear and anxiety began to spread within Lazili. Over the days they had spent together, she had come to regard Mo Yuan as family. Witnessing this horrific scene, memories of her parents' tragic demise flooded her mind. In the sweltering heat of 50 degrees, she felt an icy chill enveloping her, as if she were trapped in a frigid cellar. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She yearned to save Mo Yuan, but felt utterly lost about how to proceed. With trembling steps, she approached him. As Lazili extended her hand, poised to touch Mo Yuan, she hesitated and withdrew it suddenly, gripped by fear of harming him. Gazing at Mo Yuan in anguish, her lips quivered as she longed to speak but feared disturbing him. She wished to assist, yet felt paralyzed by uncertainty. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her, reminiscent of the days when she could only watch as her loved ones were persecuted, powerless to intervene. Sister, just as Lazili felt utterly despondent, Mo Yuan's weak voice echoed in her ears. Unbeknownst to her, he had been observing her approach through the lens of his heart. Yet his body had been ravaged by 3 streams of bloodline power, rendering him unable to speak due to the intense agony. However, upon witnessing Lazili's torment and helplessness, an unexpected surge of strength welled within him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he managed to open his eyes. How are you? What should I do? Lazili's mind was a blank canvas, crystalline tears cascading from her eyes, tracing paths down her cheeks. Sister, don't cry, trust me. With that, Mo Yuan closed his eyes once more. The sight of her tears stirred within him an urge to wipe them away, yet he found himself incapable of such a gesture. Merely speaking a few words had pushed him to his limits. Yes. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Lazili fought back her tears, lifting her arm to dry the moisture from her eyes, gazing at him as she choked out. You must be all right. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will never forgive you. However, Mo Yuan had already closed his eyes, fully engrossed in combating the insurrection within his body. His silence elicited no response. Lazili chose not to remain by his side any longer. Instead, she retreated to a distance, her gaze fixed intently on him, fearful of disturbing his concentration. At that moment, Mo Yuan's body was in turmoil, besieged by the chaos wrought by 3 distinct bloodline powers. Externally, only swelling betrayed his condition, yet internally, everything had descended into a quagmire. Muscles, bones, blood, organs, all were ravaged by the tumultuous forces of the bloodlines. Strangely, he remained alive. A normal person would have succumbed to such a fate long ago, yet he persisted, resolute. Mo Yuan summoned all his strength, encasing the 3 strands of bloodline power within 3 cages. Damn it! Before he could catch his breath, the trapped bloodline powers surged like enraged beasts, violently crashing against their confines. In mere seconds, they broke free from the cages. Perhaps it was their fury that rendered them more unrestrained within Mo Yuan's body. Excruciating pain, a wave of agony, more intense than before, surged through him. Am I going to die? This was Mo Yuan's first realization of how close death truly was. He wondered if the dragon pearl could resurrect him. After all, his soul did not belong to this world. And he questioned whether it would journey to the underworld after death. If not to the underworld, then where would it go? Would it simply dissipate? He never anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of these 3 bloodline powers. Wait, 3. Mo Yuan suddenly recalled that within his being, there existed not merely 3 types of bloodline powers. There also resided the bloodline essence of Earthlings. The minute white orbs of light remained nestled within the corners of each cell. Yet, amid the chaos of his body, they seemed unaffected. Even as other bloodline powers surged past, they remained unmoved. Mo Yuan gazed at the clusters of white light, a wild thought flickering through his mind. Let it be chaotic. Let it be utterly chaotic. Unlike the other bloodline powers, the feeble bloodline of Earthlings was something Mo Yuan could easily manipulate. Before long, the white light clusters that had been huddled in the corners of various cells were drawn together by Mo Yuan, coalescing into a larger orb of white light. However, despite its increased size, it remained vastly inferior compared to the other 3 bloodline powers, being merely 1% of their magnitude. It was pitifully weak. At this level, not only was it impossible to confront them, but even drawing near was a daunting challenge. Was there truly no way out of this predicament? Mo Yuan could not help but feel a sense of despair. He initially believed that the bloodline power of the Earth inhabitants would manifest remarkable effects. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, he suddenly made a discovery. The essence. The bloodline power of the Earthlings was indeed absorbing the essence. In Chapter 25, Devouring One, the bloodline power of the Earthlings was originally dispersed within the corners of every cell in Mo Yuan's body. Their absorption of the essence was minuscule, almost imperceptible. However, upon gathering them together, Mo Yuan could distinctly sense the bloodline energy of the Earthlings absorbing the vital essence. If that is the case, then let it commence. No longer paid heed to the other 3 bloodline powers, allowing them to act as they wished within his body. He unleashed his mind's eye, which now encompassed the vast majority of the spirit time room. As previously noted by Sun Wukong, the size of the spirit time room is roughly comparable to that of Earth. Within the domain of his mind's eye, the vital energy surged towards him, drawn by his allure. What was happening? Li suddenly sensed a fierce wind stirring within the spirit time room. If she could perceive the vital energy, she would realize that this tempest was, in fact, a whirlwind formed from the flowing currents of energy. All the vital energy converged around, creating a colossal vortex. Li felt a mixture of joy and trepidation, uncertain whether this transformation heralded fortune or misfortune. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene, silently praying for safety. Feast, feast, consume to your heart's content, and once you are satisfied, bring me those 3 rebellious children. A tidal wave of vital energy surged into his being. Under his command, the bloodline power of the Earthlings transformed into a ravenous beast, opening its gaping maw to voraciously devour the vital energy. As the energy gradually dissipated, the scene unfolded. Mo Yuan was astonished to discover that the white orb of light had indeed increased in size. Though the change was exceedingly gradual, it was unmistakably expanding. Mo Yuan's heart surged with elation. This change revealed a glimmer of hope. Observing the efficacy of the vital energy, Mo Yuan immediately intensified his efforts. The external tempest grew ever more ferocious. The vortex of vital energy encircling him expanded considerably in an instant. Countless strands of vital energy were drawn into the whirlpool, subsequently absorbed into Mo Yuan's being. Time, much like sand slipping through one's fingers, invariably flows away unnoticed. Unbeknownst to him, a month had elapsed. Throughout this month, Li had steadfastly remained by Mo Yuan's side, day and night. Despite her boundless stamina, a month without rest, while not fatiguing, left her feeling weary. Her beautiful eyes were veined with crimson. Yet, she could not bear to close her eyes in slumber, fixating intently on Mo Yuan, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. At this moment, the vortex of vital energy surrounding Mo Yuan had diminished to an almost imperceptible state. The vital energy within the entire mental time chamber had been nearly depleted by him. Although Li could not sense the vital energy, she vaguely felt that something was amiss. Before long, the vortex of vital energy vanished entirely. The vital energy within the mental time chamber had been completely consumed. Simultaneously, a profound transformation occurred within Mo Yuan. The vitality of his earthly bloodline, which had previously been a mere fraction of the strength of other bloodlines, had now undergone a radical metamorphosis. He had evolved into a formidable entity. The entirety of the vital energy within the mental time chamber had been devoured by him. His physique now rivaled that of other bloodlines, perhaps even surpassing them in strength. The moment had arrived. Mo Yuan gazed at the rampant forces of the other 3 bloodlines within him, a cold smile creeping across his face. he resolved to take action against them, with the first target being the bloodline of the Frisia clan. Why not strike first at the bloodline of the Namekians? Through days of observation, he had come to understand. Mo Yuan discovered that the lineage of the Namekians is not feeble at all. In fact, the weakest of these three bloodlines belongs to the Frisia clan. So, why then do the Namekians appear to be so weak? Mo Yuan discovered that it was not the weakness of their bloodline that hindered them, but rather its overwhelming strength, which imposed excessively high conditions for activation, conditions that were beyond their reach. Much like the Scions, the formidable bloodline activation demands a level of prowess that is exceedingly elevated. In contrast, although the Frisia clan is undeniably powerful, the potential of their bloodline pales in comparison to that of the other two races. However, this disparity is understandable. The Namekians, who proudly identify as the Dragon Clan, as previously mentioned in the original narrative, Dandy is noted to be an exceptional member of this clan, possess the remarkable ability to create the mystical Dragon Balls. Furthermore, one might recall the Dragon God, Shenron, who is credited with the creation of the Super Dragon Balls. Mo Yuan harbored profound suspicions that the Dragon God Salama was, in fact, an ancestor of the Namekians. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls possess a unique attribute. Upon the death of their creator, they transform into stone. It is evident that the Super Dragon Balls have not undergone such a transformation. Some may argue that the Earth's Dragon Balls were activated by Dandy even after the deity's demise. Nevertheless, a significant issue arises. One must possess the requisite strength to activate the Dragon Balls. It is inconceivable that Dandy could activate the Super Dragon Balls. Therefore, even if the Dragon God Salama is indeed deceased, there must exist a Namekian of equal, if not greater, strength. Having established his objective, Mo Yuan hesitated no longer. He commanded the white orb of light, which bore the essence of earthlings, transforming it into a fierce dragon. With astonishing swiftness, the white dragon lunged towards the purple orb of light. Before the purple orb could react, the white dragon seized a substantial portion with a ferocious bite. The sensation of Mo Yuan is not misplaced. The bloodline of earthlings can indeed harmonize with other bloodlines. After the white divine dragon consumed a mouthful of the violet orb, its originally pristine white form was tinged with a subtle shade of purple, all without any sense of repulsion. Mo Yuan could not help but recall the process by which Cell transformed into his perfect form. Initially, he absorbed hundreds of thousands of earthlings, followed by the assimilation of the two most formidable warriors, Lazuli and Lapis. Only then did he achieve his ultimate state. Might it be possible that this was, in fact, a means of strengthening the earthling bloodline within him? Once the earthling bloodline reached a certain potency, he could then devour the other three bloodlines, converting them for his own use, thus culminating in the ultimate perfection. To validate his hypothesis, Mo Yuan hastened his pace. The ambushed violet energy sphere was now powerless to resist and was swiftly consumed by the white divine dragon, which soon became completely tinged with a pale lavender hue. Mo Yuan cast his gaze upon the Scion bloodline. It was not that he desired to take action against it first, but rather that the golden orb belonging to the Scion lineage had autonomously transformed into a magnificent golden gorilla, exuding an overwhelming aura of battle like a divine dragon. Given this, let the battle commence. Mo Yuan gazed upon the golden gorilla, feeling as though the very blood coursing through his veins was set ablaze. Just as promised, Mo Yuan and the gorilla moved in perfect synchrony, quickly becoming entangled in a fierce struggle. There were no martial arts techniques displayed. Only the primal instincts of beasts engaged in combat. Commanded the divine dragon to ensnare the colossal gorilla, opening its mighty jaws to deliver a fierce bite to the beast's shoulder. Instantly, a radiant orb of golden light was severed from the gorilla. In pain, the formidable creature retaliated, gripping the dragon's body with one hand while swinging a powerful fist at its head with the other. However, the dragon, having already consumed the bloodline of the Frisia clan, exhibited an evident superiority in strength. Its foreclaws clutched the gorilla's form with unyielding tenacity, embedding deeply into its flesh. As the gorilla struck back, the dragon's talons simultaneously tore away several chunks of meat from its adversary. Remarkably, the gorilla's counterattacks inflicted minimal damage. Instead, after suffering the dragon's savage onslaught, it appeared significantly weakened. Chapter 26. Devour 2. Take advantage of your illness to seek your life. Upon witnessing the gorilla's weakened state, Mo Yuan swiftly commanded the divine dragon to intensify its assault, striving to swiftly seize this bloodline power. The already outmatched gorilla, now further enfeebled, found itself utterly incapable of resisting the dragon's relentless onslaught. After several exchanges, the gorilla's body was left marred, devoid of unscathed flesh, its form reduced to a battered ruin. At this juncture, the gorilla was ensnared by the divine dragon, its frail body powerless to break free, just as Mo Yuan prepared to deliver a final blow. Witnessing the complete consumption of the gorilla, the green orb of the Namekian bloodline could no longer remain passive, having already absorbed half of the Scion bloodline. The divine dragon shimmered with newfound golden light, its aura significantly bolstered, instilling a sense of urgency within it. If Mo Yuan's consumption continued unchecked, it would soon be the next to be devoured. In a flash, it transformed into a green divine dragon and launched a sudden assault on the purple dragon under Mo Yuan's command. The green dragon moved with remarkable speed, colliding with the dragon that ensnared the gorilla in an instant, catching Mo Yuan off guard. This collision caused a momentary loosening of the dragon's grip on the gorilla, which swiftly seized the opportunity to break free. Mo Yuan was utterly unprepared. The seemingly amiable Namekian lineage turned out to be a treacherous guise. His heart, heavy and disheartened, was taken aback by the audacity of an ambush directed at him, a fledgling practitioner with scarcely 2.5 years of cultivation under his belt. Mo Yuan was filled with indignation, feeling as though even his heart had been devoured. A feeble gorilla stood beside the verdant dragon, as if they had reached a tacit understanding to join forces against Mo Yuan. However, it was far too late for such an alliance. Had they united earlier, coupled with the inherent power of the Frisia lineage, their combined strength would have posed a formidable challenge to Mo Yuan. Yet now, having assimilated the bloodline power of the Frisia clan, alongside a portion of the Scion bloodline, the power of the Earthlings had surpassed the sum of their strengths. Although the Namekians possessed considerable bloodline power, it was comparable to that of the Scions. After all, Scions have also manifested divine powers, which means their bloodline is not inferior to that of the Namekians. The Frisia clan, being a mutation, originated from King Cold's transformation, with Frisia being asexually reproduced by him. Thus, their bloodline, having undergone mutation, approached the threshold of divine power. With such strength, combined with the gorilla's diminished abilities, they posed no threat to Mo Yuan. What could a dragon rider possibly lose? Facing the predatory green dragon and the golden ape, Mo Yuan boldly advanced. Plans? Strategies? They were utterly unnecessary. He dismissed any elaborate tactics. The aura emanating from the purple divine dragon surged forth. With a swift feint, the dragon vanished from sight. Before the green dragon and the golden ape could react, the purple dragon reappeared beside them, flipping them over with a powerful sweep of its tail. They were sent hurtling in opposite directions. The purple dragon fixated its gaze on the golden ape and swiftly pursued. Seizing the moment while the green dragon was still in shock, it opened its gaping maw and voraciously devoured the golden ape in an instant. By the time the green dragon regained its composure, there was no trace of the golden ape left, only the formidable purple dragon, radiating golden light. Feeling the terrifying presence of the purple dragon, the green dragon trembled in fear, akin to a frightened girl confronted by a rogue. Alas, it was no beauty. And in Mo Yuan's eyes, it was merely a rebellious wretch who had left its own body in disarray. Mo Yuan exhibited no mercy as he lunged forward. With 2 prior experiences under his belt, he had transformed into a seasoned connoisseur. The essence of advanced bloodline power often requires no intricate culinary techniques. Sashimi is indeed the most authentic way to savor such force. After a month of diligent preparation, Master Mo was finally able to indulge in this exquisite feast. Whether the flavors were delightful remained uncertain to Mo Yuan. However, after consuming the bloodline power of the Mekians, he discovered that only a single strand of bloodline energy remained within him, one that retained its original capabilities. Gazing at this power within, Mo Yuan couldn't help but wonder if there had once been an extraordinarily formidable being among Earthlings. Much like the Earthling bloodline within him, which appeared feeble at first, it became remarkably potent after absorbing vital energy, surpassing even the bloodlines of those who had transcended divinity. Moreover, the spirit-time house within the temple, setting aside the astonishing disparity in the flow of time between its interior and exterior, was brimming with vital energy that ordinary individuals could scarcely attain. Mo Yuan suddenly contemplated the possibility that the vital energy present here was intended to activate the bloodlines of Earthlings. However, due to Earth's position at the fringes of the cosmos, it has rarely faced incursions from formidable cosmic beings. Once the practice of martial arts is devoid of pressure, Individuals may become oblivious to their own frailty, leading to arrogance and stagnation, ultimately resulting in successive generations of Earthlings growing increasingly feeble. As technology began to flourish, the art of martial cultivation nearly faded into obscurity. The number of individuals capable of absorbing vital energy dwindled significantly. With the decline of martial arts, the practitioners became even scarcer. Consequently, those who could initially harness vital energy to awaken their bloodlines found themselves devoid of martial training, while those who trained in martial arts were not necessarily able to absorb vital energy. Furthermore, awakening a bloodline necessitates an immense reservoir of vital energy, which could only be found within the confines of the Spirit Time House. However, access to the Spirit Time House demands ascending the Karen Tower and overcoming numerous trials to enter the sanctuary, a feat accomplished by very few. Thus, the bloodlines of Earthlings lay buried deep. Of course, this remains purely Mo Yuan's personal conjecture. After addressing the power of the bloodline, Mo Yuan gazed at his body, which had been reduced to a state of utter disarray. It was nothing short of miraculous that he still drew breath. Nevertheless, for one endowed with the bloodline abilities of the Namekians, this was hardly a concern. Soon, a surge of immense vitality erupted from within Mo Yuan, commencing the restoration of his body. As the swollen form of Mo Yuan gradually deflated, the fissures upon his surface instantaneously mended, revealing a semblance of his former self. The bones, flesh, and organs within him also regrew, returning to their rightful place. Nearby, Lazili observed Mo Yuan revert to his normal physique, finally releasing a sigh of relief. However, his body was still adorned with scabs formed from blood, leaving the extent of his full recovery uncertain. Yet, the restoration of his shape was monumental news for Lazili. She felt as though an immense weight had been lifted from her heart, granting her a newfound sense of lightness. The storm clouds that had shrouded her face dissipated, unveiling a splendid rainbow. At that moment, Mo Yuan stirred, confirming that his body had indeed fully healed. Mo Yuan rose from the ground, feeling a peculiar itch upon his skin. It was merely the scabs of blood. With a sudden shudder, he felt the clotted remnants adhering to him begin to peel away, revealing his robust physique. Hiss! Following the sound, Mo Yuan beheld Lotzi Li not far off, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon him. Mo Yuan followed Lotzi Li's gaze downward. To his astonishment, a colossal dragon with bared fangs and claws soared through the winds. Sister! Mo Yuan extended his hands to halt the soaring dragon, his face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted towards Laziri. Laziri curled her lips in disdain, exclaiming, "Oh, little one, what scene has my sister not encountered?" Ma Yuan roared with frustration, insisting, "I don't care. Turn it over." Reluctantly, he conceded, Fine. I shall go prepare a meal for you. It's been a month since you've eaten. You must be famished." Lazili waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of helplessness as she turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment, a blush crept onto her face. She was rather ample, after all. Chapter 27. A woman of indomitable spirit. Once Lazili departed, Mo Yuan hastily conjured a new outfit to don, as his previous garments had long since been torn apart by his expanding form. After dressing, he hurriedly pursued Lazili. "Sister, you ought to rest now. I shall call you once the meal is ready." Mo Yuan had noticed the bloodshot veins in Lazili's eyes and the weariness etched upon her features. Surely, during his ordeal, she had not found a moment's respite. Mo Yuan could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. It is truly delightful to be cared for by someone. Ever since his parents passed away in his previous life, no one had worried for him, nor had he experienced such nurturing. "Are you all right?" Lazili looked at Mo Yuan with a hint of skepticism. Her doubt was not in his culinary skills, but rather in his health, as she was concerned that he had not fully recovered. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine," Mo Yuan declared, flexing his bicep. "See, I am in excellent shape now. On the contrary, dear sister, if you do not take a break, you will wear yourself out. Do not underestimate me. Oh, I possess boundless stamina and limitless energy," Lazili replied with a proud expression. Mo Yuan gently urged her forward, guiding her toward the bed. As he did so, he affirmed, Yes, you are truly remarkable, dear sister. However, you have been tirelessly working for so long. It pains my heart to see you this way." She replied, "I am resting not out of fatigue, but rather to spare you the anguish of my struggle." A woman of unwavering strength, even as her eyes grew heavy, remained resolute in her defiance. Mo Yuan thought to himself, Even the All-King has cleansed the universe, yet he cannot silence your tongue. On the surface of the ink abyss, he said, "Indeed, indeed. Therefore, to spare me the heartache, dear sister, I kindly urge you to rest quickly. I shall call for you once I have completed the meal." He gently laid Lazili upon the bed and tucked her under the covers. At this moment, the temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees, necessitating the use of blankets. However, to ensure Lazili's comfort as she slumbered, he also established an energy shield nearby. This shield served no other purpose than to ward off the biting cold. After Mo established the energy barrier, the surrounding temperature immediately rose from -50 degrees to around 20 degrees. This temperature made sleep exceedingly comfortable. As soon as Zili rested her head on the pillow, a wave of intense drowsiness washed over her. Previously, when Mo was experiencing difficulties in his cultivation, her nerves had been taut, and the overwhelming fear had rendered her completely oblivious to any sense of fatigue. Now that Mo had recovered, the tension in her nerves relaxed instantaneously. With this release, drowsiness surged upon her like a tidal wave. Indeed, not long after lying down, her eyes fluttered shut, and her breathing grew steady and tranquil. As beheld the exquisite visage of weariness marred her beauty, evoking a pang of sympathy within him. His hand gently caressed her face, delicate and smooth, her skin exquisite and flawless. Though this was Not's inaugural encounter with the contours of space, it was undoubtedly the most profound experience yet. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers lingered upon her crimson lips, the soft sensation igniting tumultuous thoughts within him. How soft, he mused, a myriad of indescribable images flooding his mind. Suddenly, as if jolted by an electric shock, swiftly withdrew his hand, his fair complexion flushed with color. In a state of panic, he hastily retreated. After Mo departed, Lazili opened her eyes while lying in bed. Her hand extended from beneath the covers, caressing the spot where Mo's hand had recently brushed against her own, ultimately resting upon her lips. A fleeting hint of shyness flickered within her beautiful eyes, and an unnatural flush spread across her cheeks. In that moment, Lazili felt a surge of inexplicable emotion stirring within her heart. "Ah," she murmured shyly, her voice barely audible, a whisper meant only for her own ears. She then turned onto her side, pulled the covers higher, curling her body into a snug ball, completely enveloped by the blankets. Due to her constitution, Lazili was not particularly fond of meat. Her true delight lay in savoring soup. Ever since Mo had last prepared a pot of exquisite broth, she had been utterly enchanted by it. Discovering her fondness for soup, Mo took it upon himself to concoct a new pot almost every day, each time with a delightful variation. Having been raised in Guangdong, the art of soup making seemed ingrained in his very being. He could effortlessly create any type of broth. Today, he intended to prepare a nourishing chicken soup infused with dangshan and huangqi for Lazili, aiming to bolster her health, though her constitution may not necessarily require such herbal remedies. Nevertheless, the soup was undeniably delicious, and Lazili relished it. After simmering for an hour, the old hen had transformed into a tender delight. Mo lifted the lid of the clay pot. In an instant, a waft of white mist emerged, engaging in molecular diffusion within the air. The aromas of Cotinopsis and Astragalus melded seamlessly with the fragrance of chicken. The rich scent permeated the atmosphere, swiftly reaching the vicinity of Lazili. In her slumber, Lazili's nose twitched delicately. It was the enticing aroma of chicken soup. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and sprang from her bed with remarkable speed, hastening to Mo's side. "Sister, have you rested enough?" Mo was not the slightest bit surprised by Lazili's abrupt appearance. Each time he prepared soup, she would invariably appear beside him the moment the fragrance wafted through the air. The first time it happened, he was nearly startled, but he had since grown accustomed to it. Lazili nodded, maintaining an air of aloofness, yet her gaze was fixated on the chicken soup, her throat subtly moving. Internally, she admonished herself to remain composed, steady, and to not appear overly eager, lest it diminish her sisterly authority. However, unbeknownst to her, Mo had already seen through her facade. Otherwise, he would not have concocted a pot of soup every day, varying the recipes with such creativity. Mo gazed at Lazili's feigned seriousness and inexplicably found it somewhat endearing. Mo skillfully grasped a bowl, ladling out a serving of chicken soup and presenting it to Lazili. "Sister, do taste the flavor," he urged. A flicker of delight illuminated Lazili's eyes as she calmly accepted the soup. After gently blowing on it to cool, she eagerly brought it to her lips. The moment the velvety broth graced her palate, her eyes sparkled with joy. The rich, aromatic essence of the chicken soup flowed smoothly, leaving a lingering sweetness of medicinal herbs in her mouth, a delightful aftertaste that beckoned for more. In no time, she had consumed the entire bowl. While savoring the remnants of the soup's flavor, she composed herself and set the bowl down with an air of nonchalance. The taste is just right. Let us commence our meal. With that, Mo Yuan lifted the pot of soup and proceeded to the dining table, while Lotzi Li carried a pot of rice from beside her. The table was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes. After each filled a bowl with rice and soup, they began to feast heartily. However, Mo Yuan soon noticed a peculiar issue. Lotzi Li had not touched one particular dish. This dish comprised chicken blended with various seasonings, molded into charming shapes, and then deep-fried to perfection. Not only was it delectable, but it was also visually appealing. Yet, Lotzi Li had not tasted it at all, which piqued Mo Yuan's curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Sister, why do you not partake in this dish?" Sighing softly, Lotzi Li gazed longingly at the beautifully shaped morsels on the plate and replied wistfully, "Because the chicken puree is simply too exquisite." Chapter 28. The Search for Sun Wukong within the temple. An indistinct black object lying in a shadowy corner, untouched by sunlight, stirred suddenly. After nearly a day of unconsciousness, Bobo finally awoke. Mo Yuan is indeed quite conscientious. To prevent Bobo from getting sunburned, he deliberately dragged him to a cool and ventilated area. Bobo remarked, "There's a hint of conscience, but not much." It must be said that as Bobo lay there, he seemed to meld completely with the shadows. Without a keen eye, it would be difficult to discern that a person was reclining there. Upon awakening, Bobo felt somewhat disoriented, his round, large eyes reflecting a purity untouched by worldly corruption. How did I end up here? Did I fall asleep here last night? Wait, it's an android. The lost memories finally returned to Bobo. He recalled being knocked unconscious by an android, which had also ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber. A wave of intense unease washed over him at this realization. Glancing at the time, he noted that nearly a day had passed. This meant the android had already been inside for almost a year. Considering their terrifying strength before entering, Bobo struggled to imagine how formidable they had become after a year of training within the chamber. A profound fear enveloped Bobo's heart. First, there were the androids, and now a man-eating monster had appeared in the lower realms. The androids had also entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Bobo felt as though he were surrounded on all sides by danger. With threats both in front and behind, was the Earth truly doomed? Moreover, with the absence of the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls had lost their power. In such circumstances, if the Earth's warriors perished, there would be no hope of revival. In that moment, Bobo felt as if he had lost his anchor, his once bright, bell-like eyes now dimmed with despair. I need to inform the Supreme Kai. Piccolo. Bobo thought of Piccolo, who had merged with the Supreme Kai. He was the only one capable of confronting the androids. Yet, doubts crept in. While Piccolo was indeed powerful now, could he truly contend with the androids that had trained for an entire year in the hyperbolic time chamber? To be candid, Bobo found himself engulfed in uncertainty. After much contemplation, he resolved not to seek out Piccolo for the time being. Piccolo was still preoccupied with the pursuit of that elusive creature, and it would be unwise to distract him at such a critical juncture. Thus, Bobo's determination solidified. He settled into a meditative posture at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, exuding an aura of unwavering resolve. In this moment, he detached himself entirely from concerns of life and death. Meanwhile, Lapis had lost all interest in leisure. His sole desire was to locate Sun Wukong swiftly and reunite with Moya and the others. Consequently, he and Android 16 abandoned their vehicle and soared towards Baozi Mountain. In no time, they arrived at Sun Wukong's residence, only to find it desolate, devoid of any presence. Android 16, do you have any insight into Sun Wukong's whereabouts? Lapis inquired. With an impassive demeanor, Android 16 replied, the radar detects no trace of Sun Wukong's energy. However, he frequently visits either the Universal Capsule Corporation in West City or Master Matato's Island in the South Sea. Ah, I see. Which is closer? Lapis pressed. Master Matato's abode lies approximately 2,700 kilometers to the southeast from here. Android 16 informed him. Very well, let us depart. With that, Lapis launched into the air, promptly followed by Android 16. 2,700 kilometers would typically require a flight of 2 to 3 hours by airplane. However, for Lapis and Android 16, it would take merely a matter of minutes, even at a fraction of their full speed. Soon, a diminutive island came into view, undeniably small, with Master Rashi's quaint dwelling occupying nearly a third of its expanse. We must resolve this matter swiftly, then proceed to the temple, Lapis mused. Intrigued by the hyperbolic time chamber that Moya had mentioned, the inhabitants of Kame House were few. Currently, only Sun Wukong's family, along with Master Rashi, Yamcha, Puar, and Oolong resided there. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Tien Shinon, and Krillin continued their search for Cell. Greetings. How may I assist you? A charming young boy was diligently studying on the beach. Upon observing Lapis and Android 16 descending from the sky, he courteously inquired, Are you Sun Wukong's son? Gohan. Lapis quickly identified the boy before him. Indeed, this was Gohan, Sun Wukong's son. Ah, yes, I am Gohan. Are you here to find my father? He has been unwell and has not yet awakened. Having never encountered androids before, Gohan initially mistook them for friends of his father. Is he ill? Lapis inquired, somewhat astonished. According to their records, Goku was an exceptionally formidable martial artist. While injuries are commonplace among practitioners of martial arts, illness is indeed a rarity, particularly in this age of advanced medicine where terminal illnesses are nearly obsolete. Moreover, the physical resilience of martial artists far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, making the occurrence of sickness almost inconceivable. Indeed, Gohan replied, his tone growing somber as thoughts of his father's condition flooded his mind. When will he recover? Lapis had no desire to engage with someone in a comatose state. It seemed rather tedious. Gohan shook his head. I do not know. Father just took his medication not long ago, and he appears to be in great pain. The image of his father struggling in bed filled Gohan with profound sorrow. He pondered whether the special medicine Trunks had brought was truly effective. If it were not, tears began to well up in his eyes, and he dared not dwell on the thought any longer. He was terrified of losing his father. Suppressing his tears, Gohan inhaled deeply and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. He then turned to Lapis and asked, By the way, are you friends of my father? I do not believe I have seen you before. Friends? Lapis chuckled, taken aback by Goku's son's naivety in assuming they were allies. It was no wonder that he had so freely divulged information. Perhaps we are enemies, Lapis teased, eyeing Gohan with a sly grin. What? Gohan was utterly unprepared for the revelation that these two individuals were, in fact, adversaries of his father. The only enemies he could think of in this moment were them. You are androids? He asked loudly, unleashing his energy without reservation. His gaze fixed warily on Lapis and Android 16. Androids? What a distasteful designation, Lapis scoffed, the term evoking unpleasant memories. Android. Upon hearing Gohan's exclamation and sensing his energy, the occupants of the house rushed out in alarm. All eyes were fixed on Lapis and Android 16 as if they were facing a formidable threat. Lapis surveyed the few individuals that had emerged, quickly losing interest. They were far too weak to provoke any desire for confrontation. Let us depart, Lapis declared, disregarding them entirely. He gestured to Android 16, and together they ascended into the skies, en route to rendezvous with Meiyuan and the others. As for Goku, wait until he has recovered before returning. After all, he holds no interest in confronting a patient. On the 16th, he said nothing and simply followed behind Lapisai as they departed together. The inhabitants of Turtle Island gazed in bewilderment at the two figures vanishing on the horizon, suddenly at a loss for comprehension. Wasn't the android supposed to eliminate Goku? How could they overlook such a splendid opportunity without taking action? My Gohan! Chi-Chi rushed over, enveloping Gohan in a tight embrace, scrutinizing him for any signs of injury. The arrival of the androids had terrified her. With Goku incapacitated and Gohan still so young, what would she do if something went awry? Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine, Gohan reassured Chi-Chi, sensing her deep concern. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt that the androids might not be as malevolent as they seemed. Chapter 29, The Spirit Time Chamber with a Creak. The door of the Spirit Time Chamber, which had remained closed for a day, swung open once more. A tall man and woman emerged from within. The young man stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, his physique slender yet defined, though he lacked exaggerated musculature. The contours of his bare arms revealed distinct muscle definition, embodying the ideal of being slim and clothing yet muscular when undressed. Beneath his short purple hair, a chiseled, handsome face bore a gentle smile. The young woman, standing at 5 feet 7 inches, was already remarkable among her peers but appeared somewhat petite beside the young man. She possessed cascading golden locks, and her exquisite features exuded an exotic allure akin to that of a mixed heritage. Her figure was nearly flawless, with every curve perfectly placed, devoid of any disproportion. Her long, shapely legs were particularly captivating. This striking pair was none other than Mo Yuan and La Zili, who had spent a year honing their skills within the spirit time chamber. Perhaps it was the abundant energy within the chamber that had contributed to this transformation. After being modified into an android, La Zili's growth rate had significantly slowed, yet during the year in the spirit time chamber, she had grown a full 10 centimeters. There is no need to mention Mo Yuan. After resolving his bloodline issues, he seemed to have consumed a growth hormone, experiencing a remarkable increase in height, reaching an impressive height of 1.90 meters within just 2 months. Fortunately, he ceased to grow further after attaining this stature. The two emerged from the door hand in hand. Over the course of the year, their relationship had evolved beyond its initial simplicity. They were on the verge of breaking through the final barrier that separated them. Lazili, La Paisai gazed incredulously at the two who stepped out from within. He could hardly fathom that his twin sister had transformed in such a manner. It was a moment difficult to accept. What? Lazili responded with remarkable composure. Her hand still clasped firmly with Mo Yuan's, showing no intention of releasing it. What? How can you even ask that? La Paisai approached in a huff. La Paisai. I am with my sister. Mo Yuan, observing the furious expression on Lapidus's face, swiftly positioned himself in front of Lazili, intending to engage in a cordial conversation first. After all, Lapidus was his brother-in-law. Had it been anyone else, they would have been sent flying with a mere slap. However, Mo Yuan was taken aback when Lapidus disdainfully retorted, "Who cares about your trivial matters?" He then forcefully shoved Mo Yuan aside. Momentarily stunned by Lapidus's words and caught off guard, Mo Yuan was easily pushed away. After displacing Mo Yuan, Lapidus seized Lazili by the shoulders, vigorously shaking her while demanding, "Speak quickly. How did you suddenly grow taller?" Mo Yuan and Lazili. To his utter astonishment, he found himself preoccupied with this matter. Lapasai, gazing at Lazili, who stood 5 centimeters taller than himself, felt a tinge of discomfort. They had been transformed into artificial beings before fully developing, and it seemed as though their growth had come to a standstill. Years had passed without any change in height. Yet now, Lazili had inexplicably gained a full 10 centimeters. Previously, the fact that Lazili was shorter had brought him some solace, but now, everything had shifted. The 5-centimeter gap loomed before Lapasai like an insurmountable chasm. It was worth noting that even the king had tirelessly sought the Dragon Balls for the sake of this 5 centimeters. After all, not everyone possessed Vegeta's remarkable hair that could elevate a height of 164 centimeters to a staggering 170. Lapasai had once believed he would never grow taller. Yet Lazili had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Eagerly, he yearned to uncover the secret behind it. Look. Lazili gestured towards the room of spirit and time behind her. I trained in there for a year and grew taller. Lapasai, who had previously held little interest in the room of spirit and time, now gazed at it as if it were a breathtaking beauty, nearly drooling in awe. Unable to contain herself at Lapasai's pitiful demeanor, Lazili playfully delivered a swift smack to his head. Ouch! What was that for? Lapasai complained, cradling his head. In response, Lazili simply uttered 2 icy words. Embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Lapasai's displeasure flared. Was it really so shameful to desire height? Thus, he began to express his dissatisfaction to Lazili. When verbal arguments reached an impasse, it often led to other means of resolution, such as a brawl. Mo Yuan, though somewhat helpless, chose not to intervene. For Lapasai stood no chance against the current Lazili. Thus, the siblings continued their playful exchange of feelings. Mo Yuan discovered a dark, shadowy figure lying at the entrance of the spirit time house. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bobo. However, Mo Yuan distinctly remembered having dragged him to a place where sunlight could not reach. How could he possibly be lying there now? Could it be that after regaining consciousness, he was rendered unconscious again by Laplace and his companions? Mo Yuan silently nodded, contemplating that this was perhaps the only possibility. However, he could not help but criticize Lapus for his apparent lack of humanity, as he had neglected to place Bobo in a shaded, well-ventilated area. What would happen if Bobo were to get sunburned? After silently chastising Lapus in his mind, he continued to reflect. Mo Yuan seized one of Bobo's feet, dragging him to a shadowy corner where he gently set him down. Once all was accomplished, Mo Yuan dusted off his hands with a sense of satisfaction, nodding in approval. A good deed done, completed. Bobo, a modicum of kindness, though truly not much, has completed his benevolent deed for the day and concluded their discussion. Ultimately, emerged from the discourse with a bruised visage, conceding that he had spoken rather too loudly. The exchange unfolded as follows. First delivered a left hook, followed by a right hook, then launched a jab, and concluded with an uppercut, executing a swift combination that left utterly disoriented. His once sleek black hair now resembled a tangled nest atop his head. Despite his defeat in the debate, found himself increasingly intrigued by the hyperbolic time chamber. Prior to today, he had firmly believed himself to be the mightiest individual in this realm. To his astonishment, within a single day, his sister's prowess had eclipsed his own. Could it truly be possible to achieve such significant improvement in just 1 year of training? If so, how could remain so weak? There had to be something amiss with the hyperbolic time chamber. Approaching, gazed up at him and said irritably, "Hey, kid." He was immensely displeased. Just a day prior, he had been the second tallest and strongest in the team. Now, after merely a day's separation, he found himself reduced to the smallest. How could he endure this? His sister's advancement was one matter, but why had this kid matured overnight, towering over him? Most importantly, he was poised to become his brother-in-law. "I cannot concern myself with your affairs, but if you wish to assume the role of my brother-in-law, you must first demonstrate some strength," declared sternly. After all, without power, how could he protect his sister? Though understood that once made her decision, he could not alter it. He resolutely refused to acknowledge as his brother-in-law unless he proved his mettle. He felt confident in battling. It was reasonable for his sister to surpass him, as she had previously been only slightly weaker. However, was a different story, having possessed a strength so feeble that a mere breath could extinguish him. Could not fathom that mere months in the chamber could enable to surpass him. "Very well, I shall compel you to acknowledge me as your brother-in-law," replied, gazing earnestly at. After all, this was a test from his future brother-in-law, and it warranted serious attention. Thus, resolved not to deliver a slap to the face, the two ascended to battle above the temple, primarily to avoid damaging it. For reasons unbeknownst to him, felt as though was somehow pitying him. Chapter 30. Activates his bloodline minutes later, returned once more, having endured another beating. Mo Yuan honored his promise, refraining from any act of retribution. However, Lapiz's once loose garments now felt rather snug. He walked with a noticeable limp, lacking grace, coupled with the bruises adorning his face from La Zili's scornful remarks. He appeared quite pitiable. After all, Lapiz was his own brother-in-law. Upon returning to the temple, Mo Yuan promptly administered treatment to him. "I didn't realize you possessed such skills," Lapiz remarked in astonishment, stretching his fully restored body. In a mere few seconds, all his injuries had healed completely. Perhaps it was due to the superficial nature of his wounds, yet the outcome was indeed unexpected. Mo Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "There are many things you have yet to contemplate." After enduring such a severe beating, Lapis had completely submitted. With his sister under his protection, he felt a sense of reassurance. Simultaneously, Lapis' curiosity regarding the Spirit Time House grew even more profound, regardless of the underlying motivations. The undeniable strength of Mo Yuan and Razali is evident. Thus, this Spirit Time House undoubtedly possesses extraordinary energy. Rabis is eager to enter. He is certain that after a year, he will emerge even more powerful, perhaps capable of overpowering both of them. After all, he has always been stronger than them. Given a year of cultivation, is it not natural for him to become even mightier? As he indulged in his fantasies, a peculiar smile graced Rabis' face. Beside him, Razali noticed her brother's strange expression as he gazed at the Spirit Time House. Understanding her brother well, she felt he must be harboring some mischievous thoughts. Thus, she remarked to Mo Yuan, "I sense something amiss. He appears rather troublesome." Mo Yuan nodded in agreement and suggested, "Shall we give him another thrashing?" With a shared understanding reflected in their gazes, they prepared to take action. However, Robbie suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Turning around, he found his sister and her companion gazing at him with an unfriendly demeanor. What do you intend to do?" A vague sense of crisis compelled him to take a step back. "What wicked thoughts were you just entertaining?" Razali's calm tone sent waves of unease through Robbie's. This was not merely a sense of power, but rather the oppressive force of her bloodline. "And no, I was thinking of nothing." "Ah. Were you perhaps imagining that once you cultivate in the Spirit Time House, you would be able to dominate both of us?" "How did you know?" The revelation of his thoughts left Robbie's momentarily speechless. A slight smirk played on Razali's lips as she teased him. "Now you know." "What? You. Robbie's heart was a tumult of emotions as he pointed trembling fingers at Razali, struggling to articulate a response. He never expected that someone as clever as he would fall for such a ruse. Is this what it means for heaven to envy the gifted? Why must one be born alongside such brilliance? And stood with arms crossed, observing with detached expressions. After a moment, resignedly lowered his arms, closed his eyes, and surrendered to the inevitable. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, coalescing into a single plea. Please, no more slaps to the face. In response to their brother-in-law's final request, and graciously acquiesced. Thus, after a series of muffled sounds harmony was restored. As if nothing untoward had ever transpired, if one could overlook's corpulent form. As a considerate brother-in-law, thoughtfully administered a restorative treatment to, who expressed profound gratitude. Albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Following their playful antics, their bond grew significantly closer. Was now prepared to enter the spirit time room for cultivation. Since only 2 individuals could enter at a time, decided to accompany for a spell. Intending to instruct him in his training, while also assessing whether he could sense the vital energy, thereby awakening the latent powers of his earthly lineage. As for, she would remain outside for her current prowess was sufficient to easily dominate anyone on Earth. Moreover, did not need to spend an entire year inside. His goal was merely to teach the art of cultivation. Once they entered the spirit time room, eagerly anticipated the onset of his training, elucidated the method of cultivation to him. Indeed, Lapis proved to be the individual of remarkable potential as described by the seasoned practitioners. Merely after a brief explanation, he commenced his cultivation. Within a mere few minutes, sensed the flow of energy within him. Lapis had already begun to perceive the energy coursing through his body. The next step was to absorb the ambient energy of the cosmos through cultivation to enhance his own vitality. Most notably, he detected a distinct form of energy, one that was purer and more potent. As previously conveyed by, this energy was likely the primordial essence. Lapis felt an insatiable yearning within him for this primordial energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to draw in the wandering primordial essence from the air. The surrounding energy was attracted to him, converging in an orderly fashion and seamlessly entering his body. Gradually, he absorbed the primordial essence, nurturing the latent power of his lineage. Mo Yuan was somewhat astonished. Although he was aware of Laplace's remarkable potential, he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. The fact that Laplace could sense and absorb the essence of qi during his very first cultivation was indeed unexpected. Of course, this could be attributed to the abundant qi within the spiritual time house. Nonetheless, it underscored the undeniable strength of his potential. Speaking of the qi in the spiritual time house, it was indeed plentiful. The last time, Mo Yuan had nearly depleted the entire qi supply of the house. Yet after a while, it had rejuvenated itself. The speed at which the qi replenished was incomparably swifter than that of the outside world. As Laplace gradually absorbed the qi, the surrounding energy began to thin. However, he found himself unable to draw upon the more distant qi. Once he had consumed all the surrounding qi, he would need to change his location to continue his absorption. Observing this, Mo Yuan acted without hesitation. In an instant, his mind's eye enveloped the entirety of the spiritual time house. All the qi was swiftly summoned by Mo Yuan and converged towards them at an astonishing speed. In a heartbeat, the spiritual time house was filled with a tempest, inciting a storm of qi. Laplace, immersed in his cultivation, sensed the once scarce qi around him replenishing, even exceeding the levels present before he began. It became so abundant that it was nearly a sea of qi. Laplace was not foolish. Given such a significant change in his surroundings, he deduced that only his rather unorthodox brother-in-law could achieve it. After all, there were no others present besides the 2 of them. With the issue of qi resolved, Laplace could now cultivate without any reservations. He quickly dismissed any distractions and settled his mind to continue his practice. Chapter 31. Do you believe in light? In the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction of day or night, and within the confines of the spirit time house, this notion is even more pronounced. 2 months have swiftly elapsed. At this moment, Lapith has ceased to absorb any further vital energy. His bloodline has sufficiently assimilated the essence needed to catalyze its activation. Although he has spent a month longer than Mo Yuan in this pursuit, the amount of vital energy he has absorbed pales in comparison. Merely 1/5 of what Mo Yuan has garnered. As Lapith awakens from his meditative state, a facade of tranquility cloaks his countenance. Yet the joy gleaming in his eyes is unmistakable. With the activation of his bloodline, his combat prowess has doubled. Yet, this is not the source of his greatest delight. Beyond the enhancement of his fighting capabilities, the power of his bloodline has allowed him to merge entirely with the perpetual energy core within him. From this moment forth, he can bolster the energy core through his cultivation efforts. In truth, the notion of infinite energy merely implies that the energy recovery rate of the core surpasses its output. However, this also places constraints on the intensity of his attacks. When confronting adversaries whose strength does not exceed his own, Lapith can remain invincible, even exhausting his foes through boundless energy and stamina. Yet, when faced with those more formidable than himself, his so-called infinite energy reveals its limitations. For if true infinite energy were attainable, who could possibly stand as his rival? Do not mention Sharu. Even later, Bu was unable to contend with him. Only beings such as the gods of destruction or the Omni King, who wield unique energies, can hope to defeat him. Furthermore, the energy stored within the perpetual energy core has its limitations. Without the activation of his bloodline, the core within Lapithis cannot be enhanced through mere cultivation. To grow stronger, he must rely solely on the cultivation of his vital energy. Ultimately, the purpose of the perpetual energy core is to ensure he does not exhaust his energy, beyond which it serves little additional function. However, the circumstances have changed. The activation of the bloodline power has allowed him to fully integrate with the perpetual energy core. It is no longer merely a technological artifact. It has become a part of his very being. Through cultivation, he can absorb vital energy to enhance the core, thereby increasing its energy recovery rate, expanding its storage capacity, and eliminating limitations on his own energy output. This means he can release all the energy within him in an instant, significantly amplifying his attack power. Nevertheless, this does not equate to possessing infinite energy. Rather, it signifies that his energy recovery rate surpasses that of others by several magnitudes. Of course, if he manages to regulate his energy output to remain below his recovery rate, he could achieve what one might call infinite energy. However, such an approach is of little significance when faced with formidable foes. It is far more advantageous to increase output and obliterate the enemy directly. Suppressing his elation, Lapith is prepared to rise from the ground. However, upon moving, he discovered something even more exhilarating than an increase in strength. His previously well-fitting garments felt uncomfortably tight, ruling out the possibility that he had simply been beaten during training. Only one conclusion remained. His body had developed. Ecstatic, Lapithis sprang to his feet, and with a startling sound, his trousers tore apart. I've split. After 2 months of diligent cultivation, Lapithis's physique had flourished under the nourishment of vital energy. He had grown a remarkable 20 centimeters, reaching an impressive height of 185 centimeters. No longer did he appear as slender as before. Though his muscles were not overly large, he had certainly gained a more robust build. His enlarged frame had rendered his clothes exceedingly tight, and as he exerted himself, the fabric could bear the burden no longer and tore apart. Turning mechanically towards the source of laughter, Lapithis found his rather cheeky brother-in-law watching him with a smirk. More specifically, he was amused by the sight of Lapithis's torn trousers, through which one could faintly glimpse the handsome face obscured by a covering. So, you believe in light as well? Just as your trousers have torn. Would you like me to provide you with a stylish outfit akin to that of the popular character? Laplace. Oh, when he was transformed into an artificial being. He was merely a teenager. Is it truly a mistake for a young boy to believe in the light? Is it really a fault? Mo Yuan, lacking formal training, soon found himself unable to contain his laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws while clutching his belly. Ha ha, I'm not laughing at you. Ha ha ha, hic, ha ha ha, I merely recalled something joyful. Amidst his mirth, he conjured 3 sets of Ultraman costumes, presenting them before Laplace. Do you prefer this blue ensemble? Or perhaps this red one? Or maybe this blend of red and blue? Stiffened. My fists have stiffened. Laplace's fists hardened with indignation. Unable to endure any longer, Laplace charged forward, delivering a punch that sent Mo Yuan sprawling. The two then engaged in a playful scuffle, resembling children at play, devoid of any technique as they exchanged blows. After a while, Mo Yuan and Lapis, bearing identical pig-like visages, lay upon the ground. Mo Yuan gazed at Lapus's pig-like visage, a smirk involuntarily creeping across his lips. Alas, this smile tugged at the wounds adorning his own face. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, he remarked, "You, my friend, possess a truly ruthless hand. Do you not comprehend the principle of striking without marring one's visage? Ha! You dare to speak? You are the one with the most merciless blows," Lapus retorted, gingerly touching his swollen, piggish face. "Is it not true that you were the one who first laid hands upon my face? Had you not provoked me, I would not have retaliated in kind. You brought this upon yourself by mocking me," he continued with a hint of indignation. "Do not utter such nonsense. I did not mock you. I was merely aiding you in realizing your dreams. Mo Yuan proclaimed with righteous fervor. I have already devised the perfect plan for you. Don the costume of the illustrious Ottoman, and then proceed to. Mo Yuan lay on the ground, his arms positioned in an L shape, as violet light coalesced around his limbs. He then shouted, Lapis Ray, Bayubiubiu. With his exclamation, the purple beam surged forth from his arms, painting a vibrant stroke across the desolate expanse. Ha ha ha. What do you think? I've even come up with a name for the technique. Are you not moved? Mo Yuan chuckled heartily, patting Lapis on the shoulder. Although Lapis's swollen face betrayed no emotion. A dangerous glimmer sparkled in his eyes, and his hands had clenched into fists. You bastard. I will kill you. Hey, don't slap my face. During the period when Mo Yuan entered the time chamber, significant events transpired in the outside world. Shalu unexpectedly encountered Vegeta and Trunks. Having absorbed hundreds of thousands of ordinary humans, Shalu's combat power had risen to match that of Piccolo. Together, Vegeta and Trunks were no match for him. Fortunately, Piccolo sensed the battle aura and arrived just in time. Otherwise, Vegeta and Trunks would have fallen victim to Shalu's absorption. Upon Piccolo's arrival, Shalu fled immediately. Despite his formidable combat power being on par with Piccolo's, Shalu was unwilling to take such a risk, especially since Piccolo had brought Sinza beans. After consuming the beans, Vegeta and Trunks' injuries were instantly healed. Relieved, Trunks soon discovered a disconcerting truth. An important item of his had gone missing. Chapter 32, Sister. Good sister, in an endless expanse of pure white, two crimson beams of light intersected and collided in midair. Each collision sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, accompanied by thunderous sounds, while ripples resembling water waves radiated outward from the point of impact. Wherever they passed, fierce winds surged, clouds billowed, and dust was thrown into the air. Fortunately, the time chamber lacked the towering skyscrapers of the city. Otherwise, the residual energy from their battle alone would have been sufficient to obliterate an entire city. After a considerable time, the combat finally ceased. The two crimson beams of light halted, revealing their true forms, Mo Yuan and Lapidus. They had spent half a year within the time chamber. The fiery red aura enveloping them was a manifestation of the Kaioken technique. After activating his bloodline, Mo Yuan had imparted the Kaioken to Lapidus. Capable of sensing ki, Lapidus quickly mastered the technique. With his robust physique, he could activate the tenfold Kaioken without injury, as only exceeding that threshold would burden his body. However, while the Kaioken could amplify his ki, it could not accelerate the recovery rate of his energy core. Nevertheless, Lapidus's natural energy recovery speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even if the recovery rate remained unchanged, he could still maintain the Kaioken state for an extended duration. As in relinquish their state of the King's Fist, the crimson aura enveloping them extinguished in an instant. After 6 months of rigorous training, S regular combat power had ascended to an astounding 500 million. Meanwhile, after activating his bloodline, experienced a doubling of his combat prowess. Coupled with an additional 4 months of training, his strength surged to an impressive 1.5 billion. Just moments ago, unleashed the tenfold King's Fist. In response, activated the 30-fold King's Fist, matching S formidable power. Perhaps due to the amalgamation of 4 distinct bloodlines, S physique was exceptionally robust, enabling him to unleash the 20-fold King's Fist without sustaining any injuries. Although the 30-fold King's Fist would inflict some damage upon the body, S' remarkable regenerative abilities ensured that he would recover fully in no time. After conducting experiments, Mo Yuan discovered that with his physical constitution, utilizing the Kaioken technique at a multiplier not exceeding 50 would not inflict significant damage on his body. However, should he encounter a formidable adversary that necessitates exceeding the 50-fold threshold, Mo Yuan possesses a more advantageous alternative, one that does not require such self-destructive measures. The day's training has concluded. Although, following the activation of his bloodline, Mo Yuan can sustain himself solely on water like an Namekian. He still adheres to the habit of enjoying meals. This routine extends to both Lapisai and Lazili, who also maintain the same culinary customs. Beyond their shared appreciation for exquisite cuisine, what resonates most with Mo Yuan is the joy of dining with friends and family. Since the passing of his parents, he has lived in solitude, their departure sealing his heart and rendering him reluctant to venture outside or forge new friendships. Yet, within, he harbors a profound yearning for companionship, embodying a paradox of existence. Only in the realm of the internet does he allow himself to bare his soul, where he has forged numerous friendships. seemingly engaged in endless conversations. Yet, when local online acquaintances propose to meet in person, he finds himself concocting various excuses to evade the encounter. In truth, he desires to attend but is hindered by an internal barrier. As night descends and the world grows quiet, leaving behind his computer and setting down his phone, the hollow silence of his empty home envelopes him. Does he relish solitude? Not at all. He has merely grown accustomed to it. He longs for the days when his family of 3 was together, yet time, alas, cannot be reversed. Upon arriving in this new world, despite the perils that abound, he has discovered love and family. Indeed, in Mo Yuan's heart, Lazili and her companions, including number 16, are his family. If faced with the choice to return or remain in this world, he would unhesitatingly choose to stay. For here he has found those he wishes to cherish for a lifetime. The meal concluded amid the playful rivalry between Mo Yuan and Lapisai. Since sustenance is no longer a necessity for survival, Mo Yuan's preparations for food have lessened. He now only needs to prepare a quantity suitable for an ordinary person. Mo Yuan reclined in his chair, a toothpick casually held between his lips, exuding an air of contentment. Meanwhile, Lapis attended to the tidying of the dining table, adhering to the fundamental rule that the cook should not be burdened with the washing of dishes. It has been 6 months, Lapis. I am about to step out. Would you like me to summon number 16 to keep you company? So soon to depart? I can manage on my own. Mo Yuan's face radiated a joyful smile, as if he were recalling a delightful memory, unabashedly revealing his innermost feelings. There is no helping it. I miss my sister, he confessed. Unintentionally subjected to this moment of affection, Lapidus stared with a pair of lifeless eyes and interjected, Lazili is my sister. Mo Yuan retorted dismissively, why should I call you? It's none of your concern. Lapidus then posed a soul-searching inquiry, then why don't you call me brother? To this, Mo Yuan rolled his eyes and replied, do you, a solitary soul, even comprehend the essence of romance? Mo Yuan rose, compassionately patting the young man Lapus on the shoulder. You cannot comprehend the goodness of an elder sister. In youth, one often fails to recognize the virtues of an elder sister, mistakenly cherishing a young maiden instead. In the innocence of youth, one does not grasp the allure of an elder sister, foolishly squandering the fleeting beauty of youth. An elder sister is delightful and enchanting. She possesses graceful legs and a charming figure. She alleviates your worries and cherishes you as a precious treasure, gazed at and shook his head. Turning towards the entrance of the beneath a green, insect-like humanoid creature looked up at it. It is said that deities reside here. I wonder if the taste of a deity is even more delectable. Licked his lips and emitted a peculiar chuckle. Subsequently, he soared upwards at an astonishing speed. Soon, beheld an object resembling a small island floating in the air. Without hesitation, he flew directly into the temple. Upon entering, was overwhelmed with joy as he spotted someone he had longed to see. To his astonishment, the person he had searched for on the ground was found within this temple. Although had undergone a significant transformation after a year of training in the, recognized her immediately. 18. Let us become one. Proclaimed sincerely before her, uttering words of dread. Who are you? Inquired, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded. She had sensed his presence when he ascended. An odd aura that felt like a convergence of many distinct energies. Intrigued by this anomaly, she was taken aback upon encountering him. In response to her question, did not hold back, revealing all. Wait, did you say underground laboratory? Which underground laboratory? The mention of an underground laboratory startled. Of course, the underground laboratory beneath the one you have always inhabited. And 17? Where is he? Chose to ignore, pondering the veracity of his claims. She had visited the underground laboratory. And aside from, no other beings had been present, unless he had emerged before. Could he be a failed creation of that wretched old man, inadvertently left intact? The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, did not need to absorb them to attain completeness, and this creature was undeniably grotesque, resembling a failed cosmetic surgery. The sight was quite repulsive. Indeed, he must be a failed experiment. Thought resolutely. If he is a failure, then let us assist the old man in his destruction. Lazili regarded Shara with an increasingly dangerous gaze, oblivious to the imminent peril. Shara continued to scan the surroundings in search of Lapis. Chapter 33. The Sunfish Strikes Again. Android 18. You should consider yourself fortunate. Once you are absorbed by me, a flawless, invincible superhuman will emerge in this world. This is the ultimate warrior that Dr. Jero has relentlessly pursued for years. Having absorbed countless beings, Sharu's strength had surged to unprecedented heights, rendering him utterly dismissive of Lazuli. Should she willingly submit to his absorption, it would be ideal. Otherwise, he viewed her merely as a waste of time to forcefully assimilate. Unbeknownst to the loquacious Sheru, with each word he uttered, the chill in Lazuli's gaze intensified. Flawless? Invincible ultimate warrior? Huh. Such declarations were nothing short of a farce. Sheru's words filled Lazuli with disdain, as she too was a product of the fusion of various martial arts masters' cells. Imo Yuan can attain formidable power solely through his own cultivation. As for Shallow, Razali can distinctly sense the mottled aura surrounding him, along with the resentment of countless souls. It is evident that Shallow has derived his current strength by siphoning the life energy of numerous humans. Such reliance on external forces to augment one's power is undoubtedly a mark of inferiority. Moreover, Shallow's strength is hardly impressive. It is baffling to ponder where he derives the audacity to attempt to absorb the energies of both herself and Lapus. Ultimately, Razali concludes that Shallow is nothing more than a foolish inferior being. Yet, Shallow is not entirely devoid of cunning. While he attempts to captivate Razali's attention with his words, his tail stealthily gathers energy behind him, poised to strike. I see you are reluctant, he observes, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes as Razali remains utterly unmoved. Her expression devoid of emotion, silent as the grave. She does not trust a single word he utters. Huh. Since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. With that, Shala turns his back, feigning a departure. However, at the very instant he pivots, his needle-like tail lunges forth, akin to a venomous serpent striking its prey, darting toward Razali with alarming swiftness. It appears as though Razali is caught off guard, making no attempt to evade. Join with me. Shallow cackles maniacally, convinced of his impending victory. Yet, in the face of Shallow's determined assault, Razali feels only boredom, even suppressing a yawn. It is far too slow. At the moment Shallow's tail is about to make contact, Razali springs into action. The young woman, with her fair and delicate hand, deftly extracts it from her bosom. What seems like a languid motion precisely captures Shallow's lightning-fast tail. What? Gripped by an overwhelming force, Shallow's expression shifts from triumph to sheer panic. Razali holds onto Shallow's tail, scrutinizing the needle-like tip. Is this the instrument with which you absorb human life energy? What are your intentions? She disregards Shallow's words, channeling the energy within her body into her hand, enveloping it in a pure white aura. Then, using her hand as a conduit, the energy spreads along Shallow's tail. The heat is excruciating. A searing sensation radiates from the tail. The searing pain inflicted upon Cell caused him to cry out in agony. Like a creature scorched by flames, he yearned to flee. However, his tail was firmly grasped by Lazuli, held captive by her terrifying strength. Cell found himself unable to extricate his appendage. As the excruciating torment threatened to spread from his tail to engulf his entire body, Cell made a swift, resolute decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he severed his own tail. Drops of violet blood cascaded from the severed end, staining the ground beneath him. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. According to the data provided by Dr. Jero, his power should have surpassed that of androids 17 and 18. Yet now, he stood defenseless against the onslaught of android 18. This was inconceivable. Unbeknownst to Cell, this timeline had already undergone significant alterations due to his and Trunk's arrival. Lazuli and Lapis, prior to their training, possessed strengths that exceeded those of the future timeline's androids 17 and 18. Not to mention, they had honed their abilities within the hyperbolic time chamber. With their current prowess, unless Cell transformed into his perfect form, it was utterly impossible for him to triumph over them. Of course, it is primarily due to the formidable strength of Lapisi. Sheru, now devoid of any fighting spirit, only wishes to flee, to continue absorbing humans until his power is sufficient to confront Lazuli. However, in his desire to escape, he must seek Lazuli's consent. Although Sheru currently possesses diminished strength, he can rapidly enhance his abilities by absorbing humans. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to them. Moreover, this grotesque creature harbors the audacity to contemplate absorbing the siblings. He must not be allowed to leave. Resolute in her decision, Lazuli initiates the assault. In an instant, she moves with remarkable speed, her figure materializing behind Sheru. Her long, alluring legs transform into lethal weapons, striking directly at Sheru's head. The vast disparity in strength leaves Sheru utterly unprepared. As Lazuli's kick connects, Sheru experiences a sensation akin to his mind turning to mush, momentarily losing consciousness. He is propelled away as if struck by a speeding freight truck. Seizing the opportunity, lazily pursues Sheru, who is sent flying backward. What follows is an experience akin to being kicked like a soccer ball, albeit he is the ball in this scenario. Lazily, as if she has discovered a new toy, revels in her aerial play. Though the toy is rather unattractive, it still provides an exhilarating sensation when kicked. Sheru, continuously on the receiving end of blows, finds himself incapable of any countermeasures. This cannot continue. He risks being killed. With clarity dawning upon him, Sheru realizes that once Lazily tires of her game, she will surely end his life. Driven by an intense will to survive, he begins to seek any opportunity for escape. After a while, Lazily, having lost interest in her play, decides to eliminate Sheru. With a powerful kick, she sends him hurtling toward the ground, while a terrifying energy coalesces in her hands. This is the moment. Seizing the opportunity as Lazily prepares to strike, Sheru spreads his arms wide beside his head. Solar flare. A blinding light erupts from Sheru, and despite Lazily's enhanced physique post-transformation, her eyes remain vulnerable. Suddenly, her vision is engulfed in a blinding whiteness, followed by a stinging pain that compels her to close her eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Sheru swiftly conceals his energy and escapes into the forest, using the trees as cover to vanish from sight. Chapter 34, Confession. Sister, what is wrong? Are you hurt? A familiar voice resonates in Lazily's ears, prompting her to lower her guard. As emerged from the room of spirit and time, he discovered that was no longer atop the temple. Number 16 informed him that a green creature resembling a bug had found its way here, boldly proclaiming its intention to absorb both and to achieve its perfect form. However, it was evident that was significantly weaker than, as he was swiftly defeated. From Number 16's description, deduced that the bug-like green monster was indeed. Although he was confident that its current strength surpassed that of, a sense of unease lingered within him. Having just exited the room of spirit and time, he sensed no signs of battle, compelling him to act without delay. He immediately activated his psychic vision and soon located beneath the Corin Tower. Notably absent was, who must have fled after realizing he could not contend with her. However, S' condition appeared troubling. The thought that she might be in distress caused his heart to race. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to her side at his fastest speed. Herself was bewildered by her own state. Initially, she felt nothing amiss, but upon hearing's voice, an inexplicable wave of vulnerability washed over her, causing her lips to pout involuntarily. Moreover, after being struck by the sun fist, her eyes stung painfully, rendering her unable to open them, while tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, presenting a pitiful sight that evoked sympathy. Upon seeing her in such a state, became alarmed. He circled around, scrutinizing her for any injuries. After his examination, he discovered that only her eyes sustained minor damage, which would mend itself in due time. Sister, please tell me if something is bothering you, urged anxiously. Took a deep breath to calm herself. I'm fine, she replied, her soft voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. In truth, apart from her eyes, she was unharmed. The only discomfort stemmed from a slight soreness in her foot after kicking. Have you heard, mortal? S' voice echoed. Yet, after this time had passed, her eyes were no longer as painful, and the stinging sensation was dissipating. Slowly opened her eyes, tears still glistening in her gaze. Her once bright eyes now appeared genuinely watery. Nonetheless, she felt disheartened that had escaped. I'm glad you're all right, reassured her. Mo Yuan gently cupped Lazily's face, his fingers delicately brushing away the tears from her eyes. As she felt the warmth of his palm against her skin, a soothing sensation enveloped her. Gazing upon Mo Yuan's handsome visage, Lazily could not help but feel her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. The authoritative demeanor she had maintained before him, akin to that of an elder sister, dissipated in that moment. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassed, she discovered a tender softness within her heart being stirred. This sensation of being cherished. Perhaps it was rather delightful? Far from resenting it, Lazily found herself reveling in this feeling, though she couldn't deny a hint of shyness. Her innocent demeanor captivated Mo Yuan, for it was the first time she had displayed such bashfulness before him. Typically, she would tease him with a playful audacity. Noticing Mo Yuan's enthralled gaze upon her, Lazily felt a mixture of bashfulness and secret delight. Striving to maintain her composure, she playfully exclaimed, "You fool! Haven't you seen enough yet?" Mo Yuan suddenly embraced Lazily, holding her tightly as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he whispered softly in her ear, "This is not enough. A lifetime would still fall short." word struck deeply within like a sharp arrow. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, she experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Her delicate arms wrapped around his waist, and everything seemed to be conveyed without utterance. Oh, suddenly, after an indeterminate span of time, recalled that there were pressing matters to attend to, swiftly extricating herself from his embrace. She then recounted to him the words spoken by moments earlier. Initially, she had not paid much heed to his remarks, but in retrospective contemplation, they appeared somewhat peculiar. For instance, he claimed that he would come into existence 24 years hence. Yet, the underground laboratory was already destroyed. How could he, who was said to emerge 2 decades later, manifest now? He must be a version of me from an alternate timeline. What? Found it hard to believe. After all, and could not be said to resemble one another in any capacity. They were entirely dissimilar. Aside from being synthesized from other cells, their appearances, essences, and every other aspect were starkly different. Moreover, needed to absorb his siblings to evolve into his complete form. If required absorption as well, he could have accomplished that long ago. Within the confines of the time chamber, had been utterly defenseless against. Furthermore, given its current prowess, even the combined strength of herself and would be insufficient to confront him. The fact that he refrained from taking action against them indicated that he harbored no intention of doing so. Indeed, nodded solemnly, his expression grave. He resolved to reveal part of the truth. Aside from his time-traveling origins, he would disclose everything else too. According to the information transmitted by the computer, I should not come into existence so soon, and it also mentioned that absorbing you would enable me to attain my complete form. Perhaps due to some extraordinary circumstance, I manifested prematurely, and I discovered that my situation diverges from the computer's data. I can attain my complete form solely through cultivation, without the need to absorb you. Was utterly astonished. However, the disparity between you two is far too great. He is so unattractive. How could he possibly share the same mother? According to the information provided by the computer, Doctor indeed designed me to resemble that grotesque figure. Yet, dear sister, you must trust me. I would never harm you. S. gaze was fixed intently upon, a flicker of trepidation coursing through him, fearing that she might doubt his words and consequently distance herself from him. It must be said that his declaration had a profound impact on her. Nevertheless, chose to trust, motivated by a singular reason. Had he truly intended to harm them? He had ample opportunities to do so, both in the past and present, yet he refrained. Thus, placed her faith in him. It's all right, dear sister, I believe in you. She reassured him, sensing the turmoil within his heart, gently enveloping him in her embrace. However, a shadow of concern crossed her mind regarding. He was indeed a formidable adversary and would undoubtedly devise a method to target both her and. The uncertainty loomed large, for none could fathom the extent of strength gained through the absorption of human energy. In just a single day, he had consumed the essence of countless individuals, emerging far stronger than he had been prior to his training in the. With billions of souls inhabiting the earth, the magnitude of his potential power was staggering should he succeed in absorbing them all. Do not worry, she declared resolutely. I shall deal with. Moyu's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Lazili and Lapus were his kin, and he would never permit anyone to inflict harm upon them. From earlier, his inner sight had remained open, enveloping the entirety of the earth. Under the watchful gaze of his inner vision, Shara was utterly exposed. Presently, Shara had traversed a considerable distance across the planet. However, if Moyu were to fly at full speed, it would take merely a few minutes to reach him. Wait. How could he possess such an ability? Suddenly, Moyu's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 35. Shara escapes to the future time-space. What has happened? The reaction of left feeling somewhat uneasy. As Mo Yuan observed, Cell abruptly halted, producing a small box seemingly from thin air. Subsequently, he extracted a universal capsule from within. After a billow of dense smoke, a peculiar machine manifested upon the ground, none other than the time machine that Trunks had lost. Cell, astonished, had not anticipated the formidable strength possessed by the androids of this world. An unsettling feeling began to stir within him. A voice whispering from the depths of his consciousness, urging him to flee this place. The reality of this world diverged entirely from the historical memories he held. The presence of an additional android, number 16, coupled with the terrifying powers of the androids far exceeding those of history, spoke volumes of the extraordinary nature of this timeline. Had Cell encountered Mo Yuan or the Lapis within the hyperbolic time chamber, he would have comprehended the essence of cruelty. The thought of departing this realm filled Cell with a sense of reluctance. After all, he had yet to attain his perfect form. However, time was not on his side. Remaining in this timeline posed a constant threat to his very existence. It was far wiser to seek out alternative possibilities elsewhere. Moreover, he had encountered a grown Trunks, a figure with whom Cell was well acquainted. In his own timeline, Trunks was the one he had slain. Thus, the Trunks present in this timeline was undoubtedly from a third dimension. The mere presence of Trunks here indicated that androids 17 and 18 from the third timeline had yet to be vanquished. Furthermore, he had acquired the time machine from Trunks. Cell devised a plan. He would first venture to the third timeline to absorb those two androids. Upon achieving his perfect form, he would return to this timeline. The androids in this realm were exceedingly powerful. By assimilating them, he might surpass the limitations of perfection itself, evolving into an even more formidable entity. Contemplating this, a sly smile crept across Cell's lips, revealing a hint of malevolence. With resolve, he made a decisive move, severing his lower half. The time machine was too diminutive to accommodate his complete form. The last time he traversed to this timeline, he had foolishly chosen to devolve into an egg. A choice that had cost him precious years. Possessing the abilities of an Namekian, he could easily shrink himself physically, only to revert to his original size upon crossing time. Maneuvering his upper body into the time machine, he pressed a few buttons, casting a final, lingering gaze upon this world. I shall return. The time machine vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the lower half of Cell and a pool of purple blood. How infuriating! I was a moment too late. Not long after Cell departed, arrived. Upon witnessing Cell extracting the time machine, he had no time to explain to Lazuli and rushed over at full speed. Regrettably, he still arrived too late. Gazing at the severed limb on the ground, felt a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that Cell would acquire a time machine. This twist was absent from the original narrative. It seems that my presence has altered the course of this timeline. Apart from the abandoned time machine that Cell brought with him, there exists only the one belonging to Trunks on Earth. Peering with a discerning eye, observed that Trunks was at Bulma's residence in West City. Meanwhile, Bulma was currently repairing the abandoned time machine. It is likely that the time machine Cell used originated from Trunks. Moyu casually unleashed a wave of energy, vaporizing the dismembered limbs on the ground to prevent environmental contamination. Although Shara managed to escape, which was somewhat regrettable, Moyu felt no significant fear. After all, who among them was not a complete being? Harbored a profound confidence in his own abilities, including the years spent cultivating in the underground laboratory and an additional year and a half in the spirit time room. He had amassed a total of 2.5 years as a martial arts practitioner. With this substantial foundation, felt unfazed by any challenges that lay ahead. However, this realization also instilled a sense of vigilance within him. This world was undeniably real, and his presence would inevitably alter its course. Nothing would unfold as per the original narrative. Take today, for instance. He had initially believed that Sheru would remain within his grasp, hence he refrained from pursuing him immediately, allowing Sheru to escape. Little did he anticipate that Sheru would acquire a time machine and flee to another timeline. This lesson was etched in his mind. He vowed never to commit such a juvenile mistake again. Meanwhile, in West City, Trunks was in a state of agitation, restless and anxious. The loss of the time machine filled him with dread, fearing that Sheru might venture into the future timeline. Without his presence, the Earth of the future would become vulnerable, an easy target for anyone to exploit. And then there was his mother. Trunks dared not let his thoughts wander further. He had lost the will to train alongside Vegeta. His mind singularly focused on awaiting Bulma's repair of the time machine, yearning to return to the future timeline. No matter the cost, he must thwart that monster. In the future timeline, amidst a desolate wasteland, a peculiar machine materialized out of thin air. Its transparent lid slowly lifted, revealing a green creature with only half a body drifting out. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they would surely believe they had encountered a ghost. This being, with its body severed at the waist, dripped a purple liquid, evoking fear in anyone who laid eyes upon it. Sheru inhaled deeply, savoring the sin of war and death. A sinister grin spread across his face as he relished the intoxicating aroma. 17, 18, I shall soon come for you. I trust you have awaited this moment eagerly. He cackled, envisioning himself absorbing them to attain his complete form, unable to suppress a fit of laughter. After a moment, Sheru finally composed himself. It was time to attend to business. Sheru channeled the energy within him, and soon his lower body emerged eerily from the fracture. He then retracted the time machine, as he needed this device to return to his original timeline. However, Sheru soon discovered a troubling issue. The energy supply of the time machine was depleted. The remaining energy had only sufficed for his arrival in this timeline, leaving him without sufficient power to return. Fortunately, Shara was aware of someone who could remedy this predicament. The energy issue was trivial. The paramount concern was to absorb androids 17 and 18. As for the strength of the androids in this timeline, Shara was not particularly apprehensive. He had encountered Trunks from this timeline and noted that with Trunks' limited capabilities, he had managed to survive under the android's dominance for many years. This indicated that the androids in this timeline were likely comparable in strength to those in his own. They could not possibly be significantly stronger. Chapter 36. The onslaught of the androids' gunfire, explosions, and screams resonated like a symphony of doom. In this realm steeped in death and despair, humanity could only cower in shadowy corners, too fearful to show themselves. Gray had become the prevailing hue of this world, within a clandestine underground gathering point for humans. A middle-aged woman with short blue hair, clad in a white lab coat, diligently wielded her tools, perspiration dripping as she toiled over a machine. After a considerable time, she paused, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, revealing a weary yet joyful smile. At long last, she had succeeded. With the establishment of this nutrient extraction machine, the urgent crisis of food scarcity could finally be addressed. In this apocalyptic age, humanity was unable even to cultivate crops. Androids could appear at any moment, making it impossible for humans to remain securely in one location for an extended period. They could only rely on wild animals and foraged plants to barely sustain themselves. As for the supplies within the cities, 2 decades have passed since the arrival of the androids, and the resources within the city have either been obliterated or rendered ineatable by the passage of time. Although wild resources abound, the threat of android attacks necessitates that scavengers venture out in solitude rather than in groups. This strategy, while reducing the likelihood of detection by the androids, also significantly diminishes their bounty. Most individuals find themselves in a precarious situation, often subsisting on just one meager meal a day, barely staving off starvation. Bulma picked up a piece of wood and placed it into the machine before pressing the switch. The machine whirred to life, and within 2 minutes, it produced a transparent liquid resembling water. Holding the cup of nutritional fluid to her nose, Bulma detected a woodsy aroma, neither unpleasant nor particularly fragrant. She downed the concoction in one gulp, the bitter taste flooding her palate, akin to swallowing medicine. However, the bitterness did not dampen her spirits. Rather, she savored it as if it were a sweet nectar. After consuming the nutrient solution, she could distinctly feel her bodily functions being revitalized, akin to having enjoyed a hearty meal. Although the taste left much to be desired, at least she was no longer on the brink of starvation. Trunks. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted, just as Bulma wished to share her joy with her son. She suddenly realized that he had embarked on a journey through time, seeking the strength to defeat the androids. Concern washed over her as she pondered his well-being. It had been several days since he left, and she wondered how he fared in that other realm. Was Goku's illness cured? And what of Vegeta? With a sigh, she shook her head, hoping that he might momentarily set aside his pride. Yet, Bulma understood the futility of such hope. After all, he was the prince of the Scions, was he not? Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a series of violent explosions echoed from outside. The tremors were enough to topple Bulma, still somewhat weak, to the ground. This was not the first occurrence of such chaos. Over the past 20 years, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Remaining calm, she rose and began to gather her belongings, packing everything into her Capsule Corporation capsule. Dr. Bulma, a voice called out, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Several armed individuals rushed in from outside. A bearded man among them urgently inquired, Dr. Bulma, we must evacuate immediately. The androids have arrived. Bulma nodded and said, yes, I have prepared everything. Are the others gathered? They are all assembled and ready for your arrival to depart. Indeed, time is of the essence. We must leave this place promptly. After years of evasion, they dared not linger, moving with swift efficiency to join the others. Under Trunks' protection, along with Bulma's frequent inventions of machines that enhanced human survival, their group had grown significantly, numbering nearly 1,000. While this may seem modest, it constituted the largest congregation on Earth. Any further increase in numbers risked exposure, making them susceptible to detection by the androids. Thus, they had to disperse the humans into several smaller strongholds to avoid being easily eradicated. Bulma regularly devised machines for Trunks to deliver to other outposts, ensuring humanity's continued existence on the planet. Suddenly, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed from outside. Children nestled in their mother's arms, trembling with fear. while adults clutched their offspring tightly, their faces etched with terror. Despite having endured such experiences countless times, the dread within them remained unshaken. "Dia, come here," called the bearded uncle to a young man not far away. "What is it?" Dia responded, quickly joining him along with a dozen other young men. The uncle removed the rifle from his shoulder and handed it to Diameter. "Take this. It will be your responsibility from now on." The other older men followed suit, relinquishing their rifles to the younger ones, retaining only a few grenades. "Dad," Dia's eyes welled with tears at their gesture. They had faced the scene innumerable times before. Whenever the androids attacked, the elders would stay behind to confront the threat, while the youth took up arms to lead the others to safety, rather than a defense. It felt more like a sacrifice to satisfy the androids' thirst for blood. Once they had their fill, they would inevitably depart. This had been the grim reality for the past 2 decades. Otherwise, humanity would have long been annihilated. The androids played a cruel game of cat and mouse, gradually stripping humans of their will to resist before ultimately consuming them. The bearded uncle patted Dia's shoulder, gazing at him calmly. "Do not be sorrowful. We have survived for 20 years, and that is enough." Other elder men engaged in similar actions, fully aware of the impending challenges they were to confront. Yet, they exhibited not a shred of fear. Everything they undertook was merely to kindle the flame of humanity. "Commence," commanded the bearded elder with a resonant authority. Everyone moved with admirable orderliness. A dozen or so elders trailed behind him, their resolute gazes, unwavering strides, and fearless convictions coalescing into a formidable presence that resonated deeply. They advanced with purposeful steps toward the entrance. Diana watched their retreating figures, tears flowing from her eyes like a faucet. Bulma, with tears glistening in her eyes, gently patted Diana's back in silence. Suddenly, Diana lifted her head and called out to them, "Elder, what is your name?" With a creak, the door swung open. Yet the bearded elder did not pause, continuing his forward march. Once outside, they closed the door behind them. Just as the door was about to shut, leaving only a narrow gap, Diana heard a clear name whispering in her ear, Sloan. Chapter 37. The powerful android with a resounding thud, the door closed tightly, and the silhouettes of the elders vanished. "Sloan? Elder Sloan." A radiant smile graced Diana's tear-streaked face. This was the first time she learned the elder's name. For a decade, every time she inquired about his name, he would invariably respond that it was inconsequential, that she could simply call him Elder. No one in the entire stronghold knew his name. The older ones referred to him as the bearded elder, while the younger ones called him Elder. Ever since Sloan had rescued her from the ruins a decade ago, she had remained at his side. Over the years, she had come to regard him as a father figure in her heart. Wiping away her tears, she recognized that there was no time for sentimentality. They needed to depart swiftly, otherwise, the sacrifice of the elders would be rendered meaningless. Diana raised the weapon that Elder Sloan had entrusted to her and shouted, "Let us embark." Bulma stowed away her sorrow, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards her own inadequacies. As a prodigious scientist, her talents were unfortunately skewed in one direction. Despite her ability to fabricate machines capable of traversing time and space, her achievements in weaponry had been disappointingly meager. Coupled with the relentless pursuit by androids and a scarcity of materials for her research, she had been relegated to crafting only rudimentary arms over the years. Though her creations surpassed the weapons of yore in strength, they could inflict not even the slightest harm upon the androids. Even if the androids stood still to endure their assaults, the weapons were utterly ineffective. Ultimately, these arms were reduced to mere tools for hunting. Boom. The golden-haired girl and the raven-haired boy unleashed beams of light from their hands, each strike resulting in violent explosions that painted the sky crimson. The two gazed at the fiery spectacle with faint smiles, as if relishing a grand fireworks display. Not far from them, a group of weathered individuals concealed themselves behind rocks, occasionally peeking out to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Their marksmanship was impressive. Out of 10 bullets, 7 or 8 found their mark. Yet, the bullets seemed to strike an impenetrable fortress, merely sparking without inflicting any damage whatsoever. The boy and girl appeared increasingly vexed by the persistent harassment of the bullets. Raising their hands, they directed beams at the assailants' hiding spots. The flames flickered, leaving behind charred corpses. Damn it, just emerging from a stronghold. Sloan witnessed this scene with eyes wide open in disbelief, a surge of uncontainable fury igniting within him. He pulled out a grenade and hurled it with force towards the androids. Number 17, upon seeing the grenade soaring towards him, scoffed with disdain. Without a moment's thought, he swatted at the grenade, intending to deflect it. However, The instant his hand made contact, countless fissures erupted across the grenade's surface, blinding lights streaming through the cracks and illuminating the faces of 17 and 18. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion resonated throughout the realm, a small mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The shockwave from the blast sent Sloan and his companions hundreds of meters away, tumbling to the ground. A direct hit. Sloan lay prostrate, his face alight with hope as he gazed at the mushroom cloud. This grenade was a product of Bulma's extensive resources, its power magnified 100-fold compared to ordinary grenades. Witnessing the colossal explosion it wrought, Sloan dared not claim it would eliminate the androids, but surely it could inflict some measure of injury, couldn't it? As the smoke gradually dissipated, Sloan and his companions fixed their gaze on the epicenter of the explosion. The dense fog was slowly swept away by the wind, revealing two shadowy figures within. How could this be possible? As the smoke cleared, Sloan and his group stared in disbelief at the two figures standing resolutely in place. The humanoid beings stood with arms crossed, wearing mocking smiles upon their faces. Aside from their tattered clothing, they bore not a single injury. Although Sloan and his companions had some inkling of the humanoid's formidable power, they never anticipated that even such a potent grenade could inflict no harm upon them. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. They could not help but wonder if humanity could truly vanquish these two monstrous beings. 17 brushed the dust off his clothing, expressing his boredom. 18, I no longer wish to continue this game. It has become exceedingly tedious. In response, 18 nodded slightly, acknowledging the monotony. Indeed. Let us eradicate humanity and then venture to other planets for amusement. Their casual tone suggested that exterminating humanity was merely a trivial task. Very well, let us proceed. 18 offered no objections to 17's proposal. She had been playing this game of hunting humanity for 2 decades and had grown weary of it. It was time for a new pursuit. Perhaps the annihilation of humanity? Or the destruction of Earth? A cruel smile crept across 18's delicate features. They had resolved not to engage in this game any longer. 17 and 18 were also disinclined to squander time in this place. They intended to swiftly eliminate all of humanity on Earth, starting with the insignificant insects before them. Sloan's group, upon witnessing the cruel expressions on the humanoids' faces, instinctively knew they harbored ill intentions. Stop them, Sloan shouted, hurling a grenade toward the humanoids. The dozen or so individuals behind him also produced grenades, unleashing a torrent of explosives towards their adversaries. 17 and 18 appeared oblivious to the oncoming grenades, allowing them to strike without resistance. Boom, boom. The explosions reverberated incessantly. As they watched the humanoids seemingly buried by the blasts, Sloan dared not relax his guard, for he understood that these grenades were utterly ineffective. However, they had never envisioned the possibility of annihilating the humanoids. Their sole aim was to delay them, granting others a precious moment to escape. For some inexplicable reason, Sloan felt a foreboding sense of dread, particularly as the mocking grin of the humanoids lingered in his mind like a haunting nightmare. Quickly, throw all the grenades. I have nothing left. I have discarded it all. So have I. I too have thrown everything away. Everyone has proclaimed that they have exhausted their grenades. The depletion of grenades signifies that they possess no weapons left. Sloan and his companions stood poised for action. Soon, they would confront the androids unarmed. Clear out. Sloan noticed a flicker of light amidst the smoke, and he exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, everyone scattered in disarray. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot forth from the smoke, striking the very spot where they had just stood. Boom. In an instant, the ground erupted, leaving a crater approximately 10 meters wide. A few slower individuals were annihilated, while others had their legs severed. Bastards! Witnessing the horrific fate of his comrades, Sloan was consumed by rage. Numbers 17 and 18 relished the sight of Sloan's fury. They delighted in the helpless wrath of their prey, which brought them a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Numbers 17 and 18 raised their hands once more, their index fingers shimmering with light. Take cover. Sloan's heart raced as he urgently warned his companions. Numbers 17 and 18 coldly observed the fleeing crowd, their lips curling into smirks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light shot from their fingertips, swift as lightning. Sloan suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest, followed by a piercing light that erupted from his torso. He staggered forward a couple of steps before finally collapsing, powerless. In that moment, he envisioned his parents waving at him. Father, Mother, are you finally here to take me away? Sloan understood that his time was up. His heart had been shattered. However, He found solace in knowing that they had bought enough time. Surely, everyone had managed to evacuate safely. Now he could rest. I am so weary. Sloane slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his face. There was no bitterness, only a sense of release. Diameter. You must live well. Chapter 38. The End of Humanity? In the wilderness, a convoy of over 100 vehicles sped forward. Above the convoy, a blonde girl and a dark-haired boy floated in the air, closely trailing them. Damn it. Dia slammed her palm against the steering wheel in frustration. What on earth do these androids want? For the past half hour, they had been pursuing them without launching an attack, merely following along. Initially, they had contemplated dispersing the convoy and fleeing separately, but as soon as any vehicle strayed from the group, the hovering androids would obliterate both the vehicle and its occupant. Dia, change direction. Ahead lies a dead end. Bulma furrowed her brow as she examined the map. All right, Dia exclaimed, swiftly turning the steering wheel to change direction. Just as Dia navigated the turn, a beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground not far ahead and creating a massive crater in the previously relatively smooth terrain. With a resounding crash, debris flew from the explosion, shattering the windshield into a spiderweb of cracks. At that moment, both Bulma and Dia understood the dire situation. They were being herded toward the precipice by the androids. Dia gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes burning with fury as he gazed at the vast pit before them. They had no alternative route. To remain still meant certain death. To press on was merely to prolong the inevitable. Dr. Bulma, let us confront them, Dia declared through clenched teeth. He could no longer contain himself. The fact that the androids had caught up to them signified that the man he had revered as a father, Uncle Sloane, had already fallen victim to their hands. Now, they were to be toyed with as well. Since death was unavoidable, he deemed it better to fight back. Doctor, you stay in the car. We will divert the androids' attention and find a way to lead them away. No. Bulma immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. Dia looked at her solemnly. Dr. Bulma, you are humanity's hope. Without you and Lord Trunks, we would have perished long ago, either from starvation or at the hands of the androids. If we were to die, it would be of little consequence. But your survival is paramount for the continuation of humanity in this desolate world. For the sake of our future, I implore you. Dia was acutely aware that without Trunks' protection and Bulma's inventions, they would not have survived this hellish existence for so long. Ultimately, Bulma succumbed to Dia's pleading gaze. Upon her agreement, Dia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then seized his weapon and opened the car door. Exiting the vehicle, he raised his gun and shouted, "Brothers, we shall fight them." Most of the older members of their stronghold had already sacrificed themselves. The remaining fighters were predominantly young men in their teens and 20s. In the fervor of youth, they had been toyed with by the androids long enough, and their anger had reached a boiling point. Fear was a foreign concept to them now. They were ready to challenge the heavens themselves. Thus, upon hearing Dia's rallying call, they all jumped from the vehicle, weapons drawn, aiming at the androids above. Fire. With a single command from Dia, everyone immediately opened fire. Bullets cascaded like mercury, enveloping the airspace occupied by the beings known as Number 17 and Number 18. 17 and 18 crossed their arms, apathetically enduring the onslaught, finding the feeble assault akin to mere tickling, a source of boredom. 17 extended a finger and gently flicked it. A minuscule energy orb shot forth from his fingertip, plummeting into the crowd below. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending a colossal fireball skyward. The speed and potency of the orb caught everyone off guard. They had no time to evade. Several young warriors perished in the blast, and several nearby vehicles were instantly obliterated. Run, Dia bellowed. In unison, as if rehearsed, everyone scrambled into their vehicles. The moment they were inside, they wasted no time. They opened the sunroofs and emerged, brandishing their weapons, unleashing a frenzied barrage at the airborne androids. 17 and 18 exchanged a glance. A smirk curled upon 17's lips. It seemed they were to engage in a game of competition. Who could claim more lives? 18, with an exhilarated shout, surged forth, her hands radiating brilliant light. Energy orbs erupted from her palms. Boom, boom, ha-ha. 18 laughed maniacally, her aim unfocused as she unleashed a torrent of projectiles, the speed of which rivaled that of a Gatling gun. Possessing boundless energy, she was unconcerned with depleting her reserves. In times of scarcity, one might strike precisely. In times of abundance, one could blanket the area with firepower. It was evident she belonged to the latter category. The ground trembled with successive explosions, dust billowing into the air. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke enshrouded the vicinity, extending for several kilometers. At last, 18 ceased her frenzied assault. Under the relentless barrage, not a single inch of land within the area remained unscathed. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed a landscape riddled with craters, resembling the surface of the moon. Vehicles and people had vanished without a trace, not escaped, but utterly reduced to dust in the explosions. Devils. Monsters. Demons. They're demons. Mom, I'm scared. Witnessing this scene, all the humans were gripped by horror. Those with fragile psyches trembled uncontrollably, utterly drained of strength. At that moment, 17 descended from the sky, carrying someone in his grasp, Dr. Bulma. D.A. was struck with panic upon seeing the figure of number 17. He never anticipated that the android would directly assault Bulma. 17 tossed Bulma to the ground and remarked, "No wonder you all exerted such effort to divert our attention. It was for her, after all." 17 was well aware of who Bulma was, as her information was included in the data provided by Dr. Gero, the genius scientist Bulma, who was also the mother of Trunks, the one who had thwarted them multiple times. It was no surprise that these humans would risk their lives for her. Seeing Bulma captured, D.A. could no longer contain himself and charged forward, his weapon unleashing a furious barrage of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Every bullet struck 17. Annoying little ants. 17 sneered, his eyes glinting coldly. In an instant, he vanished from sight and reappeared before D.A., delivering a nonchalant punch to his abdomen. However, this seemingly casual blow bent D.A. over like a cooked shrimp. Blood mixed with bile gushed from his mouth. D.A. felt as though his very organs were being twisted into a chaotic mass, his strength drained, and his consciousness fading. After knocking D.A. down, 17 paid him no mind and strode directly toward Bulma. He grasped her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. "You wish to protect her, don't you? Come on then." 17 taunted. The young warriors tightened their grips on their weapons but dared not fire, as 17 held Bulma in front of him. A shot would surely harm her. And besides, firearms were ineffective against androids. They could only watch helplessly. It seems you are unwilling to save her, 17 observed with a malicious grin. As no one moved, he began to apply pressure. Bulma struggled to breathe as her oxygen supply dwindled, her face turning a shade of deep purple. She clawed at 17's hand, desperately attempting to pry it away, but her strength was no match for him. Gradually, her struggles weakened, and her awareness began to blur. Trunks at that moment, Bulma yearned to see her son one last time, but alas, cackling. "I cannot allow you to kill her." Chapter 39, Hero Cell. Cackling. "I cannot allow you to kill her." Suddenly, Bulma heard a voice that sounded somewhat sinister whispering in her ear. Then she felt the grip around her neck loosen. She collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. "At last, I have found you, androids number 17 and 18. A sinister voice echoed once more. Bulma lifted her gaze, and a tall green figure materialized before her. Her first instinct was to think it was Piccolo. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that aside from the similar hue, this being bore no resemblance to Piccolo whatsoever. His green skin was dotted with a multitude of black spots. His wings reminiscent of those of an insect, and his facial features were similarly insect-like. Overall, he struck her as quite unsightly, even repulsive. This insectoid figure had grasped the hand of android 17, which had been choking her. At that moment, Bulma comprehended that she had been rescued by him, and consequently, her perception of this strange individual softened considerably. "May I inquire as to who you are?" Bulma asked. Hearing her question, the creature's eyes gleamed as he replied, "I am Cell, a friend of Trunks, and I have been sent by him to deal with these two androids." "Trunks?" Bulma's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "And where is Trunks?" "He remains in another timeline. You are aware of the limitations of the time machine, I presume? It is already quite a challenge to accommodate my presence, so he is waiting in another realm for me to return with good news," Cell continued, weaving his tale. Bulma glanced at Cell's towering, 2-meter frame and found herself inclined to believe his words. "Very well. Let us postpone any further conversation until after I have dealt with these two androids." She intended to ask more questions, but before she could utter another word, Cell interrupted her. However, Bulma was not unreasonable. She recognized that this was not the moment for idle chatter. Nodding in agreement, she stepped back and hurried to rejoin the others. "Freak, who are you?" Android 17 exclaimed, his hand firmly ensnared by Cell, rendering him utterly immobile and filled with dread. "Your power is exceedingly feeble," Cell remarked with a sinister chuckle, reveling in the sensation of Android 17's strength, which matched the data provided by Dr. Gero. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at androids 17 and 18, akin to a connoisseur admiring a delectable feast. To Cell, the two androids were no different from a sumptuous meal, destined to be consumed. Curse you, you grotesque monster, perish. Android 17 seethed with rage, incensed by Cell's mockery of his power. He had always looked down on others. How dare anyone regard him with disdain? Once again, the contempt of a grotesque figure was directed towards him. Number 17 sprang into action, channeling all his strength to deliver a fierce kick to Cell. Caught in a moment of delusion, Cell was momentarily oblivious and was sent sprawling by 17's strike. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain peak situated miles away, shattering it into fragments. Is this a jest? Such power! The onlookers were once again awestruck by the might of the androids. Bulma stood in stunned silence. The very person who had just rescued her had been so effortlessly defeated? Wait, look over there. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the crowd turned to follow the direction of his gaze. A green figure was rapidly approaching them. In no time, Cell reappeared before them, completely unscathed, as if he had not just been sent flying. Cell touched the spot where number 17 had kicked him, grinning widely. Not bad. That actually stung a little. Realizing that he was outmatched, number 17 exchanged a knowing glance with number 18. As twins, they shared a unique telepathic bond, enabling them to comprehend each other's thoughts with a mere look. In unison, 17 and 18 employed their high-speed movements, instantly materializing beside Cell. They launched their assault, one attacking from the left and the other from the right. Be careful, the nearby humans exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Cell remained motionless, as if he had not perceived their approach at all. Bam! Bam! 17 and 18 executed powerful whip-like kicks to the sides of Cell's neck. Impossible. 17 and 18 were startled, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a specter. They did not hold back in their assault. However, their strikes, devoid of restraint, seemed to collide with an indomitable stone. Not only did the stone remain unscathed, but they also felt a numbing reverberation in their feet. Though on the surface, Cell appeared defenseless, the energy within him was intricately woven throughout every muscle in his body. Upon arriving in this timeline, Cell sought out the androids 17 and 18, absorbing every human he encountered along the way, enhancing his power incrementally. He had now attained a formidable combat strength of 800 million, while the androids in this timeline possessed a mere 400 million, a mere fraction of his might. This disparity in power was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Earlier, even without a defense, 17's full-force strike could only push him back, failing to inflict any injury. Now, with Cell actively defending, they were not even granted the privilege of causing him to budge. The mocking laughter of Cell pierced the fragile pride of the two androids, who had dominated Earth for 2 decades. This was their first taste of disdain. In a moment of rage, they lost their composure entirely, their limbs becoming mere blurs as they launched relentless assaults towards Cell, their punches and kicks interspersed with energy attacks. Yet, Cell stood resolute, akin to a towering mountain, impervious to the tempest around him. How astonishing! The androids' attacks were utterly ineffective, rendering them futile. I declare that henceforth, Cell shall be my idol. Is not your idol Bulma in trunks? Can my having a girlfriend possibly hinder my admiration for a sisterly figure? In an instant, Cell's image was magnified in the minds of those present, his insect-like visage now radiating an unexpected allure. 5 minutes passed. Cell had had his fill of the game. With hands swift as a striking serpent, quick, precise, and lethal, he seized one leg of both 17 and 18. Then, like a blacksmith wielding a hammer, he elevated them high before forcefully slamming them to the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as a massive pit, several meters deep, was instantly formed. 17 and 18 lay at the bottom of the pit like 2 lifeless hounds, their clothing tattered and their bodies riddled with countless wounds, resembling 2 shattered porcelain dolls. Scoundrel! Number 17 and number 18, enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise from the ground. Their gazes towards Cell shifted, now imbued with profound fear. They were terrified. Cell's overwhelming power had made them acutely aware of the sin of death. Their will to fight had dissipated, and all they desired was to flee from this place. Energy coalesced in the hands of number 17 and number 18. Boom. 2 energy blasts erupted from their hands instantaneously. However, their target was not Cell, but the ground near him. The energy blasts detonated upon impact, sending a cloud of dust and smoke billowing into the air. Seizing the opportunity, number 17 and number 18, as if in unison, swiftly escaped amidst the obscuring smoke, darting in opposite directions. By the time the smoke cleared, their figures had vanished without a trace. Chapter 40. Cell achieves his perfect form. What? The androids have fled. Upon realizing the androids had disappeared, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, "Heh, they won't get away." Cell remained remarkably calm, showing no surprise at the androids' retreat. In fact, their ability to escape was a result of Cell deliberately allowing them to flee. Otherwise, with his combat prowess, they would never have managed to escape. Cell felt no urgency, for he had already marked number 17 and number 18. Locating them would be a trivial task. From his person, Cell produced a small box and tossed it to Bulma. "Bulma, this is a time machine. Its energy has been depleted. I shall go eliminate those two androids, so please replenish its energy as swiftly as possible." "Oh, all right." When Cell unexpectedly threw the item, Bulma momentarily faltered, nearly failing to catch it in her flustered state. Without another word, Cell took off in the direction of the marks he had left. The reason he allowed the androids to escape was to avoid absorbing them in front of Bulma, fearing she might uncover something amiss. After all, he still needed Bulma to replenish the time machine's energy. What if she sensed something and refused to assist him? In a bid to exercise caution, Cell resolved to allow Android 17 and Android 18 to flee, intending to absorb them at a different location. Furthermore, there was a second reason behind his decision. He feared that if one android witnessed the other being absorbed, the latter might resort to self-destruction, rendering his efforts futile. Their separation was, therefore, in perfect alignment with Cell's intentions. After a short while, he sensed that the mark had come to a halt. Soon, a barren mountain peak emerged before him, with the aura of the mark emanating from within its confines. Leaning against the cave wall, Android 17 sank to the ground, his strength nearly depleted. Cell's earlier strike had left him gravely injured, his internal organs battered and his bones riddled with fractures. He felt as though death were imminent. The sound of footsteps echoed distinctly in the stillness of the space. With effort, Android 17 pushed himself up against the wall. Vigilantly, he focused on the cave's entrance, energy coalescing in his hand, glowing ominously. His pupils contracted sharply. Although he had yet to see the intruder, he discerned a tall, oddly shaped silhouette, its form unmistakably reminiscent of the monster that had inflicted his injuries. Just as Cell appeared at the cave's mouth, Android 17 unleashed the gathered energy wave towards him without reservation. "Die, you hideous creature," he bellowed. The energy morphed into a colossal beam of light, completely filling the cave's entrance. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming power, Cell exhibited no fear. Rather, he let out a chilling laugh. He stood firm against the energy wave, not flinching or retreating. At the very moment the terrifying energy was about to strike him, he finally made his move. With a swift motion, Cell redirected the energy wave at a sharp 90-degree angle, sending it soaring into the sky. He licked his lips, unable to contain his anticipation for this delectable feast. The tip of his tail glimmered ominously behind him. Without further ado, Cell vanished and reappeared beside Android 17, who, in his weakened state, was unable to mount any resistance. The tip of Cell's tail expanded into a bell-like shape. "What do you intend to do?" Android 17 screamed in terror. "Become my nourishment." Cell cackled, as the bell-shaped tail, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast, engulfed Android 17 entirely. A tremendous surge of energy coursed through Cell's being, prompting an involuntary roar of exhilaration. The energy cascaded over his form, and he sensed a rapid enhancement of his strength. With a resounding explosion, Cell's body radiated a brilliant white light, unleashing a colossal aura that flattened the surrounding mountains to mere plains. A sphere of white luminescence hovered in the air, gradually contracting to reveal his robust physique. After assimilating Android 17, Cell had finally attained his mature form. In this state, his appearance bore a closer resemblance to that of a human, with his facial features becoming more pronounced. Power, immense power, ha ha ha. The transformation into his mature state had even rendered Cell's laughter melodious. Feeling the formidable strength within, he perceived himself as invincible. Even if he were to confront the Android 18 from the previous timeline, he believed he could effortlessly vanquish her. His battle prowess had surged to an astonishing 8 billion. A tenfold increase. Having savored the extraordinary potential of his mature form, Cell was eager to absorb Android 18 and ascend to his perfect state. If his mature form was already so powerful, how formidable would he be in his ultimate form? With the spontaneous activation of his newfound abilities, Cell's speed became astonishingly swift. In less than 2 minutes, he located Android 18. Employing the same method, he swiftly engulfed her, leaving her no chance to resist. An even greater power than before was birthed within Cell. A terrifying aura erupted from his being. In an instant, a tempest raged, and a green energy enveloped his form, expanding outward in a protective shield. Everything in its path was obliterated. Trees, boulders, and even mountain peaks could not withstand its fury. Crackling, crackling. Fearsome lightning danced within and around the shield. The entire Earth, and indeed the entire solar system, trembled under the weight of this force. The terrifying aura spread throughout the galaxy, causing all living beings to shudder. On Earth, the very ground quaked. Mountains crumbled, seas surged, and volcanoes erupted, as disasters cascaded one after another. Bulma, who was engaged in the creation of energy for a time machine, was knocked to the ground by the sudden earthquake. What was happening? Could it be the androids returning? Listening intently, she discerned no sound of explosions. No, it seemed to be an earthquake. Bulma felt the need to tidy up and rushed to an open area. Upon stepping outside, she was met with a crowd of people. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and terrifying flashes of lightning danced across the heavens, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. All eyes were fixed on the sky, silence enveloping the crowd in a heavy atmosphere. Bulma found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, this celestial anomaly did not persist for long. Within a mere 10 minutes, the sky returned to normalcy, revealing a canvas of blue adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the radiant sun once again graced everyone with its warmth, as if the previous spectacle had been but a fleeting illusion. Suddenly, Bulma felt a shadow loom over her. Turning around, she exclaimed, "Who are you, handsome?" Before he could respond, a nearby Daya came running over, excitement radiating from her. "Lord Cell, it must be you." Cell nodded affirmatively. The crowd erupted in fervor. The striking figure before them was, indeed, Lord Cell. In their memories, Cell had always appeared rather unassuming, yet this handsome visage bore little resemblance to the past. His features were entirely transformed, prompting awe from all who beheld him. Curiosity piqued, Bulma inquired, "How did you become like this?" Cell replied with a light chuckle. "It's nothing. I've simply surpassed my limits, and my form has evolved into something more perfect." Oh, Bulma's realization dawned upon her, and she hastily asked, "What about the androids?" "I have already eradicated them," he stated. With this proclamation, the crowd surged once more into a frenzy. The accursed androids had been vanquished, and the war was over. Long live Lord Cell. Lord Cell is so handsome. I love you, Lord Cell. I want to bear your children. I wish to duel with you. Wait, it seems something strange has intruded. As Cell observed the jubilant throng, embracing one another in tears of joy, he mused silently. What would Trunks think upon discovering that this timeline had taken on my form? Surely, he would be thrilled, for I have saved this world. Hee hee. Chapter 41. Flying Nimbus in the primary timeline. 3 days had elapsed since Cell's escape to the future. Inside the temple, Mr. Popo called out, "Come, let us share a meal." Mo Yun warmly welcomed Bobo, as if he had already made the temple his second home. The long dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, around which Ma Yun, Lazili, and Lapisai gathered, preparing to partake in the feast. Number 16, a robot, had no need for sustenance and spent his days wandering in the woods below, lost in thought. After Bobo regained consciousness for the second time, Ma Yun and his companions refrained from rendering him unconscious again. Instead, they conveyed their goodwill, assuring him that they harbored no intentions of destroying Earth or annihilating humanity. Although Bobo harbored some skepticism, he found himself at a loss, for their strength was undeniable. Thus, Ma Yun and his companions decided to temporarily reside within the temple. In recent days, Mo Yuan has been inviting him to share meals, yet he has consistently declined. Initially, he wished to maintain a certain distance from them, for he was not an ordinary individual and did not rely on sustenance for survival. However, after several days of interaction, Bobo began to waver. He realized that these individuals did not seem to embody malevolence. Moreover, the dishes they prepared were extraordinarily aromatic. Although he was not hungry, he found himself irresistibly tempted. In just a few short days, the frequency with which he swallowed his saliva had surpassed that of the past century. Thus, this time, Bobo felt a twinge of hesitation. Mo Yuan noticed that Bobo appeared somewhat swayed. He hastily rushed over and guided him to the dining table. The character of Bobo, for those who have watched Dragon Ball, may not only be likable but at the very least cannot be disliked. Mo Yuan was no exception. He genuinely desired to befriend Bobo. Although Bobo had been brought over by Mo Yuan, he still felt a flush of warmth across his face, a hint of shyness. However, his skin was so dark that it was entirely imperceptible. Every time Ma Yun prepares a meal, he sets out 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, allowing them to sit down and dine without the need to fetch additional utensils. Bobo is somewhat moved, despite having firmly declined the invitation numerous times before. Each occasion, Ma Yuan has taken the time to prepare his utensils, which signifies a genuine desire to invite him to share a meal, rather than mere formalities. Moreover, having lived for so many years, he is adept at discerning sincerity from pretense. The meal unfolds harmoniously, subtly strengthening the bond between them and Bobo. After days of longing, Bobo indulges in several bowls of rice, his already round belly becoming even more plump. Following the meal, Lapiz is tasked with clearing the dishes. And feeling somewhat guilty about enjoying a free meal, Bobo joins him in washing the plates. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li sat together at the edge of the temple, their feet dangling in midair as they nestled close, gazing down at the vast expanse of white below. Suddenly, Mo Yuan spotted a glimmering golden object amidst the billowing clouds. It was the flying nimbus. Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a child who has just discovered a new toy. Although he possessed the ability to fly himself, and at a speed far surpassing that of the flying nimbus, he couldn't help but feel captivated. After all, it was the flying nimbus. The enchantment of riding on clouds was undeniably cool, wasn't it? What boy has not harbored dreams of soaring through the skies on a cloud? Grasped hand, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Sister, come with me." Though felt a twinge of uncertainty, she did not resist, allowing him to lead her. The two ascended above the tumbling clouds. "What is this?" inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. "This is called the tumbling cloud. It is said that only those with a pure and benevolent heart can ascend upon it." Himself was uncertain if he could indeed sit upon it, for he had perused various learning materials in his past life. Yet, he approached them with a spirit of inquiry, perhaps rewarding himself with newfound knowledge. Pure and benevolent? Upon hearing these words, began to doubt her own purity. What if she could not ascend? Would that not signify a lack of purity within her heart? An eerie silence enveloped the air. Eventually, could no longer contain himself. "To hell with it, if I fall, he thought, retracting his aerial maneuver. And he plummeted from the sky. If the tumbling cloud did not acknowledge him, he would pass through it and continue his descent. Mo Yuan felt as if he had fallen onto an air cushion, his entire being sinking deeply before swiftly rebounding, propelling him upward like a trampoline. Ha 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 ha. Mo Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. He had never anticipated that as a seasoned craftsman who had dedicated years to his craft, he would find himself riding on a cloud of transformation. Thus, my heart remains untainted, does it not? Mo Yuan inwardly thought shamelessly, "Sister, why not give it a try?" Mo Yuan beckoned for Lotzi Li to join him. Observing Mo Yuan reveling in his play atop the nimbus, Lotzi Li felt a yearning to descend and partake in the joy, yet a fear loomed over her, one of not being able to mount the cloud. Her heart was in turmoil. She dreaded the thought of social embarrassment. Just as Lotzi Li wrestled with her apprehensions, Mo Yuan leaped powerfully from the nimbus, landing beside her and enveloping her in his embrace, causing them both to plummet together. Caught unawares, Lotzi Li momentarily forgot her ability to fly, surrendering to Mo Yuan's grasp as they fell. The thought raced through her mind. This is the end. Unbeknownst to, harbored a multitude of intricate thoughts. He merely believed that if he could comfortably sit upon it, would certainly have no trouble either. Just as was on the verge of tears, swept her into his arms, and they landed upon the. Although she was cradled in his embrace, her entire body did not make contact with the cloud. However, her hands did brush against its surface. Remarkably, her hands did not pass through the, but rather made a firm connection with it. The softness and elasticity of the cloud resembled that of cotton, yet it offered an even more delightful tactile experience. Enchanted by this exquisite sensation, wriggled free from its grasp and began to bounce and leap upon the like a carefree little girl. After some time, the two lay upon the cloud, turned toward one another, gazing into each other's eyes. "Sister, let me whisper to you. I truly didn't anticipate that I would be able to sit upon the nimbus cloud. I was under the impression that I might plummet at any moment. I noticed you leaped down without hesitation, and I thought you were exceedingly confident." He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, admitting, at that moment, "I thought, if I must die, then so be it. At worst, I would simply be subjected to your ridicule." Raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquired, "So, what led you to believe that you could not perch upon the nimbus cloud? Is there some impure thought lurking within your heart?" "Alas, I suppose I can only blame you for that." Mo Yuan sighed, casting a melancholic glance at Lotzi Li. Lotzi Li, perplexed, inquired, What troubles you? Why do you seem distressed? If it weren't for your irresistible allure, I would not be lost in such chaotic thoughts. As unabashed and candid words caused a flush to spread across delicate face. Yet, the proud and haughty, despite her embarrassment, maintained her defiance, responding with a voice as faint as a mosquito's. What nonsensical thoughts are you indulging in? Remained silent, gazing tenderly at. Feeling her cheeks flush under his gaze, she playfully tapped him with her delicate fist and exclaimed, "Speak. I wish to devour you." At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world fell into a serene hush. Even the sun, blushing with shyness, sought refuge behind the clouds, reluctant to cast its gaze any further. Chapter 42. Sensual Guidance on the Nimbus. Ma Yuan resembled a child who had erred. Seated beside Lazili with an awkward smile adorning his face. Lazili, holding a petite mirror, was preoccupied with her reflection. "I beg your pardon, dear sister. This is my first time as well. I lack experience," softly pleaded for mercy. "Humph." Lazili huffed in a haughty manner and retorted. "Who hasn't had their first time? Is it permissible to be so forceful on the very first occasion?" My fingers gently grazed the swollen area. "You've even swollen my lips. How shall I face others later? Those with impure thoughts may reflect upon their misdeeds." Hiki, aware of his wrongdoing, dared not utter a word. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He possessed healing abilities that could prove beneficial. Thus, he inched closer to Lazili, addressing her as sister. Mo Yuan's large hand gently encircled Li's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. "What are you doing? Can't you see that I am still angry?" Li pouted, her voice tinged with irritation. Yet, she made no effort to resist within Mo Yuan's arms. Mo Yuan, seeking to atone for his misdeeds, gently pressed his finger against the swollen lips of Zili. Instantly, she felt a refreshing chill emanating from his touch, alleviating the fiery discomfort that had plagued her. To her astonishment, Zili discovered her lips had entirely returned to normal, devoid of any redness or swelling. To prevent such occurrences in the future, diligent practice was imperative. Suddenly, a voice filled with mischief reached her ears, and she noticed Mo Yuan's face gradually enlarging in her vision. Autumn bean sack. This time, Mo Yuan exhibited a calm demeanor, savoring the moment as one would a fine wine, taking slow, deliberate sips. Zili found herself increasingly captivated, responding with fervor. As evening fell, and gracefully returned to the temple upon a cloud of nimbleness. The moment spotted them atop the cloud, a radiant smile illuminated his face. The cloud was an unwavering testament to their integrity, assuring him they were indeed not malevolent souls. "Oh, what is this?" exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he beheld the cloud. What boy could possibly resist the enchantment of soaring through the skies? "This is the cloud of nimbleness. If you desire it, there is a vast expanse over there to claim for yourself," gestured towards a direction. However, this particular cloud beneath him was reserved as his sumptuous mattress, not to be shared. One must understand that this cloud offered a level of comfort far superior to the $2 million custom mattress he had previously owned. Moreover, he had the ability to shape the cloud to his whims, rendering it a naturally exquisite sleeping surface. Upon hearing of the abundant clouds available, eagerly darted towards them. Moments later, he returned, beaming with excitement as he stood atop his own cloud. Witnessing reveling in his cloud's joy intensified, even revealing a tooth in his exuberance. How utterly captivating too. The following day, after a delightful lunch, and engaged in a bout of practice within the temple, they refrained from utilizing their energy, focusing solely on honing their combat techniques. Observing them, could not help but shake his head, though he was vastly outmatched in raw power. In terms of combat skills and awareness, none could rival, even tenfold. Though Mo Yuan possesses the cellular memories of Sun Wukong and others, his excessive reliance on his inner eye has impeded his ability to utilize these memories to their fullest potential. These recollections cannot simply be acquired through sight or knowledge. Rather, they are forged through countless battles, resulting in muscle memory and a heightened combat awareness. As for Lapith, he is entirely reliant on his boundless stamina and rapid energy recovery to overpower others. While he does possess some combat skills, they are negligible at best. After a while, Mo Yuan paused, realizing that their exchanges were evenly matched, with neither side demonstrating significant technique, rendering further combat unlikely to yield any progress. Suddenly, Mo Yuan caught a glimpse of something dark in his peripheral vision. Bobo. Indeed. How could he have forgotten about Bobo? What's wrong? Are we not fighting anymore? Lapith inquired, perplexed by Mo Yuan's abrupt halt. Our continued struggle is futile. We require guidance from a mentor. A mentor? Given our current abilities. Who possesses the qualifications to instruct us? Lapis arrogantly retorted. Mo Yuan gazed at Lapithus in silence. The youth, clearly unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world, seemed to harbor an inflated sense of invincibility with such meager strength. Dear? He questioned. Who do you refer to? It cannot possibly be Bobo, can it? Laughter erupted. For although they had come to regard Bobo as a friend, Lapithus could hardly believe that the individual he had effortlessly bested in a single encounter could serve as his mentor. Confidently asserted, do not underestimate Bobo. I can assure you that in terms of equal strength, you are certainly no match for him. He then approached Bobo and inquired, Bobo, would you be willing to teach us combat skills? Without a moment's hesitation, Bobo replied, of course. As a friend, such a modest request was one he could not deny. Moreover, the stronger and his companions became, the safer the earth would be. From every perspective, Bobo had no reason to refuse. Bobo, let us engage in a spar. I shall reduce my fighting strength to your level, and I am eager to see if you can defeat me. Lapis gazed at Bobo with a defiant expression. Bobo nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he stepped forward. Mo Yuan sat down beside Lotzi Li and whispered, Lapisi is about to face a beating. Really? The words of left utterly astonished. She was well aware of his combat prowess and did not believe her brother would be significantly inferior to. Raised an eyebrow slightly. Shall we make a wager? What shall we bet on? If Labis loses, you must kiss me. And if he wins, then I shall kiss you. La Zili interjected with an expression of disbelief. Get lost. While they exchanged playful banter, La Bis and Bobo had already commenced their duel. With La Bis matching Bobo's combat prowess, the battle unfolded without the need for any sensory awareness. It was all visible to the naked eye. La Bis charged fiercely at Bobo, yet Bobo remained steadfast, not moving an inch, effortlessly evading or deflecting all of La Bis's attacks. In fact, Bobo even countered with several strikes of his own. La Bis grew increasingly alarmed, feeling as though his every move was anticipated by Bobo. While each of Bobo's assaults left him with no avenue for escape. Frustrated, La Bis's temper flared, and he unleashed his full power, bringing his combat strength to its zenith. His fists, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into formidable weapons, launched at Bobo with unrestrained ferocity, interspersed with energy blasts. Even Bobo, with his vast combat experience, found it difficult to remain as immobile as before. However, La Bis's onslaught merely compelled Bobo to move. Defeating him was utterly impossible. Bobo navigated La Bis's tempestuous barrage with the ease of a leisurely stroll in a park, evading each attack with minimal movement, while landing precise strikes on La Bis. After 10 minutes, La Bis finally ceased his relentless assault. It was not fatigue that halted him. He could have sustained such a battle for a month without growing weary. Instead, he was thoroughly humbled. In that brief span, he conceded that Bobo possessed both the skill and the merit to be his teacher. Chapter 43. Wukong awakens in a future timeline. After defeating the androids, all of humanity gathered on Earth to celebrate triumphantly for 3 days and nights. Currently, the total human population on Earth amounted to less than 100 million. Despite the modest numbers, with the brilliant scientist Bulma at the helm, the pace of rebuilding a new home for humanity was anything but slow. As the hero who saved Earth, a grand statue of Sheru was erected in the heart of the new capital city, Sheru City. Wherever Sheru went, fans clamored for photographs and autographs, akin to a grand celebrity. However, Sheru had no time for such diversions. His singular focus was to return to that timeline and absorb the androids there. He rushed into Bulma's laboratory, where she was engrossed in her experiments, and inquired, Bulma, how much longer until the energy for the time machine is ready? It will take at least another half-month. Extracting the energy necessary for traversing time and space is exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, you managed to defeat the android. Otherwise, gathering these materials would have consumed several months. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Cell found himself at a loss. Have a month it shall be, then. Without further ado, Cell departed the laboratory. The prospect of remaining in this future timeline for an additional half-month filled him with tedium. There were no formidable adversaries here, nor could he enhance his own strength. The notion of absorbing humans had become beneath him at his level of power. Even consuming the entirety of Earth's dwindling population of less than 100 million would yield negligible gains in strength. A sudden thought struck Cell. This moment coincided with the time he had emerged from the underground laboratory. If he were to absorb his counterpart from this timeline, his power should surely increase. Allow me to assist in resolving the last remnant of threat on this planet. Do not be too moved. Ha 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 ha. Main timeline. in pursuit of swiftly enhancing combat skills, and have resolved to engage in training within the Spirit Time House. Under the diligent guidance of, they have made remarkable progress, as their skills have advanced and have grown increasingly astonished by his combat techniques. Mo Yuan even harbored doubts that if Bobo possessed sufficient combat prowess, he might directly comprehend the essence of the ultimate freedom technique. The enhancement of combat skills has significantly bolstered both Mo Yuan and Laplace's fighting capabilities. Even Lazuli, who typically showed little enthusiasm for battle, was persuaded by Mo Yuan to engage in meticulous one-on-one training within the Spirit Time Chamber. 600 million, 7 billion. 500 million for the android energy, 800 million for the aura. At the Kame house, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Chi-Chi, who was holding water and preparing to wipe Goku's body, was suddenly knocked over by the unexpected tremor. What is happening? Could it be that the androids have launched an attack? The mere thought of the androids made Chi-Chi's heart race. Goku. She hurriedly dashed upstairs. Upon opening the door, she found the room empty. Goku? There was no trace of him within. Leaning out of the window, a figure she had longed for appeared before her. Goku's illness had completely healed. Overcome with excitement, Chi-Chi leaped from the second-floor window, engaging in a series of affectionate gestures with Goku. Ultimately, Goku decided to take Gohan with him to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Though reluctant, Chi-Chi understood that her objections would bear no weight, and thus she acquiesced. Recently, Cell had mysteriously vanished. Although Trunks speculated that his time machine might have been stolen by Cell, possibly allowing him to escape to the future, everyone remained on high alert. They routinely patrolled to prevent any sudden disturbances caused by Cell. Moreover, since the last encounter with the androids at Kame House, they had not reappeared. So their vigilance encompassed both Cell and the androids. Goku swiftly located Gohan through instant transmission and then led him to Vegeta. At that moment, Trunks had returned to train alongside Vegeta. With Bulma's research on the time machine progressing slowly and not yielding immediate results, Trunks was determined not to waste any time. He aimed to strengthen himself, knowing that if he couldn't defeat Cell, returning to the future would be futile. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed as he flew beside him. Stop being such a nuisance, Kakarot. Get out of my way. Vegeta had little kind to say to Goku. Don't be like that. I know of a superb training location where a year spent there equals just one day outside. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. That place was a chamber within the Supreme Kai's temple. Is that true? Vegeta's interest was piqued. If such a place existed, he was confident he could defeat those accursed puppets and that grotesque green creature. Observing Vegeta's reaction, Goku realized he had captured his interest and quickly pressed on. It's real. Come with me. I am not suggesting that we practice together. It merely happens that the room is quite spacious, which is why I invited you to join Trunks. Goku understands Vegeta's temperament. If he is not given an opportunity to save face, Vegeta will undoubtedly refuse to participate. Vegeta stated, very well. However, I have one condition. I must enter first. Goku nodded in agreement, saying, all right, as long as Vegeta consents. It matters not who goes in first. With an additional formidable ally, our chances of vanquishing the enemy are significantly enhanced. Subsequently, the two pairs of fathers and sons soared towards the temple. Within the temple, Mo Yuan and Lapiz engaged in a friendly duel, relying solely on their skills rather than any external energy. After rigorous training under Bobo, the transformation in both of them was nothing short of astonishing. Compared to their former selves, they now resembled two fledgling martial artists who, despite possessing some techniques, had previously wielded them in a rather chaotic manner. Observing their sparring from the sidelines, Bobo nodded with satisfaction, equally astonished by their progress. Even in comparison to Sun Wukong, they held their own, with Mo Yuan's rate of improvement surpassing that of Sun Wukong. Gradually, the match approached its conclusion, with Lapiz inevitably succumbing to defeat at the hands of Mo Yuan once again. Although Mo Yuan lacked the capacity to overwhelm Lapiz with the same ease as Bobo, he maintained a consistent upper hand throughout the bout, steadily suppressing him. Curse it, I've lost again, Lapiz lamented, feeling a tinge of frustration as he had yet to secure a single victory, despite having shared the same amount of training time with Bobo. Haha, Lapiz. Losing to your brother-in-law is nothing to be ashamed of. Mo Yuan exclaimed triumphantly, joyfully patting Lapiz on the back. Lapiz, visibly irritated, retorted, you scoundrel. Not only are you overpowering me, but now you've also eclipsed my standing in the family. He shook off Mo Yuan's hand and swiftly moved to Bobo's side. Wrapping his arm around Bobo's neck as he questioned, Bobo, have you been secretly giving him special treatment? Why is he so much stronger than I am? Beside them, Lazuli cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked nonchalantly, "Could it be that you are simply not very bright?" Lapis shot back, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is it possible that I am actually your biological brother?" Just then, Mo Yuan appeared beside Lazuli, wrapping his arm around her waist and chiming in. "So you are merely the younger sibling." "Indeed. I have become superfluous," Lapis sighed. Chapter 44. The sky cleared. The rain stopped. And Vegeta moved forward. Someone is approaching. For formidable energies are drawing near the temple. It is Sun Wukong and his companions. The familiar aura of Sun Wukong was instantly recognized by Bobo. Beheld a man adorned with a crab-like hairstyle, reminiscent of memories long past. Beside him stood an adorable young boy, presumably Son Gohan. He was already familiar with Vegeta and Trunks, so there was no need for further introduction, considering the timeline. It was indeed the moment for their training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Moments later, Sun Wukong and the others arrived at the temple. Vegeta and Trunks found themselves momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of and his companions. Though Razili and Rabis had not undergone significant changes in appearance after their training in the chamber, they had grown considerably in stature. As for, aside from the tail behind him and the two small horns atop his head, how much remained unchanged? "You are androids. What brings you here?" Trunks finally recognized them, his body tensing in preparation to transform into a Super Saiyan. "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out to be two defeated foes, right? Isn't that so, Shorty?" Rabis teased Vegeta and Trunks. Vegeta, filled with rage, retorted, "You wretched puppet. Who are you calling short?" "Ah, of course it's you. Surely no one would dare to compare themselves with a child?" Rabis continued his mockery towards Vegeta. Unable to contain himself any longer, Vegeta's fury surged to its zenith. He harbored a singular thought: to obliterate these insufferable puppets. Moreover, during this time, his strength had seen considerable growth, and he was utterly confident in his ability to vanquish Rabis. A golden aura enveloped him as he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan. Following his previous defeat by Rabis and the assault from Cell, Vegeta's combat prowess had indeed risen, now reaching a staggering 15 million in base form. His Super Saiyan transformation was firmly established at 55 times that strength, resulting in an impressive battle power of 825 million. Had Rabis not trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, he might have faced a dire fate today. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Vegeta's overwhelming power astonished both Wukong and Trunks, his terrifying aura being twice that of Trunks. "If only I possessed such strength as my father, I could surely eradicate the future androids," Trunks mused silently. He never anticipated Vegeta would grow so formidable. Thus, he resolved not to be left behind. Vegeta's might did not incite jealousy in Sun Wukong. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. Oh, Rabis, too, was taken aback by Vegeta's strength. He had not expected such a rapid increase in power within just a few days. Could this be the potential of a Super Saiyan that spoke of? Lapis suddenly felt a sense of relief for having heeded Mo Yuan's advice to train in the time chamber. Otherwise, he would have surely faced calamity today. The immense power surging within him caused Vegeta to swell with confidence. With an air of self-assuredness, he pointed at himself, exclaiming, "Vegeta." This classic moment nearly elicited a laugh from Mo Yuan. Throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, whenever Vegeta utters this phrase, his moments of despair invariably follow. Today is no exception. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Vegeta, noticing Lapis's silence, assumed his overwhelming strength had intimidated him. After all, he now stood as the mightiest Super Saiyan in history. With arms crossed and a confident smile gracing his lips, his gaze radiated an aura of supremacy. Lapis calmly observed Vegeta reveling in his own self-admiration, contemplating the most stylish manner in which to decisively best him. "Come forth to meet your demise." Vegeta could hardly contain his eagerness for vengeance. "Since you were so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige." Ascending into the air, Lapis confronted Vegeta. With a sneer, he extended his index finger, beckoning Vegeta with a casual motion. "Make your move." Lapis's derisive demeanor irked Vegeta immensely. "You seek death. Take this." With a furious roar, Vegeta's energy surged to its zenith. His body flickered as he executed a rapid move, vanishing from sight only to reappear beside Lapis. With immense force, he unleashed a devastating kick aimed at Lapis. Swiftly, Lapis pressed both hands against Vegeta's foot, using the momentum to propel himself backward. It was not that he could not withstand Vegeta's power. Rather, he aimed to shift the battleground elsewhere. After all, he had a good rapport with Bobo. and a careless battle here could result in the destruction of the temple. Seeing Lapis sent flying, Vegeta's eyes reflected profound disdain. Is that all you've got? Fueled by rage, Vegeta pursued Lapis, reappearing behind him. Grasping Lapis's shoulders, he violently drove his knee into Lapis's spine. Vegeta, envisioning the moment when Lapis's spine would shatter beneath his strike, could not help but laugh heartily. Just as Vegeta's knee was about to connect with Lapis, Lapis executed a swift maneuver, freeing himself from Vegeta's grip and appearing behind him. In an instant, Lapis's left hand transformed into a chain, ensnaring Vegeta's neck, while his right hand rained down powerful blows upon Vegeta's midsection. The kidney received a devastating blow, a pain so intense that even Vegeta could not endure it. Suddenly, Lapis released Vegeta. Clutching his side, Vegeta's aura diminished significantly. How could your power possibly be so formidable? Vegeta's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Just moments ago, when Lapis had him in a chokehold, his strength had surpassed Vegeta's entirely, rendering him unable to escape. Did you truly believe I had exerted my full strength against you? Lapis feigned humility. Impossible. I am the strongest being in this world. With a sudden surge of power, Vegeta's aura flared back to life, shaking off the earlier weakness. Rage allowed him to momentarily forget his pain as he ascended to his peak once more. Raising both hands, he concentrated his energy into his palms. A barrage of energy blasts, akin to a meteor shower, surged toward Lapis, a classic prince's technique on full display. Observing intently from the temple, Mo Yuan could no longer contain his laughter. What is so amusing? Lotzi Li inquired with curiosity. Mo Yuan grasped Lotzi Li's hand, sharing the vivid scene of Vegeta's battle with Lapis. Behold, he said, this technique employed by Vegeta is known as the Prince Combat Style. Each time he executes this move, it heralds his imminent peril. Mo Yuan elucidated the profound essence of Vegeta's technique to Lotzi Li. As anticipated, after executing a series of princely combat maneuvers, La Bai Si emerged unscathed. Subsequently, Vegeta found himself once again on the receiving end of an unrelenting beating. Lotzi Li could no longer contain her laughter, joining Mo Yuan in their shared amusement. A few minutes later, La Bai Si returned, tugging on Vegeta's hair as if discarding refuse. Chapter 45, La Bai Si vs. Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, La Bai Si nonchalantly tossed Vegeta before Sun Wukong and his companions. Daddy! Vegeta! Trunks cried out in despair, rushing to assist Vegeta to his feet. Fear not, I did not strike too hard. He is still alive. La Bai Si's light-hearted voice floated to their ears, regarded him with a peculiar expression. To his astonishment, this seemingly handsome youth was quite adept at feigning innocence, even after having been thoroughly beaten into a pitiful state by audaciously claimed he had not exerted himself. What does that mean? If he didn't kill him, he must have gone easy, had observed the preceding battle with clarity, to say nothing of other injuries, had at least sustained a grievous wound to one of his kidneys. And yet, this was not considered a serious blow? Was its fault for not being able to withstand the punishment? Hurriedly produced a for to consume. Upon ingesting was instantly rejuvenated, even regrowing his damaged kidney. This miraculous scene left in quiet astonishment. Once restored, seemed to feel a sense of humiliation, standing silently to the side, and his companions refrained from approaching him. This was a situation he must process on his own. Words from others would be of no avail. Turn 2 and the others. His expression serious. Why are you in the temple? Have you done something to? Upon hearing S words, rushed over. Are you all right? Did they bully you? No. No, and the others did not bully me. They're my good friends, not bad people. Quickly waved his hands in explanation. S words left and utterly astonished. How could a human creation not be a villain? Could they actually be good? Hesitated for a moment, tugging at S clothing as he said, Dad, I too feel they don't seem like bad people. A few days ago, they came to the Turtle Hermit's house looking for you, but upon hearing that you were still unwell, they left. And it seems they have not killed anyone up to now. For some reason, harbored the belief that these artificial beings were not malevolent, with the exception of course. Impossible. How could they possibly be good? Was entirely unconvinced by his assertions. His timeline had been ravaged beyond repair by these two beings. At this moment, anyone claiming that they were good would be met with skepticism. Each time he laid eyes on, and rage consumed him, wishing nothing more than to obliterate them to relieve his pent-up fury. One wondered how it would react upon returning to the future, only to find it transformed into a landscape of. It's true, they can even ride the flying Nimbus, countered, sensing their disbelief and presenting a weighty revelation. Flying Nimbus? Was taken aback. Not even the Turtle Hermit could ride the Nimbus, let alone, and Only those with pure hearts could ascend upon it. Is it truly so? Sun Wukong gazed at Bobo with a serious expression. Bobo nodded heavily in response. Mr. Wukong, androids can never be the good guys. Trunks, noticing that Sun Wukong seemed to be swayed, grew increasingly agitated. Trunks, calm down, Sun Wukong urged, attempting to soothe him. He continued. You must see that this timeline is utterly divergent from the history you remember, correct? In your recollection, there were only 2 androids, yet now there are 7. Given this deviation in history, it is entirely plausible that androids could turn out to be benevolent. Trunks hung his head, aware of the possibility but unwilling to accept it. If the androids were indeed virtuous, it would be for the best. However, if they were not, the dreadful future he feared might reemerge. The stakes were too high for him to gamble. Sun Wukong, by your demeanor, I take it your ailment has been cured? At that moment, Lapis approached. He had been waiting for this day for quite some time. The last time he spared Sun Wukong was out of disdain for attacking a sickly opponent. This time, nothing would deter him. Yes, I have recovered, Sun Wukong replied, his gaze fixed intently on Lapis. Then let us settle our score in battle. Refrain from hindering actions. And there existed no justifiable reason to do so. Some grievances must be resolved in due course. Although it is said that every grievance has its origin and every debt its master, it was who transformed them into artificial beings and inflicted harm upon their families. Nonetheless, must also bear a portion of the responsibility. Had he eradicated the remnants of the army at the outset, and his companions would not have had to endure such suffering. The repercussions of today are the inevitable result of yesterday's actions. Thus, the blame can only fall upon for not exterminating the roots of the problem. Observing being effortlessly defeated by, recognized that he was no match for. After all, during his period of illness, S' strength had significantly surpassed his own. If a fighter as formidable as could be so easily overpowered, how could he possibly prevail? Yet, despite this realization, felt no fear. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Engaging with a masterful opponent was a lifelong aspiration. Furthermore, he was not entirely devoid of hope for victory. A spark of confidence ignited within him, manifesting as a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. The two stood opposed in the void, with muscles taut and poised for battle. In stark contrast, appeared remarkably relaxed, arms crossed, exuding an air of leisure as if embarking on a picnic rather than a fight. With a fierce roar, unleashed a golden cyclone that enveloped him. In an instant, a blazing golden aura erupted from within, while his cold, verdant eyes glinted like twin blades, fixated intently on. With a mighty surge, propelled himself towards, his right fist imbued with cataclysmic energy aimed straight at his opponent. The impact reverberated through the air as retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash of their energies ignited a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere and dispersing even the clouds above. As they broke apart, both resumed their relentless exchange of blows. S' expression twisted in ferocity, pouring every ounce of power into his strikes. Meanwhile, maintained an unwavering smirk, effortlessly countering S' onslaught with finesse. As he neutralized attacks, he struck back with precision, landing blows at unexpected angles. The searing pain elicited grimaces from, his expression growing ever more fearsome. With a sudden burst of force from strike, created distance between them. Breathing heavily, he panted as regarded him calmly, choosing not to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Impressive. It is no wonder fell so easily to you, remarked as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor turning increasingly grave. Huh, your combat prowess pales in comparison to's, retorted. Lapis crossed his arms, regarding Sun Wukong with palpable disdain. Father. Sun Gohan gazed at his coughing father with deep concern. Chapter 46, Instantaneous Movement to Battle. The conflict raged on. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Sun Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, a tempestuous aura soaring towards the heavens. He felt exhilarated. It had been ages since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. Since his victory over Frisia, he had not faced such overwhelming pressure. Currently, Sun Wukong's battle power stood at 500 million, while Lapis had just exhibited 800 million. In a flash, Sun Wukong executed a high-speed maneuver, appearing behind Lapis in an instant. His fist, imbued with a terrifying force, hurtled towards Lapis. With uncanny reflexes, Lapis, as if he possessed eyes on his back, extended his hand and firmly intercepted the blow. Subsequently, he grasped Sun Wukong's fist and pulled him close, delivering a knee strike that struck like a cannonball into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Cough. A mouthful of blood erupted from Sun Wukong. Yet, Lapis offered no respite, following up with a devastating elbow strike to Sun Wukong's back. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong plummeted like a meteor onto the temple, creating a massive crater several meters deep. Father! Tears streamed from Gohan's eyes, flowing forth like a broken faucet. Unable to contain himself upon witnessing his father's plight, he instinctively moved to rush forward. Gohan, I'm fine, don't come over. Just then, Sun Wukong's voice echoed from the depths of the pit, halting Gohan in his tracks. Sun Wukong pushed himself up from the ground, his martial arts uniform tattered and torn, with only his pants barely holding together. His body was marred with countless bruises and wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, his aura surging back to its peak. He then extended 2 fingers from his left hand to his forehead, vanishing from his position and reappearing instantaneously behind Lapis. Bang! A whip kick struck Robbie's at the waist, executing a sudden displacement. Sun Wukong recognized the vast chasm separating him from Robbie's. Should he attempt to move at high speed, he would inevitably fall prey to Robbie's acute senses. Robbie's prowess surpassed his own, and similarly, his velocity was unmatched. Though high-speed movement could achieve remarkable swiftness, it remained traceable. The moment Robbie's detected Sun Wukong's aura, he would be acutely aware of his position. Instantaneous movement, however, was an entirely different matter. Vanishing in an instant only to reappear moments later was an art that transcended the confines of space. There would be no presence for the adversary to detect. By the time he manifested once more, his assault would have already been unleashed, leaving the enemy no time to react. Below, watching the spectacle, Mo Yuan could not help but smirk. This was precisely what he had awaited. A technique that even Cell could master after a single demonstration was certainly within Mo Yuan's grasp. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of Sun Wukong's cells within him. As Sun Wukong executed his instantaneous movement, Mo Yuan distinctly sensed a peculiar surge of energy oscillating around him, a fluctuation belonging to spatial energy. Closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding spatial energies. Subsequently, he beheld a wondrous realm, a world composed of an intricate web of spatial nodes. However, these nodes were shrouded in mystery. To venture forth recklessly could lead to perilous territories, such as spatial rifts. Thus, one must rely on their breath to seek out the desired spatial nodes. A misstep could result in irrevocable consequences. Mo Yuan was utterly astonished. Although teleportation cannot be employed as a conventional combat tactic, it can yield unexpected outcomes in extraordinary circumstances. Just as Sun Wukong managed to strike Laplace with his instantaneous movement moments ago, Mo Yuan opened his eyes, and a startling scene unfolded before him. Countless spatial nodes materialized in his vision. Typically, spatial nodes exist solely within the confines of one's mind, rendering their locations unknown. However, Mo Yuan was able to perceive these spatial nodes, signifying that he could teleport at will to any place his gaze fell upon, independent of any reliance on his aura. If this were the case, his teleportation could evolve into a conventional combat technique, akin to the flash time ability of Hit. Consequently, his assaults would become as elusive as a phantom, leaving adversaries utterly defenseless. Like a child who has just acquired a new toy, Mo Yuan could not resist the urge to test whether this teleportation function resembled his imagination. His initial target was a spatial node situated 2 meters away from him. As Mo Yuan linked to that node, his body instantaneously vanished from its original position, only to reappear 2 meters away. Success. The experimental results did not disappoint Mo Yuan. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Consequently, while his combat strength remained unchanged, his practical capabilities had multiplied severalfold. Let us try this once more. Mo Yuan suddenly realized that if the ability of his mind's eye could perceive spatial nodes, then he would be able to traverse freely within the range of his mind's eye. Mo Yuan could hardly contain his excitement as he activated his mind's eye. In an instant, the entire Earth was enveloped by this profound perception. As expected, numerous spatial nodes emerged within his mind's eye. Mo Yuan linked to a spatial node on the opposite side of the Earth, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing in the very location he had just witnessed. Ha 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 ha. Mo Yuan could no longer contain his laughter, his voice echoing joyfully. With this newfound ability, he found himself nearly invincible, provided the disparity in strength was not too great. After calming his emotions, Mo Yuan utilized his inner vision to locate Lotzi Li and executed a teleportation. Meanwhile, Lotzi Li was perplexed, wondering how her substantial boyfriend had vanished in an instant. She sat on the steps, propping her chin on her hands, feeling rather glum. Isn't my wife adorable? However, It was not long before Mo Yuan appeared beside her once more. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lotzi Li's eyes. Yet she maintained a facade of indifference. "Where have you been?" Mo Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "Sister, I have just mastered Sun Wukong's instant teleportation. Soon, I shall impart this skill to you. If you succeed in learning it, you will be able to safeguard yourself even when faced with formidable foes." The first thought that crossed Mo Yuan's mind upon mastering the art of teleportation was to impart this ability to Razali. After all, in a world teeming with formidable beings, it was impractical for them to remain inseparable every day. With the power of teleportation, Razali could escape from adversaries beyond her capabilities. Hearing Mo Yuan's words, Razali felt a warmth enveloping her heart. At that moment, the battle between Lapus and Sun Wukong was nearing its conclusion. Although Sun Wukong had managed to land several unexpected blows on Lapus using teleportation, those attacks were akin to mere tickles, inflicting no real harm. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong found himself on the verge of exhausting his energy after the prolonged skirmish. With a moment of clarity, he resolved to make a final stand. After creating some distance from Lapus, he placed his hands on his waist. Kamehameha. A terrifying aura coalesced between his palms, forming a radiant blue orb of energy. In an instant, he transformed the orb into a colossal beam of light, propelled by an overwhelming force towards Lapus. Ha ha ha, futile effort, Sun Wukong. Lapus remained undaunted. Enveloped in a green energy shield, tenfold Kaioken. Suddenly, a fearsome energy emerged behind Lapus. A crimson aura layered atop Sun Wukong's original golden flames, elevating his battle power from 500 million to an astonishing 50 billion. An even more formidable Kamehameha surged from his hands. In a state of urgency, Lapus had no time to react. The green energy shield crumbled upon contact with the Kamehameha wave. The force of the attack battered Lapus's body, causing it to disintegrate under the overwhelming pressure. Just as Lapus felt the brink of demise, the energy abruptly dissipated. It turned out that Sun Wukong's body could not endure the combined strain of Super Saiyan and Kaioken, sustaining the power for only 5 seconds before it nearly shattered. Unable to maintain his flight technique, he plummeted from the sky. However, Lapus was not unscathed either. He too had sustained severe injuries during those 5 seconds. Watching Sun Wukong descend, Lapus felt a pang of dread. He had narrowly escaped the catastrophic defeat. Chapter 47. Reconciliation. The events unfolded with startling swiftness. Mo Yuan initially believed that Laplace's combat prowess far surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Thus he paid little attention to their battle after acquiring the ability of instantaneous movement. However, he was taken aback when Sun Wukong unexpectedly unleashed such a remarkable technique, catching them completely off guard. Fortunately, Laplace emerged unscathed. In an instant, Mo Yuan materialized beside Lapis and employed a healing spell to mend his injuries. One cannot deny that Sun Wukong's final attack was indeed ferocious. The explosive force of 50 billion battle power, albeit for a mere 5 seconds, left Lapis gravely wounded. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's descent, Gohan and Trunks hurriedly rushed over, producing Sinza beans for him to consume. After ingesting the bean, Sun Wukong experienced an instantaneous revival to full health, regardless of how many times he had witnessed it. Mo Yuan could not help but marvel at the efficacy of this miraculous item. It was no wonder that the strategy had been devised for Yachirobe to deplete the Sinza beans. Otherwise, Sun Wukong and the others would be hoarding numerous beans, ready to consume one at the slightest hint of peril, coupled with the Scion trait of significantly amplifying their battle power upon nearing death. What formidable foe would not be effortlessly vanquished? Just as was the case now. After consuming the Sinza bean, Sun Wukong's battle power soared from its usual level of 10 million to an astonishing 15 million. It was simply extraordinary. The healing technique of Mo Yuan is not as formidable as the celestial beans. It took approximately a minute to fully restore the peace. Observe that still appeared somewhat shaken. And he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, teasingly inquiring, "What's the matter? Are you frightened?" "As if I could ever be afraid," scoffed dismissively. He then, with great indignation, asserted that Sun Wukong fellow lacks martial integrity, resorting to ambushes. If it were a fair fight, do you believe I could not swiftly knock his head? Ask you? Oh, I believe you, I truly do. Yet, upon our return, your antics nearly terrified my sister. Mo Yuan casually brushed aside the conversation and then pulled Lapis back. The stubborn nature of this brother and sister duo must surely be a hereditary trait. In the depths of his heart, Mo Yuan silently scoffed. Upon returning to the temple, Lotzi Li meticulously examined Lapisai's condition. After all, Lapisi was her only family, and it was only natural for her to be concerned in such circumstances. Lotzi Li, I am fine. Mo Yuan has already healed me. Lapisi declared with a hint of impatience, yet her body complied willingly for Lotzi Li's examination. As twins, Lapisi was born merely a few minutes after Lotzi Li, which fostered a habit of addressing each other by name rather than using the term sister. In their childhood, Lapisi often sought to assert herself as the elder sibling, only to be ruthlessly quelled by Lotzi Li. Having fully recovered, Sun Wukong approached them. Is there something you need? Mo Yuan inquired. Sun Wukong grinned and replied, the grievances have been resolved. We are now friends. Instantly, Mo Yuan and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. How did we become friends? Who is friends with you? Lapisi retorted without reservation. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Sun Wukong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Wukong. He then gestured towards the two individuals beside him, saying, this is my son, Sun Wufan, and this is Trunks. He pointed towards the distance, indicating Vegeta, and added, that is Vegeta. Finally, he extended his right hand, his gaze fixed intensely upon Mo Yuan and the others, glanced at Lazili and Lapis, observing that both exhibited a demeanor of indifference, as if surrendering the decision to him, began to grasp their intentions. He extended his right hand and shook hands with Sun Wukong. I am, and this is my girlfriend. The one you just sparred with is my brother-in-law. Upon hearing's introduction, S cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. Trunks, taken aback, exclaimed, do androids have names too? Aren't you referred to as number 17 and number 18? His words darkened the expressions of Ant. This is the last time I wish to hear the term android used in reference to them, warned Trunks, his gaze icy. I presume you are unaware of how they became androids? He proceeded to recount the experiences of Ant. After listening, Trunks and Sun Wukong bowed sincerely to and, offering their apologies, we are truly sorry. They had not anticipated that androids were, in fact, living humans who had been transformed. Trunks now understood that, and retained their humanity, because Dr. Gero had not entirely eradicated it in his quest to enhance their abilities. This was the very reason they had taken Dr. Gero's life. Previously, he had believed they lacked humanity for killing their creator, but now he felt that Dr. Gero had met a deserved fate. In stark contrast, the androids from the future were evidently stripped of all humanity, reveling solely in slaughter. Sun Wukong, too, had not realized that his inadvertent actions had led to the demise of so many. Though unintentional, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, and remained silent, merely huffing in response. Mo Yuan discerned from their reactions that they had already forgiven him. By the way, Yuan, I heard them say that you emerged from an underground laboratory. Are you, in fact, the creation of Dr. Gero using our cells? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Yuan? Mo Yuan cast a peculiar glance at Sun Wukong. Truly, it is you, so carefree and familiar in your demeanor. Impressive. Mo Yuan did not deny it. He readily acknowledged the observation. How remarkable. I have heard from others that just a few days ago, you appeared as a mere child. And now you have grown so tall, Sun Wukong remarked, gesturing to Mo Yuan's height in astonishment. Yet, why do you look entirely different from Shalu? Perhaps it is a result of mutation. Mo Yuan refrained from elaborating further. Mr. Mo Yuan, may I inquire if you have encountered Shalu? Trunks asked eagerly. Nodded slightly. A few days ago, he visited this place and was driven away by us. Do you know where he has fled to? Trunks gazed anxiously shook his head and replied, I do not know. I merely witnessed him board a peculiar machine, after which he vanished. Trunks' pupils trembled, and his entire body quaked. The very thing he dreaded most had come to pass. Mother. Trunks appeared as if he had lost his soul. No, I must return immediately. This revelation drove Trunks to the brink of madness. In an instant, he erupted with fury, ready to soar to West City. Trunks, calm yourself, Goku restrained him. Bulma has yet to repair the time machine. Returning now would serve no purpose. For the time being, accompany Vegeta into the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Only when you have grown stronger will you be able to confront Cell. But I am terrified. She is all I have left. I cannot bear to lose my mother. Trunks was engulfed in anguish, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Chapter 48, versus Goku. Since the arrival of Goku and his companions, the temple had become considerably more vibrant. Ultimately, Trunks managed to suppress his impulsive feelings and entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta to train. Vegeta, having been soundly defeated by Lapis twice, harbored a deep-seated frustration. Before entering, entrusted the gravity chamber to Trunks, returning it to its rightful owner. As for how much he could achieve through training in the gravity chamber, that depended solely on his own potential. Regarding the gravity chamber, it serves as a minor boon for the protagonist. There is no need to dwell on whether gravity can be stacked in the hyperbolic time chamber. The protagonist is not like Goku and others, who can experience such significant power increases due to years of accumulation. How much can a newborn truly accumulate? After Trunks and Vegeta entered the room of spirit and time, the others remained industrious. Goku was training with Gohan, while was instructing and in the art of instant transmission, exhibited a keen interest in this technique. Having been caught off guard by Goku multiple times due to its unpredictable nature, nearly leading to his defeat. However, despite its diligent teaching, struggled to perceive spatial energy. Goku approached him with comforting words, sharing that he too had spent over half a year learning to sense spatial energy, followed by an additional 6 months to master the skill. According to Goku, his own aptitude for spatial abilities was not particularly high. He could only use it for travel. And in combat, he could barely utilize it to achieve an element of surprise. Those with a higher spatial talent could employ instant transmission freely, without the need to capture energy signatures as he did. As for how this was accomplished, he was uncertain, having not yet reached that level himself. Upon hearing Goku's insights, experienced a moment of clarity. It was no wonder that such a formidable ability as instant transmission had been relegated to merely a means of travel within Dragon Ball. It stemmed from Goku's limited talent. In contrast, time manipulation abilities, exemplified by his time skip, shone brilliantly in combat. There was no reason spatial abilities could not be utilized as regular combat techniques. After hearing Goku's words, lost some of his enthusiasm for instant transmission, adopting a more laid-back approach. However, to everyone's surprise, within just an hour, Under's guidance was able to sense spatial energy. Even more astonishingly, she could perceive the spatial nodes surrounding her, akin to, albeit with a smaller range and lacking the comprehensive awareness of keen perception. Her ability was somewhat of a rudimentary version of the keen sight. Nevertheless, this was a remarkable achievement, indicating that could seamlessly integrate instant transmission into combat. She no longer needed to rely on energy signatures to locate spatial nodes. As long as she was within her sensing range, she could utilize instant transmission at will. With her newfound ability, joyfully began to play, observing her darting figure within the temple, and Goku exchanged envious glances, particularly, whose tears of envy began to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, a lack of innate talent was insurmountable. It simply could not be forced. Choosing to ignore his own frustrations, sought out for practice. After sparring with Goku, he realized that his combat experience was still lacking. Although he was undeniably stronger than Goku, he had nearly met with failure. Seeing training with Goku too was unwilling to remain idle and proactively invited to join him in training. Mo Yuan too was curious to ascertain how his combat prowess measured against that of Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, he acquiesced. Upon witnessing the impending duel between Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong, others gathered around to observe the spectacle. The two assumed their stances, poised in midair, facing each other. Sun Wukong remained unequivocally himself. Unable to shed his penchant for probing and testing, he refrained from transforming immediately, as he was yet unaware of Mo Yuan's battle capabilities and thus prepared to engage in an initial assessment. Mo Yuan's regular combat power stands at 600 million, while Sun Wukong's normal combat power is merely 15 million. Each of Sun Wukong's moves appears exceedingly sluggish in Mo Yuan's eyes, akin to engaging in a contest with a newborn infant. With a swift kick, Mo Yuan sent Sun Wukong tumbling back. Transform, Wukong. Such probing is futile. Ha ha, Yuan. You truly are formidable, Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Though the earlier test did not reveal the extent of Mo Yuan's combat prowess, Sun Wukong sensed it was unlikely to be significantly inferior to his own after transformation. Be on your guard. With that, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. A golden vortex enveloped him, and he instantly ascended into his Super Saiyan form. Upon transformation, Sun Wukong's battle power surged from 15 million to a staggering 750 million. An overwhelming aura unleashed mercilessly. Mo Yuan felt a subtle pressure. Mo Yuan was also engulfed in rage, a violet aura emanating from his being. His battle power of 600 million erupted without reservation. The formidable presence stood in equal measure against that of Sun Wukong. Truly formidable. The aura of Mo Yuan stirred a sense of astonishment within Sun Wukong. Despite possessing slightly inferior combat prowess, his presence was by no means diminished. It was profoundly peculiar. The terrifying essence he emanated caused the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. The once bright sky was suddenly engulfed by ominous dark clouds. Crack! A resounding thunderclap heralded the commencement of battle. Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong charged towards each other as if they had conspired in advance. Bang! Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The tremendous force generated around them created a vacuum. Ah! Duh! 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 Sun Wukong shouted, his limbs transforming into mere afterimages as they struck at Mo Yuan with overwhelming strength. Bring it on! Mo Yuan exclaimed with excitement. He relished such battles. When he fought against Bobo, he had to suppress his own strength, as Bobo's combat instincts were exceedingly formidable, leaving him feeling constrained. In his encounters with Lapus, the latter's combat skills fell short, allowing Mo Yuan to dominate the fight unless Lapus unleashed a greater level of power. However, when facing Sun Wukong, their strengths were nearly equal, yet Sun Wukong possessed slightly more combat experience, making this duel perfectly suited for Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately engaging in a fierce clash with Sun Wukong. However, the combat prowess that Sun Wukong honed through countless life-and-death battles was indeed formidable. He consistently struck Mo Yuan from unexpected angles. This was also a result of Mo Yuan refraining from utilizing his insight. Otherwise, under the keen perception of his hard eye, unless Sun Wukong's speed surpassed Mo Yuan's ability to evade, it would be nearly impossible for him to land a hit. Yet, Sun Wukong was astonished to observe that Mo Yuan's combat skills were advancing at an alarming rate. Initially, out of 10 attacks, Sun Wukong was able to land 5 or 6 hits, but now, he could manage only 1 or 2. Mo Yuan resembled a sponge, fervently absorbing these invaluable combat experiences. His elbow struck fiercely against Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong, wary of a direct confrontation, pressed down On's arm and deftly rolled behind him. Just as he prepared to launch an assault On's back, an overwhelming force struck him. S tail, resembling a robust whip, lashed out with terrifying power, landing a resounding blow on Sun Wukong. With a sharp crack, Sun Wukong was propelled like a meteor from the heavens. As he neared the divine temple, he summoned all his strength, halting abruptly in midair as if he had slammed on the brakes. Once he regained his balance, he raised his gaze to Meat's eyes. An infinite fervor for battle ignited within them. With a crackle, 2 invisible bolts of lightning shot forth from their eyes, colliding in a spectacular display. Chapter 49, The Rift in the Sky. In a simultaneous roar of fury, Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong erupted with an intensity that transformed the very fabric of reality. In an instant, the world was engulfed in hues of gold and violet. As the collision of their auras summoned forth the tempest of lightning, the heavens roared and winds howled, resembling the cataclysmic end of days. Within the temple, Lapis conjured a protective shield, enveloping the sanctum to shield it from the impending chaos. Otherwise, the turmoil would be unbearable. With a thunderous crash, the energies of Sun Wukong and Mo Yuan reached their zenith, colliding to create a colossal storm. The fierce gale, as sharp as a blade, surged towards them. Yet before it could draw near, it was dissipated by the force of their combined auras. Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong locked their gazes upon one another, their fervor for battle impossible to contain. The clash was imminent. They transformed into beams of light, hurtling towards each other. Their fists and feet were imbued with formidable energy, each impact resulting in violent explosions. Boom. In the span of mere seconds, they had engaged in hundreds of exchanges. The sky was already shrouded in a veil of detonations. The shockwaves and scorching winds generated by the explosions swept across the ground, toppling trees and scorching the earth. What a thrill! Mo Yuan exclaimed with exhilaration, utterly captivated by the evenly matched battle. He had cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the fray. Similarly, Sun Wukong, in a state of fervor, shouted with enthusiasm, his hands moving without the slightest pause. Mo Yuan caught Sun Wukong's fist with his left hand, while a terrifying energy coalesced around his right fist. As he pulled Sun Wukong towards him, his right fist surged forward, striking fiercely at Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately raising his left hand to block Mo Yuan's blow. Bang! Sun Wukong clutched his chest. His body propelled through the air as if struck by a cannonball. How about my technique of hitting the cow across the mountain? With an air of triumph, Mo Yuan revealed that during a year and a half spent within the confines of the Spirit Time House, he had not only dedicated himself to rigorous training but had also devised a myriad of peculiar techniques. One such technique, known as striking the ox across the mountain, had just been demonstrated, although Sun Wukong had managed to block his punch. The essence of Mo Yuan's energy had penetrated through his palm to strike Sun Wukong squarely in the chest. How impressive! The impact left Sun Wukong momentarily breathless. And after a brief pause to regain his composure, he rubbed his chest and exclaimed in admiration, "Let us see if you can withstand this move." Mo Yuan was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. In his hand, a fist-sized orb of purple energy materialized. "Prepare to receive it, Wukong," Mo Yuan shouted loudly, hurling the energy ball towards Sun Wukong. The instant Sun Wukong caught sight of the energy ball, he instinctively attempted to evade it, only to realize with sudden astonishment that the energy ball had vanished mid-flight. Vanished? Not only Sun Wukong, but even the few spectators atop the divine temple displayed expressions of bewilderment. Only Lotzi Li appeared somewhat surprised. Is it possible to employ such a tactic? The technique employed by Mo Yuan seemingly opened a portal to a new realm for Lotzi Li. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the energy blast, Sun Wukong immediately halted his advance, paralyzed by caution. Yet, before he could ponder his next course of action, he sensed a sudden fluctuation in the space behind him. In an instant, the previously vanished energy blast materialized right at his back. The proximity was alarmingly close, leaving Sun Wukong no time to evade. He could only muster his energy to shield his back as best as he could. A thunderous roar erupted. The diminutive energy blast harbored an immense and terrifying power, one that Sun Wukong dared not confront, even under circumstances of preparedness, let alone in his current state of vulnerability. The explosive flames painted the entire sky in hues of crimson. Mo Yuan gazed at the explosion with a hint of exhilaration. This was a strategy he had conceived spontaneously, and he was astonished by its immediate success. In truth, the technique was rather straightforward. It involved infusing spatial energy into a ki blast, enabling it to traverse spatial nodes and arrive at another point in space. Furthermore, the speed at which the ki blast manifested could be adjusted according to the situation, allowing for instantaneous emergence or a delayed appearance. However, this maneuver was still relatively easy for Sun Wukong to counter, as he possessed the innate ability to communicate with space. He could sense spatial fluctuations, thus discerning the origin of the assault. This time, he had been caught off guard. But it would not be so simple to strike him again in the future. As the explosion subsided and the flames dissipated, Sun Wukong emerged, tattered and disheveled. Strangely, while his attire was nearly in tatters, his trousers bore only a few minor holes. Mo Yuan had conducted relevant experiments regarding this phenomenon. It appeared that there was some unique energy within the fabric of the trousers that prevented them from being obliterated during combat, sustaining only a handful of punctures. Notably, the crotch area remained intact, but this did not imply it possessed absolute defensive capabilities. Should one attempt to absorb an attack with that area, well, if one were unperturbed by the consequences, they might as well give it a try. Despite his disheveled appearance and the various injuries adorning his body, these were mere trifles for Sun Wukong. In terms of endurance and willpower, he was undoubtedly among the elite. I never anticipated you would wield instant transmission with such finesse. It is truly impressive, he remarked, unable to contain his admiration. It is but a trivial technique, hardly worthy of mention, Mo Yuan replied dismissively, waving his hand as if it were a matter of no consequence. Have you heard the whispers of the world? Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. He had mastered instant transmission for years, yet even to move himself required the aid of breath to lock onto a target. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan had only just grasped the technique and was already manipulating it with such flair. Was having talent truly so remarkable? Could one do as they pleased merely by virtue of talent? Sun Wukong silently berated himself. Yet, it became evident that indeed, possessing talent made a significant difference. Come on, let us continue. With a focused gaze, all right. Then, the two resumed their fierce battle. As their confrontation persisted, more individuals gathered atop the temple. A fleeting thought, they should have arrived during the clash between Vegeta and Lapis, but alas, I forgot. Hands on hips. One must maintain a bold demeanor when lacking justification. Piccolo and the others sensed the energy from Son Goku's skirmish and hurriedly made their way over. Initially, upon seeing Lazuli and Lapis, they nearly engaged in combat. Fortunately, with Son Gohan and Bobo mediating, they managed to avoid conflict. After listening to Gohan and Bobo's explanations, the group was left speechless. They had not anticipated that mere days ago, they were adversaries, and now they could barely be considered friends. This meant they had but one enemy remaining, Cell. Moreover, Cell had ventured into another timeline, and it was uncertain when, if ever, he he would return. Given these circumstances, the pursuit of Cell was rendered unnecessary. Regrettably, due to the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls were no longer usable, precluding the resurrection of those slain by Cell. Time passed gradually. The contest between Son Goku and approached its conclusion. At this moment, a stark contrast was evident between the two. Son Goku was tattered and marred with wounds, while, although his attire bore signs of damage, appeared relatively unscathed. This disparity was not solely due to his inherent battle prowess surpassing that of Son Goku, but rather a result of his hybrid lineage, combining the bloodlines of Namekians and the Frieza race, endowing him with superior physical attributes and remarkable regenerative capabilities. Moreover, as they were merely engaged in a friendly contest, neither party had employed lethal force. Panting heavily, Son Goku exclaimed, "Let us conclude with one final move to determine the victor." Mo Yuan gazed intently at Sun Wukong. "Come forth." The two shared an unspoken understanding, once again elevating their energies to the utmost. Sun Wukong positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist. Turtle School's Kamehameha, a small blue orb materialized between his palms. Mo Yuan held the sword technique in his right hand, purple light flickering at his fingertips, exuding an aura that seemed capable of tearing through the fabric of space. Sun Wukong gazed at the violet glow with a grave expression, instinctively channeling more energy between his hands. Gradually, he sensed the small sphere he held was becoming increasingly difficult to control. "Wave!" Sun Wukong shouted, thrusting his hands towards Mo Yuan, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that surged forth with the might to sweep away armies. In an instant, the heavens and earth were illuminated in a brilliant blue. The onlookers in the temple grew tense, their eyes fixed intently on Mo Yuan. Quick dodge. Even Lotzi Li, fully aware of Mo Yuan's true strength, could not suppress a shout of anxiety. Mo Yuan appeared oblivious to the impending attack, his entire focus concentrated at his fingertips. Just as Sun Wukong's energy wave was about to strike Mo Yuan, the violet radiance at Mo Yuan's fingertips ceased to flicker, solidifying into a blade. "Tear the void." The ethereal phrase resonated in the ears of the onlookers. A flash of purple brilliance emerged, shattering the Kamehameha wave that was directed at Mo Yuan into fragments. A beam of purple sword light surged towards the heart of the energy wave, advancing towards Sun Wukong. Wherever it passed, the energy wave transformed into specks of starlight. How could this be possible? Sun Wukong found it hard to believe the spectacle before him, as energy surged frantically from his body to his hands. The Kamehameha wave swelled in size and intensity once more. Yet, it remained incapable of halting the sword light, merely managing to slow its momentum. Sensing impending doom, Sun Wukong swiftly utilized instant transmission to escape. Without the obstruction of the Kamehameha wave, the sword light soared like a dragon returning to the sea, vanishing into the horizon. Light years away from Earth, a flash of violet illuminated the cosmos as several stars erupted in a sequence of explosions. In the silent, resplendent fireworks, they quietly transformed into cosmic dust. Chapter 50. The Search for a New Celestial Deity, Yuan. Your move is terrifying. If I had been a moment slower, I surely would have met my demise. Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his chest, feigning fright. In the final moment, realizing he could not withstand the attack, Sun Wukong hastily teleported beside Mo Yuan. Reflecting on the confrontation with that attack still sent shivers down his spine. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Mo Yuan offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. This technique was Mo Yuan's most powerful killing move, painstakingly perfected over a long duration. It synthesized the essence of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, Piccolo's special beam cannon, and Krillin's Destructo disc, enhanced by Mo Yuan's own imaginative flair. If one were to liken energy to water, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha would be akin to a high-pressure water gun, while Mo Yuan's Tear the Void resembled a water knife. The high-pressure water gun serves to wash, whereas the water knife has the capacity to slice through stone and steel. With the same amount of force, the more concentrated the energy, the greater the inflicted damage. The might of Tear the Void is immense, possessing formidable penetrating power. However, its drawbacks are evident. The preparatory phase is lengthy, requiring substantial time to gather energy. Once unleashed, it is nearly uncontrollable. If the opponent, like Sun Wukong, manages to retreat, the attack essentially results in no harm. Nevertheless, this issue was mitigated once Mo Yuan mastered instant transmission, allowing him to manipulate through spatial nodes. The previous hesitation stemmed from a lack of necessity. He had no intention of genuinely slaying Sun Wukong. Come now, let me offer you some healing. A verdant luminescence emanated from Mo Yuan's hand as he pressed it against Sun Wukong. Wow, you can actually perform healing magic, Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished as he felt his wounds mend rapidly. This would certainly save him a precious. Ever since they had been squandered by Jackalope, they had been wishing they could split one in half for use. In fact, they eventually did just that. In any case, had become a rare commodity. Every bit saved counted. After healing Sun Wukong, the two returned to the temple together. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised to see Piccolo and the others there. Piccolo, what brings you here? Piccolo, arms crossed, replied with a hint of exasperation. Given the commotion you've caused, it would have been strange if we hadn't come. Ah? True, haha. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Oh right. Piccolo, can you still revert to your form before merging with the Supreme Kai? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled and inquired, ever since he learned that Cell had ventured to another timeline. Sun Wukong had wished to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those humans whom Cell had slain on Earth. However, the Dragon Balls were rendered unusable after the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo. No, Piccolo shook his head. Once I fused with the Supreme Kai, we cannot separate again. If it weren't for the numerous calamities on Earth, we wouldn't have chosen to merge. Is that so? It seems impossible after all. You make a valid point. Sun Wukong also felt the improbability of the matter, hence he did not harbor grand expectations. He then asked, I heard from Gohan that some Namekians survived. Do you know which planet they have gone to? I hope we can find them soon. What? Piccolo responded. I wish to find one of the Namekians to remain on Earth. This way, both the Supreme Kai and the 7 Dragon Balls can be revived, right? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bobo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Wukong with hopeful anticipation. If we can locate a new Supreme Kai, I must express my gratitude to you. Bobo was overjoyed at the prospect of a new Supreme Kai on the horizon, which lifted his spirits immensely. Although Bobo, Mo Yuan, and Sun Wukong were good friends, he understood that they could not stay in the temple forever. Once they departed, he would be left alone in solitude. While Sun Wukong's idea was commendable, Piccolo couldn't help but inquire, But Wukong, how do you plan to bring him here? We don't even know which planet they are on. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, have you forgotten that I can teleport? As long as I can sense a similar energy signature, it indicates the presence of Namekians nearby. Piccolo was astounded. You can truly sense energy from such a distance? Perhaps. If it is not too far off, there should be no issue. I shall give it a try now. You all remain quiet for the time being. With that, Sun Wukong pressed his index and middle fingers against his forehead, commencing the search for energy similar to Piccolo's. Observing Sun Wukong's earnest demeanor, everyone held their breath in anticipation. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly as he withdrew his fingers from his forehead. The crowd looked at him with hopeful eyes. Sun Wukong, feeling awkward, said, I'm sorry, but it seems I still cannot manage it. What should we do now? The others shared his dismay. Perhaps if we go to Lord Kai, we might find a solution. Sun Wukong recalled another idea and eagerly began to search for Lord Kai's energy. How does one reach Lord Kai? Aha! In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished. He must have already arrived at Lord Kai's location. I hope everything goes smoothly for my father, Gohan silently prayed. Upon realizing that Cell had ventured into another timeline, Piccolo and the others ceased their patrols, remaining in the temple. They were also quite curious about the Room of Spirit and Time and considered training there for a while. Mo Yuan and Baiku are not well acquainted, nor do they wish to initiate a closer relationship. Furthermore, they harbor a certain wariness towards Mo Yuan and his companions. Consequently, the temple has been divided into 2 small factions. Mo Yuan, La Zili, and La Baisi. Baiku, Sun Wu Fan, Kulin, and Tianjin Fan. Mo Yuan prepared a delightful afternoon tea and summoned Bobo to join him. The 4 of them sat beneath a large sunshade, relishing the exquisite treats, basking in the moment's tranquility. However, perhaps due to the presence of Baiku and his companions, Bobo did not linger for long at Mo Yuan's side. Bobo suggested they visit together, but Mo Yuan declined. His reasons were twofold: their unfamiliarity and the wariness Baiku and his group held towards them. Gathering together would only invite discomfort. After all, not everyone is as carefree as Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's reasoning, Bobo chose not to press the matter further. Do you truly not regard me as a person? La Baisi remarked, observing her sister and Mo Yuan's intimate exchange, unable to restrain her playful sarcasm. Mo Yuan and La Zili exchanged bewildered glances at La Bai Si, and in unison, they burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Single dog." La Bai Si, not far away. Clin could not help but steal furtive glances at La Zili. For reasons unknown, whenever he witnessed the intimate gestures shared between La Zili and Mo Yuan, he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Mo Yuan sensed Clin's gaze and turned his head to regard him with indifference. Clin felt the chilling intensity in Mo Yuan's eyes, akin to being targeted by a ferocious beast from the wilderness, causing him to struggle with his breath. He hastily averted his gaze, no longer daring to look at La Zili. "What is it? Is there something amiss?" La Zili inquired, puzzled. "Nothing at all," he replied. Mo Yuan turned around, his expression returning to normal. La Zili did not inquire further, instead offering the item in her hand to Mo Yuan's lips. Mo Yuan bit down without a moment's hesitation. Hiss, cough, cough. A sharp, pungent flavor surged straight to the crown of his head. Wasabi, an enormous dollop of wasabi. Mo Yuan was choked to the point of tears. Upon noticing La Zili stifling her laughter with her hand, he resolved that such delectable flavors should not be savored alone. Embracing La Zili, he decided to share the lingering taste with her while it still danced upon his palate. Moments later, gazed at the tearful La Zili, who was choking from the mustard, and softly remarked, "This is what it means to share both joy and sorrow." Beside them, La Bai Si wore a perplexed expression. Chapter 51. The Resurrection of the Divine Dragon. As dusk descended, the sky gradually darkened. The slanting rays of the sun painted the horizon in hues of crimson, with the blush of the evening clouds resembling a bashful maiden, a sight most delightful to behold. Perched high above, the temple offered a daily spectacle of the most resplendent sunsets. Yet, no matter how many times one witnessed it, each occasion drew one into a state of rapture. Sunlight cascaded through the evening glow, illuminating the earth below. From above, the swirling mists and ethereal light appeared as if one were gazing into a celestial paradise. A beauty beyond words. The evening glow gently adorned La Zili with a delicate pink halo, akin to a fairy who had descended to the mortal realm, breathtakingly exquisite. Moyu held the delicate hand of La Zili, enveloped in an indescribable sense of tranquility. This feeling brought him immense joy. Were it not for the knowledge of formidable adversaries lurking in the future, Moyu would yearn for a secluded haven with La Zili, where they could lead a serene life together, sharing a home, meals, and the changing seasons. Alas, in this world, the pursuit of a peaceful existence is indeed a luxury. If he were merely an ordinary individual, he would have no choice but to compromise. Yet, given his current capabilities, Moyu was unwilling to entrust his fate to others, not solely for his own sake, but for the sake of those he wished to protect. Gazed tenderly at, his grip tightening ever so slightly. 2 hours had elapsed since departure, and the sky was on the verge of darkness. Uncertainty loomed regarding whether had located the Namekian. Sat cross-legged on the ground, engulfed in ennui. "He will surely succeed. My father will find it," declared resolutely. Suddenly, a ripple in space manifested, and 2 figures materialized within the temple. "Greetings. I have just visited the new Namek," announced, returning with a child strikingly similar to Dandy, exclaimed, astonished by the presence of the youth. After all, Dandy was merely a child, and had never anticipated would bring such a young one to the Earth's deity. "Is he the new deity?" inquired, observing the child who bore a remarkable resemblance to the former deity, his face lighting up with joy. "Indeed," affirmed with a nod. Dandy, and raced toward the boy, excitement radiating from them. They had shared numerous adventures on Namek, forging a bond that made them the closest of friends. "Dandy, it's wonderful to see you," they exclaimed in unison. Since leaving Earth, Dandy had missed his 2 good friends dearly. At long last, they were reunited. The trio embraced and joyfully spun in circles. "Long time no see, Dandy. It's fantastic that you could come," remarked. "Dandy, can you truly serve as the deity on Earth?" asked, eyes wide with anticipation. "Why, yes," Dandy replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping in from their enthusiastic welcome. "I knew it. I could tell back then that you would achieve great things," proclaimed. "Then we shall frequently see Dandy from now on." With Dandy's affirmation, Ant's joy amplified. "Let me ask you," Dandy said, his expression turning serious. "Can you genuinely create the Dragon Balls?" "Absolutely. The Elder of Namek assured me that Dandy is an exceptional descendant of the Dragon Clan," interjected before Dandy could respond. Looked at Dandy, perplexed. "Elder?" Dandy clarified. "That refers to the current Grand Elder." "Ah," scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "It is indeed that Grand Elder." He guaranteed that there would be no issues. Given 100 days, I believe I can complete the Dragon Balls, Dandy asserted confidently. Dandy confidently declared that, for the Namekians, this span of time was exceedingly brief. 100 days? Is that truly how long it takes? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Having assumed that the Dragon Balls could be created with ease, the unexpected duration left everyone momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Dandy, after a brief pause, conceived a brilliant idea. If we could procure the 7 Dragon Balls previously used on Earth, along with a model of Shenron, I could instantly revive them. Is that true? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. The former Dragon Balls must have turned to stone and scattered across the Earth by now, Piccolo assessed calmly. Bobo interjected. If a model of Shenron is what we need, I happen to have crafted one myself. Krillin chimed in enthusiastically. That's wonderful. This should pose no issue, right? Dandy and the others shared in a collective expression of joy. Dandy, can we wish for 3 desires just like on Namek? Krillin inquired. Indeed, Dandy nodded slightly. Piccolo then asked, can we, as before, use a single wish to bring back those who have perished? For instance, could we resurrect those slain by Cell? At this, Dandy felt his CPU begin to heat up. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, regarding this matter, I believe I was not entirely prepared at the outset. If we were to make such a wish, it would only count as 2. Gohan exclaimed with delight. So we can still realize 2 wishes? Yes, Dandy confirmed. The group, brimming with anticipation, could hardly wait for Dandy to resurrect Shenron. Not only would they be able to revive many individuals at once as before, but there would be no limitation of 1 revival per person, and they would even gain an additional wish. This was nothing short of an epic enhancement. Bobo produced the model he had crafted and handed it to Dandy. At that moment, Mo Yuan and La Zili approached to observe. For he too possessed Namekian blood and might even be able to create Dragon Balls himself. As for why only the 2 of them were present, it was because Lapith had overindulged in dog food and had gone in search of Android 16 to help digest. Dandy extended his hands toward the model of Shenron, reciting the incantation of Namek. An unusual energy began to coalesce in his palms and flowed into the model. This energy was peculiar, lacking the aggressive nature of Ki. Yet it seemed to possess an ineffable quality. After a moment, the model of Shenron transformed into a beam of golden light that shot skyward, then split into 7 radiant streams, descending to the earth. All done. The Dragon Balls that had scattered and turned to stone should now be revived, Dandy proclaimed. Fantastic. I shall now seek out Bulma to borrow the Dragon Ball radar, exclaimed Sun Wukong with exuberance. He then pressed his finger to his forehead, attuning himself to Bulma's essence. Wukong suddenly called out Ma Yuan. Wukong replied, gazing at him in confusion. After resurrecting those slain by Cell, may I perhaps have the remaining wish? I desire. Of course. Mo Yuan was taken aback. He had intended to elaborate on his desire for this wish, yet unexpectedly, Sun Wukong readily acquiesced. Very well. I shall seek the Dragon Balls. Farewell. Sun Wukong smiled gently before vanishing, gazed blankly at the spot where Wukong had vanished for quite some time. Truly, it is you. Wukong. Chapter 52. A Wish. Dandy, greetings, I am. After Wukong's departure, approached Dandy. Hello, brother. Dandy was taken aback, unsure why he suddenly addressed a stranger as brother. Yet, there was an undeniable warmth in the presence of this individual, evoking fond memories of brother Nailu. Naturally reserved, Dandy found himself blushing slightly, his green visage tinged with a hint of crimson. Mo Yuan couldn't help but touch his round head. It was soft, plump, and delightfully smooth. He couldn't resist caressing it a little longer. Dandy, could you teach me how to create a Dragon Ball? Mo Yuan reluctantly released Dandy's head and inquired, the Dragon Balls? Dandy gazed at Mo Yuan with astonishment, but only the descendants of the Dragon Clan can create the Dragon Balls. In truth, I might also be considered half. Well, 1/4 of a dragon lineage. Dandy scrutinized Mo Yuan from head to toe, no matter how he looked. He could discern not a single trace of the characteristics of a Namekian. Furthermore, the Namekians reproduce asexually. How could there possibly be hybrids? Not to mention reproductive isolation. They fundamentally lack the ability to procreate with others. Upon observing Dandy's expression, Mo Yuan discerned his disbelief. Consequently, he extended his hand, and a unique energy manifested above it. Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the energy pulsating from Mo Yuan's palm. This energy was the distinctive bloodline energy known as willpower, unique to their race. The mic. Although willpower lacks offensive capabilities, it possesses numerous extraordinary applications, such as healing and the ability to conjure objects from thin air. These are merely minor utilizations of willpower. Of course, such feats are not exclusive to willpower. Magic and superhuman abilities can achieve similar results. The most significant function of willpower lies in the creation of wish balls, also known as Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing Mo Yuan's possession of willpower, Dandy promptly consented without hesitation. Beside them, Piccolo initially contemplated voicing his thoughts, but ultimately chose silence after some deliberation. Goku trusted him, and so did Bobo. Moreover, the energy emanating from Mo Yuan was tranquil, devoid of any malevolent essence. With this in mind, Piccolo reasoned that it would not be detrimental to place his faith in him just this once. Having come to this conclusion, Piccolo found a secluded corner, seated himself in the void, and commenced his own training. Dandy, in his inaugural role as a teacher, was brimming with excitement as he diligently guided Mo Yuan in the art of crafting Dragon Balls. Dandy, Mo Yuan inquired. You mentioned that special materials are required for their creation, yet I currently lack such materials. What should I do? The special materials Dandy referred to were likely fragments scraped from the Super Dragon Balls. Mo Yuan felt somewhat disheartened. It could be said that the first step had left him at a standstill. The universe is vast, and searching for the Super Dragon Balls is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, there was no need for concern. Dandy produced a small cloth pouch from his pocket, proudly declaring, "Behold, these are the materials I brought from my clan, originally intended for crafting the Dragon Balls. However, as Earth already possesses Dragon Balls, these materials have become redundant." In that moment, Mo Yuan felt as if Dandy radiated brilliance. "Splendid, Dandy. You truly are the most extraordinary person in this world. You are nothing short of a savior. Generously lavish praise. Oh, I am not as remarkable as you say." Dandy felt a bit bashful from the compliments. Once the materials were gathered, promptly commenced the creation of the Dragon Ball. Under Dandy's guidance, a Dragon Ball, akin to the size of a pigeon's egg, was swiftly fashioned. The next step required an extensive period of nurturing the Dragon Ball with willpower, implanting within it the seed of desire. Only upon acquiring this seed would the Dragon Ball begin to absorb the willpower present in the cosmos. Once saturated with willpower, it would be capable of summoning the divine dragon to grant wishes. It is not mandatory for there to be 7 Dragon Balls, nor does a larger Dragon Ball necessarily equate to greater strength. The potency of a Dragon Ball is contingent upon the prowess of its creator. For instance, the Dragon Balls on Earth, upon activation by Dandy, exhibited a strength comparable to those from Namek, despite their size being less than half that of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to them, had dedicated over 2 hours to the creation of the Dragon Ball. During this time, had gone to prepare dinner. In the afternoon, through the efforts of Bobo and Gohan, Krillin and Tien had also lowered their guard. Consequently, prepared meals for everyone that evening. Considering the numerous attendees in the sanctuary, including the voracious Son Goku, she spent 2 hours completing the dinner. Dinner is ready. I am absolutely famished. At that moment, Son Goku returned to the sanctuary just in time for the meal, cradling 7 gleaming Dragon Balls in his arms. Without hesitation, he tossed the Dragon Balls onto the ground and eagerly rushed to the dining table, ready to partake. Mo Yuan swiftly swatted away Sun Wukong's hand, insisting, "First, wash your hands." All right, you are being too strict, Yuan," Sun Wukong replied, hastily dashing off to the washroom. Gohan and Krillin felt a tad embarrassed by Sun Wukong's antics, yet both Mo Yuan and Sun Wukong remained unfazed by such trivial matters. Lapis and number 16 were also summoned back by Mo Yuan's telepathic call. Before long, everyone had gathered around the dining table, including Piccolo and Dent. Only number 16 remained absent. For being a robot, he had no need for sustenance. Moreover, he was bound by directives from Dr. Gero, and it was quite commendable that he managed to refrain from acting against Sun Wukong. The meal unfolded in a harmonious manner, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. After dining, the rejuvenated Sun Wukong finally recalled the Dragon Balls. "Sister, do you wish to return to being an ordinary person?" Mo Yuan inquired. Although he was aware that the eternal dragon could not revert Lapis back to her human form, he pondered whether she genuinely desired to become an ordinary person once again. Would also go to great lengths to find the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill Lazuli's wish. Lazuli gazed at in astonishment. "Did you seek a wish from Son Goku solely for my sake?" Mo Yuan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, if you wish to avoid becoming an ordinary person, we shall grant your wish to eliminate the hidden dangers of the bombs and control systems within you." The control systems within Lot C, Li, and La by C also pose significant risks. In the original narrative, Klin merely wished away the bombs from their bodies, leaving the control systems intact. In Dragon Ball GT, Dr. Gero exploited the control systems to manipulate La by C, ultimately creating Hell's Android 17, which merged into Super Android 17. Although it remains uncertain whether this timeline is an alternate dimension or the GT timeline, it is undoubtedly safer to remove these threats. Li felt her eyes welling with tears as she could not help but embrace Mo Yuan. "Why are you so kind to me?" she whispered softly. Mo Yuan lowered his head and gently pressed a mark upon her smooth forehead. His voice was deep and earnest. "Because you are my sister, my family, my dearest, and my one and only beloved." Mo Yuan's heartfelt confession struck directly at Li's heart. In that moment, a singular impulse consumed her. Yet, she could not resist. Nor did she wish to. Thus, Li rose onto her tiptoes, her delicate arms encircling Mo Yuan's neck, and with unwavering determination, she sealed her exclusive mark upon his lips. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Li continued to cling to Mo Yuan's neck, her sparkling eyes gazing deeply into his, brimming with affection so profound it seemed ready to spill forth. Leaning closer to Mo Yuan's ear, she whispered, "You are my one and only," smiled, expressing his immense honor. Ultimately, Li did not wish to revert to an ordinary life. She found contentment in her current state. The most significant factor was that with their possession of an infinite energy furnace, their appearances would remain eternally youthful, a dream fervently desired by countless women. Thus, made a wish, requesting the divine dragon to eliminate the bombs and control systems concealed within Li and her companions, thereby removing any latent dangers. Freed from these burdens, the three of them felt a considerable lightness, as if a long-restrained shackle had finally vanished. Even 16 ceased to harbor animosity towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 53, Vegeta's unprecedented achievement. With a creak, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open once more. From the blinding white light, two figures, one tall and one short, gradually emerged. Compared to the previous day, their physiques had markedly developed, with bulging muscles and an overwhelming aura that signified their terrifying ascension over the past year. Vegeta and Trunks now possessed a base combat power of 500 million. Moreover, they had attained the second tier of Super Saiyan, boasting a 60-fold increase in combat prowess. Krillin and Tien were nearly immobilized by the oppressive aura emanating from them, and even Piccolo could not help but break into a sweat. Although their base combat power still fell short, the Scion's transformation yielded at least a 50-fold enhancement. At this juncture, Krillin recognized that he was no longer a match for Vegeta. With an air of unassailable confidence, Vegeta emerged, his disdainful gaze sweeping over everyone present. The sheer magnitude of his power inflated his ego, rendering him indifferent to all. However, he abruptly noticed that the three puppet figures did not display any signs of fear in the face of his formidable presence, while Sun Wukong remained unfazed. Even appearing somewhat exhilarated, Vegeta had never regarded him as a typical individual. But how could these three puppets dare to disregard him so brazenly? Just as Vegeta's anger began to swell, he realized that he had yet to transform, and his battle power was indeed slightly inferior to theirs. With this understanding, he relaxed, a confident smile gracing his lips as he regarded and his companions. What had initially been disdain now bore a tinge of pity for the weaker beings before him. Ants were but ants, they could never fathom the true strength of the prince. As Mo Yuan and the others observed Vegeta's expression shifting perplexingly, they felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. Moreover, the disdain in Vegeta's gaze was truly unsettling. "Vegeta, have you been constipated? Your complexion is rather ghastly," remarked Lapis, crossing his arms as he stepped forward. With a derisive chuckle, Vegeta's eyes glimmered with frost. "You puppets truly lack awareness. I had no intention of engaging with you. But since you have foolishly presented yourself as a target, do not blame me for my ruthless hand." The sight of Lapis rekindled the humiliations Vegeta had suffered at his hands on 2 prior occasions, a grievance he found utterly unforgivable. "Vegeta, do not act rashly. Lapis is one of us, not an enemy," Goku implored, rushing to position himself between the two, acting as a mediator. Vegeta, however, forcefully shoved Goku aside. "Get out of my way, Kakarot. You are merely a nuisance." His resolve was unwavering. Even if he did not slay Lapis today, he was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson. Goku wished to intervene further, but Mo Yuan restrained him. "Do not worry, Goku. Everything will be fine." Yet, Goku was anxious. Aware that Vegeta's current power level was nearing the strength he possessed in his transformed state, which could lead to Lapis's demise. Goku was sweating profusely, unaware of Lapis's mastery of the King S Fist technique, mistakenly believing Lapis's combat capability to be merely in the billions. Rest assured, Lapis is not as weak as you presume, Mo Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Having trained alongside Lapis in the hyperbolic time chamber for 6 months, he knew Lapis had already mastered the 20-fold King S Fist technique. After another 6 months of independent training, Lapis had undoubtedly made further advancements. Mo Yuan was uncertain of the extent to which Lapis could now amplify his King S Fist, but he was certain it surpassed 20 times. Given Vegeta's current combat prowess, a mere 20-fold King S Fist would be sufficient to overwhelm him. Sensing the lingering apprehension in Sun Wukong, leaned in and whispered 3 words, King Kai Fist. Sun Wukong was instantly taken aback, his disbelief evident as he gazed at. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Did you just mention the King Kai Fist? He instinctively touched his ear, questioning whether he had misheard. He was acutely aware of the formidable threshold required to master such a technique. Although he had considered imparting this skill to Krillin and the others, he knew they could not surmount that daunting barrier. Ultimately, he had to abandon the idea, remain silent, merely gathering a small orb of vital energy in his hand. Sun Wukong suddenly understood. Now I see. No wonder I've always felt that you weren't malevolent. It turns out to be this way. By the way, how many times can Lapis amplify the King S Fist? Mo Yuan raised 2 fingers, at least 20 times. Hiss. Goku inhaled sharply. His gaze towards Vegeta shifted, now imbued with a touch of pity, mirroring the way Vegeta had previously looked at Mo Yuan and his companions. Goku felt a pang of sympathy for Vegeta. Why must he endure such trials every time he made a bit of progress? What kind of law governed this? Unable to bear the thought of Vegeta's impending fate, Son Goku called upon Gohan, and the father and son prepared to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Before they stepped inside, Goku cautioned Mo Yuan to advise Lapis to tread lightly, lest he inadvertently bring about Vegeta's demise. Finally, Goku cast a compassionate glance at Vegeta, shook his head, and closed the grand door of the time chamber. Vegeta and Lapis had already soared above the temple, their auras surging with intensity. Vegeta looked down upon Lapis with disdain. Scoffing, You worthless fool, I grant you a chance. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I shall spare your life. Lapis crossed his arms, retorting with derision. It seems you've been constipated for too long. Feces must have clouded your judgment. Oddly, Vegeta did not respond with anger. His mindset had evolved. He perceived Lapis's mockery as the impotent rage of the weak and remained unfazed. With a confident smile, he remarked, I hope you can still be so smug in a moment. Huh? Vegeta bellowed, his energy escalating dramatically, causing the entire space to tremble. The temple beneath him began to show signs of impending collapse. Mo Yuan swiftly conjured a protective shield enveloping the entire temple. He then materialized several reclining chairs, along with an assortment of snacks such as sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beverages, turned to the others and said, Feel free. He then took Latsili by the hand, and together they found an optimal spot to observe the battle, reclining in their chairs while enjoying some snacks, basking in the comfort of the moment. Above them, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his muscles swelling impressively. A golden aura blazed around him, and a terrifying energy enveloped the entire planet. Feeling the cataclysmic power coursing through him, Vegeta smiled with confidence and raised his thumb, pointing to himself. I am the unmatched Vegeta. At that moment, who was sipping a drink, could not contain himself and sprayed his beverage everywhere. Vegeta had done it again, audaciously uttering such a declaration. Latsili stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. Ever since had shared that remark with her, she could no longer regard Vegeta's words with a straight face. Remembering Goku's advice, felt compelled to caution Lapis. Thus, he called out, Lapis, take it easy, don't kill Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Lapis responded with an okay gesture. Chapter 54. Vegeta falls again. Vegeta was furious. Faced with such overwhelming power, these insignificant beings showed no fear. They even dared to tell Lapis to be gentle and not to kill him? Shouldn't that be directed at me? Damn it. Vegeta glared at Lapis, his teeth clenched. No one could belittle him, Vegeta. I am the mightiest warrior in the entire universe. Super Saiyan, Vegeta. With a primal roar, Vegeta's energy surged once more. The earth began to tremble, mountains shook, and the seas boiled, as if they were on the brink of collapse. Brilliant golden light erupted from his body, radiant as the sun, Vegeta had pushed his power to its zenith, unleashing an astonishing battle power of 30 billion without restraint. The surrounding air became thick and suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. How terrifying. Could such power really belong to a human? Krillin and Tien Shinhan trembled under the weight of this dreadful aura. Ha ha ha. Vegeta threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Tremble, insects. He could easily envision these puppets quaking in fear beneath his oppressive might. Clap, clap, clap. The jarring applause shattered Vegeta's reverie. He found, to his astonishment, that the ant before him displayed no trace of fear, but rather wore a satisfied smile as he applauded. It was akin to witnessing a clown in a circus delivering a stellar performance. Is this truly the extent of your power, Vegeta? Lapis observed him. Words stuck in his throat, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. A multitude of unspoken sentiments coalesced into a mere tch, a single sound that utterly dismantled Vegeta's defenses. To be looked down upon was more painful than death itself. You wretched puppet, today I shall dismantle you. Vegeta clenched his fists, fury consuming him. The veins on his forehead pulsating violently. Does it not resemble two individuals entering the golden arches to dismantle me? Lapis scoffed. Vegeta, open your eyes and truly see who is dismantling whom. 20 times Kaioken. Huh. With Lapis's roar, a crimson aura erupted from within him, blazing fiercely. Simultaneously, his energy surged dramatically. Lapis's base combat power was an astounding 7 billion. Once he activated the 20 times Kaioken, his power soared to 34 billion. The terrifying pressure instantly subdued Vegeta. However, the disparity of 40 billion in combat power, in the context of their current abilities, was not insurmountable. Though Vegeta felt the weight of the suppression, he was not entirely devoid of the capacity to resist. Thus, Lapis resolved to elevate his strength even further to decisively vanquish Vegeta. This marked their third confrontation, and Lapis had grown weary of Vegeta's insufferable demeanor. 30 times. Kaioken. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, yet Lapis didn't flinch. In the latter half of his training within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had honed his physical form. He could now activate the 20 times Kaioken without sustaining injury. Although the 30 times Kaioken inflicted some damage, it remained within his threshold of endurance. Upon activating the 30 times Kaioken, Lapis's combat power surged to 51 billion. The overwhelming aura radiated beyond the solar system, engulfing a significant portion of the northern galaxy. The solar system at its core trembled under this terrifying presence. How is this possible? Such power surely, even in that form. I cannot compare. Trunks was rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the might of Lapis. Vegeta's eyes bulged in disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets. The years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber not only bestowed upon him tremendous power, but also inflated his pride to its zenith. In Vegeta's eyes, apart from the scion duo of Goku and his son, no one else warranted his regard. Yet now, Lapis' power struck him like a resounding slap, shattering his arrogance into fragments. Unforgivable! Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, his rage surging uncontrollably. I am the strongest warrior in the universe. Vegeta roared, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts towards Lapis. The projectiles, akin to a meteor shower, rained down upon Lapis, as Vegeta appeared to vent his pent-up wrath. His royal combat technique continued for nearly 5 minutes, enveloping the sky in a dense shroud of smoke, resembling a mass of ominous clouds from afar. Upon concluding his assault, Vegeta did not pause. He spread his arms wide in the air, drawing in the energy from the cosmos with fervor. He was not foolish enough to believe that mere energy blasts would suffice to defeat Lapis. These were merely a smokescreen, a prelude to his ultimate strike. Should this final move land, Vegeta was confident he could vanquish, perhaps even annihilate, Lapis. A radiant light erupted from Vegeta, as the energy of the universe rapidly converged upon him. In that moment, the earth trembled, fierce winds howled, thunder roared, and mountains crumbled, unleashing tsunamis. Vegeta compressed this energy, tightening it around him, as the unleashed force transformed into lightning, wreaking havoc across the realm. The temple, shielded by the protection of Mo Yuan, remained unscathed. However, the earth below was far less fortunate, ravaged by cataclysmic upheaval. Vegeta, is this your final resort? As the smoke cleared, Lapis stood unscathed in the air, arms crossed, observing the energy concentrating Vegeta with indifference. I acknowledge your strength, yet I cannot believe you truly dare to withstand my next move. Vegeta directed his palms at Lapis, a flickering energy blast crackling with lightning materializing between his hands. The ominous aura emanating from this blast was undeniable, surpassing even Vegeta's peak combat prowess and continuing to escalate. Vegeta further provoked, declaring, "I find it hard to believe. At best, you are merely a coward." Lapis remained silent, quietly observing his performance. Upon noticing Lapis's silence, Vegeta mistakenly assumed his acquiescence to endure his next attack, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. The energy sphere, crackling with electricity, pulsated restlessly at his fingertips. The power contained within this energy sphere had reached twice that of Vegeta, amounting to a staggering 600 billion in battle strength. Vegeta found himself unable to compress any further energy into the sphere, struggling to maintain control over its burgeoning power. "Huh, die, you wretched puppet," he bellowed. Final flash. With confidence surging, Vegeta could not suppress his laughter any longer, relinquishing restraint over the energy sphere. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted from his hands, exuding a catastrophic aura as it surged towards Lapis. The energy wave streaked across the sky, transforming into a beam of light that hurtled into the depths of the universe. Gasping for breath, Vegeta panted heavily. This attack had nearly drained him of all his strength. However, he took solace in the fact that he had vanquished that insufferable puppet. As he surveyed the space where Lapis once stood, now desolate and empty, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Huh, no matter how powerful you are, you still fell before me. What are you laughing at?" A calm voice, akin to a demonic whisper, echoed ominously in Vegeta's ear. The sound sent chills down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Turning around, he beheld Lapis, who should have perished under his assault, standing unscathed. "Why?" Vegeta's incredulity prompted a chuckle from Lapis. "Vegeta, are you foolish, or am I? Do you truly believe such a crude provocation could deceive me?" Vegeta was rendered speechless with rage. "Enough. Just allow me to give you a beating. And remember, should you dare to insult us again, I will not hesitate to end your life." Lapis cracked his knuckles, a glint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "You humph." Vegeta wished to retort, but the sinister aura emanating from Lapis compelled him to swallow his words. "Very well, remember my name, Lapis. Be sure not to misname me again, or I shall truly take your life." 10 minutes later, Lapis returned to the temple, tugging at Vegeta's hair once again. It must be said that Vegeta's hairstyle is exceptionally easy to grasp. Lapis has expressed his satisfaction with it on 3 occasions. Chapter 55, Preparing to Journey to the Future. In the vast, boundless desert, 2 radiant beams of light, one golden and the other purple, intertwined and collided fiercely in the air. The thunderous roar of their clash echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The aftermath of the battle unleashed invisible shockwaves that rippled outward, as golden sand was whipped up by the tempest, creating towering waves of sand that soared several meters high. A blanket of sand enveloped the entire desert, conjuring a terrifying scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. With a resounding thud, following another collision, the purple beam was struck down, plummeting like a meteorite and embedding itself deep within the desert, forming a colossal pit several meters deep. The golden beam halted above the crater, revealing the figure of Son Goku. Goku's aura was contained within him. During his year in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had developed Super Saiyan 1 to its full power. At this stage, not only had his combat prowess surged to 60 times greater, but he could also perfectly harness the power generated by the transformation, completely containing it within himself, ensuring not a single ounce of energy was wasted. Mo Yuan found himself deeply buried in the sand, a delicate layer of aura completely separating him from the grain surrounding him. Engaging in combat with Sun Wukong in his usual state was indeed a presumption, for Sun Wukong was no longer the same as before. His current combat prowess had soared to an astounding 600 million. After transformation, it escalated further to a staggering 36 billion. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Mo Yuan wore a broad smile. During the skirmish with Sun Wukong, he discovered that under such immense pressure, his own combat strength was rapidly ascending. In previous encounters with Razali and Laplace, he had always matched his power to theirs. Even in his earlier, weaker days, Razali had lowered her strength to compete with him. Thus, he had remained oblivious to the existence of such formidable potential within him. In this battle, Mo Yuan's combat strength surged significantly, achieving a remarkable milestone. His current combat prowess now reached an impressive 700 million. Mo Yuan can hardly contain his eagerness to resume his duel with Sun Wukong. With a low growl, unleashed a burst of violet flames. The sand in the massive pit formed a colossal vortex. Bang! The sand at the vortex's center exploded, revealing his figure, unscathed. Observing, who bore no injuries. A twinge of envy flickered within, though he had held back during their previous confrontation. The sheer force of that assault was beyond what one with combat prowess could typically withstand. Yet, to witness emerge utterly unharmed from such formidable attacks spoke volumes of his immense strength. Endowed with the cells of a scion, you too must possess the potential to transform into a super scion, correct? Come forth, unleash all your might. Intently urged. A faint smile graced the corner of Mo Yuan's lips as he nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I possess the ability to transform. However, my metamorphosis may differ somewhat from yours." Different? S words instantly ignited Sun Wukong's curiosity. What is different? Is it the form or the enhancement of combat power? After pondering for a moment, gestured with his fingers to illustrate the concept of the universe between them, aside from a slight variation in form. The augmentation of combat power is indeed a notch superior to yours. Sun Wukong's curiosity intensified. Then show me quickly. Pay close attention, Mr. Wukong. As prepared to transform. A distant voice suddenly interrupted him. After a brief moment, hurriedly appeared before them. "Hello, what brings you here? Is something amiss?" Inquired. "The situation is thus. My mother has successfully repaired the time machine, and I would like to invite you both to journey to the future and assist in defeating." Stated earnestly, gazing intently at it. His initial intention was to return swiftly after receiving a call from. However, he suddenly recalled previous mention of the terrifying power would possess upon achieving his perfect form. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, he resolved to request the company of, and in eliminating. Hence, the current scene unfolded, and naturally had no objections to his request. A formidable adversary was precisely what they sought. Mo Yuan was equally curious about the comparison of strength between himself and the complete form of Cell. "You go ahead, I shall join you shortly." With that, Mo Yuan focused his spiritual sight to locate the temple, activating his teleportation ability, vanishing into thin air only to reappear at the same spot. Within the temple, Lazili was diligently practicing various applications of her spatial abilities. When it came to her aptitude for spatial manipulation, Lazili was truly exceptional. She had developed a multitude of spatial powers merely by harnessing her teleportation technique. For instance, she could create a dimensional space for storage, execute a dimensional slash that tears through space, and even control the solidification of an enemy's space. If she continued on this path, as her strength increased, she would undoubtedly rival Hit, who possessed the skill of instant transmission. Suddenly, a wave of spatial disturbance swept through, followed by a familiar aura enveloping Lazili. "Sister, I have returned." Mo Yuan embraced Zili, whispering, "Why have you returned so soon?" Mo Yuan recounted to Lazuli his impending journey to the future timeline alongside Trunks. After a moment of contemplative silence, Lazuli responded softly, "Very well, you may go. Then I shall take my leave?" Mo Yuan fixed his gaze on Bulma's location, preparing to teleport. "Wait. What is it?" Mo Yuan looked at Laziri with confusion. Laziri gracefully glided towards him, rising onto her toes. Ma Yuan touched the damp corner of his lips, smiling foolishly. "You silly thing. Hurry along, and do not keep them waiting," Lazili chided playfully. Gazed at Lazili and remarked, "I have suddenly recalled that there is an important matter I have yet to attend to." Lazili tilted her head in curiosity, inquiring, "What matter?" At that moment, she noticed face magnifying before her eyes. After a brief pause, Mo Yuan gazed at the charmingly flushed face of Lotzi Li in his embrace and earnestly declared, "It is indeed of paramount importance to reciprocate. The exchange of gifts is a commendable tradition." With that, he gently released Lotzi Li, adding with sincerity, "Now, I must truly take my leave." Lotzi Li, her autumn-hued eyes glistening with tender affection, seemed to harbor an endless array of unspoken sentiments. "I shall await your return." Paused momentarily, then nodded resolutely, "Very well." He locked onto Bulma's location and vanished from sight. Lazuli gazed at the spot where had disappeared for a considerable time, her eyes gradually filled with determination. She threw herself into her training with renewed vigor, unwilling to remain merely sheltered behind when they next encountered an adversary. After all, she was the elder sister. Chapter 56, The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Shara? When arrived at Bulma's home, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta had already gathered. Yuan, you have finally arrived," Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, rising to his feet. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to confront Cell. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at before turning his head away, simmering with resentment. Every time he encountered, he was reminded of the humiliating defeat he had suffered at the hands of Lapis days earlier. Just wait. This prince shall undoubtedly eliminate each of you in due time. Vegeta brooded darkly. Meanwhile, Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, was captivated by the strikingly handsome. Her eyes widened as she rushed over to embrace his arm. "Mom!" Bulma exclaimed in exasperation, face-palming at her mother's infatuation. Yet, she couldn't deny his attractiveness, if only Vegeta and Trunks weren't around. Bulma discreetly stole a glance at, pondering in her heart. Mo Yuan quietly withdrew his hand from Mrs. Brief's grasp and, with a courteous smile, remarked, "It has been a while, Mrs. Brief." Mrs. Brief, momentarily taken aback by this greeting, scrutinized Mo Yuan closely and gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "You were that little brother from the other day?" Had it not been for the striking features that defined Mo Yuan, she would have never fathomed that the towering figure before her, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, was the same child she had encountered just days prior. In recent days, Mrs. Brief and Bulma had heard from Trunks that Mo Yuan and his companions were not the villains they had initially presumed, which alleviated their apprehension. "Indeed. I must express my gratitude to you, Mrs. Brief, for your generosity in lending us the gravity chamber," Mo Yuan sincerely acknowledged. "Ah, Mrs. Brief hesitated for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, no need at all. From now on, we are all friends. By the way, I wonder if you have a girlfriend, Yuan? I must tell you, I have a daughter who is quite beautiful." In truth, Mrs. Brief felt somewhat awkward. After all, her initial act of kindness had stemmed from recognizing the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army on Lazuli, and her fear had prompted her to assist them. "I appreciate your kindness, but I already have a girlfriend. Is she the lovely young lady who accompanied you that day?" "Yes." The mere mention of Lazuli filled Mo Yuan's heart with a sweetness akin to that of honey. "All right, Mom, they need to set off now." Bulma, noticing Trunks' anxious demeanor, hastily interrupted Mrs. Brief. She knew her mother well. If left unbridled, she could engage Mo Yuan in conversation until nightfall. "Please follow me." Bulma instructed Mo Yuan and the others. The group trailed behind Bulma as she led them out of the room and into the courtyard. There, she produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding boom and a swirl of smoke, a larger-than-life time machine materialized before them. This journey to the future would only involve Mo Yuan, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks. Gohan would not be accompanying them, as Chi-Chi had forbidden it. Mo Yuan understood her concerns. While everyone focused on Gohan's formidable abilities, they overlooked a crucial fact. Gohan was merely 10 years old. What parent could bear to send their 10-year-old child into battle against formidable foes? Do not mention Chi-Chi. In truth, Wukong is also reluctant. His earlier insistence on bringing Gohan to train stemmed from his uncertainty in confronting Mayuan and Shalu. However, Gohan's latent potential ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Now, with Mayuan and his companions having become allies, the only adversary left to contend with is Shalu. Furthermore, Wukong perceives a potential even surpassing Gohan's within Mayuan. Naturally, he is disinclined to allow Gohan to partake in such perilous adventures. The 4 companions have embarked upon the time machine. Trunks meticulously adjusted the apparatus, casting a glance at his mother from the bygone era, who waved at them from outside. "Farewell. May all proceed smoothly," he thought, waving to Bulma as well. "Goodbye, Mother." Trunks silently mused before pressing the activation button. The time machine gradually levitated, and with a flicker of light, it vanished in an instant. Suddenly, above the rugged terrain, a peculiar machine materialized out of thin air. The machine descended gently. Mo Yuan and the others emerged from the time machine. Gazing upon this ravaged world, Mo Yuan fell silent. While watching the anime, the impact was minimal. However, witnessing this world, so marred and broken, with his own eyes was indeed a profound shock. Ma Yuan opened his heart's eye, enveloping the entire earth within its gaze. What unfolded before him was a scene beyond comprehension. A nascent town had emerged, gathering nearly all of humanity in one place. Most astonishingly, a statue towering several meters high stood proudly at the center of the town. Before the statue lay a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Shalu," gazed upon the colossal statue resembling Sheru, his mind swirling with 3 perplexing questions. The actions of Sheru since his arrival in this world seemed to diverge significantly from their expectations. "What's the matter, Yuan? Have you uncovered something?" Sun Wukong inquired, noticing the unusual expression on's face. Trunks, too, looked at with eager anticipation. Allow me to take you there. You will understand upon seeing it for yourselves. Just place your hands upon my shoulders, instructed. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong and Trunks complied, resting their hands on his shoulders. Vegeta, after a dismissive grunt, reluctantly followed suit. In an instant, the four vanished. Moments later, they materialized in the heart of Sheru City, directly before the statue of Sheru. What is happening? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief as he surveyed the scene before him. Humans bustled about, diligently constructing their city. Despite the toil, their faces radiated with expressions of joy. The savior of the world, the hero of humanity, Sheru? Upon reading the inscription on the monument, Trunks was momentarily rendered speechless. Sun Wukong leaned closer to his ear and whispered, could it be that Sheru is actually a good person? Then Wukong shook his head again, muttering to himself, that can't be right. He has already slain so many on Earth. He cannot be a good person. Humph. If we just bring out Cell, we shall know the truth. Vegeta remarked with a cold snort. Lord Trunks? At that moment, a young man approached and inquired. Upon hearing this, Trunks turned around, his expression brightening as he beheld the young man before him. Dia, it's truly you, Lord Trunks. Dia exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Trunks' familiar visage. Trunks grasped at his shoulders, urgency lacing his voice as he asked, Dia, where is my mother? Is she all right? Dr. Bulma is well. She should be in the laboratory now. Suddenly, Dia's expression shifted to one of melancholy as he pondered, asking Trunks, Lord Trunks, your return signifies that Lord Cell has indeed departed? Trunks took a moment to compose himself, refraining from answering Dia's question. Instead, he instructed, first, take me to my mother, and along the way, recount the events that have transpired. Chapter 57, The Transformation of Cell. Dia led the four of them to the laboratory, recounting along the way how Cell had eradicated the androids to save humanity. As he observed Dia's adoration, Trunks felt an intricate mix of emotions. In his imagination, upon Cell's arrival in this timeline, he would undoubtedly consume the two androids to achieve his perfect form, subsequently devouring humanity to augment his power. Trunks had braced himself for the worst. Even if this entire Earth were to vanish, he would not be surprised. Moreover, Goku had assured him that even if Earth were lost, he could seek the Namekian's assistance to restore it with the Dragon Balls. However, the notion of Cell transforming into a hero, a savior, was beyond Trunks' wildest dreams. The group entered the laboratory with expressions of complexity. Rather than a laboratory, it resembled a vast warehouse, with a hodgepodge of items piled into small hills. A few individuals were rummaging through the heaps of scrap metal to extract usable materials and parts. Hey, Dia, what brings you here today? A man, busy sorting through materials, greeted Dia with a smile. This gentleman is Lord Trunks, and he has returned. I brought him to see Dr. Bulma. Dia introduced Trunks to the man. The man had not seen Trunks before, as he had previously been in another location, but he had certainly heard many tales about him. Ah, this is the son of Dr. Bulma. Please, Lord Cell, come to rescue our esteemed Trunks. The uncle gazed at Trunks, utterly astonished. Cell had saved humanity, and Trunks' plea to Cell was, in a sense, tantamount to Trunks saving humanity himself. Unlike the uncle, Trunks felt as though he had swallowed something foul. Yet, amidst his discomfort, a flicker of relief surged within him. Although one could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls even after death, who truly wishes to witness their loved ones suffer such brutality? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dia led them to the innermost chamber of the laboratory. This room was Bulma's workspace, filled with machinery that had been cutting-edge 2 decades ago, originally utilized in West City. Without these machines, Bulma could never have constructed the time machine so swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. Trunks gently tapped on the door. Mom, I'm back. No sooner had Trunks spoken than a cacophony of sounds erupted from within. After a brief moment, the doors swung open to reveal an elated Bulma before them. Trunks. Mom. The two embraced tightly, their hearts intertwining in joy. After a considerable time, they managed to compose themselves. Wait, Goku? Vegeta? What brings you here? And who is this? Bulma finally noticed the 3 companions at Trunks' side. Hi, Bulma. Goku greeted her cheerfully. Vegeta merely scoffed and turned his gaze elsewhere. With a smile akin to that of Wukong, greeted Bulma, saying, Hello, I am. Mother, let us proceed inside, Trunks remarked. Dr. Bulma, Lord Trunks, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your discussion, Dia stated, promptly departing. What? Bulma exclaimed, her mouth agape, utterly incredulous at the revelations she had just encountered. From Trunks, she gleaned the true nature of Cell, a monstrosity they had once deemed a savior. to her shock. This being, fashioned by Dr. Gero, was not a friend of Trunks, but rather the one who had pilfered Trunks' time machine to traverse into this timeline. His sole intent was to absorb the androids 17 and 18 from this reality to attain his perfect form. The notion of saving humanity appeared to be merely a ruse to procure a unique energy source capable of activating the time machine. Naturally, Bulma placed unwavering trust in her son's words. "By the way, Mother, do you know where Cell has gone?" Trunks inquired. Bulma shook her head and replied, "I am uncertain. He visited the laboratory a few days ago, and since then, I have not seen him." "I know where he is," interjected. Moments ago, he had activated his inner vision to search for Cell's whereabouts. After scanning the surface of the Earth without any findings, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy near Dr. Gero's laboratory. Following the energy trail, he ultimately discovered Cell in an underground lab. At that moment, Cell's energy fluctuations were alarmingly intense, suggesting a monumental transformation was underway. Through his inner vision, could distinctly perceive the sheer terror of Cell's energy, which had surpassed even Goku's peak combat prowess. It is worth noting that Goku, while in the hyperbolic time chamber, had his combat strength augmented by the gravity room, exceeding the original narrative's power level. In his full Super Saiyan form, Goku's strength had eclipsed that of the perfect Cell in the source material. Yet now, this Cell's combat power had astonishingly reached 500 billion and was still on the rise. This was merely the perfect form of Cell. Should he transition to his lightning form, his power would at least double. In that case, even would find it challenging to contend with him. Time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly. Found himself unable to explain the situation to them in time, urging them to place their hands upon him. He then activated his instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. In the underground laboratory, four figures materialized out of thin air. Sensing their presence, Cell abruptly opened his eyes. Goku. The disturbed Cell glared at the individuals before him, his teeth clenched in anger. Days prior, he had arrived at this location and encountered his counterpart from this timeline. The fully evolved Cell effortlessly devoured the newly emerged version of himself from this timeline. However, after assimilating this iteration of himself, Cell discovered that his body felt as if the final piece of a puzzle had been completed, rendering him flawless. Moreover, he underwent a new transformation. Presently, in the midst of this metamorphosis, originally his power level as a fully evolved being was a formidable 25 billion, but after several days of transformation, it had skyrocketed to an astounding 50 billion, an impressive doubling of his previous strength. Yet, the transformation was far from complete. Should he fully transcend, Cell could hardly fathom the extent of his newfound power. Unfortunately, all of this was disrupted by the individuals standing before him. Forced to abandon his transformative state, Cell found it impossible to regain that feeling. "You are doomed." He seethed, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust as he glared menacingly at his companions. Chapter 58, The Fusion of Four Bloodlines. "Ah!" Cell roared, unleashing a surge of power that reached its zenith in an instant. A terrifying aura erupting forth to form a colossal beam of light that soared into the heavens. The ground above the underground laboratory vaporized under the impact of this overwhelming force. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, winds howled, and thunder roared. The entire Earth, the solar system, and even the Milky Way trembled beneath the weight of this ominous energy. Strange phenomena erupted across the globe, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks were momentarily struck with fear, yet their trepidation was fleeting. Just days prior, the 30-fold Kaioken unleashed by Lapis had surpassed Cell's strength by a narrow margin. Trunks felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had not ventured back to this timeline alone. On his own, he would undoubtedly have fallen short against Cell. Although had never revealed his true strength in their presence, it was evident that he held a position of dominance among the four of them. After all, how could he assume such a role without formidable power? Gazing at the tranquil, Trunks felt as though a tranquilizer had been administered to him. As the formidable pressure exerted by Cell seemed to diminish significantly. "Do you possess the confidence to confront him?" inquired Goku, his eyes warily fixed on Cell. Mo Yuan nodded calmly. "No problem." "That's great. With you backing me up, I feel at ease," Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "You may find it hard to believe, but initially, I thought the heavens would collapse with you, Sun Wukong, to uphold them. How did it suddenly become my responsibility to bear the burden? What went awry at which juncture?" In a moment of contemplation, fell into deep thought. Vegeta, overhearing the exchange between and Wukong, felt a surge of indignation. When did he, Prince Vegeta, ever need to rely on others to shoulder his burdens? Ever since he ascended to Super Saiyan, he had believed that only Kakarot could rival him. Yet now, one after another, foes emerged stronger than he. Even Kakarot's son had reached a power level comparable to his own. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, his face flushed with rage. His gaze fixated on Cell, yearning to unleash his pent-up frustration. Enough of this nonsense. Let us confront him together. With the three of us, we might just prevail against this fiend, Vegeta stated coldly. He was not foolish. The disparity in their power levels was too vast for any one individual to triumph alone, a lesson he had learned well from his encounter with Lapis. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong felt a thrill of anticipation. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, his passion for battle was unmistakably profound. Thus, Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. After being thoroughly bested by Lapis days prior, Vegeta's combat prowess had notably increased. His base power level now matched that of Wukong, soaring to a staggering 600 million. Transformed, their power levels stood as follows: Sun Wukong, 36 billion Vegeta, 36 billion Trunks, 30 billion Cell regarded them with disdain and scoffed. "Ah, with such meager strength, you are not worthy of my attention." In an instant, Cell's tail, resembling a needle, expanded into a bell-like shape. Subsequently, 7 diminutive blue versions of Cell emerged from within. Each radiated a formidable and malevolent aura, their power levels astonishingly on par with Trunks, each reaching 30 billion. 7 creatures, each possessing a power level of 30 billion. It is worth noting that several years ago, Frieza, with a power level of 12 million, was deemed the emperor of the universe. If Frieza were to be confronted now, he would likely not survive 3 seconds. He. The 7 miniature Cells stared at them, emitting sinister laughter. "Wukong, you handle these little ones. Leave Cell to me." In the realm of Mo Yuan, Sun Wukong gazed solemnly at the 7 diminutive figures before him and nodded. Although their combat prowess was slightly inferior to his own, their sheer number 7 in total was a formidable factor. In a situation marked by such a significant numerical disparity, the slight difference in strength had long been neutralized, and they might even find themselves at a disadvantage. While Trunks could contend with one, he and Vegeta would each have to face 3 adversaries, confronting 3 monstrous beings, each with a battle power of 300 billion, was undeniably daunting. Yet, a thrill coursed through Wukong. "You? With such meager strength, I could extinguish you with a mere breath," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Mo Yuan remained unperturbed, gazing coldly at Sheru. "I hope you can still laugh so joyfully later," he remarked. For reasons unknown, Sheru felt a flicker of unease under Mo Yuan's scrutinizing gaze. It was impossible. There must be a mistake. "I am the strongest in the world," Sheru repeatedly affirmed within himself, striving to diminish that fleeting discomfort. Mo Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he clenched his fists. "Drink." He let out a low roar. The violet aura enveloping Mo Yuan was adorned with a layer of golden flames. Gradually, the golden flames merged seamlessly with his innate violet aura, culminating in a resplendent purple-gold hue. His hair stood erect, and the small horns on either side of his head elongated slightly towards the back. The fiery fin at the end of his tail appeared to transform into genuine flames, continuously flickering and dancing. His hair transitioned from a soft lavender to a striking purple gold. His violet pupils transformed entirely into a brilliant gold. The previously serene aura surrounding him underwent a profound transformation, distinct from the cold and ferocious presence typically exhibited by a normal Saiyan upon their transformation. The aura emanating from resembled that of a sovereign ruler, supreme and imperious, demanding reverence. Simultaneously, his power surged dramatically. 700 million, 5 billion, 10 billion, 700 billion. In the blink of an eye, his combat prowess skyrocketed from 700 million to 700 billion, a staggering increase of 100-fold. This transformation was the culmination of his fusion with 4 distinct bloodlines. Achieving such a monumental enhancement even in his initial form was akin to the power boost of a Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying pressure of his aura weighed heavily upon the entire realm, causing all within it to seem diminished, as if bowing in submission to their king. Found himself immediately subdued under this overwhelming presence. The fleeting unease he felt morphed into profound terror. How could this be possible? Not only, but even, and were rendered incredulous. "Is this what you meant by being just a little stronger than us?" Gazed at, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Once again formed the gesture of the cosmic universe with his fingers, expressing a serene affirmation. "Indeed, it is merely a fraction. Who exactly are you?" Your existence is absent from the annals of history. With eyes bloodshot and wide, stared at in defiance. Why? Why is this happening? If only I were granted a few more days to evolve, I could undoubtedly become the most formidable being in this world. A surge of intense indignation transformed into fury as gazed skyward, unleashing a desperate roar. Very well, it is time to bid you farewell. Mo Yuan's right hand formed a sword gesture as he gazed calmly at Shalu. Crack the sky. A beam of purple gold sword energy shot forth from Mo Yuan's fingertips. This slender sword light, barely over 2 meters in length, struck sheer terror into Shalu's heart. Instinctively, Shalu knew that facing it head-on would spell his doom. Block it, he commanded, and 7 smaller versions of Shalu immediately placed themselves in front of him, uniting their efforts to unleash a myriad of techniques against the sword light. Yet, in an instant, the sword light flickered and vanished into thin air. Almost immediately, the heads of 2 smaller Shalus were severed from their necks, followed by a catastrophic explosion. This bizarre spectacle sent a chill down Shalu's spine. Run. This was the singular thought racing through Shalu's mind. However, just as he contemplated fleeing, the sword light appeared before him, a mere 2 meters away. At such a close range, escape was futile. Realizing this, Shalu concentrated all his strength into his hands. Gritting his teeth, he braced against the sword light with all his might. Yet, under the overwhelming force, his resistance proved to be in vain. Shalu was propelled backward by the sword light's power, hurtling forth as a streak of luminescence out of the Earth's atmosphere. The sword light gradually pierced his body. A terrifying force erupted within Shalu, slicing through him like countless small blades. A multitude of fissures appeared across the surface of his body, growing ever larger, with blinding light emanating from within. Damn it! Alas, Shalu's furious roar in the vacuum of space transformed into a silent scream. Amidst the dazzling radiance, he became a splendid firework. Chapter 59, Silver Shalu. Is this really the end? Sun Wukong gaped in astonishment at the colossal firework in space. Vegeta and Trunks stood equally stunned, their mouths agape. The remaining 5 smaller Shalus huddled on the ground, trembling with fear. These 5 were left intentionally by Mo Yuan, as Wukong and Vegeta were likely eager to engage. As for why 2 had to be eliminated, although Wukong and Vegeta possessed greater strength than the smaller Shalus, facing 3 simultaneously was a challenge, while 2 was just right. Gazed up at the sky, a slight frown etched upon his brow. What troubles you? Sun Wukong inquired. Noticing the unusual expression on his face, gazed at the sky and spoke solemnly. Cell is not dead. What? Goku and the others exclaimed, unable to fathom the revelation. Yet, observing S' demeanor, it was apparent he was not jesting. Through his mind's eye, discerned a pulsating mass of silvery flesh at the epicenter of the explosion. Aware of Cell's vulnerabilities, had unleashed an unreserved assault, precisely targeting Cell's core. However, he was taken aback to discover that, even under such a formidable onslaught, Cell's core had managed to endure. Furthermore, the silvery core emanated a sense of oppression, suggesting it harbored an unimaginable power within. Once again, formed a sword technique, preparing to deliver another strike too. However, it was not long before he relinquished the thought, for it was already too late. Before his eyes, the mass in space writhed and expanded rapidly. In no time, a fully silver-hued materialized in the cosmos, enveloped in crackling lightning, emanating a formidable aura that surged forth as a palpable force. Gazed at his own hands, flexing his fingers. An overwhelming power coursed throughout his being, a strength he had never before experienced. Initially, believed his demise was certain, yet he was astonished to discover that the core within his mind had survived the horrifying assault. Moreover, his core had completed its metamorphosis. With his physical form annihilated, the evolved core resurrected him, enabling him to inherit its power flawlessly, transforming him into the most powerful incarnation of the Silver. Erupted into frenzied laughter, unleashing his strength without restraint. The terrifying aura he projected conjured a tempest across the universe, which swept towards Earth. Instantly, a deathly storm engulfed the entire planet. Cataclysmic upheaval ensued, as countless mountains were leveled by this devastating tempest. The under-construction city was obliterated in an instant. Countless lives were entombed beneath the crumbling edifices, while others were hurled by the storm, reduced to mere pulp amidst the swirling debris. City transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. You stay here to deal with. Trunks and I will return, urgently declared, seizing Trunks and addressing. Without waiting for a response, he activated instant transmission, vanishing from their location. The very next moment, the 2 of them materialized within city. Mo Yuan raised his hand, and in an instant, a colossal transparent shield enveloped the entire area. Suddenly, the raging wind ceased, and various objects that had been swept into the air began to fall like rain in a dense cascade. As the storm abated, the surviving humans gazed upon their city reduced to ruins, unable to hold back their tears. Trunks found Bulma in the laboratory. Fortunately, there was a basement. As the storm erupted, everyone within the lab quickly took refuge there, narrowly escaping calamity. Alas, those working above ground were not as fortunate, for countless lives were lost in the tempest. What was once a population of several tens of millions on Earth dwindled to mere hundreds of thousands after the storm. Lord Trunks, what has transpired? Dia, dragging a broken leg, approached Trunks. His body was riddled with injuries inflicted by debris hurled by the storm, and his left leg had been shattered by a massive rock. It is Cell. Cell? How can this be? Was he not your ally? He even vanquished those two fiends and saved humanity. Dia's eyes were awash with fury, filled with disbelief. Trunks regarded Dia solemnly, stating, Cell is not my friend. He's also an android. The destruction of those two was merely a means to absorb them and attain his perfect form. Impossible. This cannot be. Dia sank to the ground, dazed and shaking his head in denial. Since Cell had obliterated the two androids, Dia had idolized him. Now, to learn that his idol was also an android, with ulterior motives in saving the Earth, shattered his faith. Having endured countless separations between life and death, Dia's spirit was already fragile. Cell had been his anchor, and now, with that foundation crumbling, Dia found himself utterly broken. Trunks, it is unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs. At that moment, Cell appeared above them unexpectedly. He shifted his tone, saying, moreover, your assertions are not entirely accurate. Hearing Cell's words, Dia's eyes brightened, and he crawled towards him, pleading, Lord Cell, what he said is not true, is it? Humph. Cell scoffed, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that sent Dia tumbling away as he attempted to reach him. He continued mockingly, he omitted a detail. I intend to destroy the Earth once I acquire the energy from the time machine. I never anticipated that Trunks would return, but since you are here, you must possess a time machine, correct? Haha. Once I eliminate you all, I shall take your time machine in return. Shara could not help but lick his lips. Dia's fantasies were utterly shattered. The immense shock caused him to lose consciousness, his vision fading to black. Yet, Shara could scarcely be bothered to spare him a glance. However, prior to that, Shara directed a chilling gaze towards Ma Yuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Just now, I almost thought I was on the brink of death. Upon transforming into his silver form, Shara's combat power had experienced a remarkable enhancement. His current battle prowess had soared to an astonishing 15 trillion, surpassing Ma Yuan's power by a staggering 100 billion. A terrifying aura enveloped Ma Yuan, instilling within him a slight sense of pressure, perhaps influenced by his scion heritage. Ma Yuan, under this oppressive sensation, felt only exhilaration, devoid of any trace of fear. Recently, Mo Yuan slightly curled his lips, gazing at Cell, who was brimming with fighting spirit, and declared, let us engage in a battle. The victor shall live, while the vanquished shall perish. This suits me perfectly. In Chapter 60, Experience Accumulation, facing the formidable Cell, Mo Yuan felt neither fear nor disdain. After all, Cell's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Conversely, Cell, bolstered by his immense strength, had become exceedingly arrogant, dismissing Mo Yuan entirely. To Cell, Mo Yuan's fighting capability was so trivial that a mere flick of his hand could extinguish his life. With a contemptuous sneer, Cell taunted Mo Yuan, make your move. Otherwise, once I strike, you shall have no chance to retaliate. He stood with his arms crossed, completely unguarded. Observing Cell's overconfident demeanor, Mo Yuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. In an instant, Cell's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Mo Yuan has vanished. Yet, before Sheru could comprehend the situation, a dull thud resonated. Sheru clutched his abdomen, the look of disdain on his face completely erased, replaced by an expression twisted in agony. Seized Sheru by the shoulder, and once again employed instantaneous movement. The two vanished from the surface of the Earth. To prevent their destructive confrontation from wreaking havoc on the planet, relocated the battlefield to the vastness of space. Both possessed the cells of Frisia, granting them the ability to thrive in the cosmic expanse. Sheru, in his wildest dreams, could not fathom that despite the seemingly insurmountable disparity in their combat prowess, he found himself momentarily incapacitated by a single blow from. Unbeknownst to him, Wile's raw strength did not rival his own. His frequent absorption of vital energy had imbued him with a potency greater than that of an ordinary being, along with the unique attributes of this energy. Such traits inflicted heightened damage upon those of malevolent intent. Clearly, Shara met this criterion as he bore the weight of countless human lives upon his shoulders. Thus, even with such a pronounced difference in their fighting capabilities, was still able to inflict harm upon Sheru, not merely failing to breach his defenses. Mo Yuan, seizing power, showed no mercy. He grasped Shala's shoulder with one hand while the other relentlessly struck Shala's face. Slap, slap, slap. In the depths of his mind, Mo Yuan conjured a sound for himself, for in the vastness of space, no sound could be uttered. Shara felt a buzzing in his head. Several handprints marred his silvery white visage, his cheeks swollen to a considerable degree, and his eyes bore the markings akin to those of an iron-eating beast. Subsequently, a forceful kick struck Shara's abdomen, unleashing the power of Mo Yuan's foot. Shara was propelled like a meteor, crashing through a multitude of meteoroids before becoming firmly embedded in a massive asteroid. Bastard! 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 Shara finally regained his senses. The stinging sensation on his face served as a painful reminder of the events that had just transpired. The resounding slaps delivered by not only struck the visage of but also shattered his sense of pride. Emitted a silent roar of fury, unleashing all the power that resided within him. The surrounding lightning surged forth like a furious, untamed beast, roaring and howling in wrath. A blinding radiance illuminated the cosmos. After a prolonged moment, the brilliance faded. In its wake, the meteors in this vicinity vanished without a trace, leaving only the formidable standing amidst a tempestuous aura. At this moment, S face bore no scars. He fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon, his eyes brimming with a palpable intent to kill. Were his glare capable of inflicting harm? Would likely have met his demise hundreds of times over by now. With his fingers poised against his forehead, then vanished from sight. Mo Yuan immediately sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space and swiftly evaded them. Just as anticipated, at the very moment he dodged, Cell's attack struck. Had he hesitated even for a heartbeat, he would have been struck by Cell's blow. That damned fiend, I shall dismember you into pieces. Cell's menacing voice echoed within Mo Yuan's mind, a manifestation of his telepathic abilities. Unfazed by Cell's threats, Mo Yuan responded with a nonchalant remark. Oh, does your face still ache? You are courting death. Cell seethed with fury, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he launched a ferocious assault against Mo Yuan. Bring it on. Mo Yuan became exhilarated, advancing rather than retreating, entangling himself with Shalu in a fierce struggle. Both combatants unleashed their full power without holding back. The shockwaves generated by their clash vaporized the surrounding meteors. Although Mo Yuan's offensive capabilities posed a threat to Shalu, his speed was woefully inadequate. The disparity in strength, with Shala being twice as powerful, rendered Mo Yuan's agility far inferior. What appeared to be an intense battle was, in reality, Shala consistently overpowering Mo Yuan. Yet, Mo Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. He did not even resort to using his mind's eye. Had he employed this ability, he would have discerned Shalu's every move with clarity. However, doing so would thwart Mo Yuan's ultimate objective. Mo Yuan wished to test whether he could achieve a rapid enhancement of his abilities under such pressure. Much like the battle he had recently fought with Wukong, under the relentless assault of Sheru, Mo Yuan dared not allow even the slightest distraction. Yet, he was still ensnared by an opening. In a swift motion, Shara seized Mo Yuan's tail and hurled him with ferocious abandon, akin to wielding a colossal hammer against the surrounding meteorites. As fragments of rock shattered upon impact, Mo Yuan himself sustained numerous injuries, his black martial arts attire reduced to tatters, leaving only his trousers to provide any semblance of modesty. Time to send you on your way, Shara declared, flinging Mo Yuan toward a massive meteorite, while simultaneously conjuring a radiant energy sphere in his hand. Kamehameha. Sheru's silent roar echoed as he propelled the energy wave toward Mo Yuan. The azure blast collided with him, propelling Mo Yuan through the cosmos. One meteorite after another was obliterated, and even several small planets fell victim to the onslaught. Ultimately, after hurling Mo Yuan into a star, the energy wave finally dissipated. At this juncture, Mo Yuan was left battered, with scarcely a sound piece of flesh remaining, and nearly all of his bones fractured. The pain was excruciating. Mo Yuan lay motionless upon the ground. This injury, which could be deemed fatal for most, was but a trivial wound for him. Possessing the power of will, he could even regenerate severed limbs. Thus, this injury was hardly worthy of concern. Soon, his body began to mend itself automatically, and before long, he had returned to his former state. If one were to overlook his tattered garments, it would be impossible to discern that he had just endured a fierce battle. Feeling a chill enveloping him, Mo Yuan did not hasten to seek out Shalu. Instead, he first changed into a fresh set of clothes. He then sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the power within. Following the recent conflict, his regular combat strength had surged by a staggering billion. In his transformed state, his battle prowess soared to an astonishing 100 billion. Indeed, it proved to be effective. Ma Yuan erupted into joyful laughter. If this continued, his combat prowess would soon surpass that of Cell. At that point, vanquishing Cell would be a trivial matter. The rapid enhancement of his abilities left Ma Yuan eagerly anticipating the moment he could return to face Cell and accumulate experience. Mo Yuan pressed his fingers against his brow, seeking the essence of Shalu. He had been propelled far away by Shalu's Kamehameha, exceeding the range of his perception. He could only rely on the aura to locate Shalu's position. Soon, Mo Yuan discerned Shalu's presence. Shalu, here I come. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. In the boundless expanse of space, a silvery figure stood suspended in the void. Gazed in the direction had vanished. A slight smirk gracing his features. He held no belief that could survive his onslaught. With a cold chuckle, pressed his fingers to his brow, preparing to return to Earth. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation in the surrounding space. The battle is not yet concluded. Where do you think you are going? A familiar voice resonated within his mind. He then beheld someone he believed to be deceased reappear before him. You are still alive? Exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his tone. His previous attack had been executed with all his might. Given the vast disparity in their combat power, survival seemed impossible. Moreover, appeared unscathed. Nevertheless, S. astonishment was fleeting. After all, the universe was home to countless races, and he suspected might belong to a species with remarkable vitality. Moreover, in matters of resilience, did not consider himself inferior to others. As long as his core remained intact, he could resurrect infinitely. Why do you not seize the opportunity to flee? Is living not preferable? Must you return to meet your demise? Shook his head, seemingly lamenting for. Enough with the idle chatter, let us engage directly, replied. Disinterested in conversing with. His sole focus was on gaining experience. Come forth. Mo Yuan curled his index finger, scoffing at the foolishness of his opponent. Shalu could not help but spit in disdain. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Shalu initiated the assault, unleashing a multitude of rays of light from his fingertips, all directed at Mo Yuan. Just as the onslaught was about to strike him, Mo Yuan suddenly vanished. Mo Yuan appeared beside Cell in an instant, his right leg striking out like a chain towards him. Cell, not one to be caught off guard, was well aware of the spatial fluctuations that accompanied instantaneous movement. Consequently, he had already prepared himself. He raised his leg to meet Mo Yuan's, causing their forces to collide. The resulting shockwaves radiated outward like ripples, annihilating any meteors in their path, reducing them to cosmic dust. Cell was filled with astonishment. A searing pain coursed through his leg. Although he had felt pain from Mo Yuan's previous strikes, it paled in comparison to this experience. The only explanation was that he had indeed grown stronger. Mo Yuan wore a subtle smile on his face. After his strength had increased, he no longer felt the same level of pain during his confrontations with Shalu. In an instant when Sheru was momentarily distracted, Ma Yuan launched an assault with fervent intensity. Bang, 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 bang. Skillfully unleashed an onslaught, targeting the visage of Shalu. And with just a few strikes, Shalu was once again adorned with a mask of vibrant hues, a testament to his bruised and battered face. The searing pain radiating from his features ignited an inferno of wrath within Shalu. In an instant, he erupted with terrifying strength, propelling away. I shall bring about your demise. Shalu growled, his jaw nearly shattering with fury. Ah, look at you, clad in silver, so monotonous. Does it not appear far more vibrant now? Remarked, conjuring a mirror before Shalu. Gazing into the reflection of his swollen, discolored face, Shalu's rage surged to unprecedented heights. With a face twisted in fury, Shalu's eyes widened, and the mirror was instantly reduced to dust. Fury coursed through Shalu, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light as he fixated on. A silent roar escaped him, his aura intensifying to a nearly tangible form. A tempest of dread emanated from him, shaking the very fabric of space. In a flash, Shalu's eyes glinted red, and he materialized beside, his palm wielding a spherical blue energy orb, which he slammed down upon with ferocious intent. As pupils dilated sharply, overwhelmed by the swiftness of the attack. In a moment of haste, he could only raise his hand to endure the strike. Death. The energy sphere in Cher's grasp collided violently against, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, Cher remained undeterred. One energy sphere after another, imbued with a terrifying aura, erupted from his palm. A technique, inherited from the princely lineage of Vegeta, was executed flawlessly by Cheru. Silent explosions enveloped the area, and at the epicenter, having endured Cheru's blow, found half of his body nearly shattered. Drawing upon the power of his inner will, he soon restored his form completely. Furthermore, his battle prowess experienced a slight enhancement, now reaching an astonishing 11 billion. A roar erupted. The purple-hued aura surged forth, deflecting Cher's energy spheres with ease. Subsequently, propelled himself from the explosion, charging toward Cher once more. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their fists and feet colliding, sending ripples of energy cascading in all directions. Mo Yuan casually sent a blast of energy towards Cell, which struck a small asteroid. In an instant, the asteroid collapsed, contracting before ultimately vanishing into the void. The two had been engaged in combat for several hours. As the battle progressed, Cell's astonishment grew. Initially, he had the upper hand against Mo Yuan, but now the scales had nearly balanced, with Mo Yuan even beginning to gain a slight advantage. Within just a few hours, a sense of unease began to take root in Cell's heart. The pace of growth is indeed astonishing. Moreover, perceives a significant depletion of power within himself, while his opponent appears to be entirely unaffected, seemingly existing in a perpetual state of peak performance. If this confrontation continues, it is likely that he will soon meet his demise. Mo Yuan sensed the power within him. His base combat strength had surged to 14 billion, and upon transformation, it soared to a staggering 140 billion. Although Cell's combat power surpassed his by 100 billion, in terms of actual battle prowess, Mo Yuan proved to be the stronger contender, inflicting greater damage with his attacks. Consequently, Cell began to fight with increasing trepidation as the battle progressed. As Cell could no longer apply pressure on him, Mo Yuan felt the rate of growth of his internal power had drastically diminished, indicating that Cell was becoming increasingly ineffective. An ineffective Cell was left with but one inevitable fate: death. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Mo Yuan's eyes. He could never allow Shalu to escape unscathed, for that insufferable pest harbored incessant thoughts about his wife. Who could possibly endure such a situation? Having made up his mind, Mo Yuan resolved not to squander any more time with Shalu. He aimed for a swift resolution, intending to eliminate Shalu promptly and return home to embrace the beautiful sister. What could be more delightful? Mo Yuan erupted with a sudden surge of energy, his violet golden aura transforming into what appeared to be genuine flames, causing the surrounding space to warp perceptibly. Similarly, Shalu unleashed his own power, the two forces standing in fierce opposition to one another. Their gazes clashed like bolts of lightning. Upon witnessing the murderous intent reflected in Mo Yuan's eyes, Shalu felt an unsettling chill within. Mo Yuan suddenly materialized behind Cheru, seizing the pair of wings on Cheru's back, which resembled those of a cockroach, and yanked with force. The excruciating pain compelled Cheru to emit a wretched scream, yet in the vastness of space, no one could hear his cries. Despite the agony, Cheru's tail, coiled behind him, instantly elongated, the needle-like tip aimed menacingly at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan swiftly placed his foot upon Shalu's tail, pinning it against his back, while his hand, gripping the wing, exerted renewed force. Simultaneously, he pushed off vigorously with both feet against Shalu's back, resulting in the immediate tearing away of Shalu's wings by Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan casually discarded his wings. Then his body flickered as he pursued the flung Salu. Concentrating energy, he formed a blade of air that severed Salu's tail. Subsequently, Mo Yuan seized Salu by the head and hurled him against the meteorites. Countless fragments of meteoric rock shattered upon the impact, and the immense force left Salu feeling as though his brain had turned to mush. Mokuyuan pressed Cell onto a colossal planet, and under his terrifying might, Cell was forced down from the surface to the very core, akin to a drill piercing through the earth. The searing magma enveloped them within the depths. Now, you may proceed on your journey. Mo Yuan grasped the sword technique with one hand, the already prepared. A question lingered in the air. Shada gazed at Mo Yuan with reluctant disbelief. Who exactly are you? Your existence is not recorded in history. Oh, did I not mention it to you? Mo Yuan pondered for a moment and realized he had indeed not disclosed this information. In truth, I am you, from a different timeline. With that revelation, as Shalu's astonished eyes widened, the violet golden blade in Mo Yuan's hand pierced into the very core of Shalu's mind. The silvery core disintegrated in an instant. Mo Yuan instantaneously departed from the planet, unleashing the full force of the rift. In an instant, the entire planet, including Shalu, was obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 62. Rebuilding the Homeland on Earth. After consuming Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally vanquished the 5 small Shalus. Furthermore, in this battle, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta experienced a significant increase in their power levels, each surging by 200 million, bringing their regular combat strength to an impressive 800 million. Upon the defeat of the small Shalus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to Shala City, which now lay in ruins. The buildings had all collapsed, leaving not a single structure intact. Limbs and debris were scattered everywhere, and the city was awash with crimson and white. Even Vegeta, who had witnessed countless horrors since childhood, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Trunks was actively organizing the survivors to rescue the suffering humans. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong immediately joined the rescue efforts. Although Vegeta initially hesitated to assist, he reluctantly joined the rescue team upon seeing the weary and distressed Bulma tirelessly working. Drenched in sweat, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive them. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback by the devastation around him, had forgotten about the Dragon Balls in his fervor to save more humans. Rather than spending excessive time on rescue, it would be more efficient to go to Namek and summon a deity. Not only could they restore Earth to its former state, but they could also resurrect the deceased. After discussing his thoughts with Trunks and the others, Sun Wukong began searching for the energy signatures of the Namekians. Soon, he vanished from the spot. After Sun Wukong's departure, the others did not remain idle. Bulma rushed to reconstruct a Dragon Ball radar. Trunks continued the rescue operations, unable to bear watching lives fade away before his eyes while waiting for Sun Wukong to finish his task, which would likely take a considerable amount of time. While aiding the rescue, Trunks often sensed the distant battle aura emanating from the starry sky. However, he could do nothing to assist and could only silently pray for Mo Yuan to defeat Shalu. Vegeta gazed skyward with a sense of discontent. Despite the vast distance, the terrifying aura of Mo Yuan and Shala still sent shivers down his spine. Bearing the pride of the Scions, he felt overshadowed by these 2 test tube infants, particularly since they possessed Scion blood within them. This reality was even more difficult for Vegeta to accept. He vowed to become the strongest and restore the glory of the Scions. After obliterating Cell, Mo Yuan did not linger in space any longer. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Mr. Mo Yuan, you have returned. Is Cell? Upon seeing Mo Yuan's arrival, Trunks hurriedly inquired. Nodded, stating, Indeed, I have vanquished Cell. Upon hearing this, Trunks' face lit up with joy. The knowledge of Cell's demise lifted the immense weight that had long burdened his heart. So many wounded? Mo Yuan gazed upon the multitude of wounded sprawled upon the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. Among those lying there, the least injured had fractures, while the more grievous cases were barely clinging to life. Those capable of movement had rushed off to render aid. Trunks, gather all the injured, Mo Yuan commanded. Understood, Trunks replied, refraining from inquiring about Mo Yuan's intentions, though he had already surmised the general idea. Before long, all the injured had assembled. Mo Yuan lifted his hands, a surge of benevolent energy emanating from his palms, enveloping all the wounded. Each individual felt a gentle warmth cocooning them, and almost instantaneously, their injuries began to mend at a visibly astonishing pace. Even severed limbs miraculously regenerated. It was nothing short of a miracle. As they beheld their restored bodies, exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd. The gaze they directed towards Mo Yuan was now imbued not only with reverence but also profound admiration. Once healed, these individuals swiftly returned to their rescue duties. With an increase in rescuers, the number of those saved also multiplied. One by one, the injured were brought before Mo Yuan, and under his healing touch, they swiftly regained their strength. Mo Yuan felt as though he had become a miraculous elixir, capable of healing others with a mere gesture. In truth, his ability to swiftly mend their wounds was chiefly due to the fact that their injuries were of a common nature. By common injuries, it is not implied that they were insignificant. Rather, it signifies that their wounds were not inflicted by energy-based attacks. Had they been harmed by the strikes of formidable foes employing energy, the wounds would have retained residual energy, complicating the healing process. The challenge in such cases lies not in the restoration of the wound itself, but in the removal of the lingering energy. Time seems to fly when one is engrossed in activity. As twilight descended, Wukong returned, accompanied by a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. This individual was none other than the grown-up Dandy. Wukong led Dandy to the temple to resurrect the dragon. Upon completing the resurrection, Wukong hastily seized the dragon radar that Bulma had just crafted and set off to gather the Dragon Balls. Approximately an hour later, he returned, cradling all 7 Dragon Balls. "Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish." After reciting the incantation, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and a magnificent dragon materialized in the air. It appeared that Dandy, having undergone 2 decades of rigorous training in this dimension, had grown significantly stronger. The empowered Shenron was capable of fulfilling 3 wishes, and, akin to the Earth's Dragon Balls, there were no restrictions on resurrection. Trunks' first wish was to resurrect those humans who had fallen to the androids. However, this wish could not be granted, as the time elapsed was too great. Many had already been reincarnated and thus could not be revived, including Goku and the other Z fighters. It seems implausible that Goku and his companions remained in the afterlife while the androids wreaked havoc on Earth for 2 decades. If they had not been reincarnated, they would surely not have stood idly by, even in death. Ultimately, they could only resurrect those humans who had been slain by the androids within the past year. The second wish aimed to resurrect those who fell victim to Cell. This request, of course, posed no issue. However, in the process of resurrection, androids 17 and 18 were also revived, just as they began to comprehend the world around them. Trunks swiftly dispatched them with a single strike, sending them back to the underworld once more. For their final wish, they initially contemplated restoring Earth to its state prior to the emergence of the androids. Yet, after much deliberation, they ultimately abandoned this notion. Instead, they requested sustenance sufficient to sustain humanity for a considerable duration. As for the fate of Earth, they intend to reconstruct their new abode in the shadowy recesses of existence. A young man huddles there, his gaze vacant, his entire being devoid of vitality, shrouded in an aura of despondency. The rhythmic sound of footsteps, crisp and clear, fails to rouse him from his stupor. A bearded elder approaches from behind, his heart heavy with sorrow at the sight before him. He rests his large hand gently upon the young man's head, offering a tender caress. "Dia, I have returned." In that instant, sunlight seems to pierce through the gloom, illuminating the dark corner. The pallor of despair is dispelled by the warmth of the sun, and a flicker of life begins to glimmer in Dia's once dull eyes. Sloan. Uncle. Chapter 63. The birth of the second dependent male. In the primary timeline, on Earth, in the city of West Capital, at the Universal Capsule Corporation. After spending a day in the future, Mo Yuan and his companions once again board the time machine to return to their own era. Unlike their departure, where 4 individuals embarked, only 3 return. Upon their arrival, Bulma immediately insists on hosting a grand celebration to commemorate the occasion. Neither Mo Yuan nor Goku expresses any dissent. However, before the festivities can commence, they must first return to fetch their loved ones. Fortunately, both possess the ability to move instantaneously, making the retrieval a matter of mere moments. Mo Yuan swiftly located Zeely's position and then vanished from the spot. During the day of separation, he profoundly grasped the essence of the saying, "A day apart feels like 3 autumns." As soon as Mo Yuan appeared, he beheld a graceful figure leaping towards him, extended his arms, skillfully enveloping her in an embrace and spinning her around a few times. "Sister, I have returned." As she listened to the deep, magnetic voice near her ear, Zeely felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks. "Was everything smooth? You weren't injured, were you?" The concern in Zeely's words warms heart. The sensation of being cared for is indeed unparalleled. "Things went relatively well. I have eliminated Shalu, but what?" Zeely, noticing his prolonged hesitation, grew somewhat anxious. "Are you hurt?" As she spoke, she began to tug its clothing, eager to check if he had sustained any injuries. Mo Yuan grasped Zeely's restless hands, proclaiming, "I am afflicted by internal injuries, imperceptible to the eye." Upon hearing the term internal injuries, Zeely grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of amusement in Mo Yuan's eyes, as if she had come to an understanding. "What shall we do then? Can it be cured? If it cannot, I suppose I shall find a place to bury myself," she uttered. The moment those words escaped her lips, Mo Yuan discerned that Zeely had realized he was merely teasing her. Feeling somewhat guilty, he retorted weakly, "It is not entirely incurable. All that is needed is a kiss from my dear sister, and I shall be instantly healed." "A kiss? Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed." Mo Yuan nodded vigorously. "No need for extensive treatment in bed?" Lotzi Li's eyes sparkled with mischief, and a smile graced her lips, one that could enchant all who beheld it. With her delicate fingers, she playfully hooked Mo Yuan's chin, luring him closer with her enchanting allure. Mo Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, murmuring, "If only it were possible, the effects would surely be enhanced." "Is that truly the case?" In the midst of Mo Yuan's eager gaze, Lotzi Li's charming face gradually drew nearer, 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 2 centimeters, a mere half centimeter. Just as Mo Yuan's anticipation peaked, Lotzi Li playfully sidled up to his ear and teased, "Continue dreaming, my little man." With that, she pushed him away and turned to leave. As gazed upon the graceful silhouette of, he was instantly consumed by rage. She had discarded her trousers, and this was all? How could one endure such an affront? What man could possibly tolerate it? Even if could, the readers certainly could not. Enraged, immediately resorted to his ability to teleport, sensing the fluctuations in space. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his autumn-like eyes. Suddenly appeared before, capturing her delicate lips amidst her astonished exclamations. A fierce battle of words ensued. A verbal duel marked by intensity. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with surrendering in tears, raising a white flag of defeat. Gazing at the tearful in his embrace, sternly remarked, "You know well that I am not insignificant." It seemed that a realization struck, as her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. As evening descended, everyone gathered at his residence. To everyone's astonishment, arrived with a stunning girl who was nearly his height. With her chestnut hair, immediately dismissed the possibility of her being his former girlfriend. "I have indeed been too kind to." Mo Yuan had long harbored suspicions that Krillin might secretly harbor affections for Bulma, as his former girlfriend bore an uncanny resemblance to her. However, this remained merely a conjecture on Mo Yuan's part. The true nature of Krillin's feelings for Bulma was a mystery only he could unravel. The girl Krillin now brought forth was named Karen. Following Krillin's introduction, everyone became aware of how he and Karen had crossed paths. She was the very girl he had rescued from Cell's clutches. A few days after Krillin's heartbreak from Marin, he fortuitously encountered Karen, who, after taking the initiative to pursue him, soon found herself in a relationship with him. It is noteworthy that Karen is the only daughter of a wealthy magnate on Earth. While her family may not possess the same riches as Bulma's, they still rank among the elite of the affluent. In stark contrast to Marin, who treated Krillin as a mere cash dispenser, Karen had not only refrained from spending a single dime of his, but also frequently gifted him presents, prompting even Yamcha to feel a twinge of envy. Thus, Krillin emerged as the second soft rice man present, seemingly ascending to the pinnacle of his life. One only needs to glance at Vegeta's current gluttonous demeanor to comprehend the allure of such a lifestyle. After all, in this world, genuinely attractive and kind-hearted wealthy women are indeed a rarity. "Are you envious?" Lazuli inquired calmly, tossing her hair aside. Yet, Mo Yuan perceived a bold demand in her gaze. "You better answer me properly." Mo Yuan shook his head and softly remarked, "Not really. Although soft food is quite delightful, I do not relish it." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, in my heart, they collectively pale in comparison to even a single finger of yours." Mo Yuan truly feels no envy. Although he currently possesses not a single penny, the pursuit of wealth is, to him, an exceedingly simple endeavor. A mere venture into the depths could yield a considerable fortune. If all else fails, he could resort to pilfering extraterrestrial technology, which, once brought to Earth, would undoubtedly fill his coffers to overflowing. S. response evidently delighted, who joyfully fed him a piece of cake. Meanwhile, cast a disdainful glance at the couple exuding a sour scent. He picked up his plate, seeking a tranquil corner to retreat to. "Hey, let us have another match," suddenly called out, who had approached. Having satiated his hunger, felt an irresistible urge to spar upon seeing again. Following their journey through the future realm, his strength had significantly improved. Although he acknowledged that he was still no match for, he was no longer defenseless as he once had been. Of course, the primary motivation remained his desire for combat. Although his power was inferior, the sheer number of them made the fight less exhilarating. Did not refuse, and the two ascended directly into the sky. Half an hour later, they returned. More wounds yet radiated an unusual excitement, while, with his attire slightly disheveled, wore a grave expression. Their progress is remarkably swift, isn't it? Indeed. Lapus nodded emphatically. In merely a few days, Vegeta has advanced significantly. If this continues, it won't be long before he surpasses Lapus in strength. To avert such a scenario, Lapus resolved to intensify his training efforts. P.S. I worked late into the night, returning home past 10. By the time I completed this chapter, it was quite late. And I suspect everyone has already drifted off to sleep. Wishing everyone sweet dreams. Chapter 64. A date following the conclusion of the Cell incident. Peace once again enveloped the earth. During these days, remained industrious, thoroughly exploring the ocean depths. He amassed a considerable collection of treasures long submerged beneath the waves. Residing in the temple, he found both Dandy and Bobo to be welcoming hosts. However, felt a sense of unease about overstaying his welcome, yearning for a home of his own. As a cultivator of plants, the concept of home is deeply ingrained within him. While one might argue that anywhere family resides is home, possessing a personal sanctuary provides an unparalleled sense of security. In such a space, one can be unrestrained and at ease, free from the fear of being cast out. Through Bulma's connections, sold a fraction of his treasures, amassing a substantial fortune. With this wealth, he not only purchased a house, but also acquired a private island and established a jewelry company. The primary objective of the company was to facilitate the gradual sale of his remaining treasures. After all, selling such a vast quantity of treasures in one go would not only be unmanageable, but could also disrupt market prices. Thus, he opted to run a company to sell these items incrementally. As for the management of the company, he intended to enlist professionals. Not only does lack expertise in corporate management, but even if he were knowledgeable, he preferred not to squander his time on trivial matters. He believed that dedicating time to training and enhancing his strength is of utmost importance. After all, no amount of wealth can be enjoyed without the vitality to savor it. As for concerns about others potentially emptying his company, those who wish to test their luck should feel free to try. The residence purchased by Mo Yuan is an expansive estate situated in the outskirts of Shidu. The estate boasts a vast area, inclusive of a nearby hill, creating a picturesque setting nestled between mountains and water. Presently, the grand estate is inhabited solely by Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li. In this technologically advanced world, robotics has reached remarkable sophistication, allowing Mo Yuan to forego hiring human staff for household management. Instead, he has acquired over 100 domestic robots. At times, these robots prove to be more reliable than humans. Particularly in terms of cleaning, the robots adhere strictly to their programming, performing their duties diligently without the temptation to cut corners. In contrast, humans, being intelligent, may resort to shortcuts, such as using a cloth meant for cleaning toilets to wipe tables or even rinsing cups. As for La by Sea and number 16, they are likely still traversing the globe in search of endangered animals to transport to an island for protection. Lotzi Li, languidly seated on the sofa, aimlessly fiddles with the remote control. Perhaps due to the scarcity of morning television programs, she finds herself unable to discover a show that captivates her interest. Ultimately, she decides to turn off the television. With a yawn, she curls up in Mo Yuan's embrace like a languorous cat, settling into the most comfortable position. Are you feeling weary? Mo Yuan embraced her to prevent her from slipping away, then gently wiped away the tears that had trickled from the corners of her eyes due to a yawn with the pad of his finger. Lotzi Li let out a soft hum. She was so weary that she no longer wished to utter a word. Pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we go shopping? We could also purchase some clothing." Indeed, the allure of shopping and acquiring new attire is a temptation that most women find irresistible, and was no exception. Upon hearing the prospect of a shopping excursion, she instantly perked up with enthusiasm. This time, instead of flying or employing instant transportation, opted for a more conventional means of travel, riding a motorcycle. In truth, he had also acquired several cars, but the choice of motorcycle was simply too appealing. Given the less than favorable traffic conditions today, what should have been a half-hour journey turned into a bumpy hour-long ride. Upon reaching their destination, descended from the vehicle, her legs slightly wobbly. With a hint of rosy flush on her cheeks, she could not help but roll her eyes at, playfully exclaiming, "You little rascal." Once inside the mall, began to showcase her formidable shopping prowess. She perused almost every store, her energy seemingly boundless. Yet, felt no fatigue. For how could he when presented with such a visual feast? "What do you think of this outfit? Does it look good?" asked donning a form-fitting khaki dress that accentuated her long, elegant legs, adorned with gossamer black stockings that highlighted the luscious curves of her thighs and the slenderness of her calves. It was a sight that left utterly captivated. It must be said, possessed an enviable figure, serving as a perfect mannequin for clothing, particularly after spending a year in them. She had grown 10 centimeters taller, most of which was attributed to her legs. Those long limbs, exceeding a meter in height, were simply irresistible. Without needing to await response, could discern from his gaze, one that seemed to devour her whole, that this ensemble was a keeper. Aside from trying on outfits for herself, she also encouraged to model a few selections. Eventually, after careful deliberation, both emerged in new attire. Naturally, they did not forget about and purchasing several outfits for them as well. "Oh, there's another shop," suddenly exclaimed upon discovering a boutique tucked away in a corner. Judging by the display window, it appeared to be another clothing store. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, she eagerly pulled into the establishment. Inside, apart from a saleswoman at the counter, the store was devoid of other patrons. The clothing here was rather peculiar. As held up a garment, she noted that these pieces were quite fabric efficient, featuring deep necklines and short hemlines, crafted from a thin, sheer material. Mo Yuan quickly discerned the essence of the establishment. It was evidently an adult shop. Beyond an array of peculiar uniforms, there lay an assortment of intriguing paraphernalia, handcuffs, whips, and clubs, all tantalizingly displayed, captivating Mo Yuan's imagination. Seizing the opportunity while Lotzi Li was momentarily distracted, he deftly acquired several sets of uniforms, hastily settling the bill under the watchful yet amused gaze of the saleswoman, before discreetly stowing them away in his dimensional space. Upon surveying the surroundings, Lotzi Li seemed to grasp the situation, her face flushing crimson as she pulled Mo Yuan out of the shop. As they departed the mall, dusk was approaching. The two strolled hand in hand along the street, intent on reaching a nearby food street to satisfy their dinner cravings. In the Dragon Ball world, where technology flourished, all machinery operated on pollution-free energy sources, resulting in exceptionally fresh air. Breathing in the invigorating atmosphere, their hands intertwined, they savored the warmth of each other's touch. At this moment, Mo Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment within his heart. A profound satisfaction surged forth. He truly wished that this path could stretch on indefinitely. "What is it? What is you smiling so joyfully?" Laji looked at him with a hint of curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. I am simply filled with gratitude." "Gratitude?" Beamed with a radiant smile. "Indeed, I am grateful to have arrived in this world and to encounter you." Such candid words made blush slightly. She lowered her head and murmured softly, "Me too." Chapter 65. Watching a movie as evening descended, it was time for dinner. Before even stepping onto the vibrant food street, the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies wafted through the air. How delightful! Twitched her petite nose, the fragrances invigorating her spirit. Eagerly, she tugged at, hastening their steps toward the culinary haven. The snack street was bustling with activity, with vendors on either side fervently attending to their patrons. The lively atmosphere here was not solely due to the abundance of delectable offerings. It was also significantly enlivened by the presence of a nearby university. Among the throngs of passers-by, one could frequently spot youthful maidens clad in JK uniforms, exuding vibrancy and charm. The arrival of and instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. How strikingly handsome! Mo Yuan stood tall and exuded a rugged handsomeness that left the young women around him momentarily spellbound, rendering them unable to move, even causing the delicacies in their hands to lose their allure. Although Mo Yuan bore horns upon his head and a tail behind him, setting him apart from ordinary humans, this world was not solely inhabited by people. There were also beast men, covered in fur from head to toe. Thus, they did not regard Mo Yuan's distinctive features with astonishment, nor cast him sidelong glances. Many bold young women, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, contemplated approaching him. However, upon noticing the ethereal beauty of Lotzi Li by his side, they hesitated. After all, in comparison to Lotzi Li, they felt exceedingly ordinary, much like the disparity between an average person and a fairy. Similarly, Lotzi Li attracted the attention of numerous young men. Yet when they compared their own slender limbs to the towering figure of Mo Yuan, they swiftly abandoned any unrealistic aspirations. Yet, there were those who, buoyed by their self-perception, attempted to engage him in conversation. Yet, as they drew nearer, they found themselves struck by an overwhelming sensation of trepidation, as if a colossal hand had gripped their hearts, leaving them breathless. By the time they regained their composure, he had already moved on. The gazes of others did not deter Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li from indulging in their culinary adventure. They commenced their evening-esque gastronomic journey at the first stall they encountered. As they beheld the sizzling squid on the griddle, Lotzi Li could not suppress her salivation. The squid, as large as her face, was deftly turned by the grill master, who brushed it with oil and sauce, pressed it down, and flipped it over. What appeared to be simple maneuvers were, in truth, highly meticulous, requiring considerable expertise to execute with such finesse. Finally, after applying a layer of secret sauce and a sprinkling of seasonings, a fragrant skewer of grilled squid was ready. Once completed, the master placed the squid into a brown paper bag and handed it to Lotzi Li. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting the cravings within her. She took a hearty bite. It was utterly delectable. Subsequently, she offered the grilled squid to Mo Yuan, urging him to try it, declaring it to be extraordinarily delicious. Indeed, it was delightful. The squid was exceptionally fresh, devoid of any fishy taste, imbued with a savory flavor, slightly charred on the surface, and the meat was firm and springy, becoming more flavorful with each chew. Truly exquisite. Mo Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The two of them, taking turns, devoured an entire skewer of grilled squid. Following that, they strolled down the street, scarcely passing by any food stall. Takoyaki, tamagoyaki, tempura, grilled eel, chicken skewers, oden, and so forth. As they progressed, Lotzi only took small bites of each delicacy, leaving the remainder to Mo Yuan's eager appetite. Alas, there were too many treats to indulge in, and lacking the vast capacity of a scion's stomach, she could only nibble a little while watching Mo Yuan relish his feast. After 2 hours of this culinary adventure, they finally completed their journey down the street. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li strolled leisurely down the street, savoring their fruit juices. Mo Yuan was quite fine. He could eat as much as he desired without issue. However, Lotzi Li was not in the same boat. She felt as though her stomach was on the verge of bursting. "Shall we go watch a movie? After all, there is nothing pressing to return to," he suggested after they walked for a while and spotted a cinema. "That sounds great. I haven't seen a movie in ages," Lotzi Li replied eagerly. Since being taken to be transformed into a synthetic human, she hadn't even had the chance to watch television, let alone a film. Despite feeling quite full, she still ordered a bucket of popcorn, for a movie without popcorn lacked soul. Besides, even if she couldn't consume much, Mo Yuan was there. He could eat an extraordinary amount. After their tickets were checked, they entered the screening room, which bore a striking resemblance to cinemas of the past, albeit with slightly more spacious seating. Their seats were located towards the middle, a bit further back. The air conditioning was quite strong inside, and Lotzi Li, who was already somewhat sensitive to the cold, felt a shiver run through her, especially considering it was summer and she was dressed lightly. Mo Yuan draped a coat over her legs, which were clad in black stockings. He then wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her into his embrace. Leaning against Mo Yuan's shoulder, Lotzi Li felt the chill within her dissipate. This familiar sensation evoked memories of the times they had shared warmth within the confines of the Spirit Time House. Since their departure from that place, they had not shared a room again, as Lapis's presence made Lotzi Li somewhat hesitant. She found herself reminiscing. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a faint blush gradually adorned her fair complexion. As Mo Yuan inhaled the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Lotzi Li, he too found himself reminiscing about the days spent within the confines of the Spirit Time House. Thus, the two of them, lost in their thoughts, managed to watch the entirety of the film. It was only when the lights in the screening room illuminated that they regained their senses. As for the content of the movie, it left little impression on them. They vaguely recalled it being a coming-of-age film, given that the title itself resonated with youthful exuberance. Moreover, several girls nearby were sobbing inconsolably. The surrounding girls exclaimed, "Actually, this is a horror film. We were frightened to tears." After the credits rolled, they embarked on their journey home. Enduring another hour of bumpy travel, they finally arrived back. Lapis and number 16 had yet to return, considering the late hour. They likely decided to spend the night on the island. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li were unconcerned. After all, he was no longer a child, and given his current strength, he was unlikely to encounter any trouble. Upon returning home, Lotzi Li retrieved her clothes from Mo Yuan and eagerly hurried to her room, excited to try on many outfits that she had yet to wear. Suddenly, amidst the bags, she stumbled upon a few peculiar items of questionable propriety. "Mo Yuan, come here at once." Hearing her voice from the living room below, Mo Yuan's heart sank. This was it. He had inadvertently given her those items as well. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, with only one thought racing through his mind. I'm doomed. Mo Yuan hesitated for a moment, when a serious voice from upstairs, that of Lotzi Li, echoed down. Never mind. If death is to come, so be it. With a resolute heart, Mo Yuan stepped forward slowly, exuding an air of solemn determination akin to facing death with equanimity. Yet in his trepidation, he failed to perceive that beyond the sternness in Lazuli's voice lingered an inscrutable nuance. Gently tapped on the door. Come in, came the voice of Lotzi Li from within. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart and prepare himself mentally, he slowly turned the doorknob. As he opened the door, he sincerely began, Sister, I was wrong. S. eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Could this truly be viewed without any financial investment? All the expensive tutoring materials he had acquired in his past life were now entirely forgotten, as there was simply no comparison. The light gray backless knitted top accentuated her perfect figure, with her beauty almost palpable, teasingly revealing a hint from the side. Her back resembled exquisite white jade, flawless and translucent. Her delicate feet naturally overlapped, lacking the mystery of black coverings, yet they radiated a dazzling whiteness, astonishingly beautiful. Close the door, Lotzi Li said to the stunned, attempting to maintain her composure. However, the flush on her cheeks and the restless movement of her youthful toes betrayed her inner turmoil. Gazed at the formation, fully aware of Lotzi Li's intentions. Surely, it could not be merely an invitation for him to enter and enjoy a sip of water, could it? Well, it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. Mo Yuan gradually approached her. With each step he took, Lotzi Li felt her heart race increasingly. She was so nervous that words escaped her. Mo Yuan lowered his head, gently touching as if a dragonfly had skimmed the water's surface. Although Zili had already steeled herself, she still felt a tension that caused her to press her lips together tightly. Was she afraid? Mo Yuan gently caressed her hair and inquired softly. Lotzi Li shook her head slightly and replied, I am not afraid, just a bit nervous. She had long since prepared herself, and thus fear was not an option. However, facing such a situation for the first time, even with preparation, it was inevitable that she would feel a sense of apprehension. Settled beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and drawing her into his embrace. Leaning against his sturdy chest, felt her inner tension gradually dissipate. The two of them nestled together in silence, enveloped in a serene stillness. After a considerable time, lifted her gaze from his embrace, yearning to steal a glance at him. The moment she raised her head, her eyes met a pair of gentle, affectionate orbs. Their gazes intertwined, and it seemed as though sparks ignited between them, colliding in the air. Found herself slowly entranced by those eyes. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, with the world around them fading away, leaving only the presence of the person reflected in their gaze. In each other's eyes, they discovered the answers they sought. Gradually lowered his head. Everything unfolded naturally, as if it were meant to be. Mo Yuan awoke from his slumber. The person nestled in his arms bore an expression of exhaustion, with traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, evoking a profound sense of tenderness within him. Although Lazili had undergone transformation, endowing her with extraordinary stamina, her physical fatigue was not the sole concern. The relentless emotional turmoil she experienced brought about a profound mental fatigue. Observing Lazili's state, Mo Yuan chose not to rouse her. He gently pressed a kiss upon her lips before quietly rising from the bed. After freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen, where he resolved to prepare a nourishing dish of stewed black-bone chicken with safflower and danshin. Not only was it delectable, but it also possessed the virtues of nourishing, replenishing the kidneys, and invigorating the blood. Most importantly, it was a dish that Lazili cherished. While the stew simmered, Mo Yuan set about kneading dough, intent on crafting a fragrant scallion pancake, his beloved delicacy. Crisp on the outside yet tender within, with distinct layers. It would be brushed with a sweet and savory secret sauce and sprinkled with scallions and sesame for an exquisite finish. Once everything was prepared, he returned to their room, where Lazili remained blissfully asleep. Mo Yuan gently shook a few times and softly said, Sister, it's time to rise. And Lazili did not even open her eyes. She pulled the blanket over her head and curled up into a tight ball. Mo Yuan gazed at the bulge beneath the blanket and inexplicably found it rather amusing. Feigned helplessness, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, I have prepared your favorite chicken soup. There is no other choice. I must consume it myself, or it will cool and lose its delightful flavor. The words chicken soup echoed and magnified in his mind, dispelling some of her drowsiness. After a night of exertion, Her stomach was now an empty void, protesting with audible grumbles. She slowly emerged from her cocoon of blankets, forcing her heavy eyelids open, bleary-eyed as she gazed at. Extending her arms. With a soft, plaintive voice, she implored, "Help me." She was genuinely fatigued, struggling to keep her eyes open, her spirit languid. Reluctant to move even a fraction. Could not comprehend. Was it not said that only a cow worn to exhaustion would remain still? Yet this particular cow seemed far from exhausted, brimming with vitality and vigor. Instead, it was the field that appeared to be in disarray, as if it had been overworked. Mo Yuan gently lifted Latsili from the warmth of her blankets. As he gazed upon her exquisite form cradled in his arms, a sense of restlessness stirred within him. His heart, as clear as ice, remained unfazed by the weight of the world. Alarmed, he quickly recited the Ice Heart mantra in his mind, striving to extinguish the flames of desire that flickered within. After considerable effort, he finally subdued the turmoil in his heart. By the time he had everything in order, half an hour had elapsed. Once she had freshened up, Latsili appeared considerably more revitalized. Nevertheless, she continued to nestle against Mo Yuan, resembling a languid little kitten. Mo Yuan cradled her, as if she were his cherished daughter, gently feeding her. Latsili intermittently graced his face and lips with delicate kisses as tokens of affection. After their meal, the two nestled together on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. "Sister, what is it?" Latsili inquired with a puzzled expression. "Nothing. I simply wanted to kiss you," he replied. Latsili rolled her eyes in exasperation, pouting her rosy lips as she resignedly said, "I truly cannot deal with you. Come here." As Latsili gazed at him with eager anticipation, their lips gradually met in a tender embrace. Following an extended, passionate French kiss, they lingered in the moment. Mo Yuan gazed at Latsili, gently taking her right hand, and with profound affection, he asked, "Sister, will you marry me?" At that moment, Latsili suddenly noticed that an exquisite ring, adorned with transparent diamonds, had been placed upon her ring finger, unbeknownst to her. This ring had long been prepared by Mo Yuan. He simply had not found the opportune moment to propose. Hot tears cascaded down Latsili's cheeks. In her heart, she had already resolved to establish a family with Mo Yuan. However, she had not anticipated that such a delightful surprise would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. Under Mo Yuan's fervent gaze, Latsili nodded earnestly. With a mix of shyness and unwavering determination, she uttered a single word, "Yes." Chapter 67. The Wedding on the Vast Ocean. A grand wedding was taking place on an island adorned with colorful lights, an abundance of flowers, and balloons. Mo Yuan and the host stood at the center of the venue. Below them sat not only the families of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but also the likes of Bobo, Dandy, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, among others. Even the usually reserved Piccolo had made his way to the scene. Esteemed guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. The host's resonant voice, accompanied by melodious music, filled the air. As the opening remarks concluded, a fervent round of applause erupted, with Sun Wukong and others cheering loudly and clapping enthusiastically. Mo Yuan donned a pristine white suit, his posture impeccably straight, with his gaze firmly fixed on the entrance. It was, after all, a momentous occasion, the first of its kind in his life, and he felt an undeniable wave of anxiety. A beautifully crafted carriage approached slowly from a distance. Inside, Latsili sat upright, reminiscent of a young child in kindergarten, her hands resting nervously on her knees, her entire demeanor tense. She clutched the delicate fabric of her white wedding gown tightly, her lips pressed together in a thin line. Much like Mo Yuan, Latsili was equally apprehensive. Before long, the carriage arrived at the threshold. Latsili, clad in formal attire, stood tall and composed at the entrance. Latsili took Latsili's hand and descended from the carriage. At the entrance, several men in suits held aloft an elongated veil. Latsili stepped beneath the veil, which gracefully descended to envelop her. The veil cascaded softly, adorned with small balloons that buoyed its length, lending an ethereal quality to her appearance. Beneath the immaculate veil, Latsili's charming visage emerged, reminiscent of a fairy who had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm, pure and unblemished. Latsili's emotions were somewhat conflicted. After all, it was his sister's wedding, and a sense of melancholy lingered within him. Yet, amid the sadness, he felt a profound joy for his sister, who was finally embarking on her journey toward happiness. Through the delicate veil, and gazed at one another. As they beheld the visage of their beloved, the tension within their hearts gradually dissipated. At that moment, the officiant's voice resonated once more. If love is a beautiful flower, then marriage is its sweet fruit. Let us now direct our attention to the gateway of happiness, and with the most fervent applause, welcome the bride. As the officiant's words faded, a wave of thunderous applause filled the air. Gently raised her arm and gracefully stepped onto her brother's arm. This role was traditionally meant for their father. However, in the absence of their parents, it fell upon to assume this responsibility. Together, he guided slowly towards. With each step they took, the sound of fireworks erupted. Colorful ribbons danced in the air, and balloons ascended into the heavens, while countless bubbles floated around them, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that was utterly enchanting. The gathering of women present cast envious glances. As approached, he too moved toward her. The path beneath their feet mirrored the journey of life, the first half accompanied by family, and the latter half by a partner. The trio met at the center of the path, and as placed his sister's hand into his vision blurred. Take good care of her, were the only words uttered by. Mo Yuan gazed at Lapis, nodding solemnly as he earnestly vowed, I shall. Mo Yuan took Lotzi Li's hand, guiding her to turn towards the distant horizon. La Baici stood rooted in place, watching their figures recede, gradually breaking into a smile. He should indeed feel joy for his sister, should he not? Accompanied by music and applause, Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li came to a halt before the officiant, Bo, slightly turning to face each other. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a harmonious silence, all breaths held in anticipation of the most exhilarating moment. Bo grasped the microphone, his expression turning solemn. Mr. Mo Yuan, do you take Ms. Lotzi Li to be your lawfully wedded wife? To cherish her in both poverty and wealth, in health and in sickness, to care for, protect, understand, respect, and accompany her for all eternity? I do, Mo Yuan replied, gazing deeply into Lotzi Li's eyes, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. Ms. Lotzi Li, do you take Mr. Mo Yuan to be your lawfully wedded husband? To be loyal to him in both poverty and wealth, in health and in sickness, to support, help, comfort, and accompany him for all eternity? With tears glistening in her eyes, Lotzi Li held Mo Yuan's gaze for an extended moment, her lips parting slightly as she softly, yet resolutely uttered 3 words, I do. The moment her words resonated, the crowd erupted once more into joyous celebration. The sounds of applause, cheers, and the booming of celebratory cannon fire filled the air. The officiant presented a box, stating, Please exchange your tokens of love. Inside the box lay exquisite rings, each adorned with a magnificent colored diamond. One was a red diamond, the other a purple diamond, both of which Mo Yuan had discovered beneath the sea. He had meticulously cut these gems into heart shapes, embedding them within the rings. Mo Yuan gently cradled the delicate, fragile hand of Lotzi Li, adorned with a ring set with a crimson diamond, and slipped it onto her ring finger. Subsequently, Lotzi Li placed a ring embellished with a violet diamond onto Mo Yuan's left hand's ring finger. After exchanging the rings, Mo Yuan could no longer contain himself. He was unwilling to wait for the officiant's words. He directly pulled Lotzi Li into his embrace, lifted her veil, and passionately captured her crimson lips with his own. After this kiss, they would no longer belong solely to themselves, but would also belong to each other. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li returned to their new home. Although they were exhausted this day, they were filled with joy. After freshening up, the two settled into their cozy bed. Mo Yuan held Lotzi Li tightly. Husband, are you in pain? After their marriage, Lotzi Li's way of addressing Mo Yuan had changed, though she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. I am not in pain. Lotzi Li gazed at Mo Yuan with a hint of melancholy, then gently pinched him. Ow! Mo Yuan gasped in surprise, staring at Lotzi Li in astonishment. Sister, are you planning to lead a life of widowhood so soon after our marriage? I thought you said you weren't in pain? Mo Yuan gazed at her with a lingering sorrow. Is it not the fault of your boundaryless relatives? Surely, it cannot be expected for me to fight my way through bloodshed, can it? The gaze of Mo Yuan instilled an inexplicable sense of guilt in Zili, prompting her to avert her eyes. In this situation, there is nothing I can do. Mo Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. All right. I truly cannot do anything about you. Half an hour later, Lazili shook her numb and aching limbs, letting out a soft sigh. It felt as though that half hour had been in vain, yielding no results whatsoever. What should she do? Perhaps. Mo Yuan's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer to Lazili's ear and whispered a subtle suggestion. Upon hearing this proposition, Lazili's pupils widened in shock. Her cheeks flushed crimson, making it nearly impossible for her to speak. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to quell her inner embarrassment. Casting a sidelong glance at Mo Yuan, she ultimately acquiesced to his suggestion. After a long while, Mo Yuan, content and satisfied, embraced the weary Lazuli as she drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 68, Daily Life Yuan. Come forth to train. Early in the morning, the resounding voice of Sun Wukong echoed throughout Mo Yuan's estate. Damn it, I shall end his life. Mo Yuan opened his eyes in bed, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Ever since he and Sun Wukong co-founded a security company last month, Sun Wukong had been incessantly visiting him under the pretense of going to work. Ordinarily, there would be no issue with training. However, this fellow had grown increasingly excessive, arriving earlier each day. Today, he even came knocking at 6 or 7 in the morning. Mo Yuan, newly wed, was occupied until the early hours of the morning, and today he was awakened after barely 2 hours of rest. Mo Yuan is now filled with regret, immense regret. What was he thinking when he decided to partner with him in establishing a company? Last month, while Mo Yuan was shopping with Lazuli, they encountered the troubled visage of Wukong. Upon inquiry, they discovered that he had been compelled by Chi-Chi to seek employment. However, Wukong possessed no skills beyond fighting and was unable to secure a job after a prolonged search. Thus, Mo Yuan conceived the idea of starting a company with him. A security firm bears the financial responsibilities while Wukong dedicates his efforts to training the staff. Although this company was established merely a month ago, it has successfully cultivated several promising employees. Consequently, holds a favorable outlook on the company's future. Moreover, even if others choose not to employ these individuals, he can enlist them to safeguard his jewelry store, for this world is not as tranquil as it may seem. With rampant armed robberies occurring everywhere, epitomized by a certain blonde woman, compared to other occupations, this role aligns seamlessly with Wukong's expertise, invigorating him with enthusiasm each day as he embarks on his work. Training employees while simultaneously seeking to refine his own skills alongside is an exquisite delight. Wukong never imagined he would discover a position that allows him to earn a living while pursuing his spiritual development. The affectionate call of husband from Sun Wukong roused Lazuli from her slumber, prompting her to nestle her head into his embrace, playfully nuzzling him twice. Gently embraced her, soothingly stroking her hair as he whispered, "It's all right. Ignore him. Let us continue our slumber." Under his comforting presence, soon drifted back into a deep sleep. He then communicated with, instructing him to seek out on the island, also mentioning that was there as well. Rising from bed to engage in vigorous training with strong companions, and nestling with his fragrant wife for a peaceful slumber, the choice was evidently clear. Upon receiving his message, sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said to beside him, "Hee, it seems a bit early. He is still asleep. Let us go find him for training." Felt somewhat helpless. He had previously mentioned to his father that it was too early. However, in his stubbornness, insisted on waking him, as it was the weekend, had brought along for training. Initially, was reluctant to allow to join them, fearing it would disrupt his studies. This caused considerable distress, as he wished for his son to train alongside him. Ultimately, devised a plan. After conversing with, she agreed to permit to train with them, provided it did not interfere with his education. The solution was quite simple. S' primary concern was not about training per se, but rather the potential dangers of combat. Thus, if the purpose of training could be framed as self-preservation rather than conflict, it might be more acceptable. After all, the future would undoubtedly bring formidable foes, and avoiding combat would not shield one from being compelled into it. Lacking strength could lead to dire consequences. Eventually, after much persuasion from and the assurance from that his studies would not suffer, relented. Upon the arrival of the father and son duo to find, they discovered him and lying on the beach, breathless and exhausted, their clothes tattered, barely concealing their modesty. Since their encounter at the banquet, had taken to visiting for sparring sessions with increasing regularity. The intensity of their battles led to rapid growth in strength. In a bid to prevent from surpassing him, also dedicated himself to rigorous training. It was as if they had developed an unspoken bond through their clashes. A few days prior, had confided in, expressing her belief that, and were truly a pair, noting that visits home had become increasingly rare. He often stayed out late, and inquiries led to the revelation that he was with, which nearly exasperated. Had she not known his character, she might have suspected him of infidelity. Have you both finished your sparring already?" Wukong gazed in astonishment at the two individuals sprawled on the ground. "I had thought I had risen quite early. It appears I must awaken even earlier next time, lest I be outdone by them." He silently resolved within himself. Unbeknownst to him, these two were not early risers at all. They had simply stayed awake throughout the night, engaged in a relentless bout of activity. Lapis and Vegeta responded with casual murmurs. Lying motionless upon the sand, too weary to even open their eyes. Exhaustion enveloped them, and the lack of sleep had rendered them slightly drowsy. Well then, given the circumstances, Wukong found himself without recourse. Fortunately, Gohan did not have school today, allowing him to train alongside his father. "Gohan, let us commence with some warm-up exercises," Wukong instructed. Gohan nodded in agreement. "All right, father." The duo then sprinted to a nearby location to engage in their warm-up routines. Before long, the father and son, having completed their preparatory exercises, took to the skies to spar. In an instant, the winds surged and the seas roiled, while the resounding blasts echoed throughout the heavens. Meanwhile, below in the midst of the tumult, Lapis and Vegeta remained peacefully reclined upon the beach, asleep. Occasionally, the waves would crash upon them, yet they remained utterly oblivious. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, one might have mistaken them for lifeless forms. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li rose from their slumber only after feeling completely rejuvenated. After indulging in a delightful lunch, they savored the moment. Mo Yuan led Lotzi Li to seek them out. Upon their arrival, they beheld 4 lifeless bodies lying neatly upon the sand. Their attire was tattered, and they bore several wounds, clearly having endured a fierce struggle. Alas! Mo Yuan sighed softly before approaching them to administer treatment. Ever since the emergence of Mo Yuan, the personified divine being, these individuals had become increasingly reckless in their confrontations. It was as if the adage rang true: as long as one could survive, one would fight to the bitter end. Mere minutes later, a miraculous medical phenomenon unfolded as the 4 lifeless bodies rose from the ground, fully revived. Sun Wukong sprang up from the earth with a graceful leap, clapping Mo Yuan on the shoulder with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "How fortunate we are to have you." Mo Kyuan gazed at him in silence. It's one thing to strike fiercely against Vegeta, but why have you been so ruthless with Gohan as well? Upon witnessing Gohan, was nearly compelled to alert the authorities, believing he had stumbled upon a case of child abuse. Gohan's body was marred with bruises, each contusion a testament to the violence he had endured, leaving no unscathed flesh upon him. The scene elicited a chuckle from Goku, who, with a carefree grin, felt no remorse, could only harbor silent sympathy for Gohan in his heart. Chapter 69, Dragon Ball across the vast and boundless expanse of the ocean. Several streaks of light darted through the air, churning the waters into tumultuous waves. Deep gorges marred the surface of the sea, resembling the claw marks of a colossal beast, evoking a sense of terror. Suddenly, a series of resounding impacts echoed as the luminous trails vanished, followed by a cacophony of collisions. Invisible shockwaves surged through the atmosphere, disturbing the surrounding air. In a dramatic descent, a small golden figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ocean like a meteor, creating a towering column of water. Following suit, more figures cascaded from the heavens, some plunging into the sea, while others struck the islands. As the remaining individuals were cast down, a silhouette enveloped in a radiant purple-golden aura gradually materialized in the sky. As the transformation of Mo Yuan was lifted, his fierce demeanor dissipated, and his erect hair gradually fell. He then opened his third eye, locating the fallen individuals with precision. Skillfully, he retrieved them one by one from the sea and cast them back onto the island. Before long, Lapis, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta were all neatly arranged upon the beach. Their eyes were tightly shut, their bodies marred with wounds, presenting a visage of imminent demise. Mo Yuan was accustomed to such scenes. With practiced ease, he began to administer treatment. In a short span, the 4 of them sequentially opened their eyes and sprang up from the ground, vibrant and full of life. This situation had persisted for several months. Initially, Lazili had joined them in their training, but upon discovering her pregnancy 2 months ago, she ceased her practice and chose to remain at home, nurturing her child. Well, today's training concludes here, Mo Yuan stated calmly, preparing to teleport home to prepare a meal for his wife. So soon? We've only trained for a few hours. Wukong lamented. Cast a glance at Wukong, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. Wukong, Chi-Chi is also expecting. Do you not think you should return to care for her? The carefree and somewhat oblivious Wukong often found himself forgetting other matters when engrossed in training. However, upon his reminder, he was instantly reminded of the expectant mother awaiting him at home. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. Indeed, he acknowledged, grasping Gohan's hand. Let us return home and prepare a meal for mother. With that, he activated his instant transmission and vanished. Vegeta observed the disappearing father and son duo, scoffing to himself. Women are indeed troublesome. He then turned his attention to Rabis. Rabis, let us resume our training. Rabis shook his head, replying nonchalantly, No, The little dinosaurs on the island are about to hatch. I must return to tend to them. With that, he disregarded Vegeta and flew off in the direction of his island. Vegeta disdainfully watched Robbie's retreating figure. Even the young ones are a bother. He then recalled, "By the way, Vegeta, yesterday Bulma complained to my wife about your persistent absence from home. She made it clear that should you continue to neglect your responsibilities, she would seek a stepfather for Trunks." Upon finishing his words, paid no heed to the dramatically altered expression of and instantly teleported home. Upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his composure. The disdain that once adorned his face vanished entirely. His countenance turned a shade of green, as if he were on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The sound of raindrops seemingly echoed in his ears. "Ah!" roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan and swiftly propelling himself towards the direction of. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, failed to notice the faint arcs of electricity crackling around him. "Dear sister-in-law, I have returned." Engaged in conversation with, instantly stood up from the sofa upon hearing that familiar voice. She then leaped into a warm embrace. Clinging to like a koala bear, cradled her peach to prevent it from slipping away, then leaned down, tenderly placing a gentle kiss upon her lips. "All right, come down now. Bulma is still watching." Upon hearing his words, suddenly remembered Bulma's presence, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she slowly descended from him. Bulma gazed at the two with envy, having long fantasized about experiencing such a sweet romance herself. Unfortunately, her first boyfriend was a notorious flirt, even while they were dating, constantly pursuing other girls. As for, while he was not unfaithful, he seemed utterly indifferent to women, consumed as he was by his relentless training. Weeks would pass without a glimpse of him, rendering their relationship akin to that of a widow. Alas, love is not easy, Bulma sighed. "You two carry on. I shall take my leave and not intrude." She had no desire to be a third wheel, nor to indulge in their affections. Thus, she picked up and bid farewell to, and before driving home. Little did she know, a man with a fiery temperament awaited her return. After Bulma's departure, held in a warm embrace on the sofa for a while. At over 2 months pregnant, showed little outward change. Her abdomen remained flat, and had it not been for the absence of relatives visiting, they might not have noticed at all. The couple then joined forces to prepare a nutritious and delicious dinner. Had initially intended to take on the task alone, but insisted on participating. However, given her physical constitution, her pregnancy did not significantly hinder her, as she could use her energy to protect the fetus. Normal activities presented no inconvenience whatsoever. After dinner, Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li reclined on the swing in the estate, gazing at the stars above. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from Mo Yuan's embrace. Intrigued, Lotzi Li reached out and retrieved a bead the size of a pigeon's egg from his arms. "Is this a dragon pearl?" Typically, a dragon pearl requires approximately 100 days of nurturing to come to fruition. However, Mo Yuan's pearl had taken nearly half a year to finally mature. "Well, allow me to show you something else delightful." With a mysterious smile, took the dragon pearl from his hand. As curiosity was piqued, her eyes fixated on the dragon pearl. A surge of willpower flowed from within him into the dragon pearl. The willpower seed inside the dragon pearl voraciously absorbs essence. Gradually, the once transparent dragon pearl began to undergo a transformation. The purple-golden willpower seed split into 2 clusters, slowly elongating. Before long, the willpower seed transformed into 2 adorable chibi figures, representing the likenesses of and. The chibi versions of them sat side by side within the dragon pearl, their heads gently resting against one another. Mo Yuan took out a necklace, embedding the dragon orb upon it. He then adorned the graceful neck of Lotzi Li with it. Reminiscent of a swan, Lotzi Li gazed at the dragon orb with delight, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Can this grant wishes?" Nodded and said, "Of course. You may make your wish now." He then imparted the incantation to Razali. Chapter 70. Razali's wish. Upon hearing the incantation from Razali's small mind was filled with questions. Was this incantation not rather embarrassing? She gazed at it with a look that conveyed 4 words. Is it unchangeable? With a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye and a slight arch in his brow, remarked, "What do you think? Of course, it can be altered." However, intended to tease, planning to revert to a conventional spell after this wish was granted. Gazed at the Dragon Ball in her hand, her hesitation palpable. She found herself reluctant to make a wish, yet there remained one desire she yearned to fulfill. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a ripe peach. After pondering for a considerable time, she surveyed her surroundings, desolate and devoid of any presence apart from themselves. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and shouted at the Dragon Ball on the ground. "Darling, I love you. You are the most handsome." As voice echoed. A beam of light erupted from the Dragon Ball, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, a tempest unleashed, clouds swirling and winds howling. As dark storm clouds enveloped the entire earth, countless bolts of lightning danced through the ominous clouds, producing a deafening roar of thunder. A colossal purple-golden divine dragon materialized in the cosmos, its size surpassing that of the solar system by thousands of times. With a gaping abyss for a mouth, it consumed the entire solar system in one gulp. To the rest of humanity, the only indication of a disturbance was the earth shrouded in dark clouds. Yet, in that fateful moment when the divine dragon devoured the solar system and found themselves transported to an extraordinary realm, this space was one of utter void, where they stood suspended in nothingness before an immense divine dragon. This was indeed the heart of the dragon. "Speak your wishes, whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them." A monumental voice reverberated throughout this ethereal space. The Dragon Ball crafted by Mo Yuan grants but a single wish, yet its potential surpasses that of Earth's Dragon Balls. It could be considered a rudimentary version of the Super Dragon Balls. However, this Dragon Ball possesses the ability to evolve as Mo Yuan's strength increases. So too does the power of the Dragon Ball. Should Mo Yuan's prowess exceed that of the Dragon God Salama, the might of this Dragon Ball would surpass even that of the Super Dragon Balls. Protect my unborn child, shielding him from any harm and ensuring his healthy growth. Lotzi Li proclaimed her wish to the dragon. Upon receiving Lotzi Li's wish, the dragon's enormous eyes shimmered with brilliance. Specks of starlight emerged around Lotzi Li, gradually merging into her being. "Your wish has been granted," resonated the dragon's deep voice once the starlight had fully integrated into Lotzi Li. Subsequently, the dragon transformed into a blinding radiance and dissipated into the void. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li found themselves back in their estate, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Yet, the Dragon Ball on the ground had turned to stone. At that moment, the stone Dragon Ball levitated from the ground and flew into Lotzi Li's hand. "What?" Lotzi Li gazed at the Dragon Ball in her palm, astonished as she turned to Mo Yuan. "This Dragon Ball was specifically crafted for you. Unlike others, it will not wander aimlessly. After making a wish, it will return to you." Beamed with pride, explaining that the Dragon Balls possess a binding function. For instance, the Dragon Balls of Earth are anchored to Earth, while those of Namek are tethered to Namek, ensuring they do not traverse to other celestial bodies. Furthermore, the Super Dragon Balls are bound within the realms of the 6th and 7th universes. In a similar vein, directly affix this Dragon Ball to. How wonderful! Overwhelmed with excitement, planted a fervent kiss on's lips. Initially, she had anticipated seeking out the Dragon Balls after making her wish. With this newfound capability, she could now make wishes with complete assurance. Witnessing joy, reminiscent of a delighted child, felt as though he had tasted honey. The two lingered on the swing, basking in their affection, before finally retreating to rest. After finishing his morning ablutions, emerged from the bathroom, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. Lazili had unexpectedly donned a basketball uniform at some point, and the simplicity of the attire exuded an extraordinary beauty that was simply breathtaking. "Sister, what are you?" Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated its mind, accompanied by a thunderous resonance that dispelled all his lingering doubts. Mo Yuan suddenly realized. "So, your wish today." He finally understood the profound significance of the wish Lazili had made today. Lazili nodded. Ever since her pregnancy, she had refrained from physical activity, and her body felt as though it were rusting away. Moreover, she could clearly see that Mo Yuan was also enduring a similar struggle. "Darling, come on. Let us have a one-on-one basketball match." Lazili licked her dry red lips, extending an invitation for a playful competition. Could Mo Yuan resist? After all, he was a basketball enthusiast, having spent 2.5 years as a trainee in his previous life. He promptly donned a set of basketball attire. Thus, an intense basketball showdown commenced. Mo Yuan launched in advance. Lotzi Li, with unwavering focus, spread her arms wide, diligently defending herself. Not daring to show even the slightest hint of complacency, initiated his attack towards the left, to which responded with remarkable swiftness, immediately raising her defenses. However, deftly redirected his assault to the right, quickly adjusted her stance, fortifying her defense once more. Yet, despite her timely efforts, once again altered his trajectory, returning to the left side. At this juncture, attempted to reposition herself defensively, but her feet had become entangled by his feints. She could only watch helplessly as surged towards the penalty area, leaping high to execute a powerful two-handed dunk. in the first round, faced a decisive defeat. Yet her spirit remained unbroken, brimming with determination. In the second round, abandoned his finesse, opting instead for a direct physical onslaught. Though possessed commendable physical attributes, they paled in comparison to strength. Despite her valiant resistance, it proved futile against such overwhelming power. Gradually retreated, ultimately left gazing in disbelief. Mo Yuan truly exemplifies the prowess of someone who has dedicated 2.5 years to the art of basketball. The ball dances gracefully in his hands as he executes an array of dazzling dribbles, assumes the triple threat stance, employs both hands with finesse, and delivers shots from both long and short distances, while also showcasing his skills in layups and dunks. The game proceeds uninterrupted, with the score widening incessantly, 1-0, 2-0, up to an astonishing 99-0. Throughout the evening, there was not a single successful defense against him. By the end, Lazili was left utterly exhausted, nearly on the verge of collapse. The score reached an overwhelming 100-0. As the final round concluded, Lazili could no longer endure and lay down, devoid of any strength. In stark contrast, Mo Yuan appeared as invigorated as ever, brimming with vitality. This prompted Lazili to exclaim in disbelief, "Monster!" To which he replied, "Thank you for the compliment." With a smile of satisfaction, remained utterly unconcerned, even reveling in the notion that this was the highest form of praise for him. After the game, he was drenched in perspiration. He lifted the exhausted, and after they had washed up, they retreated to rest. This 1v1 duel culminated in being left with a shaved head. Chapter 71, The Submission of In the Boundless Cosmos. A colossal spaceship soared swiftly through the void. Within the spacecraft, a stout, blue-skinned alien clad in battle attire and draped in a cloak sat upon a chair. His name was a subordinate of Frisia, previously serving as a military advisor in the Third Star region. Now, with Frisia's legions fragmented, he had risen to the position of chief strategist for this remnant force. As he observed the ship approaching its destination, an excited smile spread across his face. Days prior, a magnificent purple-golden dragon had appeared in the universe. Despite the vast distance separating them, the sheer size of the dragon made it visible to their eyes. Reflecting on Frisia's previous ventures to Namek, could scarcely doubt that this enormous entity was the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls. After several days of reconnaissance, they had confirmed that the Dragon Balls were located on Earth, within the solar system. If they could locate the Dragon Balls, they would be able to resurrect Frisia. Since Frisia's demise, they had been living as fugitives, relentlessly pursued by the Galactic Patrol. As if that weren't enough, other factions had seized the opportunity to strike while they were down, eager to claim their share. The territories they once conquered had been nearly pillaged to nothing. Many of their comrades had perished or fled, leaving almost all that remained aboard this spacecraft. Once Frisia was resurrected, vowed to repay every slight they had endured over the years with interest. With a sinister thought, he contemplated the opportunists and the Galactic Patrol alike. The image of those wretches kneeling before him in supplication made him chuckle with glee. "How much longer until we reach Earth?" inquired of the soldier piloting the ship. "Master, it will take approximately 3 more days to reach Earth," the soldier replied respectfully. 3 days? Earth is indeed quite remote, muttered to himself, then waved his hand, saying, "Continue piloting the ship. I shall take my leave to rest. Inform me when we are nearing Earth." "Understood," the soldier affirmed. Thus, exited the control room. Mayuan gazed at the heavens, sensing a myriad of unfamiliar auras approaching Earth. However, the mightiest among them likely possessed no more than tens of thousands of battle power. A mere breath could extinguish them. As Mo Yuan opened his mind's eye, he realized that with the advancement of his strength, the scope of his perception had expanded to encompass the entirety of the solar system. Soon, he detected a spacecraft at the very edge of the solar system, emanating subtle energies that originated from within. Due to the considerable distance and the faintness of these energies, none but Mo Yuan noticed anything amiss. "You may continue your cultivation. I must depart for a moment," addressed Wukong and his companions before executing a swift teleportation, vanishing from their sight, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Within the confines of the spaceship, Salb could now perceive Earth with his naked eye, an overwhelming excitement bubbling within him. "Lord Frisia, we shall soon retrieve the Dragon Balls and restore your life." The surrounding minions mirrored his exhilaration, having suppressed their anticipation for far too long. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the atmosphere. "Oh, so you are the minions of Frisia. I wonder how you came to know that the Dragon Balls reside on Earth?" The unfamiliar tone sent a jolt of unease through Salb. He then realized that, at some point, a figure resembling a scion had appeared beside him. Who are you? Solb's vigilance heightened as he drew his weapon, aiming it at. The other minions followed suit, brandishing their sidearms and eyeing with suspicion. In response, Solb pressed a button on the power level detector. The numbers on the device fluctuated rapidly before stabilizing. 5. A sigh of relief escaped Solb's lips upon seeing the figure's power level. It was merely a weakling, with a battle power of 5. He lowered his firearm, regarding with disdain. He held no doubts concerning the accuracy of the power level detector, nor was he particularly surprised by its sudden appearance. After all, the universe was home to an array of peculiar races, reminiscent of Gudu from the Jinyu Force, whose battle power had been sufficient to halt time itself. In his eyes, Mo Yuan was merely a feeble fighter with a modicum of spatial abilities. Kid, are you here to court death? A tall and slender extraterrestrial emerged. Cracking his knuckles, his visage unmistakably malevolent. This individual was Tagma, the right hand of Solb. Tagma gazed at Mo Yuan with a mocking glint, akin to observing a mere plaything. Possessing a formidable combat strength of 50,000, he viewed such a weakling, with a mere 5 in combat prowess, with utter disdain. He was already contemplating the most entertaining ways to extinguish Mo Yuan's life. Ha ha ha, Lord Tagma is making his move. This fellow is destined for a most gruesome demise. Indeed, there had been an unfortunate soul who had once provoked Lord Tagma, enduring 7 days of torment, and it was said that by the end, he was reduced to a mere pile of flesh. The surrounding minions reveled in the impending doom. How noisy! Cast a glance at Tagma. Subsequently, Tagma's emaciated frame began to swell grotesquely. An agonizing sensation penetrated deep into his marrow, coursing through his entire being. Tagma could not restrain a desperate cry for help. He turned to Solbei beside him, yearning for assistance. Yet, this bizarre spectacle had rendered Solbei and the surrounding minions utterly astounded. Terror spread like wildfire in their hearts as an icy chill enveloped them, rendering their bodies immobile. I beg you, spare me, Tagma pleaded with, attempting to kneel, but his body had expanded to such a degree that bending was no longer an option. In response to his entreaties, remained unmoved, not even glancing in his direction. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Tagma's entire form detonated, transforming into a violet mist of blood that sprayed outward. Except for, everyone else was splattered with this sanguine essence. Now, may I finally receive a proper answer to my inquiries? Mo Yuan gazed at Solb with an impassive expression. He felt no moral burden whatsoever in eliminating these individuals. My lord. Solb suddenly dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the ground, utterly unable to meet Mo Yuan's gaze. It was only upon witnessing the colossal divine dragon a few days prior that we realized the existence of the Dragon Balls here. Observing Solb's submission, the other soldiers, without uttering a word, laid down their weapons and followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Their sole strength lay in their unwavering loyalty, a quality that had enabled them to survive amidst relentless pursuit for so long. Oh, so that is how it is. Mo Yuan did not anticipate that it was the divine dragon he summoned a few days prior that had led them here. How many soldiers remain in Frisia's army? Inquired once more. My lord, everyone is already here, Solb replied with his head bowed, his tone filled with utmost reverence, daring not to conceal a single truth. His words astonished. He had not anticipated that in just a few short years, Frisia's power would be so thoroughly eroded. My lord, we are willing to pledge our allegiance to you, and we hope you will accept us. Solb raised his gaze to, his eyes ablaze with fervor. For Solb, it was merely a quest for a stronghold. After Frisia's demise, he had assumed command of Frisia's legion. Initially, he reveled in the authority he wielded, commanding respect and fear. Enveloped in the intoxication of power, he had never considered the possibility of resurrecting Frisia. However, after enduring the harsh realities of society, he came to realize that the Legion's dominance over the universe was not merely due to its numbers but rather because of Frisia's formidable presence. Over the years, the Legion had disbanded, and he found himself like a dog in the rain, subjected to relentless blows. He had grown weary of such a life. Thus, upon witnessing the dragon, he believed he had grasped a lifeline. If Frisia were resurrected, he could regain his former stature, albeit with an additional figure looming above him, which was a far preferable scenario compared to his current plight. Nonetheless, the emergence of made it clear to him that seeking the Dragon Balls to revive Frisia was now an impossibility. Indeed, even their survival beyond the solar system was uncertain. In a bid for survival, he resolved to serve under. Chapter 72. The Celestial Empire inside the spaceship. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Mo Yuan gazed down upon Solb, who knelt before him. A subtle yet formidable aura emanated from his being, rendering Solb utterly motionless, as an intangible pressure caused beads of sweat to form upon his brow. This psychological strain was even more terrifying than that inflicted by Frisia. Frisia embodied the essence of a tyrant, his merciless and violent presence sending chills down one's spine, invoking dread and trepidation. In contrast, Mo Yuan resembled a supreme sovereign, unwittingly exuding an authority that compelled one to submit to his will. Mo Yuan stroked his chin in contemplation. Accepting the words of this group would surely mean that no one would attempt to resurrect Frisia in the future. Of course, eliminating these individuals now would yield the same outcome. He pondered for a considerable time, ultimately resolved to accept this group of individuals. After all, the cosmos harbors numerous resources unattainable on Earth. He could leverage these people to generate wealth within the universe, exchanging it for rare resources or martial arts from other planets. As for the means to procure these cosmic resources, contemplated two promising strategies. The first involved the exquisite cuisine of Earth. The realm of Dragon Ball is evidently one lacking in culinary delights. Even the ancient deities, Beerus the Destroyer and Whis the Angel, find themselves enraptured by the delectable dishes of Earth, lingering over their flavors with awe. The ordinary populace would be even more captivated. Thus, if Earth's gastronomy were to be introduced throughout the universe, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune. The second strategy pertained to a form of technology entirely absent in the cosmos, Bulma's remarkable capsules. Earth's technological advancement has been sporadic at best. Among its pinnacle inventions are the multifunctional capsules, time machines, and Dr. Gero's android technology. These innovations are unparalleled throughout the universe. However, there exists a significant gap in technological progression. Prior to the alien invasion, they were unable to even construct spacecraft. The multifunctional capsules possess the potential to exert tremendous influence, whether in warfare or daily life, affording immense convenience. Therefore, should engage in the trade of these capsules, he too could amass considerable wealth. Rise, stated calmly. Solb lifted his gaze, excitement illuminating his features as he inquired, "My lord, do you truly wish to accept us?" Mo Yuan nodded slightly. "I can accept you." Upon hearing this, Solbei was filled with joy. However, Mo Yuan's tone shifted abruptly as he sternly declared, "Should you dare to harbor any treachery, I assure you, your demise will be far more tragic than that of the unfortunate soul from earlier." A chilling aura instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably, too frightened to even breathe. Nevertheless, Mo Yuan reigned in his aura, adopting a demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. "If you can serve me diligently," he continued, "I shall ensure that you are amply rewarded." A collective sigh of relief escaped from the crowd. "My lord, no, my king. You may rest assured that we will devote ourselves wholeheartedly to your service, and we would never dare to entertain any disloyalty." Solbei was the first to pledge his loyalty, with the other soldiers promptly echoing his sentiments. "Rest easy, my king. We are entirely faithful. Should anyone dare to betray you, we will not wait for your hand to intervene. We shall flay him ourselves." "Indeed, my king, he speaks the truth." Mo Yuan nodded with considerable satisfaction. "Very well." As began to speak, a profound silence enveloped the entire assembly, with every gaze fixed upon him in anticipation of his words. "Please, share your current circumstances," he urged, directing his attention towards. "My lord," replied, "we find ourselves gathered here, yet our former territories have been usurped by others. Initially, we had intended to resurrect and reclaim what was lost." With a sense of trepidation, laid bare the entirety of their plight. Mo Yuan nodded and said, "Very well. I now entrust you with a task. Your Majesty, please speak." "We assure you that we will accomplish the mission," Solb declared, thumping his chest with a resounding promise. Cast a glance at him and said, "Reclaim all the territory we once held." "What? This?" Suddenly, Solbei's confidence waned, and his voice grew feeble. If they were capable of overcoming their foes, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. "Rest assured, I shall assist you," assured him. Upon hearing these words, Solbei hesitated slightly. "My lord, their power is formidable. They possess millions, even tens of millions of combatants. Even if Frisia were to resurrect, I could easily crush him," stated nonchalantly. Solbei's heart sank at this revelation. Although he was unaware of the true extent of Frisia's strength, he had long believed it to be merely 50,000. Yet, since Frisia's demise, those factions long suppressed by him had begun to surface, many of which boasted warriors with combat prowess in the millions and even tens of millions. It was then that Solbei realized Frisia's might was undoubtedly far beyond 50,000. Otherwise, how could he have kept such powerful beings in check? However, claimed he could effortlessly eliminate Frisia. Just how immense must his power be? Sobe harbored no doubts regarding his assertions. The thought of finally having a formidable ally filled Sobe with uncontainable excitement. "My lord, when shall we commence our operations?" he exclaimed, eager to unleash the frustrations that had accumulated over these past days. "Let us depart immediately," commanded. At his decree, everyone moved with remarkable order, their faces illuminated by exuberant smiles. At that moment, a thought struck Solbay. He knelt before on one knee and said, "My lord, please grant a name to our faction." "Indeed." Imo Yuan pondered for a moment before declaring with solemnity, "We shall call it the Celestial Empire." Imo Yuan prepared to establish a prosperous era belonging to the Celestial Empire within this Dragon Ball world. "Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire!" Solbay raised his hand, vociferously proclaiming these two words. Inspired by his fervor, everyone else raised their hands and joined in the resounding chorus. "Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire! Celestial Empire!" In an instant, the spaceship was filled with a cacophony of voices. After addressing these matters, left a doppelganger aboard the spaceship before returning to Earth. This doppelganger was an enhancement derived from Tianjin Fan's four-body fist technique. Possessing half of his usual combat prowess, this manifestation is uniquely capable of enduring for an extended duration. It will persist unless its power is entirely expended or chooses to dispel it. Chapter 73. The twins' time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this period utilized a vast array of extraterrestrial technology acquired from Solb to exchange for the universal capsule technology with Dr. Briff. However, the universal capsules produced by shall not be sold on Earth. They will exclusively be available on planets beyond its confines. This marks a mutually beneficial collaboration, leaving Dr. Briff with no reason to decline, as he had never contemplated expanding his company to extraterrestrial realms. Although the alien technologies provided by may not surpass the universal capsule technology in quality, they are abundant and represent some of the most advanced technologies in the cosmos. Furthermore, the medical instruments contained within hold a value that, in certain respects, rivals that of the universal capsules, as they could be deemed a more modest version of the miraculous being. Simultaneously, with the assistance of his avatars, Solb swiftly reclaimed his former territory. The most formidable forces consisted merely of a handful of powerful beings with battle prowess in the range of 30 to 40 million. After facing a few blows from his avatars, they met their demise, with the avatars expending minimal energy in the process. Before long, a faction known as the Celestial Empire began to rise in prominence within the Northern Galaxy. Upon regaining their territory, refrained from allowing them to revert to their previous ways of pillaging and selling planets. Instead, he began to assimilate weaker nations, acquiring resources through fair taxation. In return, they would ensure the protection of these smaller nations from the encroachments of other forces. Compared to rival factions, the Celestial Empire's resource demands were exceedingly modest. Consequently, countless smaller nations flocked to align themselves with the Celestial Empire. Other factions, intimidated by its burgeoning might, could only watch helplessly as their own influence dwindled, unable to voice their frustrations. With Frisia's demise, the remaining strongest factions had been vanquished by the Celestial Empire. The remnants of these factions could scarcely produce a single warrior with combat strength exceeding 1 million. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to rise against the Celestial Empire? Many factions began to entertain thoughts of retreat, as they found themselves devoid of income. Without resources, how could they sustain their numerous subordinates? Gradually, they contemplated whether it might be prudent to withdraw from the Northern Galaxy and seek their fortunes elsewhere. Moreover, as the Celestial Empire continued to thrive, it was conceivable that one day it would annihilate them. After all, beneath the same roof, who could afford to slumber undisturbed? They understand this principle as well. Hence, they neither dare nor wish to wager their lives. Gradually, with the advancement of the Celestial Empire, numerous factions quietly departed from the Northern Galaxy. Following the rise of the Celestial Empire, the frequency of warfare in the Northern Galaxy diminished, with the Celestial Empire serving as a vital link. Direct connections were established among various nations and planets. Under the impetus of the Celestial Empire, they embarked on a journey of free trade. The universal adhesive capsules began to gradually permeate the vast market of the cosmos. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. On Earth, Lazili languidly reclined on the sofa. Perhaps due to the gradual expansion of her belly, she had become increasingly lethargic. After satisfying her hunger, she felt drowsy, preferring to lie down rather than move. Additionally, she experienced a peculiar and heightened sense of hunger. Remarkably, since her transformation into an artificial being, she had seldom felt the pangs of hunger. Yet now, she unmistakably sensed the emptiness within her abdomen. Perhaps the child within her was absorbing many of her nutrients, compelling her to frequently replenish her sustenance. Sister-in-law, it is time to eat. Mo Yuan emerged from the kitchen, several plates, and a clay pot floating beside him. Lazili was nearing her due date, prompting Mo Yuan to forego his training and remain at home to care for her. He placed the meal on the table before Lazili and gently assisted her in sitting up from the sofa. "You are truly wonderful, my dear," Lazili exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Mo Yuan's neck and planting a fervent kiss upon his cheek, finishing with a playful nibble. A small strawberry suddenly appeared on Mo Yuan's face. As Lazili gazed at the charming fruit adorning Mo Yuan's handsome visage, her eyes involuntarily transformed into two crescent moons. What could be the cause of such joy? Mo Yuan served Lazili a bowl of fish soup and, observing her delightful smile, felt somewhat perplexed. How could one not be happy with such a handsome and wonderful husband? Lazili took a sip of the delectable fish soup, her smile radiating sweetness. Mo Yuan raised his brow slightly and, with a hint of narcissism, remarked, "Indeed, I too believe I am extraordinarily handsome. Such vanity. A few compliments and he becomes so elated." "Of course," Mo Yuan replied proudly, "these praises come directly from my wife, who is not only exceptionally intelligent, but also possesses an innate beauty that could eclipse the moon and make flowers shy away. Her grace and charm are unparalleled, enchanting all who behold her. How could I not be elated?" The cascade of flattery from Mo Yuan left Lazili feeling somewhat bashful. She seized a generous piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, effectively silencing him. "Close your mouth," she exclaimed, after swallowing the morsel of meat. Wore a look of sheer ecstasy and exclaimed, "The flavor of the meat fed to me by my beloved is simply unparalleled. It is truly delectable." No sooner had he spoken these words than once again filled his mouth with several more pieces of meat, packing it to the brim. Mo Yuan chewed for a while, and just as he was about to speak after swallowing the morsel, his mouth was once again filled to capacity. Welcomed every morsel offered by Lazili, relishing each bite. However, he realized that such a feast could not be enjoyed in solitude. Thus, while accepting Lazili's generous offerings, he reciprocated by feeding her as well. Gradually, they completed their meal, indulging in this mutual feeding. After dining, wrapped his arm around Lazili's shoulder as they settled on the sofa. Lazili rested her head against his shoulder, caressing her round belly, her face radiating bliss. "Darling, I can feel them kicking," she said. Indeed, within her womb lay a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. "Is that so?" Gently placed his hand on her belly. Indeed, he could distinctly feel the movements within. "Does it hurt?" he asked, concern etched on his face. Lazili shook her head, her voice soft. "It's bearable, just a little discomfort. This little rascal dares to make my wife endure such hardship. I shall certainly teach him a lesson when he arrives," declared with indignation. Just as Lazili was about to respond, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, her face instantly pale, beads of sweat forming rapidly. "Darling, I think I may be going into labor," she gasped. Mo Yuan anxiously lifted her into his arms and instantly transported them to the hospital. He had already made arrangements on that side, ensuring that as soon as he arrived, she would be promptly attended to for childbirth. Mo Yuan followed Lazili into the delivery room, offering her comfort by her side. Observing the pallor of Lazili's face as she endured the pain, Mo Yuan felt a profound sense of distress within him. Just this once. Resolved that this would be their final child, unwilling to subject to further suffering. Several hours later, the two children were born successfully. However, paid them little attention, as his own innate power continuously flowed into, aiding in the restoration of her body from the toll of childbirth. Under the nurturing influence of this energy, S complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her pain began to dissipate. "My dear husband, allow me to see the children," she implored, having regained some strength as she sat up from the bed. Eager to behold her offspring, approached the nearby crib and gently lifted his two children, marking the first occasion he laid eyes upon his offspring. He sensed an extraordinary connection between them, perhaps the profound bond of blood. Unlike typical newborns, whose skin is often wrinkled, his children possessed smooth, tender skin reminiscent of jelly, and they were undeniably adorable. Each child bore the distinctive traits of, with small horns adorning the sides of their heads and tiny tails at their backs. The boy's hair was a golden hue, mirroring that of, and his tail matched in color. The girl's hair, however, was a milky white, with her tail reflecting the same ethereal shade. How utterly charming! Upon gazing at these two little ones, was reminded of her first encounter with, as they shared an equal measure of cuteness that melted her heart. She felt that the hardships endured over the past 10 months had not been in vain. They had long settled upon names for their children. The girl was named, and the boy was called. Chapter 74. The true conditions for activating the bloodline with the arrival of their two children, and experienced a profound transformation in their lives. My dear husband, I wish I could return them. In the stillness of the night, cradled the golden-haired infant boy, casting a wistful glance at. Since the birth of their children, their marital life had been nearly non-existent, and every endeavor they undertook had to be executed in secrecy. Mo Yuan held his daughter tightly, lost in contemplation. What is the true purpose of bringing a child into this world? How can these two children be made to vanish at the appropriate moment? A revelation struck him. As the brilliance of inspiration flickered within Mo Yuan, he conceived a brilliant idea. Latsili tilted her head, gazing at the excited Mo Yuan with a look of bewilderment, unaware of the reasoning behind his enthusiasm. Mo Yuan gently took Mo Tianlin from Latsili's embrace. After a brief fluctuation in space, Mo Yuan embraced two children and vanished from sight. After a while, he reappeared. Yet the two children he had once held were nowhere to be found. Where are the children? A knowing smile curled at the corners of Mo Yuan's lips. They have gone to where they belong. Upon hearing this, Latsili seemed to comprehend something, revealing a mischievous smile akin to that of a little imp. My lady, it is late. It is time to rest. Ma Yuan gazed intently at Lazili's delicate form, his eyes sparkling with desire. Following the birth of their child, Lazili's figure had become even more voluptuous. Indeed, every curve seemed to know precisely where to settle. The now-grown little bunny was increasingly mischievous, bounding about and disrupting Ma Yuan's thoughts, driving him into a state of distraction. Lazili, her cheeks flushed, gently lifted the corner of the blanket, gazing at him with a tender look. Their eyes met, hearts intertwined, and an unspoken understanding enveloped them. Lazili lightly tapped Ma Yuan's head, playfully lamenting, tomorrow, the child will have to go hungry. Mo Yuan lifted his head nonchalantly and assured, do not worry, with their uncle around. They shall not go hungry. Lazili could only roll her eyes in exasperation. After all, he was the husband she had chosen for herself. What could she do but indulge him? Let out a mischievous smile. The long sword had been unsheathed for several months, its blade now dull and lackluster. It was time to return it to its sheath for maintenance. The day the sword is sheathed once more, the knight shall return, on a distant island. Gazed in bewilderment at the two infants cradled in his arms, momentarily at a loss. He could only recall being fast asleep in his bed when suddenly a figure appeared, and he found himself holding two heavy little ones. Beside the bed lay a heap of baby supplies, reminiscent of diapers. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Your niece and nephew miss you dearly. They insisted on visiting you at this late hour. I am sure you long for them as well. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shan't intrude further. Farewell. Damn it. Nearly ground his teeth to dust, seething. I am going to kill you. An aura of ferocity radiated from him, and suddenly, the skies above the island darkened, thunder rumbled, and tumultuous waves crashed upon the sea, fierce winds howling. The resounding thunderclap echoed deafeningly. The two infants in S arms were jolted awake by the thunder, wailing, Calm down. Uncle will take you to play with delightful things in an instant. The storm clouds dispersed, and the sea returned to tranquility, as though everything that transpired was merely an illusion. With his imposing demeanor diminished, made silly faces, flustered as he attempted to soothe the two children. At that moment, he felt utterly drained. He would have preferred to engage in a clash of muscles with, a contest between men. A sudden pang of nostalgia forstruck him. If he were present, he could help share the burden of one child. Alas, he had come to realize that unless it was during a crucial moment of training, would invariably retreat home as night fell, no matter the attempts to restrain him. As for 16, he had vanished in search of nearly extinct species unbeknownst to him. The two children were nearing their first year of life. The dragon ball hanging from S' neck had returned to its original state, no longer resembling a mere stone. Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish. After the last playful encounter with the dragon, Mo Yuan reverted the spell back to its original form. The magnificent dragon reappeared, and Mo Yuan's family of 4 found themselves at the heart of this majestic creature. The two children gazed in awe at the imposing dragon, waving their little arms with delight. Had they not been held by Mo Yuan, these little ones would have flown straight towards it. Speak your wishes, whatever desires you harbor. I can fulfill them, resonated a powerful voice throughout the space. Razali had long contemplated her wish. This time, she yearned for the ability to absorb vital energy, hoping to awaken her own bloodline. Please grant me the power to absorb vital energy. Upon hearing Razali's wish, the dragon's eyes sparkled with golden light. After a moment, the dragon's voice echoed once more, I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill this wish. Razali was not particularly surprised by this outcome. She had anticipated it, yet felt a twinge of disappointment. Razali inquired further, then, can you activate the bloodline within me? The dragon shook its head, responding, I regret to inform you that I cannot grant this wish either. With a sigh of resignation, Razali felt a sense of loss. At that moment, the dragon spoke again. Though I cannot activate your bloodline, you possess the means to do so yourself, for you already hold the key. The key? Razali questioned, puzzled. The dragon nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The activation of a human's bloodline on Earth requires more than just vital energy. It necessitates higher energy as a key. Vital energy is merely one key, not the sole one. High-level energy? Could it be? A glimmer of hope flickered in Razali's eyes as a translucent energy materialized in her hand. Under the influence of this energy, the space around her began to warp. Spatial energy. Razali, endowed with exceptional spatial talent, could easily perceive this energy. Ever since she had mastered teleportation, she had been exploring the utilization of spatial energy. However, she had not anticipated that spatial energy could also serve as a key to awaken her bloodline. It seems you have grasped the concept. Indeed. As long as you allow your bloodline to absorb sufficient spatial energy, it will naturally awaken. Well then, your wishes have been granted. With that, the dragon transformed into light once more and vanished. The Moy family returned once more to their estate. It was evident that the divine dragon perceived this matter as a wish of Lazili. The petrified dragon pearl floated gently into Lazili's hands. She carefully embedded the stone orb into her necklace and fastened it around her neck. In Chapter 75, the two little creatures of transformation, the dragon and the little ones, Mo Chinin and Mo Tianlin, were filled with disappointment as the divine dragon vanished. At less than a year old, they could articulate a few simple words. Observing the two little ones pouting, they appeared on the verge of tears. Mo Yuan swiftly conjured a purple divine dragon with his breath. Qin, Tianlin. Do you see what that is? The two little ones, upon witnessing the dragon soaring through the sky, instantly beamed with joy. Long clapped his hands, babbling in delight. And then both children soared out from Mo Yuan's embrace. These two little beings, inherently endowed with a formidable combat prowess, found flight as effortless as quenching their thirst. Engaged in playful antics with the divine dragon, their joyous frolic lasting for several hours. As dusk approached, he reluctantly decided to call the majestic creature back. However, the two children appeared insatiable, still yearning for more playtime. Ultimately, it was only after promise to join them in their revelry once again the following day that they reluctantly acquiesced to parting. Reclined upon the bed, soothing two children to slumber. Upon learning the conditions necessary to awaken her bloodline, eagerly embarked on her training, expressing her desire to activate her lineage as soon as possible. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for the two little ones fell upon shoulders. With preoccupied, he resolved to ensure that the children would momentarily forget about their uncle for the night. Interjected, listen to me, thank you. After half an hour of gentle coaxing, finally succeeded in lulling the two children to sleep. Mo Yuan gazed at the two children lying beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself and Lotzi Li. And an involuntary smile of happiness graced his face. Since arriving in this world, he had acquired friends, family, and now his own children. If his parents were to know, they would surely rejoice for him. Lost in such thoughts, Mo Yuan gradually drifted into slumber. The night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, and the luminous moon cast a gentle glow, enveloping the earth in a delicate veil of light. Under the cloak of night, everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious. Suddenly, a peculiar surge of energy jolted Mo Yuan awake. He opened his eyes to find the entire room illuminated, as if it were midday, awash in a brilliant light. The source of this radiance was none other than the two little ones lying on either side of him. Mo Chinin and Mo Tianlin were enveloped in a radiant glow. Mo Yuan was unable to discern what transpired within the radiance. My dear husband, what is happening? What has occurred? Sensing the surge of energy, Lotzi Li promptly ceased her cultivation and instantly teleported back. Upon witnessing the two luminous entities on the bed, Lotzi Li felt a surge of anxiety. Mo Yuan gently clasped Lotzi Li's shoulders, his palm softly patting her as he reassured her, "Do not fret, although the circumstances remain unclear. I sense that this may not be a misfortune." However, Lotzi Li remained unable to ease her mind, her gaze fixed upon the two luminous orbs, her brow furrowed in concern and trepidation. Yet, she dared not act impulsively, fearing unforeseen consequences. After all, they were her children, and despite Mo Yuan's verbal reassurances, he too harbored a deep-seated anxiety, apprehensive about their welfare. Even though he maintained an open mind, the intricacies of the situation eluded his comprehension. Nevertheless, he could sense an extraordinary transformation occurring within them, as if they were undergoing a metamorphosis. Minutes slipped by, and the radiance enveloping the two children gradually began to dissipate. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li opened their eyes wide, fixating intently, not daring to blink. Soon, the radiance completely dissipated. Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li finally managed to discern the scene before them. Upon taking a closer look at the bed, they were momentarily stunned. The two children who once lay there were no longer visible. In their stead were two magnificent dragons, each measuring half a meter in length, adorned with shimmering scales and possessing 4 formidable claws. One dragon was a resplendent white, while the other gleamed in a golden hue. Through their essence, Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li could unmistakably sense that these dragons were indeed their offspring. The white dragon was their sister, Mo Qinin, and the golden dragon was their brother, Mo Tianlin. Lotzi Li, pointing a finger at Mo Yuan, inquired with a dazed expression, "Are these two dragons our children?" Mo Yuan, equally astonished, nodded slowly, "It appears so. If all goes as expected." Given the scion blood coursing through his veins, Mo Yuan had once contemplated the possibility of transforming into a gorilla. However, after numerous full moons, he observed no changes whatsoever. He had believed that such a transformation was beyond his capabilities. Now, it seemed that perhaps he too could undergo a metamorphosis, but not into a gorilla. Rather, into a divine dragon. It appeared that after the merging of bloodlines, both his transformation method and form had undergone a remarkable evolution. The mere thought of becoming a dragon filled Mo Yuan with exhilaration, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. However, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment to indulge in such thoughts. Mo Yuan endeavored to suppress the stirrings of his heart. He then lifted the two little divine dragons from the bed. These two small creatures slumbered as soundly as if they were dead. Even as Mo Yuan turned them over in his hands, they showed no sign of awakening. However, Mo Yuan harbored a lingering question. How could he restore them to their original form? "My dear, they won't remain like this forever, will they?" Lotzi Li evidently shared Mo Yuan's concern. Though their dragon forms were undeniably majestic, there was an oddity to it that felt somewhat unsettling. Mo Yuan shook his head and said, "It is impossible. It must be reversible. I merely do not yet comprehend the process of transformation. Once I grasp the method of metamorphosis, I shall also understand how to revert it." Maintained a considerable calmness. After all, unlike ordinary scions, their transformation did not drive them into a frenzy of indiscriminate aggression. Clearly, this metamorphosis did not impair their faculties. Nevertheless, in the interest of caution, both and resolved to keep watch over them, waiting until they awakened without issue before determining the next course of action. It is a characteristic of children to possess an extraordinary capacity for slumber. They did not rouse until well past 10 o'clock the following morning. Mo Tianlin slowly opened his drowsy eyes. Upon noticing the little white dragon lying beside him, all remnants of sleep vanished, and his previously hazy gaze became radiant. The little white dragon, Mo Qinin, upon hearing her brother's call, instantly awoke. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the intense gaze of a small golden dragon. Long, the two dragons exchanged perplexed glances, for they had recognized a familiar voice emanating from one another. The two little creatures, displaying expressions of confusion, cautiously approached each other. Raising their tiny paws, they tentatively touched one another. It seemed as though they had discovered something significant, and both dragons quickly retreated, astonished by the revelation. Initially, there was concern, but upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the two little beings, Lotzi Li and Mo Yuan could not help but burst into laughter. "Papa, Mama." The two dragons soared into their parents' embrace, pointing at each other and babbling indistinctly, as if to voice their grievances. Mo Yuan brought the two bickering dragons before the mirror, and upon seeing their reflections, they finally comprehended the transformation that had occurred. They had become divine dragons. The little creatures' eyes sparkled with wonder. How splendid! In their excitement, The two little beings wriggled free from Mo Yuan's grasp and soared through the window. Mo Yuan initially contemplated inquiring about their transformation. However, after some reflection, he decided against it. After all, they were merely two children who had yet to reach the tender age of one, struggling to articulate their thoughts. It was likely that any questions posed would yield little insight. Mo Yuan could only rely on his own research. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he remained utterly perplexed, making no discernible progress. As evening descended, he encountered two little dragons lost in their play and unaware of their way home. He inquired, Qin, Tian Lin, "Can you revert to your original forms?" The two little creatures tilted their heads, bewildered by their father's peculiar request. Surely, their current appearance was nothing short of fabulous. However, more importantly, they were at a complete loss as to how to transform back. The two little dragons lay on the ground, one paw supporting its chin, lost in deep thought. This dilemma was evidently beyond their comprehension. Their tiny minds brimmed with a multitude of questions. How to revert? That was indeed a conundrum. The two little heads whirred with activity. Though they did not grasp the concept, they resolved to ponder it further. As they contemplated, their gazes gradually lost focus. And then slowly, their eyes fluttered shut. Mo Yuan, am I asleep? Observing the two little dragons sprawled on the ground in charming slumber, a bead of sweat formed on Mo Yuan's forehead. Sighing, he shook his head, covering his forehead in resignation. Well, I shall delve into this matter on my own. No longer shall I dwell on this issue. Mo Yuan was just about to take these two little ones home when, suddenly, a faint glow emanated from their bodies. This phenomenon was strikingly reminiscent of last night. Mo Yuan extended his finger, gently resting it upon them, attuning himself to the transformations within their beings. A unique energy emanated from the core of their bodies, coursing throughout their entire forms. Indeed, much like Shalu, they too possessed a core within. For ordinary individuals, vital organs such as the heart and brain are of utmost importance. Yet, for them, these organs are not critical. Even if the heart were to rupture or the brain were to shatter, as long as the core remains intact, they can restore themselves in an instant. However, their core differs from that of Shalu. Theirs manifests as a luminous orb. The orb of Mo Yuan shimmers in a resplendent shade of purple and gold, while the orb belonging to Mo Tianlin radiates a brilliant golden hue. In contrast, the orb of Mo Qinin gleams in a delicate shade of milky white. Presently, Mo Yuan contemplates the possibility of designating this orb as the dragon orb. Soon, the energy within the core envelopes the two little beings, and under the radiant glow, they gradually revert to their human forms. Intriguingly, these two little beings are still adorned in the pajamas they wore during the previous night's slumber. Unlike the Scions, who lose an entire outfit with each transformation. This is undoubtedly a piece of delightful news. Lifted the two children from the ground, and, utilizing instantaneous movement, transported them back home. He had already grasped the method of transformation. There was no need to rush. Returning home first was paramount. At home, Lazili had nearly finished preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting the return of the two little ones to commence the meal. She wondered whether they had reverted to their original forms yet. Lazili still found their human shapes to be exceedingly adorable and endearing. Their soft, plush bodies made holding them a delightful experience. "Sister, we are back." The familiar voices resonated through the air. Mo Yuan suddenly appeared beside Lazili, cradling two small figures. With a soft thud, the little ones were tossed onto the sofa. They lay there, bottoms up, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Under ordinary circumstances, one would never throw a child like that. Yet, these two were no ordinary children. With a staggering combat power of 1 million, not even a missile could harm them, let alone a simple fall. Lazili's face lit up with joy upon seeing the two little ones transformed back into their human forms. Her adorable little darlings had returned. Why were they called little darlings? Because in her heart, her beloved would always be her most cherished one. Even these two pieces of her heart could only take a back seat. "Honey, how did they change back?" she inquired. "Well," Mo Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "I just asked them if they could transform back." Lazili responded, "And then they did it on their own?" Nodded, and then shook his head. What could it mean? Lazili felt somewhat bewildered. After I inquired, they began to ponder, and as they contemplated, they drifted off to sleep, reverting to their former selves, just as they had the night before. Lazili was momentarily at a loss for words. After all this time, they still did not comprehend how to control their transformations. After a brief pause, she asked, "So they transform when they fall asleep?" "Not quite." With a contemplative touch to his chin, continued, I have now grasped the intricacies of transformation, and I shall gradually teach them how to manage it. Moreover, should they be unable to control it, I can assist them in reverting. That is reassuring. Having heard words, Lotsili felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, the two called the two little ones, who were dozing on the sofa, to join them for a meal. These little ones had already learned to eat, their teeth remarkably strong, as they gnawed directly on the meat. Initially, and Lotsili were concerned that their bodies might not withstand it, but soon discovered there was no issue at all, allowing them to eat freely. Once they mastered the art of eating, they naturally weaned themselves off milk. However, due to their premature weaning, Lotsili found herself with an excess of milk. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, was left to bear the consequences. The following day, Imo Yuan traveled to a desolate planet in a distant star system, far removed from the solar system, to prepare for his transformation. He had thoroughly comprehended the intricacies of the metamorphosis, yet he harbored a sense of trepidation, believing that his transformation might not be as straightforward as it had been for the two children. Thus, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he chose this isolated location for his initial metamorphosis into a dragon. The planet's temperature was exceedingly low, plummeting below -200 degrees. However, Imo Yuan paid no heed to this frigid climate. It bore no influence over him whatsoever. He seated himself upon the ground, calming his mind, and began to commune with the unique power residing within his core. Streams of energy surged forth from his core, coursing through every corner of his being. A radiant violet light emanated from him, enveloping Imo Yuan in a cocoon of luminescence. Imo Yuan felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, akin to being immersed in soothing waters. However, unbeknownst to him, the cocoon of light surrounding him was expanding at a terrifying pace. Minutes passed, and the luminous cocoon gradually began to dissipate. Imo Yuan opened his eyes, feeling a tightness lodged in his throat, an urge to expel it for solace. With a roar, though sound could not traverse the vacuum, one could perceive immense, invisible ripples emanating from his mouth, expanding outward. In their wake, all things, meteors and stars, were obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. Once he released that pent-up breath, Imo Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Refreshing. As he composed himself, he realized he was no longer on the planet he had just left. Instead, he found himself adrift in the vastness of space. To his astonishment, he noticed that around his body were not mere beads, but rather colossal celestial bodies. Imo Yuan opened his heart's eye and, with a divine perspective, beheld his present self. A purple dragon, comparable in size to the divine dragon he summoned with the Dragon Balls, materialized before his gaze. Its dimensions were scarcely larger than that of his fingertip, dwarfed by the enormity of the ordinary planet. With each movement of Imo Yuan's colossal form, several celestial bodies in proximity were shattered into oblivion. Witnessing this spectacle, he felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had not transformed on Earth. Had he done so, his immense physique would have obliterated the entire solar system. Chapter 77, Dragon Night. In the boundless expanse of the universe, a magnificent purple dragon soared through countless star realms with breathtaking speed. Wherever the dragon traversed, it stirred formidable cosmic tempests. Countless planets were cast adrift from their orbits by the storm, causing the entire star system to disintegrate in an instant. Imo Yuan soared freely through the starry sky, embodying the exhilarating sensation of a dragon returning to the vast ocean. The entire universe resembled an immense sea, allowing him to gallop at will. Suddenly, Imo Yuan pondered a dilemma. His physique was rather imposing, making it impossible to engage in playful activities with the two children in dragon form. He needed to devise a means to reduce his size. Without hesitation, he set about to do so, came to a halt in the void. He focused his mind and summoned a unique energy, endeavoring to diminish his physical form. Soon, he discovered the means to shrink. Before long, his colossal body, which was 1,000 times larger than the solar system, swiftly contracted. In a brief moment, he reduced himself to a mere 2 meters in length. Observing his newly diminished stature, nodded in satisfaction. He sensed the spatial node of his home and, in an instant, vanished from the void. A surge of spatial fluctuations rippled through the air. A 2-meter-long purple divine dragon materialized beside, who was presently entertaining 2 little divine dragons. These 2 little beings had already mastered the art of transformation, capable of altering their forms at any given moment. The sudden appearance of Imo Yuan instantly captivated their attention. Husband? Daddy? A radiant light enveloped Imo Yuan, and in an instant, he transformed back into his human form. He had mastered the art of instantaneous metamorphosis, unlike the first time when it required a moment's effort. "Daddy, so handsome!" exclaimed the siblings, their eyes sparkling with delight as they rushed toward him, each wrapping their arms around one of his. "Daddy, transform into a dragon, so handsome!" Their eager voices chimed incessantly. "Very well. I shall become a dragon and play with you," Mo Yuan said, gazing affectionately at the two little ones with a smile. "Your joy is paramount, while I possess nothing." From the side, Lazili watched the heartwarming scene of familial affection, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring for her attention, and now they seemed to disregard her entirely, leaving her feeling quite forlorn. Hearing her unspoken sentiments, Mo Yuan's heart tightened. He gently released the children and swiftly stepped to Lazili's side, wrapping his arms around her slender waist with practiced ease. "My dear wife, would you like to experience being a dragon knight, perhaps?" "Dragon knight?" Lazili keenly seized upon the key phrase. A slip of the tongue, just a slip. Mo Yuan chuckled, attempting to divert the conversation. Lazili, however, did not take it to heart. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, "Ride you? Would that be inappropriate?" Mo Yuan leaned closer to Lazili's ear, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "We are already an old married couple. This is not the first time you have ridden me. When did I ever ride?" Lazili's retort was abruptly silenced, as if a sudden realization struck her. Her delicate visage flushed a shade of pink, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. "The image of her sister-in-law galloping with grace last night was deeply etched in my heart. Every recollection of it would inevitably lead to..." Silence. Embarrassing scenes surged in Lazili's mind. Overwhelmed with both shame and anger, she hastily covered Mo Yuan's mouth, desperate to prevent him from continuing. Otherwise, she feared she might find a crevice to hide within. Mo Yuan chuckled softly, gently removing the hand that Lazili had placed over his mouth. He then inquired, "Will you ride?" "I will," Lazili replied through gritted teeth, gazing at him fiercely. Mo Chin-in and Mo Tan-lin exchanged glances, their youthful innocence rendering them perplexed by the discourse of their parents. It appeared to them that a quarrel was unfolding. Their mother's expression was one of evident anger, while their father seemed to wear a cheerful demeanor. The intricacies of adulthood eluded their understanding. In each other's eyes, they discerned a shared sentiment. The adult world is truly difficult to comprehend. "Come along, children, let us play," Mo Yuan called out to them, transforming into his dragon form. He enlarged his stature slightly to ensure that Lazili would be comfortable as she sat upon him. He turned his head to gently advise her. "I am quite large, so hold on tightly to avoid slipping off." With that, he became a streak of light and soared through the doorway. Mo Chin-in and Mo Tan-lin, upon realizing that their parents had left, could no longer afford to ponder other matters. The two transformed into their dragon forms and hastily pursued them. Light years beyond the solar system lies a realm of shadowy stars. In this domain, devoid of any celestial bodies, darkness reigns perpetually, rendering it nearly devoid of illumination. However, in stark contrast to the usual gloom, today this starry expanse radiates an extraordinary brightness. Countless planets erupt in a spectacular display, transforming the somber void into a vibrant festival of fireworks. Streams of light dart between the planets, occasionally colliding in brilliant bursts. Often, energy projectiles are unleashed from these luminous trails. Should an unfortunate planet be struck, it would join the ranks of the fireworks, momentarily illuminating this dark cosmos. These streams of light are none other than Mo Yuan, Lapis, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta. Recently, Mo Yuan acquired a technique known as the inner breath skill through his influence in the Celestial Empire, a method that bestows upon its practitioners the vital ability to exist within the cosmos. After imparted this martial art to Sun Wukong and his companions, they relocated their training grounds to the vast expanse of the universe. After all, on Earth, they could hardly unleash their full potential. Each training session was fraught with caution, fearing that a single misstep might devastate the solar system. Over the course of the past 2 years, S combat prowess surged from a staggering 1.4 billion to an astounding 10 billion, and upon transformation, his battle strength reached a terrifying height of 1 trillion, or 1 million. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong also experienced significant enhancements in their combat capabilities, achieving a standard battle power of 5 billion. The potential of Gohan proved to be formidable, as his training over these 2 years allowed him to surpass Sun Wukong, attaining a battle power of 6 billion, outstripping both Sun Wukong and Vegeta by an impressive 1 billion. Notably, it was Vegeta who first transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. seizing the opportunity to relentlessly dominate Sun Wukong and Labbies for several days. Following this rigorous encounter, Labbies was spurred to improve, and his battle power has now escalated to 7 billion, allowing him to activate the Kaioken technique with a 50-fold increase without sustaining any injuries, thanks to his robust physique. However, with merely this level of power, he would find it impossible to best Vegeta. To reclaim his honor, Labbies embarked on a quest to master the energy, aspiring to fully integrate its might into his own ki. Mo Yuan harbored a keen interest in Lapiz's concept, prompting the two to delve into their research together. After 6 months of dedicated effort, they succeeded in fully integrating the essence of vitality into their own energy. Previously, their energy possessed certain attributes of vitality, but it was limited to inflicting greater harm upon malevolent beings, while having no effect on others. Now, however, they were able to amplify the potency of their energy 5-fold, while simultaneously intensifying the damage inflicted on the wicked. In essence, their combat prowess had transformed such that a single unit of their strength equated to that of 5. Consequently, Vegeta faced yet another setback. After 6 months of fortitude, he found himself once again on the receiving end of blows. All the bravado he had built up over the months was swiftly dismantled, leading him to question the very fabric of his existence and succumb to a prolonged period of despondency. As for the concept of combat power, I have no intention of discarding it. To ensure its coherence, I have devised certain parameters which I shall elucidate in due course. Chapter 78. A blade hidden beneath a smile. The battle rages on. In the midst of the overwhelming assault from Sun Wukong and his companions, Mo Yuan strolled leisurely, deftly evading their attacks with a few feint movements. This was not merely due to his superior combat experience, but rather the vast disparity in their fighting capabilities. He possessed an absolute advantage, rendering their strikes as sluggish as that of a tortoise in his eyes. Clearly, Sun Wukong and his allies had grown accustomed to this scenario, displaying no surprise as they attacked with fervent excitement. Compared to their previous training on Earth, they relished the opportunity to train in space, where they could unleash their full potential without the fear of collateral damage. As for the planets in this vicinity, countless uninhabited celestial bodies existed throughout the universe. And even if they were to obliterate these planets, it would elicit no concern and leave no impact on the cosmos. Golden auras blazed around Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta, intertwined with arcs of blue electricity. The trio had now all attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Mo Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although he possessed a 100-fold increase with Super Saiyan 1, he too yearned to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Who would ever wish for an excessive strength? Moreover, Super Saiyan 2 had an undeniable allure. Regrettably, he found himself at a loss regarding the path to this transformation. Whether it was a matter of his base combat power falling short or some other factor remained uncertain. If it was merely a lack of sufficient baseline power, that could be remedied over time, but the fear lingered that additional unknown conditions might be necessary. If that were the case, he dreaded to think how long it would take to attain further transformation. The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he became. And as he looked at the trio who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and the others felt a chill run down their spines, an involuntary shiver overtaking them. This was bad. Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon Mo Yuan, who wore a wicked grin, and he sensed impending trouble. Indeed, almost simultaneously, an enormous fist, as large as a cooking pot, materialized before each of them. In an instant, they were sent hurtling backward, crashing into nearby asteroids. After a brief period, the trio emerged from the rubble of the asteroids. Fortunately, as Mo Yuan had not struck with full force, they bore no injuries, save for the comical sunglasses he had meticulously provided for them. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta adorned in the same sunglasses as the iron-eating beast, Mo Yuan clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. They certainly appeared more agreeable now. Ha ha ha. Lapis pointed at them, one hand clutching his belly in laughter. In the vacuum of space, sound could not carry, so Mo Yuan established a mental link, creating a sort of chat room to connect the 5 of them. Lapis, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing the laughter of Rabbies, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of confusion. However, after a brief moment, upon witnessing the expressions on Vegeta and Gohan's faces, he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you look utterly ridiculous right now, ha ha ha. Vegeta glared with his dead fish eyes, speechless as he observed Sun Wukong, who was laughing heartily and pounding the ground. Kakarot, do you honestly believe you are in any better state than I am? Unfortunately, The oblivious Sun Wukong paid no heed to such matters, continuing to point and laugh at Gohan. Ha ha ha. Gohan, you two look quite comical. I can't take it anymore. You all are simply too amusing. Ha ha ha. Gohan remarked, Father, if mother sees us like this, we will be scolded. He tugged at Wukong's clothing, worry etched upon his face. Sun Wukong's smile instantly froze. Yet, a smile is not something that vanishes, it merely shifts. At that moment, Vegeta found the laughter that once belonged to Wukong now plastered across his own face. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you can actually get scolded by your wife. That's downright hilarious. He boasted with a hint of pride. Bulma would never dare to raise her voice at me. At this, Robbie quietly remarked, but Bulma would undoubtedly find this sight utterly amusing. Vegeta, visibly irked yet unable to retort, thought, it seems you all are quite pleased with each other's appearances. That gives me some relief. Time is running short. I must return home. With that, Mo Yuan prepared to teleport home. However, just as he was about to initiate his teleportation, Sun Wukong intercepted him. Yuan, why not restore us before heading back? Otherwise, I will surely face Kiki's wrath. Yes, Uncle Mo Yuan, please help us recover. Gohan implored, nodding fervently. Even Vegeta's eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope. Returning in such a state to be mocked by Bulma would be more unbearable than death. Humph. Do you truly require treatment for such minor injuries? Mo Yuan scoffed disdainfully. This is in no way jealousy over their ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. No. Absolutely not. Sun Wukong cried out in despair, sliding through the air to cling to Mo Yuan's leg. Please, save the children. Sun Wukong pressed his palms together in fervent supplication, lamenting, Chi will truly scold me to death. Mo Yuan spread his hands in exasperation. Witnessing this, Wukong continued to plead, if you could just heal Gohan, it would suffice. Otherwise, Chi will surely be furious with me upon seeing Gohan in this state. Please. I implore you. It's one thing for me to wear sunglasses, but if Gohan were to don them, Chi would undoubtedly berate him mercilessly. Very well then, nodded slightly, then proceeded to heal Gohan. Once the treatment was complete, he instantly teleported home. As for Lapis, it seemed Vegeta had some matters to discuss with him. With Goku present, he would naturally be escorted back. Vegeta quietly approached Lapis, hesitating and stammering, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. Just speak your mind. Observing Vegeta's awkward demeanor, Lapis felt more uncomfortable than he did. Vegeta mumbled, a hint of shyness appearing on his face. Lapis's heart tightened, instinctively taking a step back. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Vegeta shouted angrily. You fool, what are you thinking? Lapis's expression was one of unspoken turmoil, and Vegeta knew he was not contemplating anything good. Then why are you acting shy? Lapis retorted crossly. I simply wanted to ask how you grew so tall. Vegeta, fueled by frustration, finally blurted out the question he had long held back. It was worth noting that when they first met, Lapis was nearly the same height as him. In fact, Vegeta could even overshadow Lapis with his hairstyle. However, during their second encounter, Lapis had seemingly shot up by 20 centimeters as if he had taken hormones. Is this reasonable? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Lapis erupted into laughter. Vegeta roared at him. You bastard, don't hide daggers behind your laughter. Vegeta, I never expected you would have such concerns, but we are not the same. My previous short stature wasn't due to a lack of growth potential. Rather, I was transformed into an android before I had the chance to grow, which slowed my physical development. During my time in the hyperbolic time chamber, my growth rate returned to normal, hence my sudden height increase. As for you, Lapis smirked disdainfully, you simply haven't grown. Shut up, Vegeta retorted. Chapter 79. The Super Saiyan transformation. As dusk enveloped the world, the cerulean sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, occasionally graced by shooting stars trailing luminous tails that rendered the celestial expanse even more vibrant. Within the vast cosmos, a solitary figure sat poised in the void. Clothed in a resplendent aura of purple and gold, he emanated an intense heat that distorted the surrounding space as if it were on the verge of being incinerated. Invisible waves of spatial energy surged from all directions, resembling tides that formed ethereal undulations. At the epicenter of this tidal phenomenon, the figure resembled a colossal black hole, voraciously consuming the flowing spatial energies. In recent times, Mo Yuan had tirelessly endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan 2, yet his efforts yielded no progress. He remained steadfastly in his Super Saiyan 1 state, which had already reached its full power, ensuring that sustaining this form incurred no energy expenditure. However, Upon witnessing lazily successfully activate her bloodline using spatial energy, a flicker of hope ignited within him. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, Mo Yuan conceived a novel idea. Perhaps he too needed to harness the energy of space, much like the way one requires primal energy to awaken their bloodline. It is possible that his transformation into a super scion form would necessitate a similar process. Thus, he ventured deep into the cosmos, unabashedly absorbing the energy of space. Gradually, the spatial energy was assimilated by his bloodline. Mo Yuan could distinctly sense the gradual strengthening of his bloodline. This transformation filled him with immense excitement. Mo Yuan was nearly certain that this was the pivotal moment for his transformation into a Super Saiyan 2. With unwavering focus, he began to absorb the spatial energy surrounding him. His mental perception had now expanded to a staggering distance of 10 light years. Within this vast range, the spatial energy was drawn to him, surging forth like a torrent. After a full 2 months, Mo Yuan's bloodline had finally absorbed enough spatial energy to reach a state of saturation. Then, he felt a terrifying power erupt from his veins. Changes began to manifest in his being. The purple-gold flames gradually solidified, resembling genuine fire clinging to Mo Yuan's form. Simultaneously, silver-gray lightning flickered within the flames. And in an instant, a myriad of thunderbolts enveloped his entire body. Surrounded by this thunderous fire, Mo Yuan appeared as an ancient deity, exuding immense nobility. His gaze radiating an overwhelming dominance that deterred others from meeting his eyes. The aura emanating from him, akin to a force that could suppress the universe, swept across the 4 major galaxies of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, even extending its influence beyond the Milky Way into the realms of distant stars. Far away, in another star domain, Sun Wukong and the others were struck by this terrifying presence. Is this the aura of a Yuan? Sun Wukong gasped, his eyes wide as he stared toward the source of the energy. This formidable aura was beyond what they could hope to contend with, even when combined. Gohan was equally astonished, his mouth agape. Is this what his Super Saiyan 2 form is like? How can he be so powerful? Vegeta clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had worked diligently to elevate his own strength, achieving the Super Saiyan 2 form, and had believed he would soon bridge the gap with Mo Yuan's power. Yet, to his dismay, in merely 2 months, Mo Yuan's strength had skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. The level of power he now possessed was utterly beyond Vegeta's reach. Stimulated by this, the fire of determination reignited within Vegeta. He would not allow a hybrid like Mo Yuan to surpass a pure-blooded Saiyan. Absolutely not. Lapus was also taken aback by the aura, but after the initial shock, his feelings were predominantly of joy. After all, Mo Yuan was his brother-in-law. No matter how strong he became, he was still family, and thus, Lapus felt no envy, only happiness for Mo Yuan's achievements. Each of the 4 harbored their own thoughts. Yet one sentiment united them. Their fighting spirit had been ignited. A Yuan is so powerful, we must not fall behind. Let us double our training, everyone. Sun Wukong declared with fervor. The others remained silent, but the blazing determination in their eyes conveyed their shared resolve. Mo Yuan flexed his limbs, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. His baseline combat strength had doubled, reaching an astonishing 200 billion. Moreover, the amplification of his Super Saiyan 2 form was an astounding 500 times, surpassing even the enhancement of Super Saiyan 3, which stood at 400 times. Furthermore, as the spatial energy fused with his ki, there was a qualitative leap within him. The potency of his ki surged once more. In essence, the quality of his ki had now reached tenfold that of an ordinary individual. This overwhelming power compelled Mo Yuan to unleash a punch. To his astonishment, his arm vanished into the void. In the distance, on the surface of a colossal star, a fist materialized seemingly out of thin air, crashing down upon the star's surface. The sheer force erupted from his fist, penetrating the entirety of the star, instantly fracturing its surface with a web of intricate cracks. Mo Yuan retracted his arm. In an instant, the colossal star in the distance began to collapse, then strangely contracted as if something had drawn it away, vanishing into the void. This force. Mo Yuan gazed in astonishment at his own hand. With a mere casual punch, he obliterated a colossal star, one at least 100 times larger than the sun. Such an immense celestial body was effortlessly destroyed by him, akin to squashing an ant. However, upon reflection, he found solace in this realization. Having transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, His combat power reached an astounding 10 trillion, yet his actual prowess soared to 100 trillion. This overwhelming strength was such that a mere breath from him could annihilate an entire planet, let alone a single punch. The manipulation of spatial energy thrilled him immensely. After Lotzi Li activated her bloodline with spatial energy not long ago, Mo Yuan had long yearned for such mastery over space. Now, he had achieved it entirely. Since merging with spatial energy, he felt an innate ability to control it at will. For instance, he could now construct a spatial passage, allowing ordinary individuals to traverse vast distances with ease, and this passage could endure for an extended period, rather than being a one-time use. His command over spatial energy had transcended his former self. If he were to engage in battle with Sun Wukong now, he could easily render the latter incapable of sensing any spatial fluctuations, even sealing off space to prevent Wukong from utilizing instant transmission. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. His control over spatial energy extended beyond mere manipulation. He could even transform himself into space, becoming spatial particles, reminiscent of the elemental transformation seen in certain tales of thievery. Unless his adversary possessed unique abilities, he could remain invulnerable. After all, his foes could hardly lay a finger on him, let alone defeat him. In essence, should Sun Wukong desire to confront Mo Yuan, his foremost challenge would be determining how to make contact with him. Only upon resolving this dilemma could he qualify to engage in combat with Mo Yuan. Otherwise, every attempt would merely be a futile exercise in time-wasting. Chapter 80, School Tap, Tap, Tap. A little girl with a head of white hair dashed excitedly into the room, shaking the person nestled beneath the covers and exclaiming, "Daddy, wake up! Chin Chin is going to be late for school." Today marked Mo Chinin's first day of elementary school, having never attended kindergarten. This was her inaugural experience in the educational realm. Just the thought of making many wonderful friends at school kept her awake all night in a state of exhilaration. Her tiny mind brimmed with enchanting visions of school, and even her little tail couldn't help but wag joyfully. "What time is it?" Mo Yuan opened his drowsy eyes and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. 6 o'clock. Mo Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. School commenced at 8 a.m., and typically arriving by 7:30 a.m. sufficed. The previous night, he had set an alarm for 6:30 a.m., allowing ample time to prepare breakfast and escort them to school. Chin Chin, it is only 6 a.m. It is still quite early, and the school has yet to open. Let us rest a while longer and rise at 6:30 a.m., shall we? However, the sparkle in Mo Chin Yin's eyes visibly dimmed, pouting her small lips. She lamented in a pitiful tone, "But I cannot fall asleep." Witnessing his daughter's distress nearly melted Mo Yuan's heart. Mo Yuan's robust tail entwined around his daughter's body, gently drawing her into the cozy embrace of the bed. His broad palm tenderly patted her back, whispering softly, "Sleep now." Comforted by her father's soothing presence, Mo Chin gradually felt her eyelids grow heavier. She nuzzled her little head against his chest a couple of times, adjusting her sleeping position, preparing to drift into slumber. Suddenly, her head seemed to collide with something, jolting her awake. Upon closer inspection, she realized, "Oh, it's just my mother." Then all is well. Mo Chin glanced at the deeply slumbering Lotzi Li beside her and posed a question that had long perplexed her. "Father, why do mother and father sleep in so late every morning? Moreover, they seem to appear quite fatigued." Mo Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The question posed was rather difficult to answer. After pondering for a moment, he concocted an excuse, stating, "Mother practices extra every evening, which is why she feels so fatigued." The innocent Chin, trusting Mo Yuan's words without question, nodded in sudden realization. "No wonder mother is so weary every day, so that is the reason. From now on, I shall practice alongside mother every evening." Ahem. Mo Yuan was nearly frightened to death by his daughter. Such words should not be spoken carelessly, lest one be met with dire consequences. "Chin Chin, you are still young. You must go to sleep at night, for it is essential for your growth and development. Surely, you do not wish to end up like Uncle Clin, who never reached great heights, do you?" Mo Yuan solemnly remarked. Then let go of Chin Chin. No more. Upon hearing that she might end up as short as Kellen, Chin Yin's small head began to shake rapidly like a rattle drum. She had met Kellen before, who barely stood at a little over 1.50 meters, while her brother had already reached 1.40 meters. Even she herself was nearing 1.30 meters. The minimum height she could accept must at least match that of Vegeta. Although Vegeta had always relied on his hairstyle to enhance his stature, he still measured 1.65 meters without it, which falls within the normal height range for girls. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock atop the bedside table chimed. Unbeknownst to her, half an hour had already elapsed. Mo Yuan silenced the alarm clock and, cradling his daughter, rose from the bed. He gently placed her on the floor and said, Chin, go wake your brother. Once I finish my morning routine, I shall prepare breakfast for you. Most of the time, it was Mo Yuan who prepared breakfast for whenever he was home. Lotzi Li found it difficult to rise in the mornings. Mo Chinin saluted Mo Yuan with a military gesture, pledging to accomplish the task at hand. Then, with her petite legs and wagging tail, she bounded joyfully towards Mo Tianlin's room. After freshening up, Mo Yuan made his way to the kitchen, where the two little ones, being at the age of rapid growth, possessed hearty appetites, consuming an impressive amount of food in a single meal. Mo Yuan glanced at the large pot of braised meat in the kitchen, preparing to serve each of them 10 meat-filled buns as a foundation. Mo Yuan prepared the renowned meat sandwich from Leotongwen, featuring a thin and crispy bun that is favored by children over the traditional baiji bun. The tender and flavorful braised pork knuckle, accompanied by finely chopped green peppers and onions, was generously stuffed into the bun. Before long, a delightful array of fully packed meat sandwiches adorned the dining table. In addition to these, Mo Yuan also crafted beef offal soup, crispy fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and savory pastries. By the time Mo Yuan completed his culinary creations, the two little ones were already seated at the table, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they eagerly gazed at the spread. Hungry, they decided to indulge without waiting for their father. Mo Yuan chuckled as he observed the two little ones eyeing the food, their mouths watering in anticipation. Though no formal rules had ever been established in their household, the siblings had always understood the importance of waiting for everyone to gather before commencing their meal. This tradition brought Mo Yuan immense satisfaction. Just as they were about to begin, Lazili descended the stairs, yawning. 7 years had elapsed since the Shalu incident. While Lazili's appearance had scarcely changed over the years, there was an undeniable maturity that had infused her demeanor with a newfound elegance. Her once shoulder-length hair now cascaded down to her waist, the natural, flowing waves of golden locks rendering her even more enchanting than before. What time did you rise? As inquired, he skillfully served a bowl of soup too. She appeared to be only partially awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and she made her way to his side, relying on instinct to settle down beside him. Today marked the children's inaugural day at school, and as their mother, it was only fitting that I accompany them. After all, a sense of ceremony is essential. However, this would be a one-time affair. Henceforth, they would venture forth independently. The challenge of rising early is indeed formidable. After enjoying breakfast, drove the family to school. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived, and I watched as the siblings entered the school, their figures gradually disappearing from view. Couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, the two children had grown so much. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the age for schooling, and the time they would require our companionship would diminish. Indeed, seemed to share this sentiment. Contemplating this, a pang of sorrow struck me. With a visage etched in grief, took's hand. She grasped his hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, seemingly resonating with his emotions. Let us find a place to celebrate, to soothe our wounded hearts. How about tonight? Let us not return home. What about the children? Allow them to stay at its house for the night. As they spoke the final words, the two could hardly suppress their laughter. The children were finally embarking on their educational journey, and as parents, it was indeed difficult for them to feel anything but joy. Subsequently, sent a message to, requesting her assistance in caring for the two children that evening. He also informed the family group that the children would be spending the night at its residence. Once everything was settled, they exchanged a knowing smile and drove away. The departing vehicle appeared to be imbued with a sense of delight. Chapter 81. A night the chopsticks in his hand snapped with a sharp sound, breaking into 2 pieces. His molars nearly ground to dust as his fierce gaze fixated on the golden-haired child sitting across from him. Why was this little brat here? After a day of training, returning home for dinner, he encountered the very person he least wished to see. Indeed, the individual in question was quite familiar with, as he frequently assisted in caring for him, and being a close friend of. However, one could not fathom why harbored such disdain for now. The reason was singular. It was the blue-haired little girl incessantly cooing at his beloved 3-year-old daughter. Through diligent efforts, had arrived earlier than expected, years ahead of her anticipated birth. For this cherished daughter showered her with boundless affection, cradling her with utmost care, fearing she might break, and cherishing her as if she might dissolve. And yet, what was the outcome? It remains a mystery what enchanting power resides within Emotionlin. The moment the few-month-old Bra laid eyes upon him, it was as if she had encountered a magnet, clinging to him unwaveringly. Should they attempt to separate them? Bra would wail incessantly. This predicament infuriated Vegeta. As a father, he had never experienced such treatment. To exacerbate matters, Bulma jestingly suggested that Bra should become Emotionlin's little bride, which turned Vegeta's face a shade of green. Since that moment, he has harbored a particular disdain for Emotionlin, much like his current demeanor. Facing Vegeta's hostile gaze, Emotionlin has grown accustomed to it. He remains indifferent, as he knows that under scrutiny, he would not lose a single piece of flesh. As Emotionlin stood up, cradling Bra in his arms, he courteously remarked, "Uncle Vegeta, my parents have prior engagements this evening, so we shall be intruding upon your hospitality for the night." "Oh, please," Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need to mention intrusion. Consider this place your home. Stay for as long as you wish." Bulma regarded Emotionlin with the approving gaze of a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law, growing increasingly fond of him. After all, she had watched him grow up and knew precisely what manner of person he was. Most importantly, since Emotionlin's arrival, Bra had hardly fussed. As long as she was in his presence, she transformed into the most well-behaved baby in the world. "Humph, busy." Vegeta scoffed derisively. Rhetoric had been heard countless times before. Each time he employed this line, it signified that he and were to assume the role of caretakers. After all these years, could not even muster the effort to concoct a new excuse. It was infuriating. Not a single one of the family could be deemed virtuous. Seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration, he was so agitated that he consumed 2 fewer bowls of rice than usual. Yet, the sight of across from him, relishing a meal while cradling his daughter, only fueled his ire. How dare he court his daughter while feasting at his table? With a resounding crash, hurled his utensils onto the table, snorted disdainfully, and stormed off. Out of sight, out of mind, departure did little to affect the appetites of the others. This scene was not a novel occurrence. Everyone had grown accustomed to it, including, and who continued their meal undeterred. As for Emotionlin, there is no need to elaborate. From the moment the meal commenced until now, her lips have scarcely ceased their motion. At this moment, her gaze is solely fixated on the delectable fare before her, while all else fades into insignificance. Aside from attending to his own needs, Emotionlin also took the time to feed Bra. Observing him tenderly and patiently nourishing his daughter, Bulma couldn't help but display an ant-like smile. She, Bulma, had given her consent to this union. As for Vegeta's opinion, who cared? The meal was enjoyed by all, save for Vegeta. After dinner, Trunks, accompanied by Emotionlin, and Bra, set off to find Son Gohan and Son Goten to play. Gohan and Goten were currently attending school in West City. The Goku family was no longer financially constrained, so to facilitate Gohan and Goten's education, they had relocated from the Baozi Mountains to West City. Goten and Trunks were enrolled in the same elementary school as Emotionlin and Emotionlin. Gohan, diverging from the original storyline, did not attend Orange Star High School. Instead, he was now enrolled in a prestigious high school in West City, with Mr. Satan merely a well-known martial artist rather than the so-called savior. The city of Satan no longer existed. Consequently, the Orange Star High School, devoid of the savior's city benefits, was nothing more than an ordinary high school. I heard from my father that the illustrious Golden Warrior, renowned for eradicating evil and combating crime, is none other than my brother Gohan. Is that true? That's simply incredible. Children possess an almost non-existent resistance to the allure of superheroes. Upon hearing Emotionlin's words, Trunks was instantly invigorated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had often fantasized about becoming a valiant superhero, dedicated to upholding justice. In a flash, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, becoming a streak of golden light that vanished into the horizon. He could hardly wait to hear Gohan recount his tales of heroism firsthand, and exchanged a glance, then transformed into streaks of light, pursuing swiftly. Beyond the confines of the solar system, a cloaked spacecraft breached the defenses established by the Heavenly Empire, silently approaching Earth. Within the vessel, a tall extraterrestrial being with pink skin slightly inclined his body towards a grotesquely diminutive companion standing beside him, and with utmost reverence, he proclaimed, "Master Babidi, in just 1 hour, we shall breach Earth's atmosphere." "Excellent." Babidi nodded in satisfaction, yet his countenance twisted with resentment as he continued. "If not for the fear of alerting the Supreme Kai, we would not have to go through such elaborate measures to infiltrate. However, it matters not. Once I resurrect Majin Buu, the Heavenly Empire and the Supreme Kai shall be powerless to escape. I shall obliterate them all. Heh, ha 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 ha. Babidi erupted into a maniacal laughter, his wrinkled visage contorting further, rendering him even more grotesque. Dabura offered a slight smile, non-committal in his response. As the king of the demon realm and its foremost warrior, he harbored absolute confidence in his own power. With the defenses arranged by the Heavenly Empire in the solar system, he could dismantle the entire line within a minute should he choose to act. Yet, such an action would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Supreme Kai. Thus, they relied on Babidi's magic to conceal their ship and stealthily enter. In truth, Dabura held reservations regarding Majin Buu's capabilities. He did not consider himself inferior. Nevertheless, as Babidi's loyal servant, he was bound to obey his master's commands. Thus, they infiltrated Earth quietly, in search of the egg that sealed Majin Buu. Vegeta finished his bath, towel drying his damp hair as he entered the bedroom. "Where's Bra?" he inquired, noticing only Bulma was present. An unsettling suspicion began to take root in his mind. As he feared, Bulma disclosed the most unwelcome of truths. "Bra is sleeping with Tianlin tonight." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. "Bra is only 3 years old. How could you allow her to sleep with that little brat, Tianlin? She is just a child." A wave of despair washed over him. "This cannot stand. I must go and confront him." With that, Vegeta made to storm out. "Wait." Bulma interjected, blocking his path. "What are you doing?" Bulma remained silent as she gently untied the sash of her robe, revealing her alluring figure in all its splendor. Ever since the birth of their daughter, their moments of intimacy had dwindled, with the last encounter occurring a month prior. Seizing this rare opportunity, how could Bulma possibly let Vegeta slip away? "What are you doing?" Vegeta's face flushed crimson, his voice losing its usual assertiveness. "What do you think, my princely lord?" Bulma provocatively tilted Vegeta's chin upward. "That infuriating woman." Vegeta cursed inwardly, then swiftly closed and locked the bedroom door behind him. His gaze, akin to that of a ravenous wolf, fixated on Bulma. Tonight was destined to be chaotic. Chapter 82, The Discovery of Babidi. Weekend. The Moy family sat together in the living room, basking in the warmth of their unity as they watched television. Suddenly, a promotional advertisement seized Moy's attention. The 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was approaching. Upon seeing this announcement on the screen, Moy felt a twinge of surprise. Unbeknownst to him, he had already resided in this world for 7 years, during which he had either spent time with his family or dedicated himself to rigorous training. His days had been remarkably fulfilling, to the extent that he had nearly forgotten the original storyline. He vaguely recalled that the commencement of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament marked the beginning of the saga involving the fiend known as Majin Buu. If that were the case, then Babidi must already be on Earth. Although the Celestial Empire had established a defensive perimeter around the outer reaches of the solar system, Moy was not naive enough to believe that mere mortals with power levels below 1 billion could thwart Babidi. Indeed, through the probing of his mind's eye, Moy swiftly detected Babidi concealing his spacecraft beneath the Earth. In the lower chamber of the vessel lay an ominous egg, exuding an aura of malevolence. This must surely be the egg that sealed Majin Buu. Calmly retracted his inner sight. He did not intend to annihilate them just yet. The demon Buu was of no concern to him. Not to mention, should Buu emerge, even Vegeta would likely falter against him. Over the past few years, their training had been relentless. Goku and Vegeta's base combat power had reached an astounding 12 billion. Gohan had not squandered his potential either, achieving a base combat power of 15 billion. Lapis's base combat power was even more formidable, reaching 20 billion. As for his base combat power had soared to a staggering 40 billion. Furthermore, Goku had developed Super Saiyan to its third form. However, akin to the original narrative, the Super Saiyan 3 form suffered from severe energy depletion, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. In an attempt to remedy this issue, Goku explored various methods and ultimately endeavored to merge his ki with the energy he possessed. Remarkably, this action not only resolved the energy depletion of Super Saiyan 3 but also doubled the strength of his ki. As for the reason it only doubled, it was primarily due to Goku's insufficient affinity with the energy. Mou and Lapis possessed the remarkable ability to amplify their energy intensity 5-fold, primarily due to the activation of their bloodlines, which allows them to achieve a perfect harmony with the primordial energy. However, for Sun Wukong to further augment his energy strength, he must gradually enhance his own resonance with the primordial energy, integrating it more deeply within himself. Vegeta, upon witnessing Sun Wukong ascend to Super Saiyan 3, was nearly consumed by frustration. Despite having trained alongside him, and even engaging in clandestine additional training, he was astounded to find himself so significantly surpassed by Sun Wukong. The disparity between the 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 2 and the 400-fold amplification of Super Saiyan 3 is incomparable. Not to mention the fact that Sun Wukong's energy had doubled in intensity. As the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta found it intolerable to be outclassed by a lower-class warrior like Sun Wukong. Consequently, he embarked on an intense and relentless training regimen, pushing himself to the limits. After 2 grueling months of nearly uninterrupted training, although Vegeta did not attain the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, he succeeded in evolving Super Saiyan 2 into an entirely new state. Unlike Super Saiyan 1, which offers a mere 100-fold increase at full power, Vegeta shattered this limitation, elevating his Super Saiyan 2's battle power enhancement from 100-fold to an astonishing 300-fold. Simultaneously, his Super Saiyan 2 form exhibited notable changes, most visibly with the lightning that enveloped his body becoming denser. This form transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 2 yet had not reached the Super Saiyan 3 level, prompting Vegeta to dub it Super Saiyan 2 Beyond, or alternatively, Super Saiyan 2.5. As a result, Gohan, whose base combat power had previously surpassed theirs, found himself the weakest among them. The 300-fold enhancement allowed Vegeta's transformed battle power to soar to 36 trillion, or 6 trillion. In contrast, Buu's combat power is merely around 2 trillion, rendering him significantly outmatched by Vegeta. In the original narrative, Super Saiyan 1 Sun Wukong registered 3,000 units of energy on Babbidi's energy detector, which I interpret as 1 unit equating to 100 million. Thus, his full-power Super Saiyan 1 boost is 60-fold, resulting in a base power of 5 billion. Super Saiyan 3 boasts a 400-fold increase, placing Wukong on par with Buu, possibly even slightly ahead, indicating that Buu's power likely does not exceed 2 trillion. Regarding the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, MOU has contemplated it as well. However, he understands that achieving this form is no simple feat. It will likely require the integration of a new, advanced energy into his bloodline, akin to the process of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Yet, such advanced energy is not easily found. Take spatial energy, for instance. While it is ubiquitous, had he not witnessed Wukong utilizing instant transmission, MOU may never have perceived spatial energy in his lifetime. From the very beginning, MOU possessed the ability to sense the vital energy, primarily due to the cells of Sun Wukong within him. By that time, Sun Wukong had already mastered the energy sphere. Nevertheless, MOU was determined not to relinquish his pursuit. He dedicated time each day to attune himself to the energies of the universe. Regrettably, years passed without any discernible progress. During this interval, however, his Super Saiyan 2 form, much like Vegeta's, transcended the limits of its previous state. The augmentation of his battle power in Super Saiyan 2 rose from an astounding 500 times to an impressive 2,000 times. Currently, his peak strength has reached 80 trillion, and when accounting for an energy intensity tenfold that of an average person, his battle power rivals that of an ordinary individual at 800 trillion. This level of prowess is such that even Gohan, who has unlocked his full potential through the old Supreme Kai, pales in comparison. Due to alterations in history, the World Martial Arts Tournament did not garner the global acclaim as depicted in the original narrative. Aside from martial arts enthusiasts, the general populace paid little heed to this competition, harbored no intention of participating. Engaging in such a confined arena would undoubtedly stifle his abilities and diminish the thrill of battle. It is likely that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta shared his sentiments. However, found himself intrigued by the prospect of Babidi attempting to amass sufficient energy to resurrect Buu in their absence. Surely, he would not resort to sacrificing the Demon Realm King Dabura, would he? Yet, it was not entirely implausible. Should Babidi find himself in a dire predicament, he might indeed consider offering up Dabura, for in Babidi's eyes, Majin Buu epitomized ultimate power. Relying solely on Dabura, he would be incapable of avenging his father. Primarily, to Babidi, Dabura was merely a servant, a slave, or even a dog. The fate of Dabura held no significance for him. Having discovered Babidi's presence on Earth, resolved not to allow him to wreak havoc unchecked. Soon, guided by his inner sight, he located the 2 individuals tasked with gathering energy for Babidi. With a mere thought, they vanished without a trace. These individuals were hardly paragons of virtue, having fallen under Babidi's magical control, thus bore no moral qualms in their elimination. Subsequently, decided to indulge Babidi in his endeavors. Deep down, he harbored a desire to see Majin Buu emerge. After all, Fat Buu was a character he quite favored, and if possible, wished for his existence in this world. Therefore, he silently cheered for Babidi, hoping he would strive earnestly to hasten Majin Buu's resurrection. Chapter 83. The Terror of Dabura, Cursed Be It. Which accursed fiend is thwarting my plans? Babidi's eyes were bloodshot, and his wrinkled face contorted like a crumpled piece of dough. It had been a fortnight, a full 2 weeks. During this time, he had commanded over 20 individuals to gather energy for him. Yet, after their departure, they vanished without a trace. Not a single one returned with the collected energy. Once or twice could be attributed to misfortune, but after so many instances, it was undeniably deliberate. Someone was orchestrating this against him. Babidi pondered deeply, realizing that only the Supreme Kai and that enigmatic powerhouse from the Heavenly Empire could achieve such a feat after all. It was implausible that the Heavenly Empire would establish a stronghold at the fringes of this universe without reason. The most likely explanation was the presence of high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Empire. Moreover, this individual was likely the very mysterious controller of that realm. It was said that the controller of the Heavenly Empire possessed formidable and unfathomable strength. Yet, Babidi remained skeptical, convinced that even the mightiest among them could not surpass Dabura. The Heavenly Empire's controller, no matter how powerful, was merely a potent figure within a faction, whereas Dabura was the king of the demon realm, the foremost expert in that domain. Master Babidi, allow me to follow them discreetly and uncover the identity of the saboteur, Dabura suggested, inclining slightly. A confident smile graced his features. He harbored no fear of anyone. Had it not been for the Supreme Kai's servants' ability to teleport, they would have long since eliminated the Supreme Kai. They would not be forced to evade him as they did now. Their avoidance stemmed primarily from a desire to prevent the Supreme Kai from causing disturbances, not from fear of his power. After all, a being capable of instant movement, one that could neither be killed nor captured, only serves to irritate, much like a bothersome fly. Lacking certainty, they preferred to steer clear of the Supreme Kai rather than confront him directly. Babidi contemplated Dabura's proposal seriously. Indeed, it seemed the only viable option. They were currently oblivious to who was causing the turmoil, leaving them in a precarious position. Then this matter is entrusted to you. If it is the Supreme Kai behind this, retreat immediately. If it is someone else, then deal with the instigator, he commanded, his bulging eyes revealing a chilling malevolence. At your command, Master Babidi. Dabura's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. 2 robust figures soared swiftly across the desolate wilderness. Their muscles bulged, veins protruding, and an M-shaped mark adorned their foreheads, each clutching a vessel reminiscent of a water jug. These 2 were the humans under Babidi's control. Once possessing a mere combat power of less than 10, they now boasted tens of thousands, their immense strength having led them astray. Without Babidi's commands, they would have been unable to contain their urge to unleash their pent-up energy. Haba, once we complete our master's task, shall we find a place to indulge ourselves? One of them suggested, revealing a sinister grin. Teddy, I find your proposal most agreeable. Haba and Teddy exchanged glances, unleashing a malevolent chuckle. Let us hasten to fulfill our master's orders. With that, they quickened their pace towards the nearest city. Not far behind, Dabura closely followed their trail. Soon, Haba and Teddy were on the verge of entering the city limits, yet Dabura had detected no suspicious presence along the way. Just as confusion settled over him, a ripple emerged in the space surrounding Haba and Teddy, akin to a stone disturbing the surface of a still pond. In the blink of an eye, and to Dabura's astonishment, Haba and Teddy vanished. Gazing at the now vacant spot they once occupied, a chill coursed through Dabura, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This ability bore no resemblance to the powers wielded by the Kaioshin. Having interacted with them before, he was well aware of their capabilities. While the servants of the Kaioshin possessed the ability to teleport, it was merely that teleportation. What he witnessed now was far more complex. Alarmingly, the assailant had not even revealed their face, indicating that the individual may not have been present at all. If such a distance allowed for the detection of these 2, could it also mean that his own presence had been noted? This implied that their every move was likely under the scrutiny of this unseen observer. The thought sent a shiver down Dabura's spine. He realized he must return to inform Lord Babidi of this development. If necessary, they would retreat from Earth and seek energy elsewhere. They could not afford to remain on this planet any longer. Time was of the essence. Dabura unleashed his maximum speed. fleeing as though pursued by some terrifying, savage beast. Seated on his sofa with one leg crossed over the other, Mo Yuan observed the panicked retreat of Dapra with an air of serene detachment. The sight of Dapra in such a disheveled state stirred no emotion within him. However, he had no intention of ending Dapra's life at this moment. He was merely curious to witness the next moves of both Dapra and Babidi. Babidi should be grateful that he refrained from targeting ordinary individuals. He consistently exercised control over the wicked, those who engaged in robbery and murder. Such individuals, with their malevolent inclinations, were the easiest to manipulate. Should Babidi choose to direct his control towards ordinary people, Mo Yuan would be compelled to conclude this game prematurely. Mo Yuan gently swirled the goblet in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then lifted the cup, downing the yogurt in one swift motion. The game has only just begun. Isn't wine far less delightful than yogurt? And why, you may wonder, drink yogurt from a goblet? Because life always craves a touch of ritual. What? You say we must escape Earth? Babidi exclaimed, his wide eyes brimming with disbelief as he gazed at Dapura. Indeed, my lord Babidi, Dapura replied earnestly. I suspect he has been aware of our presence from the outset, yet for reasons unknown, he has refrained from taking action against us. Reasons unknown? Babidi inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Dapura. Perhaps to toy with us slowly until our demise. Though Dapura had not laid eyes on their adversary, an instinctual sense warned him that they were not a match for this individual. However, Babidi's perspective starkly contrasted with Dapura's. With a dismissive snort, Babidi retorted, I believe he merely lacks the courage to confront us. If he truly dared, he would have acted long ago. This is nothing more than a ploy to instill fear. Babidi held little regard for a cowardly figure who shunned direct confrontation, preferring instead to engage in covert schemes. After all, Dapura was the most formidable opponent he had encountered, second only to Mage and Bu, even evoking trepidation in the Kayashin. Yet, Dapura yearned to offer further counsel. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. However, as he began to speak, Babidi impatiently interrupted him. Since the Earthlings are incapable of gathering energy, let Pui collect it instead. We must amass sufficient energy to resurrect Mage and Bu, Babidi commanded with authority. Seeing Babidi's resolute determination, Dapura could only sigh inwardly. As you wish, my lord Babidi. Chapter 84. A desperate gamble. Upon receiving the command from Babidi, Pui, with the energy collector in hand and his elongated nape held high, embarked on his mission with unwavering confidence. Though not as formidable as Dubra, he was nonetheless a powerful being with a combat strength of 2 billion, a force to be reckoned with in the cosmos, even surpassing the previous cosmic emperor. This might was a gift from his master, Babidi, and he was eager to shed his blood for his lord. However, the moment Pui stepped off the spacecraft, an unsettling fluctuation in space manifested. Pui met his demise. Inside the ship, Babidi and Dubra stared at the monitor in stunned silence. After a pause, Babidi shrieked in terror, activate the ship. We must leave this place at once. The peril was too great. Pui was already the third strongest under his command. And although there was also the formidable Jego with a combat strength of 800 billion, Babidi was not inclined to take any risks. The mysterious methods employed by their adversary were beyond Dubra's assurance of survival, and sending Jego into the fray would likely result in nothing short of death. Why not send Dubra to collect energy? It was a foolish notion. Knowing the enemy possessed long-range lethal capabilities, Babidi would never permit Dubra to venture far from his side. He valued his own life above all else and would not willingly place himself in jeopardy. Thus, they had only one option: to abandon Earth and retreat into the vastness of space, where opportunities to gather energy were abundant. And there was no need to gamble with their lives. After issuing his command, Dubra promptly directed his subordinates to activate the spacecraft. With a resounding roar, the ship sprang to life. Watching it ascend into the sky, Babidi exhaled a sigh of relief. Within a minute, they were nearing the outer atmosphere. Gazing down at the billowing clouds, Babidi's eyes filled with malice. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, once I resurrect Mage and Bu, I will annihilate Earth and that wretched scoundrel. I shall turn him into a slave and torment him for eternity. As several minutes elapsed, Babidi suddenly sensed something amiss. He activated the monitor beneath the ship, only to find that they were descending closer to the ground. What could possibly be happening? Dubra, you must check this at once. The horrifying sight sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to urgently call for Dubra. My lord Babidi, we must hurry to the control room. Dapra harbored an unsettling premonition as the two hurriedly made their way to the spacecraft's control room. Upon their arrival, Babidi and Dapra were greeted by the expansive screen displaying the vastness of space. "Quick, activate the monitor on the underside of the ship," Babidi commanded. The crew promptly complied, unveiling a disturbing sight. The large screen exhibited two images. One portrayed the celestial panorama of space, indicating they had indeed departed Earth, while the other depicted the rapidly approaching surface of the planet. The visuals suggested they were merely a few hundred meters above ground. "Stop the ship immediately," Babidi exclaimed in alarm. However, at such a speed, a mere few hundred meters amounted to a fleeting moment. Before the crew could react, a cacophonous crash resonated, accompanied by fierce vibrations. Ultimately, the spacecraft came to a halt, but only due to its collision with the Earth's surface. Meanwhile, far away in the western capital, Mo Yuan lifted his elegant goblet, which was now filled to the brim with forgotten calves' milk. Mo Yuan gently swayed the bottle of milk, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. "Is Earth a place that one can come and go as they please, Lord Babidi? The ship's propulsion system was damaged in the recent collision, and we can no longer initiate its launch. What are we to do? What shall we do?" Upon hearing this news, Babidi became frantic, pacing in agitation. Dapura's fear intensified. His suspicions were indeed confirmed. The enemy sought to toy with their lives. Moreover, their adversary's strength was undoubtedly superior. Otherwise, they would have facilitated their departure rather than impede it. After all, as the king of the demon realm, Dapura had weathered many storms. Soon enough, he regained his composure. "Lord Babidi, we cannot remain idle. I will draw the enemy out for battle, and you can harness our combat energy to resurrect Majin Buu." Dapura communicated telepathically with Babidi, resolving to take a desperate gamble. Rather than be methodically destroyed by the enemy, he preferred to take a risk. If he could resurrect Majin Buu, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After contemplating for a moment, Babidi acquiesced, as he too could conceive of no other solution. With Babidi's approval, Dapura unleashed all the power within him, a staggering battle power of 600 billion erupting forth. Instantly, the heavens and earth transformed, the entire solar system trembling under the weight of such immense energy. "You cunning rascal, reveal yourself and engage me in a decisive battle," Dapura bellowed, fully aware that the foe could hear him. Mo Yuan indeed heard everything, even the message he transmitted to Babidi. However, he had no intention of intervening. As soon as Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed the malevolent and formidable aura of prana, they rushed towards it like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Sun Wukong, capable of instant transmission, arrived first. Alongside him, two others also arrived via instant transmission: the Supreme Kai, Shin, and his attendant, Jebit. "Who are you?" Wukong inquired, astonished by the sight of the pair before him, one tall and the other short, one adorned in pink and the other in purple. Yet, they had no time to acknowledge Wukong, as their focus was fixed on the imposing figure of the Demon Realm King, Dubra, who exuded a terrifying aura. "Finally willing to reveal yourself?" Dubra gazed at Wukong. "Huh?" Wukong looked around, realizing he was alone apart from them. Pointing at himself, he asked in confusion, "Are you referring to me?" With a crunch, Dubra gritted his teeth in frustration at Wukong's feigned innocence. Having arrived via instant transmission, Dubra had jumped to the conclusion that Wukong was the one manipulating him from behind the scenes. As for the Supreme Kai and his attendant, Dubra paid them no heed. "Are you still pretending to be oblivious? What exactly do you intend to do?" But I truly do not understand what you are saying," Wukong replied, utterly bewildered. He genuinely had no idea what Dubra was talking about. He had merely sensed an evil presence while accompanying his wife at home, and had immediately transported himself away. Beyond that, he was completely in the dark. Chapter 85, Vegeta Under Control? "Dubra, you will not resurrect Majin Buu." The Supreme Kai, Shin, who had been ignored for a long time, finally spoke up. "The Supreme Kai? This matter does not concern you," Dubra replied with a derisive laugh. "You." Shin seethed with anger, yet found himself unable to counter, fully aware of his inferiority to Dubra. "The Supreme Kai?" This familiar term caught Wukong's attention. "Indeed, this is the most noble Supreme Kai of the universe, encompassing all Kais, including the Grand Kai," Jebit stated solemnly. "What? He is the Supreme Kai I have heard of from the Grand Kai? Is this true?" Upon witnessing the astonishment etched upon Goku's face, the Supreme Kai Shin nodded slightly with a hint of pride, preparing to utter a few words. Just then, he noticed Goku whispering to Jebit, his voice audible to all, "But he seems so weak. Are you certain he is truly the Supreme Kai?" "Supreme Kai Shin, could you possibly raise the volume of your whisper? I can hear you. Wait, did you just call me weak? Suddenly, Shin perceived a glimmer of realization. Although he indeed ranked as the weakest Supreme Kai in history, he possessed a formidable battle power of 500 billion. Merely a notch below Dubra. Yet, this human had the audacity to describe himself with such derogatory terms. Unless his own combat prowess vastly surpassed Shin's. It was inconceivable for him to use the phrase so weak. Goku nodded affirmatively. A few years prior, 500 billion battle power was undeniably impressive, but now. So, can you defeat him? Shin queried excitedly, gesturing towards Dubra. I don't know. I'll have to try to find out, Goku replied, though the confident smile gracing his face spoke volumes. Please, you must stop him. Their purpose for coming to Earth is to resurrect a horrifying monster. A monster? How formidable is it? Stronger than him. At some point, Vegeta had also arrived at the scene. Initially, Dubra's battle power held little interest for him. But the monster mentioned by Shin piqued his curiosity. Yes, that monster was Majin Buu, a creature created by Babidi, the father of Babidi, who had once nearly obliterated the entire universe. Shin's expression turned grave. However, he did not anticipate that his words would exhilarate the two battle enthusiasts. Hey, Kakarot, Vegeta remarked, glancing at Goku with a slight smirk. In their eyes, they perceived a shared spark of excitement. As they conversed, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien also arrived at the scene. The moment Piccolo laid eyes on Supreme Kai Shin, he found himself utterly immobilized. An overwhelming sense of dread emanated from Shin, rendering him unable to lift his gaze. This was a suppression that bore no relation to mere strength. It stemmed from a dimensional disparity and the chasm between divine statuses. Piccolo felt this pressure due to his fusion with the Elder Kai, while someone of Goku's ordinary stature remained oblivious to such sensations. To illustrate their relationship, the Supreme Kai is akin to a company's CEO, while the Elder Kai is merely a lowly employee. Naturally, an employee would feel immense pressure in the presence of the CEO. As for the others who had yet to enter that realm, they might wonder, what concern is the boss of the company to me? The situation is as follows, however. It is evident that Piccolo's combat prowess has significantly diminished in comparison to Goku and the other Saiyans. In terms of base combat strength, Piccolo still boasts an impressive power level of 100 billion. Yet, the Saiyans possess the ability to amplify their strength exponentially, rendering any comparison futile. Tell me, how can we resurrect that Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired, casting a glance towards Dabura. Wait, you cannot be serious. Vegeta's words nearly shattered the resolve of the Supreme Kai Shin. What a jest. He had fought tooth and nail to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. And this individual immediately seeks to revive him? He could never forget the harrowing encounter with Majin Buu years ago. Had it not been for the great Supreme Kai's desperate intervention, he would surely have met his demise at Buu's hands. Of the 5 Supreme Kais, he was the sole survivor, clinging to life. Ultimately, Majin Buu was sealed away only because Babidi could not control him. It was only after Buu's confinement that he could avenge the fallen Kais. Otherwise, he would have been unable to exact retribution for his fellow deities. Reviving Majin Buu is a simple task. It merely requires sufficient pure energy for his resurrection. Babidi's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. At that moment, he had concealed himself at the bottom of his spaceship, remaining close to the egg that contained Majin Buu. He monitored the events within the ship through a crystal ball. Moreover, Babidi had discovered something noteworthy. He had encountered an individual whose heart was steeped in malevolence and possessed formidable strength. Perhaps he could exploit this person to bring Majin Buu back to life. Babidi clasped his hands around the crystal ball, reciting an obscure and convoluted incantation. In an instant, the entire orb became enveloped in a rose-hued lightning, swirling currents resembling venomous serpents radiating an aura of wickedness. Simultaneously, Vegeta suddenly clutched his head, crying out in agony. A bizarre force infiltrated his body, awakening the remnants of his inner malice. Over the years, the darkness within Vegeta had dwindled significantly. Yet, he found that this strange power not only stirred his latent malevolence but also ignited his potential. 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion. Vegeta's combat power soared rapidly. From an initial 120 billion, it surged to 150 billion. This newfound base power was now on par with Gohan's. Yet, it was still insufficient. This level of strength would not suffice to overcome Kakarot. I crave more. Vegeta relinquished all resistance, allowing this force to rampage within him. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, transcending into a new form as he levitated into the air. The terrifying power generated a violent wind pressure, sweeping everyone off their feet. Crimson lightning flickered around him, a bolt arcing out to strike Gohan, sending him hurtling away. Although Gohan had yet to transform, a mere jolt of electricity was sufficient to inflict damage on his battle power of 15 billion, underscoring the sheer ferocity of Vegeta's strength. Moments later, the aura and lightning enveloping Vegeta dissipated, and he plummeted to the ground. Vegeta, Goku was about to rush over to him, but was restrained by the Kaioshin. Do not approach. It is too late. Babidi has the ability to control those with malevolent intentions, and Vegeta is now under his influence. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, lying on the ground, reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, laughing with exhilaration. His strength now rivaled that of Goku. Even if Goku could transform into Super Saiyan 3, he harbored no fear. Kakarot, let us fight. This time, I shall not lose. Vegeta's gaze was fixated on Goku, emanating an aura of malevolence. A stark black symbol appeared prominently on his forehead. Chapter 86, The Acquisition of Dark Power. Limitless power. A terrifying force filled Vegeta's being, causing him to swell slightly with the intensity of his energy. He recalled the last time he felt such a sensation when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, he discerned a peculiar force invading his body, imbued with immense destructive capabilities and wickedness. Having experienced Ki, Vegeta swiftly recognized this energy as a form of advanced energy, akin to Ki but with a distinctly different essence. If Ki symbolizes light, then this power embodies darkness. If he could harness this advanced energy, could he not similarly amplify his Ki strength like Goku? Thus, Vegeta relinquished his resistance and allowed the force to permeate his being, aiming not only to awaken his potential but also to master this power. Fortuitously, he succeeded. His potential had been significantly awakened, with his base battle power reaching 20 billion. And his Ki now intertwined with this newfound energy, effectively doubling its intensity. Though he could not yet transform into Super Saiyan 3, his combat prowess had surpassed that of Goku. Kakarot, come forth. This time, victory is assured. A formidable battle intent emanated from Vegeta, locking onto Son Goku. Goku suddenly relaxed, presenting a faint smile toward Vegeta. Vegeta, you haven't been controlled, have you? What are you saying, Goku? Did you not see the mark on his forehead? Came the urgent response from King Kai. That symbol signifies he has fallen under Babidi's control. There's no need to fret. This trivial tactic cannot subjugate Vegeta. After all, he is the proud prince of the Saiyans. Goku waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Ha! Vegeta chuckled lightly. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. How could I, Prince Vegeta, ever be controlled by anyone? No one in this world can master me, save for myself. As his powerful words resonated, the M-shaped mark on Vegeta's forehead gradually faded, ultimately vanishing. Impossible! Babidi stood frozen, watching the mark disappear. He had resorted to dark magic in an attempt to control Vegeta. The last individual he had manipulated with such malevolence was Dabura, and none other had the merit to warrant such advanced energy. Babidi intended to stir the dark thoughts within Vegeta's heart to impose his magical seal, yet he was unaware that Vegeta's inner darkness was far from its former purity. In the past, he may have reveled in slaughter, annihilating planets for personal gain, but now he found such actions beneath him. His inner darkness, more accurately described as desire, was the desire to grow stronger, to surpass Son Goku, to eclipse Lapis, to transcend Mun, and to become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Babidi mistakenly interpreted Vegeta's ambition as malevolence. However, the dark magic merely amplified a person's inherent desires. It could not conjure evil thoughts from thin air. Thus, not only did Babidi fail to control Vegeta, but he inadvertently enhanced Vegeta's strength. Gazed at the black orb of light in his hand, filled with astonishment. Truly, after a relentless search, he had stumbled upon this treasure effortlessly. He had long coveted the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Once he incorporated the malevolent energy into his bloodline, he would undoubtedly achieve this transformation. However, he hoped his metamorphosis would not resemble Goku's, with no eyebrows and hair resembling a hedgehog. In terms of aesthetics, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation paled in comparison to Super Saiyan 2, and even Super Saiyan 1 was more appealing. Since he had acquired this new advanced energy, resolved not to delay any further, he quickly found a secluded spot to begin his seclusion, aiming to attain Super Saiyan 3. Before departing, he transmitted a message to Lazuli, providing her with a brief update to alleviate her worries. As for matters on Earth, with Goku and Vegeta present, was that not sufficient? If Majin Buu were to emerge, he feared they would be easily overwhelmed. Yet, He pondered whether the pure-hearted Fat Buu would be separated once again. I entrust Ubra to you. Goku, invigorated by Vegeta's power, turned to Gohan with this remark. All right. Gohan responded, feeling somewhat helpless, yet understanding his father's nature in such matters. No one could deter Goku, not even his mother. What are you all doing? Don't you realize Babidi wants you to fight? King Kai asked in despair. He never imagined that this group would disregard his words. Despite knowing that their actions would resurrect Majin Buu, they proceeded nonetheless. Goku patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, Asin. There are beings on Earth far more powerful than us. Even if Majin Buu emerges and we cannot defeat him, there will be others to handle it. More powerful than you. King Kai Asin glanced at the fully powered Vegeta, then regarded Goku with skepticism. Are you certain? Where is this person? Oh, him? The enemies here are too weak for his interest. You must understand, his strength surpasses mine 100-fold. After assessing the disparity in power between himself and Vegeta, King Kai Asin nodded sheepishly. Indeed, he felt remarkably weak. Presently, Vegeta's combat power, when fully unleashed, had visibly reached 6 million. Due to the passage of time, he had forgotten the extent of Majin Buu's strength, only recalling that the pressure exerted by Majin Buu had been comparable to Vegeta's current might. However, that was many years ago. Over time, his own abilities had significantly progressed. This implies that Vegeta's power may have indeed surpassed that of Majin Buu. Nevertheless, King Kai Asin remained apprehensive, for Majin Buu's terrifying abilities extended beyond mere strength. His nearly indestructible body and the capacity to absorb others to enhance his own power were deeply concerning. Even with the knowledge that Vegeta's strength exceeded that of Majin Buu, he still harbored worries. He conveyed these characteristics of Majin Buu to Goku and the others. Unfortunately, upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta became even more intrigued by Majin Buu. Goku clenched his fists, unleashing the full force within him. In an instant, a tremendous power erupted from his being. His eyebrows vanished, his brow protruded, and his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. His expression turned increasingly stern. Vegeta, let us commence. To allow Majin Buu to absorb their energy, they decided to engage in battle on Earth. Fortunately, the planet had been fortified by a wish made with the Dragon Balls, ensuring that unless one surpassed that power, catastrophic damage would not befall the Earth. Chapter 87. Vegeta, a joyful tap, and then it's gone. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, unaccompanied by clouds. The scorching rays scorched the earth. Trees stretched their bodies, their lush foliage forming a verdant canopy that shielded the ground from the searing sunlight. Birds took refuge in the woods, perching upon branches to savor the rare coolness. Under such intense heat, all living creatures grew lethargic, longing to recline in shaded, breezy spots, unwilling to move a muscle. As a result, the forest welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. Everything appeared delightful and harmonious. Suddenly, an unidentified object plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the forest and shattering the serenity. The violent impact caused the ground to sink and the earth to crack. The shockwave unleashed a cloud of dust, sweeping through the area like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, trees were severed in half, leaving not a blade of grass behind. Within a mere half-minute, a vast forest lay reduced to mere flatland. Kakarot, is this all you are capable of? Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing his face as he gazed down at the vast crater below. The malevolent energy had stirred desires within him, igniting his thirst for battle. Conversely, Goku remained his usual self, perpetually probing for weaknesses. This ultimately led to Vegeta unleashing a relentless barrage that left Goku utterly defenseless. After all, even if Goku exerted his full strength now, he still fell short compared to Vegeta. In such circumstances, Goku's attempts at probing were predictably futile. Ouch, that hurts. Vegeta, are you holding nothing back? Goku grumbled as he rose from the rubble, gingerly touching the bruises on his body. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Goku, commanding, enough chatter. Unleash your full power, Kakarot. You're incredibly powerful now. I stand no chance against you, Goku remarked with a hint of awe. Huh, so you concede, Kakarot? Vegeta retorted. Of course not. I'm merely more exhilarated. Goku replied, his enthusiasm evident. Vegeta, taken aback by Goku's excitement, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this was the Kakarot he knew. Vegeta, I haven't used this move in ages. I originally learned it to combat you. Could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened at the revelation. You're not deceiving me, are you? Can your body truly withstand it? Goku bent his legs into a horse stance, fists clenched. channeling his energy. 1. 5 times Kaioken. Ha! A crimson aura enveloped the golden flames, and Goku's power surged dramatically. His battle strength skyrocketed from 4.8 million to an astonishing 7.2 million, far surpassing Vegeta's. The overwhelming force of Goku's energy pressed down on Vegeta, who could scarcely fathom that he had just eclipsed Goku's strength, only to have that advantage evaporate in less than half an hour. With a satisfied exhale, Goku acknowledged the toll the stacked Kaioken had taken on his body. Presently, he could only maintain the 1.5 times Kaioken, and even that was not sustainable for long. In intense combat, it could last at most 10 minutes. Yet, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Had he not integrated his energy within himself, he might not have been able to even achieve the 1.5 times Kaioken. Crucially, as his affinity with his energy grew, the damage inflicted by the Kaioken on his body diminished gradually. Perhaps one day, he would be able to activate Super Saiyan while stacking the Kaioken by 10-fold, 20-fold, or even 30 to 50 times. Vegeta, come. I can't maintain this state for long. Damn it. Vegeta, filled with frustration, uttered a curse. It was always like this. Just when he believed he had surpassed Goku, Goku would conjure something new and unexpected. In a fit of rage, Vegeta vanished into the air, eager to unleash his pin-up fury. In an instant, he materialized behind Goku and launched a powerful kick toward him. Goku, with remarkable speed, pivoted and narrowly evaded the strike, then seized Vegeta's ankle with his left hand and yanked him close. In one fluid motion, Goku's right elbow descended like a cleaving axe, crashing into Vegeta's abdomen. The impact was tremendous, driving Vegeta into the ground and fracturing the earth beneath him with a web of cracks. Coughing violently, Vegeta felt as though his insides had been crushed, and he could not suppress the blood that spilled from his lips. Yet, Goku had no intention of showing mercy. After all, Vegeta had held nothing back during their earlier exchange. To Goku, this level of confrontation was merely child's play. Goku hoisted Vegeta into the air before his form shimmered and became ethereal. As Vegeta began to descend, Goku reappeared, delivering a knee strike that propelled him skyward once more. With relentless precision, Goku continued his assault, thrusting Vegeta beyond the stratosphere. Once they had breached the Earth's atmosphere, Goku once again emerged behind Vegeta, delivering a devastating downward kick, infused with the power to shatter planets. With a resounding crack, Vegeta felt the agonizing snap of his spine. Before he could process the pain, he was sent plummeting towards the ground by the sheer force of Goku's attack. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Moments ago, Goku had descended upon him in a similar flurry of strikes. Desperately, Vegeta summoned all his strength in an attempt to slow his descent. But the moment he began to lose momentum, Goku would appear behind him, urging him on with renewed speed. How infuriating! The exhilaration he felt while striking Goku had transformed into a deep sense of frustration. As Vegeta's falling speed began to wane, Goku, ever the good sport, reappeared behind him, ready to lend a hand. Just as Goku prepared to deliver another blow, Vegeta suddenly spun around, hands poised toward Goku. A swirling orb of blue energy crackling with lightning between them, radiating an ominous aura. Ultimate Flash, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing the energy sphere as it transformed into a powerful energy wave directed at Goku. A triumphant grin spread across Vegeta's face as he anticipated Goku's reaction. This time, how would he evade it? However, before he could revel in his success, he was astonished to see Goku displaying no signs of alarm. Instead, a sly smile crept across his lips. Kamehameha. What? As the energy wave from Vegeta was about to strike Goku, Goku adjusted his position, revealing the other side of his body to Vegeta. His hands had already settled on his waist, and within his palms, a sphere of condensed energy pulsated restlessly. Goku had long sensed Vegeta's intentions. Thus, while feigning an attack, he began to gather energy to prepare for a decisive move. The sphere, compressed to its absolute limit, was propelled forward by Goku's hands, instantaneously transforming into a colossal energy wave. The disparity in strength allowed Goku's Kamehameha to swiftly engulf Vegeta's ultimate flash. With an expression of disbelief etched on Vegeta's face, the energy wave mercilessly consumed him. A tremendous beam of light descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground and unleashing a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The forest, which had already been reduced to rubble, now morphed into a vast canyon. Fortunately, the earth had been fortified. Had it been the earth of yore, it would surely have been shattered into fragments by Goku's powerful strike. Yet, it is precisely this enhancement that emboldens them to engage in battle without reservation upon the earth. Chapter 88. Demon Flash Cannon. After Goku and Vegeta departed, Gohan confronted Dabura, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Dabura, with a battle power of 1.5 million, found himself utterly defenseless against Gohan's might. A single energy blast obliterated Dabura into mere remnants. How terrifying! Gohan's strength indeed left others in awe. The Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito were left wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to contain their doubts about who the true deity was. "Hey, you two are making us look foolish," Piccolo remarked, patting Gohan on the shoulder, pride radiating from his expression. "Well done, Gohan." Gohan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head, replying, "I still have a long way to go compared to Uncle Moryuan and Dad. Moryuan's power must be formidable by now," he mused. Piccolo was relatively familiar with Moryuan, as he currently resided in the sacred temple, and Moryuan often visited to see Bobo and Dandy. Over time, familiarity grew. Then there were Tianlin and Chinin. Piccolo had often assisted in caring for these two children. Sometimes, he questioned whether he possessed some hidden nurturing qualities, as he seemed to have a penchant for looking after children. Uncle Moryuan's strength is truly formidable. Even 100 of me combined would be no match for him. Upon the mere mention of Mo Yuan's formidable prowess, Gohan could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The sheer magnitude of that power was truly terrifying. Even with the combined efforts of the three Saiyans and the support of Lapis, they were easily overpowered and subdued by Mo Yuan alone. Is this a jest? Is Mo Yuan truly that powerful? Krillin was utterly astonished. Ever since marrying Caulifla and receiving her unwavering support, he had ceased working and dedicated himself entirely to martial arts. After years of rigorous training, he had made significant progress, attaining a combat power of 1 billion. Although he still could not compare to Gohan and the others, such power would not only stand out on Earth, but also be remarkable throughout the universe. Even if Frieza were resurrected, he could easily subdue him with a single hand. Yet, despite his impressive combat strength, he was still leagues away from Gohan, who regarded himself as vastly inferior to Mo Yuan. How terrifying must Mo Yuan's strength be then? Tien was in a similar state of dismay. From the beginning, he had been terrified by the full power Vegeta and still struggled to recover from that shock. Over the past few years, he and Kaiatsu had been diligently training in seclusion, and it had been quite some time since they had reunited with their old friends. After years of hard work, he too had achieved a combat strength of 1 billion. Initially believing his progress to be substantial, he soon realized that compared to Goku and the others, his advancements were merely a fraction of theirs. "All right, let us depart swiftly. We must prevent Babidi from resurrecting Majin Buu," urged the Supreme Kai, Shin, upon witnessing the demise of Dabura. Despite being aware of the existence of formidable warriors on Earth capable of defeating Majin Buu, he still wished to avert the resurrection of such a being. Perhaps the shadows of the past, stemming from his encounter with Majin Buu years ago, haunted him. Whenever he reminisced about that ordeal, he could not help but shudder. Under Shin's insistence, the group proceeded through the passage towards the lower levels of the spaceship. "Full already. Has it filled up so quickly?" Babidi exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed upon the glowing red egg. The needle on the energy gauge pointed firmly at the central M-shaped symbol, indicating that the energy required for Majin Buu's resurrection was indeed sufficient. Majin Buu would soon be revived. Babidi had never anticipated that the energy generated from the brief skirmish between Vegeta and Goku could be enough to bring Majin Buu back to life. Could it be that the seal had weakened over time? It was not impossible. Babidi preferred to believe in the weakening of the seal rather than entertain any other reason, for if it were due to something else, that would be truly terrifying. Unbeknownst to Babidi, who was captivated by Majin Buu, Dabura had already been reduced to mere fragments by Gohan's relentless assault on the upper deck of the ship. However, even if he had noticed, it would have been of no consequence. With Majin Buu present, Dabura's significance had waned. Below the colossal egg that sealed Majin Buu, several hollows began to emit steam, accompanied by a piercing whistle. "Damn it, I am too late." The Supreme Kai, Shin, upon seeing the glowing red egg, realized that he could no longer prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. By the time Gohan and his companions reached the ship's base, it was already too late. The energy required for Majin Buu's revival had been fully amassed. It would not be long before Majin Buu emerged from his seal. As time passed, a malevolent aura began to permeate the entire vessel. "Ha ha ha, Supreme Kai, you cannot stop me. Once Majin Buu is resurrected, I will surely kill you to avenge my father." Babidi laughed arrogantly. The thought of Majin Buu's terror compelled Supreme Kai Shin to take action. He could not simply stand by and watch the resurrection unfold. At the very least, he needed to make an effort. Gohan, everyone, quickly, join me in attacking that egg. Majin Buu will be at his weakest right after his unsealing. Let us seize this opportunity to eradicate him. Hurry, Supreme Kai Shin urged fervently. Simultaneously, he concentrated his energy in preparation to strike the colossal egg. Upon hearing Shin's command, Jebbit immediately launched his assault, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres, each infused with immense power that rained down upon the egg like a rapid-fire machine gun. The thunderous explosions, while failing to inflict any damage on the egg itself, shattered the ship into countless pieces. With a resounding crash, the entire vessel was obliterated in an instant. The individuals within the ship were all formidable warriors, each possessing combat powers exceeding 1 million. Such minor explosions posed no threat to them. As the smoke dissipated, the ship had vanished, and they found themselves back on solid ground. Meanwhile, the egg-sealing Majin Buu remained utterly unscathed. Futile. Your meager attacks cannot possibly harm my Buu, Babidi declared, now filled with pride. Once Majin Buu emerged, he would reign supreme across the universe, unmatched by anyone, even the gods. Everyone, attack together. The Supreme Kai Shin shouted fervently, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards the colossal egg. Jebbit followed suit, launching his own assault. Krillin and Tien exchanged knowing glances. The Kamehameha, the new energy cannon, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan hesitated as he gazed at Piccolo. Both Goku and Vegeta wished for the resurrection of Majin Buu. If he were to vanquish Majin Buu, Goku would undoubtedly be disheartened. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. Piccolo immediately discerned Gohan's turmoil. With a gentle smile, he encouraged, attack. If Majin Buu could be so easily eliminated, Goku would hardly find him intriguing. This made sense. With Piccolo's guidance, Gohan found clarity. Uncle Piccolo, let us combine our efforts. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Very well. They focused their energy for a moment before launching their simultaneous strike. Demon Flash. Light of Destruction. In Chapter 89, Babidi's Demise. Demon Flash. Light of Destruction. Gohan's golden Demon Flash energy wave was entwined with Piccolo's purple Light of Destruction. Despite not having fought together for 7 years, their synergy remained remarkably harmonious, as if they had rehearsed countless times. After gathering their energy, the attack brimmed with power exceeding 2 million battle strength. Babidi, taken aback by the terrifying energy wave, found himself speechless. He could acutely sense the overwhelming force encapsulated within this attack. What a joke. How could such a powerful being exist on Earth? Fear gripped Babidi as he recalled his father Bibidai's records, which suggested that Majin Buu's strength was nothing of this magnitude. Damn it. Could they truly be on the verge of defeating Majin Buu? Although Babidi's notes claim that Majin Buu possesses an indestructible nature, he has not witnessed this firsthand, leaving him uncertain about Buu's true capabilities. Moreover, the ferocity of the attack is indeed terrifying. The enormous egg, enduring tremendous damage, began to contort slightly, with the flickering red light intensifying in frequency. After a while, the onslaught from the crowd came to a halt. The egg, resembling something that had been thoroughly cooked, emitted steam. The eerie red glow ceased to appear, as if the egg had been irrevocably damaged. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently upon the colossal egg. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in their ears, a clear crack as the egg, which had sealed Majin Buu, split in two. A vast quantity of pink gas erupted from within. Wonderful! My Buu is finally about to emerge. Ha! Babidi exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over at this sight. At last, he felt a sense of relief. If such a formidable attack could not harm his Buu, how powerful must Buu be? In a matter of moments, the area was suffused with pink gas, which gradually ascended, vanishing from view. Unobscured by the gas, they could finally discern the current situation. The two halves of the shell lay on the ground, while the space beside them was utterly vacant. Not a shadow of Majin Buu was to be seen. No, it's impossible. It shouldn't be this way. How? How could this happen? Staring into the empty shell, Babidi could hardly believe his eyes. This must be a trick. Come out, Buu. Babidi was on the verge of madness. Without Buu, he would have to confront so many powerful foes alone. He would perish. Human emotions are often disconnected. Where there is sorrow for some, there is joy for others. The most elated among them was the Kaioshin, Ashin, whose smile was so wide it seemed to distort his face. Excellent. Majin Buu has been utterly annihilated by our recent assault. We have succeeded. This is splendid. Babidi. Without Dubra, and without Majin Buu, you are doomed, he proclaimed. No, you are mistaken, Gohan interjected gravely, shattering Ashen's illusion. A formidable energy is permeating the air. Piccolo, equally serious, sensed this overwhelming presence, mirroring Gohan's apprehension. Look, what is that? Krillin pointed at the sky, exclaiming in panic. Hearing his voice, everyone gazed upward. A vast expanse of pink gas had gathered in the air, resembling a massive cloud of cotton candy. It was the very source of the formidable energy that enveloped them. Wasn't that pink gas emerging from the giant egg? What on earth was happening? The Supreme Kai, Asin, felt a surge of anxiety. The gas above had formed a colossal vortex, drawing all the gaseous matter together. As the gas began to coalesce, the emanating energy intensified. It was Majin Buu, my Buu. I knew he would not be easily vanquished, for he was a creation of my father. The transformation in the sky sent Babidi into a frenzy of excitement. Everyone run. We cannot win. Seeing Majin Buu was about to emerge, Asin was so frightened that he could barely stand. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien. You must leave here at once. I will hold back Majin Buu, Gohan said calmly. Although his maximum combat power was merely 1.5 million, far inferior to Majin Buu's 2 million, he believed he could delay him just long enough. Once his father and Uncle Vegeta arrived, the relatively weaker Majin Buu would be easily defeated. Gohan, you distract Majin Buu. I will take care of Babidi, Piccolo communicated to Gohan. Gohan nodded slightly in agreement. Krillin and Tien, understanding their limited power would be of no assistance and might distract Gohan, quickly withdrew. Once they departed, Piccolo sprang into action. Appearing beside Babidi in an instant, with his hand shaped like a blade, he struck towards Babidi. The sudden appearance of Piccolo terrified Babidi, who immediately conjured a protective shield around himself and shouted in terror, Majin Buu, come save me. Unfortunately, no one responded. Majin Buu was still forming in the sky. You cannot kill me. If I die, no one will be able to seal Majin Buu, and the entire world will be destroyed. Piccolo scoffed coldly, tearing through Babidi's shield and seizing his neck. Even if you live, you will not seal Majin Buu. You will only exploit him to wreak havoc upon this world. Since your existence makes no difference, I bid you farewell. Stop. You cannot kill Babidi. Just as Piccolo was about to strike, he was suddenly halted by the voice of Supreme Kai Asin. He felt his entire body stiffen, rendering him immobile. If Babidi perished, there would be no one left to control Majin Buu. Listening to Asin's naive words, Piccolo cast a scornful glance at him. Naive. At this moment, Piccolo harbored no trace of reverence for the so-called Supreme Kai. The force that had once bound him dissipated in an instant. With a swift motion, Piccolo grasped Babidi's hand and exerted his strength. A sharp crack echoed as Babidi's neck was crushed. Subsequently, Piccolo hurled Babidi's lifeless body into the air, conjuring a powerful energy wave that surged forth. In the blink of an eye, Babidi had been reduced to mere ashes, leaving not a remnant behind. It was over. Witnessing Babidi's demise, Supreme Kai Ashin collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with terror. Meanwhile, the malevolent Majin Buu finally took form in the sky. A chubby figure with pink skin appeared, embodying a seemingly innocent naivety. Woohoo! Majin Buu exclaimed joyfully, before plummeting to the ground. After surveying his surroundings, he began to perform exercises as if oblivious to the world around him. Is this truly Majin Buu? Gohan stared, bewildered, at this seemingly harmless creature, his soul questioning the reality before him. In the desolate landscape, even weeds were scarce. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a veil of dust. A humanoid being, adorned in smooth pink skin, frolicked to its own delight. With arms outstretched for balance, it staggered forward, resembling a child taking its first steps. Its face bore a languid, endearing smile, betraying no hint of danger. Yet, Supreme Kai Ashin trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down his body like an open faucet. He understood all too well the terrifying nature of this seemingly innocuous Majin Buu. The current form of Buu was a result of devouring the Grand Supreme Kai. The resemblance to the Grand Supreme Kai only deepened Ashin's dread. Majin Buu swayed unsteadily towards Gohan and Supreme Kai Ashin, placing his hands on his hips as he scrutinized the two. He shook his head in apparent confusion. Suddenly, his demeanor transformed. Seriousness etched across his features as he regarded them intently. Gohan instinctively tensed, bracing himself. At that moment, Majin Buu made his move. He leaped high into the air, his feet propelling him off the ground. With a resounding thud, the formidable Majin Buu landed heavily, sending a cloud of dust swirling around him. Gohan and Piccolo both felt a bead of sweat trickle down their foreheads simultaneously. This peculiar maneuver, akin to a backward fall, left them utterly speechless. Yet, Majin Buu appeared to be relishing the moment, springing back to his feet with a swift motion and swaying his head whimsically as he began to stroll about. Lord Kaioshin, allow me to escort you from this place, Jebet suggested, noticing that Kaioshin Ashin was trembling with fear. Yes, indeed. Gohan, Piccolo, we must flee, or we shall perish at his hands. Grasping this lifeline, Kaioshin Ashin quickly regained his composure. Gohan shook his head, responding, you all should leave first. If Majin Buu is truly as you describe, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. With his compassionate heart, Gohan could not bear to witness Majin Buu wreaking havoc on Earth and taking lives indiscriminately. He did not necessarily need to vanquish Majin Buu. He only needed to delay him. Once Goku and Vegeta concluded their battle, he could withdraw safely. Regrettably, his uncles, Uncle Ma Yuan and Uncle Labis, showed little interest in such trivial matters, which left him to face this peril alone. Gohan sighed quietly to himself. Gohan, what troubles you? Piccolo inquired. If you cannot stop him, we must retreat. We still possess the Dragon Balls. Gohan paused momentarily before nodding resolutely. I understand. After giving his instructions, Jebet transported Kaioshin Ashin and Piccolo away using instant transmission. Suddenly, Majin Buu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of confusion. Although he appeared to be engrossed in his own antics, he had been closely observing Gohan and the others. The abrupt disappearance of the three left him bewildered. Approaching Gohan, Majin Buu asked, where have they gone? They had urgent matters to attend to. So, you remain to play with me? Ah, yes. Yay. Majin Buu exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight upon hearing that Gohan would join him. Let us begin the game. Gohan felt a twinge of uncertainty. What shall we play? In an instant, Majin Buu's demeanor shifted dramatically, his once adorable round face contorted into a sinister visage. Murder. As he spoke, his right hand lashed out with the speed of a striking serpent, aiming directly at Gohan's eyes. What? Gohan was taken aback. Fortunately, over the years, he had endured numerous battles, honing his reflexes to an impressive sharpness. Instantly, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Though he protected his vision, the overwhelming power of Majin Buu sent him flying. Gohan collided with the ground like a cannonball, embedding himself deeply into the rocky terrain, stones of various sizes cascading down to bury him. Rather than pursuing Gohan, Majin Buu remained in place, mimicking a gorilla as he pounded his chest, letting out gleeful, monstrous cries. The searing pain in Gohan's hand made him gasp sharply. His entire hand felt numb, immobilized. Had he truly sustained a fracture from a single blow by Majin Buu? Gohan was filled with dread. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him, akin to a dam bursting. In an instant, the stones weighing him down were blasted away. Gohan emerged from the rubble, one arm hanging limply. Meanwhile, Majin Buu seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing to thump his chest and screech. How infuriating. Even Gohan's typically calm demeanor was tested by Buu's blatant disregard. He aligned his index and middle fingers against his forehead, gathering a tremendous amount of energy. He intended to unleash Piccolo's ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. The formidable aura he emanated caught Majin Buu's attention. However, Buu merely glanced at Gohan before turning his gaze away, showing complete indifference to Gohan's actions and displaying no intent to interrupt him. As Gohan concentrated, he remained vigilant against a potential ambush from Buu. He could hardly believe that Majin Buu would allow him to gather energy so openly. Yet, as time passed, Gohan amassed a significant amount of power. This technique would undoubtedly surpass a power level of 2 million, potentially reaching 3 million, more potent than the combined attack he had used with Piccolo. During this entire period, Majin Buu showed no inclination to engage him. Gohan began to wonder if Buu was concealing an even greater strength or if he truly was as mindless as he appeared. Unbeknownst to him, the energy at his fingertips had reached its critical point, leaving him unable to gather any more. Majin Buu. Special Beam Cannon. A cataclysmic force erupted from Gohan's fingertips, directed squarely at Majin Buu. Gohan could scarcely believe that Majin Buu would dare to confront his attack head-on. It is noteworthy that Gohan had nearly exhausted his own power and had amassed a considerable amount of energy for this strike. To his astonishment, an unexpected spectacle unfolded before him. Majin Buu, rather than displaying fear, wore a broad grin and stood with his hands on his hips. Boom. The energy blast struck Buu squarely in the face, an overwhelming force that obliterated his head in an instant. What? Gohan was utterly incredulous at the sight before him. Had he truly vanquished Majin Buu so effortlessly? Gazing at the headless form of Majin Buu, self-doubt began to creep into Gohan's mind. Chapter 91. Goku arrives just in time. Gohan still could not fully accept that Majin Buu had perished so easily. After all, This was a creature that had once nearly annihilated the entire universe. How could he be so easily dispatched? Yet, with Buu's head obliterated, it was inconceivable for any ordinary being to survive without a head. Surely, even the Namekians would be incapable of such a feat to err on the side of caution. Gohan resolved to destroy the body as well. Just as he prepared to act, a horrifying scene unfolded. The headless Majin Buu began to move. He raised his hands and felt around his shoulders for a moment. Suddenly, a brand new head materialized out of thin air. What manner of monster was this? How could he possibly survive such an onslaught? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the indomitable trait that King Kai had spoken of regarding Majin Buu? It was no wonder he had wished for Piccolo to refrain from killing Babidi. This ability was indeed terrifying. With a booming voice, the restored Majin Buu raised his hands and shouted exuberantly. Moments later, he turned his gaze towards Gohan. The energy vents on Buu's head and arms spewed forth a torrent of steam, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Now it is my turn. Disaster loomed. Gohan immediately sensed the dire predicament he was in. The previous energy blast had nearly depleted his internal reserves. His combat strength was severely diminished, and one of his arms had already been rendered useless by Majin Buu. In this precarious situation, engaging in a direct confrontation would lead only to his demise. He needed to escape. Any hint of hesitation is a profound disrespect towards Majin Buu. Gohan ascended into the air, swiftly retreating. Majin Buu, witnessing Gohan's escape, did not rush after him. Instead, he leisurely remained in place, performing a series of warm-up exercises. After a delay of several seconds, Majin Buu suddenly propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air like a rocket. Within mere seconds, Gohan sensed an overwhelming presence drawing near. Darn it! A bit faster! Gohan fervently strained the power within him, desperate to increase his speed. However, at that moment, his energy was severely depleted, and no matter how hard he tried, he could hardly muster any strength. In an instant, Majin Buu appeared before Gohan, playfully sticking out his tongue, resembling a mischievous child attempting to frighten someone. Normally, Gohan might have found this behavior endearing, but now he felt a chill of terror creeping up his spine. Perish. Majin Buu cheerfully uttered ominous words. Subsequently, his gloved hand came crashing down towards Gohan, akin to swatting a fly, swift, precise, and ruthless. Majin Buu's speed was so extraordinary that Gohan had no chance to evade the attack. With a resounding boom, Gohan was struck by Majin Buu, plummeting to the ground with the force of a crashing aircraft. The once firm earth crumbled beneath him, yielding like tofu and creating a massive crater. Exhausted of energy, Gohan could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan form. The golden aura extinguished, and his hair reverted to its natural black. Majin Buu gradually descended beside Gohan. I wonder what kind of little treat I should turn you into. A cookie, chocolate, or perhaps a milk candy. A contemplative expression crossed Majin Buu's chubby face, revealing his inner turmoil as he lamented the limited choice. Only one human, thus only one treat, could be created. Sigh, life is hard, Buu sighed. After a moment of thought, he resolved to transform Gohan into his favorite snack, a cookie, intending to seek out more humans later. For Buu recalled that Babidi had proclaimed cookies to be the most delectable delicacy in the world. Although he harbored disdain for Babidi, he could not deny the exquisite taste of cookies. With determination, the antenna atop Majin Buu's head began to glow. Is it the end? Gohan lay prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of strength. His body bore numerous wounds, and the energy within him had been completely depleted. In this moment, he could only watch helplessly as Majin Buu transformed him into a cookie to devour. Ha ha ha. The joy of impending consumption seemed to ignite a gleeful laughter from Majin Buu. Simultaneously, the antennae atop his head emitted a beam of light akin to a lightning bolt. Upon witnessing this radiant beam, Gohan resignedly closed his eyes. Gohan, are you all right? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. It was his father's voice. Gohan opened his eyes to behold Goku standing beside him, hoisting another person. Goku gently placed Vegeta on the ground before assisting Gohan to rise. I'm sorry for my tardiness. Gohan nearly broke into tears. He had believed his demise was imminent, yet his father had arrived just in the nick of time. Had it been even a second later, he would not have survived. Father, do not worry. Leave the rest to me, Goku said, patting Gohan on the shoulder. Gohan cautioned, Father, be careful. His regenerative abilities are terrifying. I just decimated his head, and he could still recuperate. Yes, I understand, Goku replied, nodding solemnly before turning to confront Majin Buu. Seeing the injuries adorning Gohan's body ignited a fierce anger within him as a father. You vile creature. I shall turn you into a mere cookie. With the prospect of his delectable cookie slipping away, Majin Buu was instantly engulfed in rage, smoke billowing from him. He opened his eyes, glaring menacingly at Goku. Majin Buu pinched at his own belly several times, and to Goku's astonishment, he tore a chunk of flesh from his abdomen. He then elongated this piece of flesh, akin to stretching noodles, before rapidly spinning one end of it. The meat twisted in his grasp like a propeller, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that enveloped Goku in a dense cloud. Here I come. With a furious roar, Wukong instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form. A terrifying aura enveloped him, generating a powerful wind pressure around him. In an instant, all energy blasts were repelled. The resounding shockwaves scattered the disrupted energy orbs, engulfing the surrounding area in a chaotic explosion. Fortunately, this locale was a mountainous wilderness, devoid of any inhabitants. Had this occurred in a city, such an attack would have been sufficient to obliterate half of it. Realizing the futility of his energy blasts, Majin Buu hurled the meat stick he held towards Wukong. Wukong raised his hand, launching an energy blast that struck the meat stick. Majin Buu observed Wukong's attack with a sinister smile. However, upon impact, he was taken aback, for he realized that his meat stick was no more. Under normal circumstances, its cells were immortal. Even if shattered, they could regenerate. Yet now, he felt no trace of those cells. This signified that his cells had been eradicated by the man before him. Majin Buu stood in shock, but Wukong was undeterred. In a swift motion, he lunged toward Majin Buu. His fists and feet transformed into lethal weapons, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Majin Buu with the ferocity of a tempest. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Majin Buu was utterly incapable of evading Wukong's assaults. He was battered like a rag doll, teetering on the brink of collapse. What terrified him most was the excruciating pain accompanying each of Wukong's strikes, a sensation he had never experienced before. Moreover, with every blow, a terrifying energy invaded his body, suppressing his cellular regeneration. Boom! Wukong delivered a crushing kick that sent Buu crashing to the ground, then placed his hands on his hips. Between his palms, a blue energy sphere gradually expanded, radiating a blinding brilliance. Kaioken. Majin Buu lay within the vast pit, his eyes wide open, brimming with despair. He was gravely injured, utterly immobilized, and his cellular regeneration had been stifled. He found himself with no avenue of escape. A formidable wave of energy descended upon him like a torrential flood. Majin Buu felt his body slowly disintegrating, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Chapter 92. Discovering a plump Buu searching for meat, I stumbled upon a grand dinosaur. I greeted it and shook its hand. It offered to treat me to a feast. In the woods, I found this dinosaur and entrusted it to my dear dove. The dove, receiving the dragon, nodded at me. Overwhelmed with joy, I exclaimed for the dove to roast it quickly. The sweet, melodious voice of a child echoed through the forest. A petite girl with white hair donned in a pale yellow dress pranced about, cheerfully humming her own rendition of a song. In her tiny hands, she dragged a dinosaur 100 times larger than herself. The thought of her brother grilling meat filled her with uncontainable glee, causing her little tail to spin with excitement. Nearby, a small bird perched on a tree sighed in relief, grateful for its diminutive size. Otherwise, it too would surely be caught by the little witch and roasted like that colossal dinosaur. Oh, what is that? Not far off, a pink object jutted from the grass. Its tempting hue suggested it would be delicious. The girl's round eyes fixated on it, brimming with desire. From her years of culinary experience, she deduced it must be a piece of meat, and a delectable one at that. Yet, this type of meat seemed unfamiliar. Could it be from a rare creature? If it were indeed rare, she could not consume it. Her uncle, Lapith, had warned her that rare animals should not be eaten but rather brought back to him. Sighing with regret, she found herself torn between the allure of the feast and her uncle's wishes. After all, her uncle treated her well, often providing her with delightful delicacies. Gently releasing the dinosaur's tail, she tiptoed cautiously, wary of making a sound. Carefully, she approached the enticing piece of meat. When she was but a few meters away, she suddenly leaped, lunging forward to embrace the tantalizing morsel. Yes, I've caught it. Cradling the jelly-like, bouncy meat, she could already envision how delicious it would be. Now, let us see what creature this is. Within the petite frame of Qinin lies an infinite reservoir of strength. Effortlessly, she extricated a creature, seemingly several times her size, from the tall grass. Alas, it is a person. If Wukong and his companions were present, they would recognize that this individual is none other than Majin Buu. It appears that just as Majin Buu was about to be obliterated by Wukong's Kamehameha wave, he utilized Gibbet's instant transmission to escape to this location during that critical moment of life and death. However, due to Wukong's energy suppressing his cellular regeneration abilities, Buu's injuries have remained unhealed. Although he appears unscathed on the surface, the cells within him have been largely annihilated, bringing him perilously close to death. His consciousness has even slipped into a state of unconsciousness. "Awaken, please awaken," Qinin implored, shaking Buu gently. Yet, there was no sign of awareness from him. Were it not for the warmth of his body and the faint rhythm of his breath, she would have been led to believe he had already succumbed. Could it be that he is injured? Upon contemplating this possibility, a surge of green energy manifested in Qinin's hands. It was the power of will. Under Qinin's guidance, this willpower entered Buu's being. As anticipated, a formidable energy began to ravage within Buu. Yet this energy felt somewhat familiar. In a moment of urgency, Qinin acted without hesitation, urging her will to expel this energy. However, her strength was insufficient. She could only banish a small fraction before exhausting her own reserves of will. Nevertheless, this act allowed Buu to regain a sliver of consciousness. Amidst the chaos, Buu managed to open his eyes just a crack. Catching sight of a charming little girl with white hair, she placed her hands upon him, and a warm current flowed from her into his body. The tumultuous energy within him was gradually dispelled by this soothing warmth. Buu sensed his cells slowly regaining vitality. Yet, the little girl appeared increasingly fatigued. Her adorable visage beaded with sweat. At that moment, Buu's emotions were tumultuous, a complex feeling burgeoning within him. After a while, he noticed the warm flow diminishing, and the girl began to gasp for breath. Soon after, she collapsed onto the ground, depleted. With the absence of willpower, Goku's energy once again surged within Buu, plunging his consciousness back into oblivion. Perhaps it would be best to seek help from Gidge. After resting for a while, Qinin regained some of her strength. With one hand supporting a dinosaur and the other aiding Buu, she began to move slowly away. In a clearing beside the forest waterfall, Tianlin was diligently preparing barbecue seasoning. Inheriting the exceptional genes of his parents, 6-year-old Tianlin had already mastered the art of cooking to some extent. His specialty was barbecue, primarily because he rarely had the chance to cook at home. His skills were honed not just through parental guidance, but also through frequent practice with his younger sister. It wasn't that the meals at home were inadequate. Rather, it was Qinin's insatiable cravings that spurred him on. As a doting elder brother, Tianlin naturally sought to satisfy his sister's appetite. Hearing Qinin's urgent calls, he quickly set aside what he was doing. What was the matter with Qin? What had happened? Gidge, this person seems to be in dire straits. We must help him. At that moment, Tianlin noticed the pink-skinned figure lying beside Qinin. Realizing it was not his sister in trouble, he breathed a sigh of relief. Who is he? Qinin, with her wide, innocent eyes, replied, I don't know either. I found him in the woods. Tianlin examined the circumstances within Buu's body. This is Uncle Wukong's energy. As Tianlin grew older, he often practiced alongside Mo Yuan, thus becoming quite familiar with Wukong's aura. Due to their group's reckless approach to training, Qinin received instructions solely from Mo Yuan and Lotzi Li, never training alongside Wukong and the others. Consequently, she momentarily failed to recognize Wukong's energy. Tianlin observed Qinin and inquired earnestly, Qin, this individual was injured by Uncle Wukong. Shall we save him? It was actually Uncle Wukong who inflicted the injury. No wonder Qinin found this energy so familiar. Upon hearing her brother's words, Qinin began to waver. She believed that Uncle Wukong would not harm someone without cause. However, this individual was on the brink of death. If he did not receive treatment soon, he might not survive much longer. Tianlin stood quietly by, awaiting Qinin's decision. Regardless of her choice, he would support her without reservation. Chapter 93, A Pact to Save. Qinin declared with unwavering determination. After much contemplation, her kind-hearted nature would not allow her to witness a life fading before her eyes. Moreover, this person did not appear to be malevolent. How could someone so adorable possibly be a villain? Even if he were a villain, she could always enlist her father's help to deal with him. Her father was incredibly formidable. The thought of her father filled Qinin with pride, nearly causing her to place her hands on her hips. All right, let us begin. He cannot hold on much longer. Without further ado, Upon receiving a definitive response from his sister, Tianlin commenced preparations to rescue the individual in need. The two young ones, flanking either side, simultaneously channeled their willpower into Buu's being. However, Goku's aura proved too formidable. They expended nearly all their internal energy, managing to expel only a portion of it. While they did not completely eradicate Goku's essence, Buu's life was undoubtedly safeguarded. In addition to driving out some of Goku's presence, Tianlin and Chinin also managed to mend some of the cells within Buu's body. Gradually, Bu regained lucidity, sensing that the remnant force of Goku within him had diminished by 1/5. His physical condition also showed signs of recovery, although the regenerative capacity of his cells remained suppressed. His injuries no longer posed a lethal threat. Bu heard two faint breaths beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld two children lying on either side, a golden-haired boy and a silver-haired girl. The sight of the girl triggered a series of fleeting images in Buu's mind. As though a film were playing, it was her. With the images flashing in his mind, Bu understood that they were the ones who had rescued him. The fatigue evident on the faces of the two children indicated the significant energy they had expended for his sake, yet their expressions radiated joy. Bu placed his hands on the ground, attempting to rise. However, before he could steady himself, his legs began to weaken. With a thud, his heavy body collapsed onto the ground. The commotion startled Tianlin and Chinin awake. "Ah, you're awake," Chinin exclaimed, joyfully rushing to his side, a swell of pride enveloping her. This was her first experience in saving someone. "Thank you for rescuing me," Bu expressed, displaying an unusual politeness towards his saviors. "No need for thanks," Chinin dismissed with a wave of her hand, then continued, "By the way, my name is Mo Chinin, but you can call me Chin. That is how my family and friends address me." She then gestured towards Tianlin, introducing him. "This is my buddy." Tianlin nodded slightly towards Bu. "Hello, I'm Mo Tianlin. You can call me Tianlin." "Hello, I'm Bu. Thank you for saving me. From now on, you shall be my friends." Bu beamed, his smile reminiscent of a child's, as he reveled in the joy of having gained two new companions. "By the way, Bu, why were you injured by Uncle Goku?" Chinin inquired, perplexed, as Bu's demeanor hardly resembled that of a villain. Why would Uncle Goku harm him? Could it have been an unintentional mishap? Goku? Who is Goku? Bu tilted his head, unable to recall who Goku was. Chinin elucidated. "He is the one who injured you." "So he is indeed Goku?" Bu suddenly realized. Chinin continued to inquire. "Why did Uncle Goku strike you?" "I remember I was playing a game when he suddenly appeared and gave me a beating. Fortunately, I managed to escape using instant transmission. Otherwise, he would have surely ended my life." "Playing a game?" Chinin and Tianlin were taken aback. How could Uncle Goku behave in such a manner? Just for playing a game, he inflicted such harm? Tianlin, convinced that Goku could not possibly be that kind of person, asked, "What game were you playing?" Bu, with an innocent expression, replied, "It was about killing, turning people into little snacks to devour." "What?" Bu's words horrified them both. Tianlin swiftly pulled Chinin behind him, watching Bu warily. "Killing is unacceptable." Regaining her composure, Chinin rushed in front of Bu and admonished him loudly. She had been taught by her father since childhood that martial arts are not for reckless acts, but to protect those dear to oneself. This lesson had always resonated with her. Yet, Bu claimed that killing was part of playing a game. How could she tolerate that? Bu tilted his head, puzzled, but Bibidi said it was called playing a game, and it's quite fun. "Who is Bibidi?" "Bibidi is the detestable person who created me." Observing Bu's innocent demeanor, Chinin and Tianlin began to understand. Bu was essentially a blank slate, and Bibidi was the one who had tarnished that purity. "Then why do you heed the words of someone you dislike?" "My father has always told me that killing indiscriminately is wrong, and that strength is not meant for evil deeds, but to safeguard those who are important to us." Chinin took on the role of a stern little teacher, striving to correct Bu's mindset. Bu lowered his head, contemplating for a moment. "So, you think what I did was wrong?" With serious expressions, Chinin and Tianlin nodded emphatically in unison. "Indeed." Bu gazed at their solemn little faces and then smiled. "All right, then I shall not do that anymore." Chinin extended her pinky. "Let us make a pinky swear." "Bu? Just like this?" Chinin demonstrated with her hands for Bu to see. He quickly grasped the concept. Thus, he removed his gloves, revealing 5 fingers. "Pinky swear, for life, we must never change." Stamp. The 2 thumbs, one large and one small, pressed together. "It's settled then. From now on, I want to kill indiscriminately." Telling lies is for little piggies. After sealing the promise, Chinyin beamed with delight. In her heart, the act of stamping represented the highest form of commitment. There is no promise more trustworthy than this. Yes, Bu nodded vigorously. Chin, Tianlin. I am famished. Bu patted his substantial belly, expressing his desire for some cookies. Upon hearing Bu's words, Chinyin suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit today, instantly feeling a void in her stomach. Clutching her belly, she gazed weakly at Tianlin and playfully exclaimed, Dove Chin is hungry. All right. I shall prepare some barbecued meat for you. Tianlin affectionately ruffled Chinyin's hair. Aren't there any cookies? Bu was particularly fixated on cookies, as Bibidi had claimed they were the most delectable treat in the world. What are cookies compared to it? The barbecued meat made by Dove is the second most delicious in the world, Chin-yin declared proudly to Bu. Why is it second? Tianlin inquired. Because the barbecued meat made by Daddy is the most delicious. Tianlin contemplated his father's barbecue for a moment. Well, it is indeed tastier than mine. Bu. Next time Chin will treat you to Daddy's barbecue. I assure you it will be so delicious that you'll want to swallow your own tongue. Chin boasted while gently patting Bu's belly. With a playful bounce, the conversation shifted. All right, enough talk. Let us indulge in the barbecue. Unbeknownst to them, Tianlin had already grilled some meat. The three of them, having expended considerable energy, sat together, each holding a substantial piece of meat. Delicious. Better than cookies. Tianlin. I want more. Dove, I want some too. Tianlin remarked. It seems this dinosaur may not be satiated today. Chapter 94. An unexpected encounter with Gohan Burp. Chin lay on the grass, rubbing her slightly swollen belly and letting out a contented belch. Burp. Tianlin, also reclining on the grass, emitted a louder and longer belch. With a hint of pride, he declared, Chin, my belch is longer than yours. Although the reason for his pride was unclear, he successfully ignited Chin-yin's competitive spirit. Humph, silly Dove, mine is the longest. Burp. Hee, I can make it even longer. Beside them, Bu observed the brother and sister with a contemplative expression. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, then opened his mouth wide, with a thunderous belch that echoed across the heavens. The sound was so immense that the ground trembled slightly. After this monumental display, Bu erupted into joyous laughter. Faced with such an extraordinary belch, Tianlin and Chin conceded defeat, with Tianlin even bestowing upon Bu the highest praise, acknowledging his prowess. Thus, this absurd contest concluded with Bu triumphing decisively. After their meal, the wishes of Tianlin and Chin were largely restored. They treated Bu once more, and after this healing, the residual energy of Goku within Bu had diminished to half. Furthermore, Bu's injuries had completely healed, although his cellular regeneration capabilities remained suppressed, preventing him from recovering as freely as before. Let us go to the city and have some fun, Tianlin suggested, noticing that there was still ample daylight. Yay. Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, Chin leapt up from the ground. Come on, Bu. I will take you to enjoy snacks, drink milk tea, and indulge in ice cream. Are they delicious? Bu inquired. Absolutely, just as delightful as barbecued meat. Then let us hurry. I am famished. Upon hearing of the treats, Bu could scarcely contain his excitement and took off into the sky. Wait, Bu. You're flying the wrong way. It's this way. In the ice cream shop, Chin eagerly pointed at the menu with her little hand. Suddenly, she noticed Bu, his mouth watering beside her. Remembering Bu's formidable appetite, she thought, never mind, let us order one of each flavor. Before long, an enormous array of ice cream filled the entire table, accompanied by various cakes and desserts. Bu picked up an ice cream cone and licked it, the cold, delicate texture and the exquisite blend of fruit and milk flavors bursting on his palate. His small eyes, which had been narrowed, suddenly widened, sparkling like stars. Delicious, Bu exclaimed, opening his mouth wide to consume the entire ice cream cone in one go. Seeing Bu relish his treat brought Chin immense pride. Well, did Chin deceive you? Bu replied, shoving more ice cream into his mouth. This is so much better than the little cookies I had before. Bu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Since gaining consciousness, he had never experienced joy as profound as he did today. Bibidi deceived him into believing that cookies were the finest delicacy in the world. However, upon tasting the cookies on Earth, Bu realized that there existed a vast disparity between different types of cookies. The cookies he had previously consumed were akin to gnawing on wood. The earthly cookies brought him to the brink of tears. They were simply exquisite. Furthermore, beyond cookies, There were countless other delectable delights. In comparison to Qinin and Tianlin, Bibidi seemed utterly inhuman. He compelled Bu to commit acts of violence while depriving him of the pleasure of good food. In stark contrast, Qinin and Tianlin were like angels, tending to his wounds and introducing him to a plethora of delicious treats. He vowed to protect Qinin and Tianlin, ensuring they would not come to harm. On the bustling streets of West City, a striking girl with 2 braids walked arm in arm with a somewhat shy yet handsome boy. Gohan, how about we go get some ice cream? With the weather being quite warm and this being their first date since confirming their relationship, Videl felt a surge of shyness and excitement. The two were, of course, Gohan and Videl, with Satan no longer being the savior. It was impossible for there to be a city named after him. Nevertheless, as a somewhat renowned boxer, he was not lacking in funds. For the sake of their daughter's education, they had moved to the bustling West City. Fortuitously, Videl and Gohan enrolled in the same school, not only as classmates but also as desk partners. Having been influenced by Satan from a young age, Videl developed a keen interest in martial arts. After a chance discovery that Gohan was the legendary Golden Warrior, she persistently asked him to teach her martial arts. As they trained together, they gradually grew attracted to one another, culminating in Videl confessing her feelings to Gohan just a few days ago, and naturally, they became a couple. All right, that sounds great. Let's go get ice cream. Gohan felt even more nervous on their first date than Videl, especially with her holding onto his arm. He felt as though his arm was enveloped in cotton. This sensation was incredibly exhilarating for him, a pure-hearted boy. As they approached the ice cream shop, Gohan caught a glimpse through the glass window of a rotund figure indulging in a feast, a pink, chubby visage that he feared he would never forget. How is this possible? Wasn't he eliminated by my father the day before yesterday? Gohan was engulfed in a profound sense of dread. If Majin Buu were to unleash chaos here, the entire West City would likely face annihilation. Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, and Lapis had ventured to distant star realms for training, leaving no one to thwart the menace that was Majin Buu. Though Gohan had sustained severe injuries in their last encounter, his battle prowess had slightly increased upon recovery, reaching a formidable 20 billion. However, with his current power of 2 trillion, he could at best match Buu's strength. The most terrifying aspect of Buu was his seemingly indestructible nature. Unlike Goku, who had infused his energy into his being, Gohan found himself utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Buu. What instilled even greater fear in Gohan was the presence of 2 children seated beside Buu, who were none other than Uncle Mayuan's offspring. With Uncle Mayuan training elsewhere, the thought of something happening to his children while in his vicinity filled Gohan with guilt. Furthermore, Tianlin and Qinin had always been regarded by Gohan as younger siblings. For every reason imaginable, he could not bear to witness them in peril. No, I must rescue them. But, what should I do? Gohan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? As Bidalai noticed Gohan standing at the entrance of the ice cream shop, his complexion appeared exceedingly grim, suggesting he was unwell. Gohan, big brother? With keen senses, Tianlin instinctively turned to see who was calling Gohan. Through the glass window, he spotted Gohan standing at the door. In an instant, the 3 pairs of eyes, Tianlin, Qinin, and Buu, fixed their gaze upon Gohan. Suddenly, Gohan felt a tightening in his chest, his pupils constricting to pinprick size. He hastily shoved Bidalai aside, exclaiming in panic, "Run! It's dangerous here." In an instant, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His golden hair stood erect, crackling with electricity, and his once gentle features sharpened into a fierce visage. His steely gaze locked onto Buu. "Qinin, Tianlin, you both must leave at once. I will confront this fiend." Bidalai, pushed aside, gazed dreamily at Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form, her cheeks flushing with admiration. "So handsome, Gohan. Big brother, don't act rashly. Please listen to me first." Tianlin hurriedly dashed over to intercept Gohan, while Qinin positioned herself in front of Buu. "Are you suggesting that Buu is, in fact, a good person?" Under the fervent persuasion of Qinin and Tianlin, the 5 of them engaged in a profound discussion. Qinin and Tianlin nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Yes, he was merely deceived, thinking that killing was a game. He has now realized his errors and has promised us he will not kill again. Indeed, the words of the dove resonate with truth. Buu has promised not to take lives, having even made a pact with Qinin. Qinin possesses unwavering faith in Buu's commitment. At that moment, Buu approached Gohan and bowed deeply. His demeanor marked by sincerity. "I apologize. Although Bu has yet to regain his full abilities, his combat prowess remains formidable. A confrontation with Gohan would likely result in an even match. His unexpected abilities could easily catch Gohan off guard, potentially leading to his absorption. Nevertheless, in an effort to spare Chinin and Tianlin from discomfort, he resolved to mend his relationship with Gohan, acknowledging that he had nearly brought Gohan to death just days prior. This gesture left Gohan momentarily perplexed, uncertain of how to respond. Bu's earnest demeanor suggested a genuine intent. Furthermore, having spent an entire day with Chinin and Tianlin, his behavior stood in stark contrast to his earlier disposition upon resurrection, when he would have shown no mercy. Initially, Gohan perceived Bu as childlike. Yet the near brush with death at Bu's hands left him apprehensive. He yearned to trust Bu's transformation, but unease lingered about allowing Chinin and Tianlin to remain close to him. As the elder brother, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding his siblings' safety. Stealing a glance at the nearby Videl, Gohan noticed her gentle smile in response to his gaze. Today marked their first date, and he was determined not to let it be spoiled. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He clapped his hands together, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He should seek Aunt Lazuli, though she seldom joined their training sessions. Gohan recognized her immense strength, her combat abilities rivaling even those of his father, Goku. Indeed, Lazuli had not abandoned her training over the years, achieving a staggering combat power of 20 billion. Alongside Moyuan, she had fused the Kaioken technique with Super Saiyan transformations, creating a unique martial art tailored to enhance combat power through spatial energy, known as Boundless. The essence of Boundless lies in the creation of an internal space that serves to store energy, which can then be channeled into the body when needed, amplifying one's combat strength. However, forcibly infusing energy requires a robust physique to endure. Lazuli's current constitution permits only a 100-fold enhancement, exceeding which would inflict significant harm and prove unsustainable. Nevertheless, this technique not only serves to amplify strength, but also functions as a means of energy replenishment. Akin to a blue buff, in a sense, it achieves the semblance of infinite energy. Mo Yuan could certainly employ this technique, yet he predominantly utilizes it as a means to acquire a blue buff. After all, the strain he endures during his transformation is significantly lesser than that incurred by this method. There is no necessity to forsake a watermelon in pursuit of a sesame seed. Nevertheless, this technique could serve as a formidable trump card in desperate situations, augmenting his transformation. Resolute in his decision, Gohan promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his mother's number. Earlier that morning, he had overheard her mention plans to indulge in a beauty treatment with Lazuli and Bulma. Since they all resided in West City and were affluent women, they frequently arranged outings together, establishing a sisterly bond. The call connected swiftly. Gohan. Moshi Moshi, Mom. Chi-Chi. Gohan? What is it? Did your date go well today? Are you short on funds? Should I transfer some money to you? Since the family had alleviated their financial concerns, Chi-Chi had adopted a more relaxed demeanor, her outlook on life appearing far more youthful than it had been 7 years prior. Gohan quickly replied, No, I have enough money. I called to inquire about Aunt Lazuli. Chi-Chi, looking for Lazuli? Gohan, yes. It's concerning Chi-Chi and Tianlin. Meanwhile, at the beauty salon, Lazuli reclined on the adjacent bed to Chi-Chi, enjoying a facial mask while receiving a massage from a skilled therapist. Upon hearing Gohan mention matters pertaining to her children, she contemplated for a moment before responding, I'll go check on them now. After searching for the spatial imprint left on her children, she teleported instantaneously. With a ripple in the air, Lazuli, still adorned with her facial mask, materialized in the ice cream parlor. Mom, the twins, Chinin and Tianlin, exclaimed as they rushed to embrace Lazuli's arms, one on each side. Mom, let me introduce you. This is our new good friend. His name is Bu. And Lazuli. I sought you out to discuss this matter. Gohan's expression was somewhat serious. In just a few brief sentences, he clarified all the details about Bu to Razuli. Bu, standing nearby, exhibited an unusual display of anxiety, fearing that Razuli might not take a liking to him and would prevent Chinin and Tianlin from befriending him. Chinin and Tianlin also appeared quite nervous, their hands tightly gripping the edges of their garments. Observing the trio's tense demeanor, Razuli couldn't help but feel amused, especially at the sight of Bu, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, nervously fiddling with his gloves. There's no need to be anxious, I assure you, my dear. I won't hinder your friendships, Razuli gently reassured as she affectionately ruffled the hair of Tianlin and Chinin. Hooray! Long live Mom! They exclaimed, joyfully jumping and holding hands. However, Gohan remained somewhat uneasy. Rest assured, Gohan, my dear, your Uncle Mo Yuan has left plenty of protective charms on these children. Unless someone possesses greater power, they cannot harm them. Now, you should simply enjoy your date. Upon hearing Razali's words, Gohan finally felt a sense of relief. Uncle Ma Yuan's terrifying strength is such that even hundreds of Bu would be no match for him. Well then, you all enjoy yourselves. I must return to my beauty regimen. With that, Lazili's form gradually faded away, disappearing from sight. Chapter 96. The Kaioshin's Pursuit Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bang. Kaioshin Asin slammed his hand on the table and rose with a thunderous voice. Upon learning that Majin Bu was still alive, he had come to implore Goku to once again take action and eliminate Bu for good. To his astonishment, Goku informed him that Majin Bu was not inherently malevolent and had vowed to cease all acts of violence. How could he possibly believe such a claim? 5 Kaioshin had already fallen to Bu, leaving him the sole survivor. Countless star systems had been obliterated by Bu's rampage. Were it not for Bibidi losing control and opting to seal him away, the entirety of the universe would have been laid to waste. Indeed, I too have discerned that Bu's true nature is not wicked. He resembles a child in many ways. Gohan began to advocate for Bu as well. Suddenly, Kaioshin Asin recalled an important detail. Initially, Majin Bu was exceedingly evil, driven solely by a desire for destruction. However, after absorbing the Grand Kaioshin, he seemed to undergo a transformation. His destructive urges were quelled, leaving only a playful spirit. Could it be due to the Grand Kaioshin? As a Kaioshin, Asin was privy to certain knowledge. 1,000,000 years ago, the Grand Kaioshin possessed immense power. Had he not expended most of his strength to seal that monster away, even the likes of Majin Bu could have been eradicated with a mere gesture. Although the Grand Kaioshin's power had diminished, his soul remained remarkably potent. Each time Majin Bu absorbed an individual, he also consumed their soul. It is highly plausible that the Grand Kaioshin's formidable soul, once absorbed, overwhelmed Bu's essence, leading to a profound alteration in his personality. It is as if Bu's soul had been reconfigured under the influence of the Grand Kaioshin, albeit without retaining any memories. If this is the case, does it not imply that the current Bu could be considered a half-Grand Kaioshin? Nevertheless, even so, the remnants of the malevolent Bu still reside within him. One fears that should the evil within him awaken, it could unleash untold calamities. Fear not, Asin, Goku reassured him. Even if Majin Bu is not entirely good, there are at least 5 individuals on Earth capable of vanquishing him. Moreover, the location where Majin Bu currently resides is the safest place in the world. Should he dare to cause havoc, I can assure you he would be obliterated in an instant. Is that individual truly as formidable as they say? To speak candidly, he has always harbored doubts regarding the existence of that mentioned. In his perspective, the mere presence of a fundamental powerhouse like on Earth is already an anomaly. It is well known that most formidable beings in the universe cultivate their immense strength over vast spans of time. Take himself, for instance. It took him several million years to attain a combat power of 500 billion. And, in just a few decades, he has achieved a combat power in the trillions. A feat that is exceedingly rare in this world. As for, he is even more astonishing, possessing strength 100-fold greater than. What does that imply? If this is indeed the case, then his several million years of existence would have been utterly futile. Indeed, nodded solemnly. S strength is the most terrifying I have ever witnessed. Not even 100 of me, or even 1,000 or 10,000, could hope to defeat him. Had not yet mentioned that is currently undergoing a breakthrough. And once he completes it, his power will ascend to an entirely new realm. Otherwise, would likely be left utterly astounded. Well, with no persuasion yielding fruit. Prepared to take his leave, hoping that would truly refrain from causing further destruction as they had claimed. A delightful laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, floated through the air. Fly even faster, exclaimed, perched on's back as they prepared to soar into the city to purchase snacks. After several days of treatment, no longer harbored energy within him. Hold on tight. I am about to accelerate, cautioned before he began to speed up. The thrill of such velocity far surpassed that of any roller coaster. Nearby, amidst the clouds, and observed in silence. At this moment, it was clear that was indeed different from what they remembered. Thus, they continued to watch him discreetly from behind. When was inadvertently bumped into, both felt their hearts race with anxiety. Could be on the verge of violence? However, the subsequent scene shattered their preconceived notions. seemingly unfazed by the collision, instead helped the person who had fallen, even offering an apology, and were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Moments ago, they had been mentally sweating for the individual involved. Remarked in astonishment, I too sense that has indeed transformed for the better. Upon further contemplation, it becomes evident that the Supreme Kai, Asen, has experienced a shift in his inner turmoil. His heart remains burdened by the unresolved vendetta stemming from the demise of his fellow Kais. Sigh. Chin, what are you purchasing? As Chinin stands by the roadside stall, eagerly awaiting the vendor's culinary creations, she is suddenly called out to. Turning around, she discovers it is none other than Trunks and Goten. Hey Goten, Trunks, I'm buying tempura. Upon hearing this, the two young boys cannot help but drool at the thought of the crispy delicacies. No child can resist the allure of such delectable fried treats. Vendor, I would like an assortment of tempura, please. Trunks exclaimed. I want one too. Goten added, both boys impatiently placing their orders. However, the vendor, with an apologetic expression, replied, I'm sorry, little ones, but everything has already been sold to this young lady. What? The disappointment on their faces was palpable. Would you like to come home with me for a while? My father is barbecuing, and I've also bought plenty of delicious snacks. Given their close proximity, the boys had frequented each other's homes since childhood, establishing a strong familiarity. Sure, but I need to call my mom first. Goten replied. Yes, I'll call my mom too, Trunks chimed in. Without hesitation, both boys agreed, subsequently making calls to Bulma and Chi-Chi. Upon learning of their destination, Bulma and Chi-Chi felt reassured and readily consented without further discussion. Then I shall go buy some ice cream, so we can enjoy it later. Ice cream? I adore ice cream. Could you possibly buy a little extra? A voice, unfamiliar and imposing, interrupted. Trunks and Goten turned to identify the source of the sound. Chin, who is he? They inquired, eyes wide with curiosity. Allow me to introduce you. This is Bu, my dear friend, Chin said, playfully patting Bu's ample belly as she made the introduction. Chapter 97. Trunks will foot the bill for everyone. Goten gazed at Bu in astonishment. So, you are Bu. Trunks, intrigued, asked, do you know him? Goten nodded. Yes, I've heard my brother and father speak of him. He is indeed formidable. Even my brother cannot defeat him. Wow. He is that powerful? Even Gohan brother cannot triumph over him? With this revelation of Bu's might, Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed up at Bu. Come on. Bu, let us go get ice cream. Whatever the quantity, today I, Trunks, shall cover the expenses. Trunks tilted his head back, proudly thumping his chest with a resounding echo. Bu glanced at Trunks and then at Chin, shaking his head in refusal. No, I want to stay with Chin. Although he yearned to indulge in ice cream, Bu was reluctant to leave Chin alone while waiting for the tempura to be prepared. How about this? We can all go to buy ice cream together, and then return to collect the tempura.